7 days of competition at the 20th Commonwealth Games have come and gone, and hopefully the Games channel has helped navigate you around the highlights as they happen. We are, I should remind you, available on YouTube. Into day 8 then of Glasgow 2014. England are the leading gold medal winners after 7 days of competition, with 38 to Australia's 35. Both have more than 100 medals in total. Then it's Canada with a gold total of 22, followed by Scotland, New Zealand and India. South Africa are 7th in the table, followed by Nigeria, Kenya, Jamaica, Wales and Singapore. Then Malaysia, Cyprus, Cameroon, Papua New Guinea, Grenada and Kiribati have a first ever gold medal. With silver and bronze are Pakistan, Samoa, Trinidad and Northern Ireland. Bahamas and Bangladesh have silver alone. So have Isle of Man, Mozambique and Sri Lanka. Then it's Namibia, Barbados and Fiji. Ghana, Mauritius, Uganda and Zambia. Well, we've seen plenty of the tartan-clad medal bearers who file out to the podium ahead of each presentation ceremony. Let's hear from the woman who designed their outfits. The dress worn by the female medal bearers has been a major talking point at the Games, with the design receiving universal praise. Kerry Nixon, the dress designer, explains how she came to be involved.
I was given a brief by the Commonwealth Games to create something really fun and young and vibrant to represent Scotland at the Commonwealth Games. Hi everybody! How are you doing? Good, good. Let me see you. Are you looking gorgeous? Gorgeous. Let me see you. Let's turn around. Yep, bow's perfect actually. Just going to straighten you out a wee bit. Tartan's very close to all of our hearts. It can sometimes be used, or overused should I say, in Scotland in a sort of shortbread tin, kind of schmaltzy way, but actually you don't get many Scottish people who don't love tartan.
Piped in by lone piper representing the Scots Guard, Piper Callum Rogers.
The tartan for the Commonwealth Games was created by a young schoolboy actually. His name is Amir Mehmood and he was 15 at the time. It was a couple of years ago. And he was absolutely delighted, I think, when it was chosen. And I'm sure he'll be even more delighted now when he sees that the tartan's been used absolutely everywhere for the Games. How does it feel when you're walking out into the stadium?
So nerve-wracking.
Is it?
So nerve-wracking. It's a really good atmosphere.
I bet it is. Does it feel like they're cheering you? Does it feel like it's all for you?
Like,
yay, I'm a star. We had various challenges along the way. The main one was that the tartan, by its very nature, was a square design, and just to give me a headache, I designed a dress that was circular in pattern. So we had to get a team of experts, one particular, who managed to lay out 50 different pattern pieces for a print that was done at the Glasgow School of Art. And then an amazing bunch of tailors came in to sew the dress together after that and create each bespoke piece.
Please welcome the medal ceremony for the Parasport mixed pairs B2 and B3, led out by the lone piper representing the Army School of Bagpipe Music, Corporal John Harvey.
Yeah, it's absolutely incredible to see my designs out there. I couldn't believe when I was in the velodrome, when I didn't even know the ceremony was happening, and I turned round and I saw my lovely boys and girls with the medal trays out there beside Chris Hoy after the sprint final, and it was just absolutely amazing. I was quite overwhelmed, actually. Well, for you guys it's quite nice in this weather, actually, because I was worried that you'd be too hot, but to be perfectly honest, a bit of Harris tweed is quite good in this dreich Scottish weather, isn't it? It's great. To be honest, Glasgow's just been the most incredible place this week. It's just been electric, the atmosphere. I wish it was here every week, to be honest. It's just been absolutely gorgeous seeing Glasgow in this light, and I'm hoping that the amazing pictures that are being beamed around the world will lead to more and more people flocking to this beautiful city.
Here's what's coming your way on the 8th day of Glasgow 2014. In lawn bowls, the men's singles and women's pairs get to the semi-final stage, and we'll have the gold and bronze medal matches in the women's triples. There's cycling through the streets of Glasgow, the men's and women's individual time trials. The table tennis will get as far as the quarter-final stage in singles and doubles. In gymnastics, there's the final of men's floor, rings and pommel horse, and women's vault and uneven bars. Preliminaries coming up in the badminton singles and doubles, and some wrestling finals, the men's freestyle at 65 and 86 kilos and the women's freestyle at 55 and 63. England won their first athletics gold of the Games when Greg Rutherford came out on top in the long jump to add to his Olympic triumph in London. Rutherford was a silver medalist in Delhi 4 years ago, but he's gone one better here in Glasgow.
Congratulations, another gold medal. How pleased are you?
Absolutely over the moon, yeah. It's a lot of hard work and it's never an easy road to get to this point, and it's great to come away with a gold medal again. It feels so unbelievably good. It's been a hard couple of years since the Olympics, and it's nice to bounce back with another major title. But I've got to do it again. 2 weeks' time, I've got the Europeans. Hopefully I can mix it up again there. I think there were signs of something really big again today. My 4th round foul was a real biggie. So if I can keep that and get ready for the Europeans and make it a magical and amazing year.
So after the injuries, after winning Olympic gold, were you worried about how you would do today, or have the injuries been a worry that you thought you might never get to this?
Yeah, I mean, as soon as I ruptured my hamstring last year, I thought my career was possibly over. And it's hard to come back from. Ultimately, a tear is something that heals relatively quick. When you actually tear a muscle in half, it's a very different matter. And I was fortunate that it healed properly, and I was here to fight and do what I needed to do. Again, it wasn't an amazing performance from the point of view of distance, but I had 3 nice 8-metre jumps again, and consistency often can win you championships and medals. And it wasn't about jumping out of the pit today, it was about doing what I needed to do to win, and I'm absolutely over the moon with that.
Grenada have their first ever Commonwealth Games gold medal thanks to 21-year-old Kirani James in the 400 metres at Hampden. Already the world and Olympic champion, Kirani now has the complete set.
Commonwealth gold to add to Olympic, how does it feel?
It's a great feeling just coming out here, representing my country, making everyone home proud. And I'm just happy to be out here in Scotland. The crowd was fantastic, and I like, the atmosphere that, they really exerted. So I'm just happy with the results, happy with, everything here in Glasgow right now.
And a Games record as well?
Oh yeah, that's good.
What was were you hoping for a record as well, or what was your hopes for it?
I'm going to do my best, and based off, my personal best that I set, a couple of weeks ago, I was kind of hoping to, have a time within that range. So the competition record was reachable, but I still had to work hard for it.
So what's next after the Commonwealth Games?
I have no idea. I'm gonna go get some rest and head back to my training base, and then my coach and my agent, we're gonna talk about what we're gonna do next. But it's not gonna be anything much or anything major. So just get some time to relax a bit.
Canada's climb up the medals table was helped by Brianne Tyson-Eaton, who cruised to success in the heptathlon. This was her 800-metre run. Brianne won at a canter with a score of 6,597 points.
Commonwealth champion, how do you feel?
I feel really good. I was telling other people I've had a couple silver medals over the last year and a half, so getting gold was something that I wanted to accomplish and kind of check off the checklist. So.
And was that with training this year for Commonwealth Games, was that your main focus?
Yeah, it was. It definitely was. And obviously I wanted to have a good score here because meets like this are a little bit different in the sense that it almost feels like 4 days because there's 2 sessions each day. So when you can score well at these types of meets, it's a big thing, going forward.
And so you've got a gold medal now, your husband has a gold medal, so the gold medals everywhere now.
Yeah, we got to get these all framed, I guess, so we can have kind of like a trophy room, but we're a little bit behind.
And what have your memories of Glasgow been?
This has been an awesome place. I think it's probably the best environment I've ever competed in. The fans are awesome. Like, they cheer for everybody, not just kind of the hometown favorites. And that, I think, really drives the performances to be a lot better. And it was just so much fun. I loved it.
Badminton player Lee Yon from St Helena has made a mammoth effort to get here for the Games with a 6-day boat trip to Cape Town before flying to London and then on to Glasgow.
We actually started on the 11th of July, 6 days via ship. Sorta get boring at times, but it is enjoyable. And from the ship, we basically landed in Cape Town. One day in Cape Town I had to rest up. The next day in the afternoon I left from Cape Town to fly out to Heathrow. It's a Royal Mail ship. It's actually called the RMS St Helena. So it's mainly for like post and stuff, but it actually takes people as well. The gym actually only consists of cardio machines, I should say. And then like we did like shuttle runs or skipping up the side of it and push-ups. Basically the first day we just kept slamming into the side of the ship doing the activities. It's not the best preparation for international sport, but it's the only way basically.
Now for those who don't know, where is the island?
Its location, I would have to say, is just below the equator, just south of it. It's in between America and Africa. The island is actually 22 square kilometers. About 4,000 to 5,000 people. Lots of greenery, lots of different wildlife, plenty of things to see. But one of the easiest ways to describe the island or let people know where it is just say Napoleon basically, because that's where he was exiled. So it's very isolated, but yeah, it's beautiful. We went to night classes to do badminton, but there's only like 5 people that actually do badminton on the island. So it was good basically just to progress to where we could and just go from there. Yeah. The NASA's committee, National Amateur Association, they actually ask who interested in going for the Games, and you just basically show commitment that you want to take part. I won't be going home for the next 3 years, hopefully. I actually taken the BTEC in electrical engineering in Hertfordshire.
That must be tough. You're leaving family and friends?
Well, yeah, we are quite a close-knit community, and basically we know everybody, know everyone, so it wasn't really hard leaving. I was more excited about coming to the Games and bettering my education, so just really looking forward to that.
Our first live action of Day 8 of the Commonwealth Games on the Games channel comes from the West End of Glasgow, in the shadow of Kelvin Grove Art Gallery and Museum. Lawn bowls coming your way. It's the Para Open triples B6, B7 and B8, and it's the gold medal match between South Africa and New Zealand. The commentary comes from Paul Mitchell and John Price.
Plenty of you have been sending in your selfies, your tweets and your pictures of the arena. Now we have less than a minute to go. Let's make some noise for all your players.
So South Africa and New Zealand in the same section. Australia didn't come out of that one. Scotland, England, Wales and Malaysia completed the tournament. But the gold medal match, South Africa against New Zealand, is coming up.
Let's make some noise for your teams in the medal matches. Let's hear it for England. Let's hear it for Scotland. Let's hear it for New Zealand.
Neil Woods gets a little cheer from the crowd around Kelvin Grove. He's in charge of this one.
Okay, you want to join me in the countdown? We'll go at 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3.
So the countdown and the hooter, which will get all the matches underway, including this gold medal match. 15 ends, triples, 2 balls a player. And good morning from Glasgow from me, Paul Mitchell. I'll be watching this in the company of Welsh Commonwealth Games medalist John Price. John, we've seen a little bit of the para teams. We've watched South Africa, who really impressed. They tied with New Zealand in the group stage. Much more at stake today.
Yes, it's the big one. This is for the main medal, and I think they're a very good side. South Africa have done really well in these championships so far. On the greens here at Kelvin Grove.
Dejan van der Vyver is ready to play the opening ball. Here comes Linda Bennett, the lead for New Zealand.
And 2 very good line bowls to start from both players. It's always the first requirement to pick the line up. Then you try and adjust the weight.
That's a really good end. Opened up, as you mentioned, John, right in line, and then just improved the weight. Now what adjustment here can Linda make?
Well done here, mate. Very good.
That's good weight.
Balls in line, slang that hand, you're drawing up onto the jack, put onto Dion.
South Africa playing with the blue stickers on their balls. New Zealand play red.
Okay, good try. 1, 2, 1, Rog. Pick your hand, mate.
Roger Haggerty, Morningside Country Club.
Drop under, mate. Standing. Turning Dion. Dion level. He's a 2 ball behind.
There's Barry Winks. He's falling short with his first. Just to see the adjustment of both these players. And the match against Australia, I thought Roger Haggerty played really well. South Africa, line 2.
Need to hit something, I think.
No change, still 2.
Derek Lobban will play next for South Africa, the skip. Good pedigree. Took a gold in the 2007 World Championships, so he's a top quality player. Got a good line. Good effort, good ball. It's a good start by Derek.
He's been a very strong player in this competition.
New Zealand skip Mark Noble. Mark's from Wellington. He also plays chess at international level.
Well, I love the strategy of the game.
Turn and look. I want you
South Africa line 2.
to match this ball,
measure
get
as
inside
well.
this ball, a big measure
Throw it in.
through. It's all the way around, little bit of swing. Anywhere here that you finish is good. Yeah. It's coming.
Yeah, Derek played a safe line then. He didn't want to
Good
turn
job.
the New Zealand ball in on a good line, so he's just left out a little wide.
It's a good 2 and a measure, mate. You only need that.
Oh, Mark Noble going to come down and have a look here. Just wants to make sure that he can size the shot up.
It's not easy for him to get a road into this. Lots of short bowls on the backhand side. There's a shot on the forehand to lift his own bowl. It's a forehand he's lining up on. Well, certainly in the area with this. All about weight to get down to that bowl. Very close. Oh, he's unlucky. Good effort.
Yeah, it was good. He played up onto his own red ball. One shot out. We're having a look. I'm going to call the umpire this early. It's 2 shots have been given. So, the opening shots go to South Africa. So South Africa lead New Zealand by 2 shots to 0. Plenty of para sport at Glasgow 2014. Here's an explanation of this particular category.
In para lawn bowls, open triples is played by teams of 3. Here, Lexi shows 2 examples in each class. B6 is for standing or wheelchair bowlers with reduced balance function but able to bowl a full length end. B7 is also for standing and wheelchair bowlers, though they have mild balance problems. B8 is for bowlers with a minimal impairment. Each team is made up of any class and any gender, but must contain at least 1 B6 player.
So a gold medal at stake here in the para sport open triples for those categories B6, B7 and B8.
Linda Bennett, lead for New Zealand. Linda lost an arm in an accident, car accident in 1989. He's had some success in the bowls. Gold medal at the Pretoria World Championships in 2011, so she's a proven class player.
Diane van der Wyver.
Carrying a little bit, but it's fine. Come to a good
In
spot.
this unbeaten triple.
2-1.
They did draw against South Africa, New Zealand. They did draw in their Section A game, 10 each. Pretty good over a 15-end match.
Give me a handy here, mate. Very good. Very good, mate. One down, Rog.
It's always good when your lead gets past the jack with one ball.
Linda's last ball's through 1 meter. And a bit. Make the trip, you're going to be good. Come on, Roger.
That's very good. Excellent weight. As you said, Paul, he's been in good form, Roger Agati, and he's shown again solid number 2.
Yeah, in that match against Australia, they won 21 shots to 9. All 3 players really clicked, played well. No weakness in the rink whatsoever.
South Africa has adapted so well to these greens. I think the secret is they're on very good line. In all the matches I've seen, they play excellent line, Paul. Never far away for line. Weight can vary. They can adjust the weight as long as they've got the line, the consistent line. You can see there, he was on the way in again.
Yeah, he's got the track.
Make
Yeah.
sure you're right with this one. Get some of yours is good. Otherwise you can land that and that. So down here to there.
Has to play the forehand for the left-hander. Let's
Have weight.
see where Barry Winks ends up. Just short. South Africa lie 1. The ball of Barry Winks coming in.
Yeah. Go on, D. Have uses half.
Beautiful chimes in the background of the local clock, which seems to have gone from 7 minutes past the hour to a minute and a half before the hour. Oh, it's confusing a lot of people.
A few gremlins, I think.
Yeah, 1 or 2.
Well, Mark's got to play this forehand. Difficult ball in front to beat. South African short ball.
If it goes all the way, we only 1 down. I want more confidence, that's all, and half a meter. Put a line around my bowl or roll my bowl. Yeah. Yeah.
holding the higher line.
Nothing wrong with that.
Right.
I've got nothing else.
Right.
Smart Noble. Just wants this to swing in now.
Come on, buddy. Come on.
Well done.
Given a really good chance, and it comes. That's the shot.
Nice little smile from Mark.
Quite
Great delivery
rich.
that was.
Yeah, terrific shot.
Only way in really for him. Just on the high side. Round the short ball, good weight. Brought smiles to the faces of the New Zealand fans.
Gets them on the card. South Africa leading by 2-1. South Africa, well, there's a chance today to add 2 more lawn bowls gold medals to its collection. First of all, in the para open triples, well, they feature in the semi-finals today as well. Then the gold medal match of that takes place later on today. They're having a fabulous tournament. As Dion plays out of the Taipan Sports Club in East London in South Africa. Started playing in 1989. Big fan of the Bulls player Jerry Baker. South Africa line 1.
Holding the shot, Rog. Trying to match that ball on the draw.
Very effective delivery action there, the fixed stance to get your line. There's no body movement, so you can get a consistent line then. Quite a strong upper body on a heavy green with an arm action, but it's very effective. You see a lot of South Africans with that sort of stance, fixed stance.
Lines it up beautifully.
Yeah. Yeah, play to their ball, Roger. Same sort of line you just played. You're looking Bonnie. You're looking good, mate. Roger.
Very good again. That's 2 great balls.
Roger Haggerty Going 2 all on his own for South Africa. And of the 4 players at the front, he's certainly caught the green here. Oh, Derek Loman goes up. Great to have a second player like that. You know, he's capable of just a little heavy shot, but he's a wonderful drawer of the shot.
Yes, and that's the important thing in 2-ball triples. You want bowls in the end. Good drawing player who can play a little bit of weight. Derek's just inside the line with this one, I think. Weight wasn't too bad.
Eric, you're staying here. I want you at my toe splitting these 3 balls.
Things we've covered on this rink
Big meter
in
through the
previous
head.
sessions,
Let
that
it
side
swing.
has been the more difficult. So it'll hold if you get too wide, and the tendency is then you pull your line and you go under very quickly.
Yeah. Lake journey.
Well, Derek sensibly on the backhand. He's played
You're on the road.
a little wide with that. Again, very good weight. Just missed the line.
Your weight was okay.
Yeah, I just wanted to be the other side. Was instructed just to come and take that triangle of balls, get some cover. He's adjusted his line. Not sure it's going to come back in time.
Okay, deep breath. You just have to beat that for another. With confidence, you can do absolutely no damage.
There's a guarantee a Skip loves to hear. He can do absolutely no damage.
That's right. Just needs to pull his line and keep the weight.
Just be travelling.
And then good weight, and he gets a pull back
you're
here. Just needs to turn very quickly.
Yeah, good effort, bud. 2. Well ball, done.
2 shots to South Africa.
Yes, it's the important ball on that end. Nails the jack. It's always going to be difficult to beat.
As we saw yesterday, John, in the action, you're going to get shots on the 2 feet. They're not going to be crowding round the jack. The greens are a little tricky then when you add the wind and the rain, and yesterday the wind was very, very difficult. I'm really pleased for the players. It's really dropped, certainly for the moment.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, it's a lot calmer today. They may have some rain at some stage to contend with, but wind is the biggest problem, I think, for a bowler. You just can't control, you know, where the bowl's going at times. Yesterday was very blustery. We saw the best players in the world struggle.
Yeah, 2 or 3 times you could see a player letting something go into the wind. The wind would die down. And of course, you then land short.
Yeah, I was chatting to Robert Whale last night, and he cut a very frustrated figure because he felt that in one direction the green wasn't playing too badly, in the other direction he just didn't know where they were going. And I suppose you need to get through those days. If you can sneak a win on that kind of day, you've got a chance.
Well, the Welsh singles winner from 2010 didn't make the quarter-finals this time round.
Push all the way to this, mate. All the way. Give me everything. Good, buddy.
Well played, Linda Bennett.
Going deep.
This is a good try. Needs the ball solid. Oh, well played. That's very good. Good second. Good standard.
Yeah, it's been very, very good. There's no doubt about it.
Very good balls played.
Any final at this level, the nerves are there. Watch these players when they were coming into the 4 greens here at Kelvin Grove that are being used for competitive play, and you can, you know, some looked relaxed. You could see 1 or 2 looking tense, and you just want to get up, get underway, and start to play well. And to be fair, they have.
This has been the star man in the early part of this game.
Trying, Roger.
Oh, he's trying again, isn't he? He's trying again. Look at this. Oh, that's a really good ball for Roger Haggerty. That's top quality. Yeah, he'll take the applause. I don't know what he had for breakfast, but it's good stuff.
Well, he's enjoying himself here. There's the first big shower of rain to arrive. It's not going to be the last.
Roger. Good night. We're lying a couple. The way the jack is positioned, if it's hit, it's going to come to you. Stay on the draw, just to there. Big Nita. Now keep your weight, don't go too mad. Now I mean through. Half. Going to come to a good spot.
It's an ideal position as well. So another good end from Roger. He's making a difference. No doubt about that. He's limbering up as well. Well, Roger, if you haven't loosened up, what are you going to be like when your muscles are loose?
Yeah, this is just, you know, a warm-up here. Right, off he comes. Here comes Barry Winks. He's got a choice of bowler jack or ditch. Finds the hole. Never really had a chance that one, let it go. Was off target quite quickly.
And look at this, played with controlled weight. Off one ball, gets the other ball away. 3 shots. That's great bowls. Oh, he's delighted, isn't he? Delighted. Great stuff.
Derek Lobban, we will just try and draw in behind this because there is a chance it will spring. They do have a good back ball already, South Africa.
It's a great position again for Derek to bowl at.
Yes, quick. That follow through, guys.
Just push through with that.
Nothing wrong.
A little bit too keen to get there.
Yeah, it's best back ball. So if the jack does get scattered and has to be put on the respot, then they would do well. Mark Noble. Takaro Bowling Club in New Zealand. Sharon Sim was his club coach. Started his bowling career at 16 years old. Not enough weight.
I want you on the narrow draw. You make that your cat and you roll it once or you get inside there for another. We don't want to give them a wing.
And you can see Roger signifying he needs to just lift that ball in, narrow the target.
Chance.
Certainly a better line.
Slowly now. Are you good, Jerry?
Half a chance with this. Half a chance with this one. Oh, that's going to make it very difficult now. Big problems here for Mark Noble.
4 shots against them.
Well, he's going to take a look at this, but he's not going to like what he's going to see when he gets to the other end.
Well, he certainly isn't. Just thought he was too timid with his first one.
Yeah, I think he had a reach. He had a chance with the first one. There was a gap there. It's now been closed down. He's going to have to use a lot more weight, and that makes it more difficult.
Yeah, it can swing away quite quickly.
Early problems for New Zealand in this match. You're not careful, the game can get away from you in the first 5 or 6 ends.
Well, there's only 20 shots between these sides when they met previously in the group stage. And already you could be looking at potentially South Africa on 8 after just 4 ends. Already, even early in this match, an important ball is driving.
He's underneath, he's going to have to be lucky on this. He wasn't.
Well, we're right behind that, John, and it just never looked like it came out of his hand very well. He just seemed to pull it immediately. Well, it's 3 in the end, but 3 is a good 3 for New Zealand.
Yeah, always inside it, needed luck off that ball and didn't get it.
Well, so far it's been South Africa, and it's been a tale of the front ends. And it's been a very good few ends for Derek Lobban, and it's been very difficult for the skip Mark Noble. Shots have been against him, and he's not been managing to convert. Great single draw at the last end to pick up the single, but they're losing a 3, not able to play in with weight.
Yeah, another good opener. This is good, solid play. It's a build-up of pressure every end, isn't it?
It is.
A lot of bowls there.
So here's Linda Bennett, who said yesterday they were overwhelmed with qualifying for the final. Herself, she just wanted to play well. Don't want to play well for the coach because he's not made the trip to Glasgow.
Rain coming down quite heavily. Linda had a few problems there with the grip on the bowl.
Not bad in the end.
And again, try and turn your bowl over once.
Sort of small rain, isn't it? It blows into your face and it gets everywhere.
It's irritating rain. Fairly dreich around Glasgow.
Coming to a good spot. Easy. You're fine. You're on the tee.
There's a fair bit of cycling around the city today in Glasgow. The road races. It's not going to be easy.
Yeah, a bit of slipping and sliding, I would think, in these sort of conditions. Slipping and sliding on the bowling greens here as well.
Big shot here, pal.
This is a good adjustment. Oh, she's played that so well now. That's what they needed. That'll get the confidence going.
It's perfect line too.
Fine, Rog. Whoa, whoa.
Yeah, he's pushed South Africa on the more difficult side.
Doesn't really matter, mate. This is where close is back here. So you got 6 feet there or down there. Just play 6 feet, mate. Good Winky. I think you'll be in, mate. You're in, buddy.
Another try for tighter.
Try and pull his line in a little bit here now, Roger.
You can hold your head.
Oh, that's the problem. You pull it in,
Good weight coming in.
away the ball goes.
Okay, good try, huh?
Yeah, nice weight again. That's a good sign of pressure on South Africa. Roger Haggerty doesn't get in. Chance here for Barry Winks to add another to the count.
Barry's a left-hander. Just wonder whether he might get a better line on this side. Yeah, he's just getting a little hold, isn't he? It's going now, though. It's good length. Counts.
Yeah, in it goes. Four balls played by the front end. 4 balls New Zealand lie.
Yeah, that's the ball that did the damage. First bit of pressure on Derek Lowen.
Yeah, just saying how relaxed the game it had been for him so far.
Linda Bennett taking the applause there.
Quite right too.
Now then, Derek, need to find one.
He's tight as well.
He missed that badly. I just wonder whether he might have played the backhand there, damage limitation, get a ball in there, second or third. He's in danger of losing a very big count now.
Well, should be able to draw in here for number 5.
And sometimes, you know, Paul, it looks like it's a forehand shot there, but it's so difficult, and you think, well, if I play the backhand, I won't win the end, I won't get the shot, but I'll make sure my opponent doesn't get a big count. Just to cut down. Just got to accept sometimes that you can't play that side of the green. No, Mark Noble. This is the best line anybody's played on this side so far.
Derek, just to
Didn't get the weight.
two ahead,
That was a miss.
and you just
What a line
stop
that
here for
was.
second or third. Up to you.
Yeah, he's gonna. This is sensible now. He's going to go on to the
Close a
backhand.
bit.
Good chance to get a third bowl at least here.
John. On a row.
Now then, Derek.
Go on, D.
Got half a chance with this. Yeah, that's the difference, isn't it? If to play 2 balls there,
Third or fourth.
it's a good attempt.
Probably got 2, mate.
Only 2 now.
That's a good cut down from 2. Well, potentially 4 down to 2.
Close.
Short with his first one. Begin to improve.
Well, needs to get past the front. It's good. Well played if he runs. Oh, that's very good.
That's well played. Good adjustment.
Made that look easy, Mark. Which it wasn't on that side.
So the umpire required to come on. Yeah, good adjustment. And he came. Oh, it's good for New Zealand. I'm going to track back South Africa here. Stay in touch. Couple of battywinks against the bowl of skip of South Africa. Eric Lobban, yeah, touching that one. Just going to double check. And it is no additional for New Zealand. So 3 shots.
Well, that's better for New Zealand. Scoreboard looks a little bit prettier. Oh, it's 2 ladies under their very attractive umbrellas.
The ponchos, the hoods, and everything else to battle against the weather. Dion just keeping his bowl dry as Linda gets ready to get end number 6 underway.
She played very well in the last end. Picked a good line again. Just slightly short.
So you see Dion, one hand behind the back to steady himself. Takes aim. Great strength, especially required on these greens. A day like this, just going tight, but it's been pretty reliable so far in this tournament.
How's that for an adjustment? Well played. Linda coming into the game now.
Yeah, it's coming into a very good game.
It's a great adjustment there. On first ball, gets the jack solid.
Dion, if he's on the outside of that, has got a really good chance from our viewpoint, and he comes. That's a decent ball. Help New Zealand slightly round the corner.
That's useful, that.
You want to have a go at it at this stage? Yeah. Speed more.
Just tried to disturb it there a little bit. Also a little bit more weight than was needed.
Yes, it's certainly attacking the shot bowl. Got 1 second. I mean, unfortunate if he took his own bowl out, but chance here for Barry to get another one in.
I love that last crowd shot, the picture of the South African blanket. You know, when you're coming to Scotland to prepare for a tournament, you know, don't necessarily need to bring a flag, John, but if you can bring a blanket with you, even better.
That's very cosy, isn't it? Well then. Playing it again, very close. Oh, that was close. That was very close then. That was a shade of paint.
Ooh. Well, it's one of the certainties of bowls, isn't it? If there's a hole to be found, it can always be found. There it was. Oh.
Any touch on that shot ball and you'd have had it away.
Just starting to see better bowls, especially from Linda Bennett, and so often in this kind of match that, you know, with your lead play goes your rink.
That's good weight by Mark. Well, South Africa will be a little careful. They don't want to remove their own second bowl now. Not sure whether I would attack this.
Well, Roger Haggerty went on the attack.
Johns. Now you swing.
He's playing forehand now. Just a heavy draw.
Still just the one.
Just wonder whether Mark will look at this second ball. This is a shot on to roll it away. Giving it a close look.
Well, I think he can reach it, he can see it. There's a nice little guide. You come inside, and we'll be able to pick it out.
It's a fairly safe shot.
Yeah, with any shot that you're playing, got to assess the danger as well as the potential benefit.
Well, I think he's decided against it. He's just going to play the draw.
Looks timid. Yeah. He's drawn a couple of really good shots. He's also left a couple quite short.
The problem now by moving that short ball, he's left a little gap there. Something that Derek can use, a line in. Derek will know if he's between the two short bowls, he's going to be close. See those two short bowls, Paul? Anything down that gap, it's going to be in the area.
Has he given that a try?
If he's got the weight, he has. It's just swinging away.
Yeah. It's actually pretty good weight, wasn't it?
Yes. Don't know if he's knocked another one in.
I'll have a look. The shot ball is out. Umpire called for.
Yes, he may have been unlucky there. He's got the last ball, Mark Noble's ball in. Might have given the second one away.
So here comes the umpire. A little bit of measure work.
Umpire's a little mat. Puts his knee on. The green's damp as well, that's quite useful.
They've thought of everything.
Put his right knee on the mat, you can see the little blue mat. A little prayer mat.
Surely the players would be better off with him than the umpires. Single shot.
That's tightened up now, 7-5. And we've got a little bit of sun as well now, so getting all the seasons in the first hour.
It's been the way in the last couple of days, hasn't it? I think that what's pleased the players here this morning the most, John, is the fact that the wind has really dropped away. It was very, very blustery here yesterday.
I would agree, it's calm compared to yesterday.
One or two players sitting back at the Commonwealth Games village very frustrated that their matches were played in such tricky conditions and that today is so much easier.
I told them last night, I was talking to a few of them, I said, you thought you had problems. We nearly lost our TV monitor in the commentary box. Well, it was easy on the greens, Paul.
Well, that was some moment yesterday here in Glasgow where we're slightly exposed to the elements and the wind caught our whole commentary position, including the rain cover, and lifted the television monitor that we have beside us, and it started to take it into the second row of seats before we managed to clutch onto it and get it back. It made for an interesting moment or two, that was for sure. Just needs to add to her opening ball. Here she comes, round she comes again. Oh, she's coming into a fine game, Linda Bennett. Well played, Dion.
Yeah, good adjustment then.
Good leading from both ranks.
This is a good line in. Really good line in. Oh, that's very good. Well, game on you.
Well, we did think that that 10 each in the group was a marker, an indicator of how this one would go, and it's certainly looking that way. Roger Haggerty. It's gone off the boil in the last two ends. Tell you what, just slipping past there.
Always follow the way you do. I mean, we sit here watching
That's a good position there. Not a bad ball.
You certainly wouldn't be unhappy with that.
Roger, gone quiet the last couple of ends.
got it. Come on.
This is a good attempt.
Good try, Rog.
Very good adjustment. Oh, I just wanted to get a clip of the ball at the side.
Still one to New Zealand, and a good end here for them. Good chance to add another. See this ball coming in. Just nestling in by the jack. That short one in front is good cover as well. That's a New Zealand ball.
Yeah, Linda Bennett's ball in front.
Good weight now, this will pull.
Come on, Petty. Come on, Pet boy. Well done. Well done.
That's wonderful.
Half a ball through, falling off the ball. All on the way.
Right. Tarek, can you come in and play a similar ball? A little bit on the high line.
Don't mind the weight.
Yeah, well, Derek had a bit of an
tighten it
armchair
on that
ride the
line.
first 4 or 5 ends. Didn't need to do much, and suddenly now he's being called upon, and he's finding it difficult to stand up to the plate, really.
Just wants a repeat of his last one.
Keep coming now. Keep coming now.
Well, I like it. Just wanted to encourage it to
Not in
come,
your
but
way.
just
The meter and a bit.
slowed up very quickly.
So, probably drop a half, float in there. If you pull the white, it's a bonus. We want you to rest this bowl.
And Derek, you need to reduce the weight from the last bowl.
Just hold. Now you start.
Now then,
Now you
this
start.
looks a lot better. This has got
now
a
you
chance.
start.
And it comes, little borrow. No, didn't get it. Oh, looked for all the world like he was going to get a touch on the red ball, but not to be.
Yeah, to New Zealand. 7 apiece.
Yeah.
See that last ball coming in. He played that well, Derek. Any contact would have got him a second. Just overweight through the gap. 7 all, 7 ends.
Yeah, almost a fruit machine scoreline, isn't it? 7-7-7.
Yes, all squares so far in that gold medal match. Let's head for Glasgow green. England against Canada in hockey. England bronze
Roper takes the
medalists
free
in
hit this
Delhi
time.
4 years ago. Canada needing a big win here to deprive England of a place in the semi-finals. It looks even more unlikely than it did, because Ashley Jackson has the opening goal for England, who are ahead against Canada by a 1-0 as we return to the bowls.
Come on, Gil. Give this and everything, mate. All the way to it. One down anyway, Linda. So work down in there again, mate. Come on, Lindy. Go. Go for it. Go for it. Good night. Going hard, Daddy. Swing. Going hard, mate. Good, buddy. So, working down at those, mate. Bring it to land on. Push through, mate. That's good. Come on, mate.
In good position there.
Catch it to one side, you can come this way. I want you to match this ball on the draw. You come into there for me. Raise it to level. What, that ball is that far behind the one.
Okay, South Africa going for position with this ball. Trying to cover the back.
Load your head. Try.
Such a difficult side to play any sort of good bowl on, though. It's really, it's a 1 in 10 hand, if you like, Paul. You know, the percentages are not great there. Just wondered whether he'd play the other side to take that shot away. You know, the shot they're going to play down the split.
Well, this is, you have a look and you think, you can understand the intentions, certainly, of South Africa there, but they've not taken this shot away. Want to get into their own ball.
Close. Yeah, gets it. Well played.
Barry Winks playing the shot.
Half the ball behind the white as the ball in front. You can either play there.
That's the problem. If you leave a shot like that, chances are, you know, the opposition are going to do that. They're going to roll into it.
And then that looked a good line to come across. Just going to fade away.
Yeah, that's just to emphasise the point we're making on that side. It's such an unreliable hand. Any sort of weight, where you're drawing, playing weight, running bowls, really difficult. A little bit of concern there in South African ranks now. That's the one, that's the bowl that did it.
Yep, as John Price has explained to you, that is a hard hand. Didn't help himself there, particularly Mark Noble. Never really gave it a chance. Well, there's a man who's already got a gold medal from this game, Herman Schultz. Skipped the Parasports mixed pairs. One along with Gwen Nell. And it could be a Parasports double for South Africa at these games.
Trying. Number.
Oh, he likes it. That's a good shot. Had to get it absolutely precise, and he did so. That's a turnover for Derek Lobban.
Yes, he played this a lot firmer. Gets his solid, sticks on the back bowl. Pumping the fist there. Needed that. Looking at this as well. This is very close. If he gets the bend, oh, that was unlucky. Then he got the ball solid.
Get off the draw. Basically, if you fall inside this ball, you've got another shot.
There's a chance to add a second. Not easy after playing weight. He's got to go back to the draw.
Right is good.
Oh, Roger Haggerty likes it, encouraging it in.
Oh, this is really good if it
Give it
runs.
a chance.
That's very good. He made that look easy. Drive to draw. Really well played.
I need a lot of space to draw, but he just draw the first shot anyway.
Really good.
2 shots. South Africa back into the lead.
Yes, that's really good after a drive.
Oh, South Africa 9, New Zealand 7. This Parasport Open Triples event. Dion van der Wyver, Roger Haggerty and Derek Loman for South Africa. And that is Dion.
Dion's eye, you can see his left eye, it's like shooting a gun.
Yeah. Just keeping a really good look on things.
Take a look at this on his bowl. Really concentrates. And then Dion, you see this, eyeing it up. See that left eye? Watching down the line.
Yep.
Shooting for gold. Just overweight. Very good line again. Keep for later.
He rarely gets the line wrong.
Yeah, I said it's vital on these greens.
It's developed a very good contest between Dion, South African lead, and Linda Bennett.
Looking over, Paul, to the other green, you can see that Northern Ireland now against Darren Burnett. Martin McHugh is now 13-7 in front of Darren.
Well, he's a real medal hope for Scotland. Darren Burnett. Sam Tolchard of England, well up on the Norfolk Island. Canada have already won and gone through, that's Ryan Bester.
Just warming up.
Well played. Take the borough on for opponent's ball.
Bright sunshine now, Paul, warming up. Nearly tropical.
I think we're just a few degrees off tropical yet, John, but certainly much warmer. Roger's back.
He's back, Roger. Where you been? Come back. He's a few ends away. He's back with us.
He does like the sunshine, Roger.
Close, buddy. You're close, mate.
This is close as well. This is very close. Gets an edge off that. Oh. Very, very good stuff. Really good stuff. This is top quality.
Yeah, turning on the style, both teams.
Waiting, yeah. Dion's there. So you know, give it a little bump.
Roger, you're on a good line again, Roger. Yeah, he's just played it over. That was sensible. He's just looking to disturb the shot ball. Another good receiving position.
Still. Not quite like it in there, like squeaking in there. If you land there, all good.
And then Barry.
Another second here, mate. Push.
Such a good with his last one.
And more.
Oh, it's another pretty good effort. Just the one shot, but what a very tasty exchange between the front end of the triples. Well, that was Roger. Barry had a word to say to Barry Winks. Just that little nick in.
Derek, rather the big meter to hold that line and go for the shot ball.
Well, it's called the shot. Bit of weight to come all the way in.
Trying, bud. Very good try.
Played pretty good
Another
weight
one
for
in
that.
the head as well.
Yeah, if he comes through and taken that, it was going to a nice place.
I can see the position on the rings. Blue ball just behind the jack is the target ball. South Africa, really. New Zealand will be looking to get to that ball. He knows if he can get onto that, he'll be in good shape.
White's perfect, mate.
Oh, good attempt to get to that blue ball, needed some bend.
I want you to go back here and play.
He'll still play
that
this
sort of
ball
way to
because he
pop
gets
it
any
like you
movement.
were
I say that's the
talking.
target behind for him. He gets any movement, he puts the jack onto that back ball. Doesn't want to play it too heavy.
Coming on to the better hand too.
Okay, no worries, it's only one.
Swap sides, didn't he? I don't quite reason why he played. If he's going to play forehand with the first, nothing had changed.
You're talking about how far the black's behind?
Well, Roger Haggerty was calling that shot, and there was no problem. Derek Loman decided that was fine.
There's only one New Zealand ball in there at the moment. Or one South African ball, sorry. Can he get to it?
Now, what's the matter? I think he can. It looks a fairly decent shot. A little bit of weight to turn it out. Could count if you stay.
If he plays good weight, you could get off the side ball. He's looking at all the angles. I'm not sure you're going for a... Sure, well, he's saying that. Get outside edge of that and get the other ball in. And come off it. I might get to the blue ball. I think that's the reasoning. There we are. Off that. Get that.
And it's as easy as that.
Just like that.
Well, we'll see if he can make an impression.
That'll be a Tommy Cooper shot, won't it? It'll be a bit of magician. He's playing a lot of weight at this. I wouldn't have thought he was with that. I don't really know what he was trying then with that weight. Well,
if the shot had been against, you might have thought weight like that may have been appropriate, but
that was a strange one. Expect him to play this with a, a couple of feet or a meter. Play the full drive at it. He was obviously looking to get a connection off the side balls, but that would have been some shot.
Well, he might like that one back.
I think that was one for the cameras if he had got that one.
There's been another goal in the hockey at Glasgow Green, 2-0 England now. Ashley Jackson scored the first and Barry Middleton is on the mark with number 2. 2-0 England against Canada. England bronze medalists last time, looking to match that or maybe go one better. Cycling around the streets of Glasgow today in the 20th Commonwealth Games. It's the women's individual time trial. Firstly, riders starting at 1 minute intervals, and the race is 30k. Each rider released from the start gate under the McLennan Arch and out onto Saltmarket, heading out of the city and onwards.
She's from Nicosia in Cyprus. She was 6th at the Singapore Youth Olympics time trial. Her name is Ankwe Christoforou.
Interesting to see all the differences in equipment and setup. We'll talk about all of that and the course as the morning gets on. But there's some real excitement at the start gate at the moment. The first starter in this women's individual time trial is off and running. There's the countdown. UCI section event, of course, this. Gold medal at the end of it. And Andrei Christoforou from Cyprus is our first rider. First thing to note here, Rochelle, the roads are wet.
Well, we saw there was a little bit of hesitation around the first corner there, and I think this particular rider was very nervous on the start line. We saw the concentration. It's not easy to go down a ramp, and especially in the wet, on a time trial bike, the equipment's a little bit different, a little bit more difficult to handle. And I think a lot of the female riders that don't have that experience of coming off a ramp could be quite intimidated by the start there.
Well, of course, a lot of women's racing is more one-day racing. Not too many stage races on the calendar at the minute. Of course, not as much time trialling as we get in the men. So how does that affect the specialists in this discipline? I remember a few years ago we had Emma Pooley, who was the world champion. She said she only had 4 opportunities during the year to show off her world championship skin suit. So not as much practice perhaps in racing, but of course, equally amount of training needs to be done.
Well, absolutely. Emma Pooley's spoken out about that this year, that there's a lot of time trials that have been taken off the women's calendar. So the women don't have that many opportunities to go through the paces. And the time trial event is so specific, and the preparation for it and the lead-in, the amount of minutes on the rollers, the warm-up, basically the schedule in the last 1 hour is so specific for time trialing that the athletes need the experience of running through the paces. And this year and last year, a lot of the women have not had the opportunity to do that so many times. So we will see a lot of nervous athletes that are not running on autopilot. They've got to concentrate on their preparation for today's race. And it will be another experience, but obviously there's a big prize at the end of this one.
Huge prize, gold medal, and of course you know what it feels like to win at the Commonwealth Games. Can you just put that into words for us? What is that feeling, winning at the Commonwealth Games?
Well, it's an amazing feeling, but it's I think that the first reaction you get from winning, putting your hands in the air in the Commonwealth Games and winning that gold medal is a sense of satisfaction. Obviously, you work so particularly hard for this one day. It only comes around every 4 years, and that's why it is such an honour to win a Commonwealth Games. You only have that one day every 4 years, so it's in the back of your mind. Every morning you wake up, all the preparation goes into this one day, and you know that you only have this one opportunity. With other races, it's next week there's a race and the week after, but with the Commonwealth Games, if you miss that gold medal, then it's 4 years you need to work again.
Claire Fraser-Green, 36 years of age, from Guyana. She was actually born in London, England. Still wants to achieve qualification for Rio 2016 as well, and has already represented Great Britain in triathlon, riding a bike here for Guyana, the country of her father's birth. What do you make of the course then here, Rochelle? You and I went on the recce ride yesterday. It was just real good fun. I'm not too sure all the athletes were 100% pleased with it, given the fact that it was more a little bit of a rolling road court closure, really, just an escort by the police. It was almost like a club ride, riding around, getting a look at the course. Not a real chance to try it at full gas, though. What were your impressions of the course yesterday?
Well, I think that the athletes have probably done the hard work, and they wanted to get out there and just have a look at the corners and the lines, and there was an off-camber corner there that was a little bit tricky, so a lot of the riders were concentrating on the actual parcourse, the hills, the road surface, probably trying to determine their position. Their tyre pressures is really important, because the weather today, it's dry in some points, and then a couple of minutes later the roads can be wet. So I think the tyre pressure and the tyre choices is very important today. So there's a lot of nervous riders out there tomorrow in that big bunch, but it's not an easy circuit. It's up and down, and some of the roads are a little bit dead in places. And I think the art of today's race, if the wind picks up, will be judging how hard the wind could be, the headwind on the way back.
Oh, the wind at the minute doesn't seem anywhere near as blow as it was yesterday, and I know that chatting to a few of the riders both in the men's and women's event yesterday, they were either quite pleased about the wind or quite worried about it, depending on their strengths, of course. And I know that from hanging around the start area, you and I went down to have a look at the people on the rollers, the mechanics getting everything right, the coaches having those last words of prep with everybody. Some people are actually hoping for the wind and rain here to give them the advantage.
Well, that's right. There's certain riders that like that type of weather and the additional challenges. And as we heard from Emma Pooley, who's probably one of the favourites along with Linda Willemsen in this particular individual time trial, Emma Pooley actually said to us, I hope it rains. I hope, bring on the wind. You know, so she was thriving on this type of weather, and she says, I'm from England, you know, really proud. I want rain, I want wind. So I don't know if that's just a coping mechanism for herself or if that's what she really wants, but certain riders want different conditions. Obviously the Australians, they'll be hoping for dry conditions because they're not as acclimatised to these type of conditions, but I think the weather will be playing in the minds of a lot of the riders, especially in the female field today.
She's 24 years of age, Bianca Hernold.
Bianca Hernold of Jamaica next off the line. Works as a swimming and fitness instructor when she's not on the bike. Took up cycling fairly young. Soon started riding in larger groups though. Had a friend knocked off the bike early on, a little wary there of the wet roads to start.
Well, interestingly, she's on a standard road bike here with no aero bars. So she's all smiles, she's happy to be out there, and she just wants to ride and get around this circuit upright today. So that looks like the main objective.
It's interesting looking at the different equipment on show this morning. Really, really interesting. You had, of course, the big pro teams, the riders who rode for the likes of Orica in Australia, coming in with their full aero road bikes, being developed in wind tunnels. They've got the helmets, they've got everything, the skin suits. And you had these riders such as Bianca, who's out there on the course at the minute, and the Sri Lankan rider we'll have later on as well. Looked like a steel frame with some clip-on tri-bars as well. It's a real variation of equipment, full range of it.
Yeah, there was definitely a huge variation of equipment there in the warm-up area, but the technology, it's unbelievable. Most of these time trial riders at the end of the field, they'll be on the electronic gears, and we see riders that have just gone out on standard road bikes.
Srialata Wickramasinghe, 35 years of age from Anuradhapura in Sri Lanka. Out there again, happy to be out there in Glasgow, looking to put in her best performance. These are the clip-on bars that we were talking about, so for those of you who might be new to watching cycling, just explaining the difference between using a proper time trial bike and a road bike here.
Well, a road bike's generally designed to be more spontaneous, and you've got those handlebars that are round shape rather than this aero one that we're looking at here. This is a specific time trial bike. You see the handlebars there are more aerodynamic, and it allows the rider to get a lot lower at the front as well. So when we get to the end of the field and the more experienced riders, we're going to see that the back will be almost nearly flat, and they'll be in a very aerodynamic position.
Time for Laura Waisley of the Isle of Man, 30 years of age from the capital Douglas. She's actually chosen to carry the Queen's baton on the Isle of Man during the pre-games relay. Off the start ramp here on Glasgow Green, right in the city centre. As the race goes on, though, we get some wonderful shots out into the countryside, the North Lanarkshire countryside. And of course those first time splits to see who is doing what today on this Commonwealth Games individual time trial. Laura, one of the riders who rides for a road team, rides for the Fusion road team. I see disc wheel on the back as well, full time trialling equipment. Has the skin suit on and the number 25 on her back. Nice to see it pinned down properly as well, because sometimes nowadays you see all of this equipment and you see the odd rider who doesn't pin the number on properly and it's flapping away, destroying the airflow.
Well, I was just giving some of this some thought the other day about how much time a rider actually spends pinning a number on. If you calculate all the time that a professional athlete, a cyclist spends pinning the number on, that's a lot of hours in a year that an athlete actually spends, because they're so particular about it. And some athletes might use up to 15 or 20 pins in one number, and other athletes will just use 4, one in each corner. So there's a different theory behind that. Some riders want to make sure there's no wind getting in and underneath, and then you'll have riders, I remember like Nicole Cook, who was one of the great British riders winning the Olympics and World Championships in the same year. She liked to have a lot of pins because she didn't want the wind to get under, but at the same time she had a fear that it would add weight to the overall total weight of herself and her bike. But that's how athletes think so specifically, that actually a number of pins can add additional weight.
Laura Wastley then on her way out of Glasgow. Course is interesting in that for the first 5 or 6 kilometres, it's not exactly a steep climb, but it's a constant climb, isn't it?
Yeah, there's a constant climb, so that's where the specialist time trialist will come into play with their experience of pacing themselves, because it's very important, especially when we talk about that headwind on the way back in, that a rider doesn't go out too hard too soon. And that's not an easy thing, because if you feel okay, you push on the pedals and you want to use the energy that you have, but it can backfire in the later end of the race.
Laura Brown, 27 years of age, from Calgary in Canada, on the national team since 2009. Took up the sport over a decade ago, graduate of the National Cycling Centre. Used to compete in gymnastics, actually, had to give up due to injury. Set her sights high, though. Ambition is to win gold in Rio. Already raced at the London Olympics in 2012. Back with Wastley. Settles into a position. What do you make of a position here?
Well, I think there's a compromise between aerodynamics and flexibility with a rider. We saw that the back wasn't particularly flat, but sometimes it's not all about just having the back flat, because if you don't have the flexibility to produce the power in that position, then it's counterproductive. But you need to find that balance between aerodynamics and the power that you're able to put out. So that's probably the optimal position for that particular athlete. And of course, a lot of people will say, oh, you can be more aero than that, and we know that, but that may not be of benefit if the flexibility is not there in that position.
Irene Stein, 37 years of age, from Windhoek, the capital of Namibia. This is the first real evidence on our screen now, the incline. Christoffel climbing out of Glasgow, the first rider on the course. Coming up to that time check at 6.4 kilometres. Well, Rochelle Gilmore, you've been inside the pro peloton. You now manage quite a lot of the riders who are riding here today. What's the word on the street? Who's feeling good and who isn't in terms of the medals today?
Well, it's a very difficult game. Obviously, this is one of my athletes here that I manage, Amy Roberts. But there's been, obviously with athletes, they're so delicate on the day of the race, so it's hard to tell if they're feeling good or they're not, but a lot of the time they are, because they prepare specifically for this event, and physically they come up for the day, and it's all about how the mentality is on the day, how they wake up, if they're full of confidence, if somebody's said to them that you look good this morning. Any little tiny comments can make a big difference to an athlete on race day. They're extremely fragile.
Amy Roberts, 19 years of age. You know her well, then what can we expect from her in this time trial?
Well, Amy's very young, yes, like you said, 19 years of age, and definitely developing and a star of the future. And on the road, primarily a track athlete, and been very successful on the track.
Yeah, she was 15th, I think, here in the points race, wasn't she, racing last week?
Yeah, she's obviously put a lot of hard work in the last couple of years for her teammates. She's got a lot of strong teammates also, so she's one that's being primed for the future of British cycling.
Now, expect a big cheer here. Lucy Caldwell, ridden since 2009 when she was identified by the Glasgow for Gold talent programme. Riding at home, riding in Glasgow, onto the road, and Lucy Caldwell. Ambition to represent Great Britain at Rio 2016. Wants to race regularly in the women's pro peloton as well. She's already lived and raced in Australia, trying to up her game. Lived and worked in Melbourne as a veterinarian as well for a few seasons. Returned to her hometown, though, to prepare for Glasgow 2014.
Well, it's interesting, we get a lot of athletes coming out to Australia for the summer, and they have their national championships in January, and actually one of the highlights of this rider was getting the Queen of the Mountain jersey in the Australian National Championships, which is a very tough course, so that says a lot about her, that she won the Queen of the Mountains jersey, and against a field of women that peak in January in Australia.
Very, very big rider to watch out for then. Of course, Queen of the Mountain as well, and with the uphill start here, you never know. There's around 300 to 400 metres of climbing over this time trial course itself. A lot of it is up and down, though, not too much complete flat. Joanna Watts, into her 40s now, 42 years of age, from Guernsey. She's a Cambridge University graduate. First class honours in land economy. Has her own commercial property firm when she's off the bike. Guernsey riding in their green and white colours. Certainly one of those teams that's come here with top equipment as well. Back with Laura Brown. already competed on the track in these Commonwealth Games. She was 10th in the 25-kilometre points race.
She's got a very aerodynamic position there. She looks very solid on the bike. We tend to see towards the end of the competition some of the riders start to move around a little bit more in the hips on the bike when they get fatigued, but that's a very solid position that we saw just there.
Anna Christensen. Anna Christian, who rode the Tour of Britannia early in the month to warm up for this. Another young rider from the Isle of Man, just 18 years of age. Isle of Man with black colours. Some big names to look out for in the men's cycling as well for the Isle of Man. Mark Cavendish isn't here. So what can Kenya do coming up at the weekend as well? Got a good team. So back with Brown. Still the roads wet. The good news is the sun is out, so those going out at the end of proceedings today, assuming that we don't get any more downpours, which I can't promise isn't going to happen looking out the commentary box window here at the finish line. It's going to be fairly even Stevens in terms of the conditions for Pooley and Willemsen. Of course, Gillow as well. Rousel's going out a bit early on, so drier roads towards the end can only be an advantage.
Absolutely, I think it'll be a huge advantage. You see here with Rita Trotman, the New Zealander, how many seconds she has to lose just to get through that first corner in the wet conditions. If they were dry, if the corner was dry, that would be one less thing that the rider needs to think about on the start line, and it can come out of that ramp with full pressure on the pedals and get around that corner, perhaps even 3 or 4 seconds quicker.
Rides past one of the Kiwi flags that is there to support her. Began cycling all the way back in Dunedin when she was at university down there. Big focus here on Brown, one of the names to watch in the earlier part of this start list. In terms of the big names, though, it's pretty well backloaded. You've got Willemsen, who's last off, Pooley just before that, Gillow as well, Katie Archibald, another name to look out for. On to the Aussies, Katrin Garfoot. Didn't cycle until the age of 29, you know. Moved to Australia with her husband from Germany, and she's had a meteoric rise over the last couple of years, already moving up into women's teams. She raced the Giro for the first time earlier this month as well, which is just about the biggest women's stage race there is. It's had a huge, steep learning curve.
Well, the Australians cottoned onto this when they saw Garfoot out in Australia doing so well. They basically identified her. She was German. She changed her citizenship to ride for Australia. She's got a lot of support from the Australian program. She's now in the Orica AIS team, professional. So she's an outside chance today, I think, for a medal. Obviously, they have their other Australian, Shara Gillow, but Garfoot has been impressing every time she gets on the bike.
Well, she's riding the TT on electronic gears, that big equipment difference that we talked about, the 10 speeds that they're using. We're talking to some of the mechanics earlier on today, and it's now a fully integrated part of bike racing. It really has come into it in the last 2 or 3 years.
Yeah, when we're talking to the mechanics down there in the area before the start, they were saying that it's a dream come true for the athletes. The gear changes are so nice and so responsive, and you can save a lot of seconds, especially in a time trial, because you've got those buttons on the end of your aero bars, so you don't have to change positions. You don't have all the cables. It's a lot neater and easier for the mechanics. There's a lot less area for error with the electronic gears. The only problem is that when it goes wrong, it goes really wrong. So that is one of the disadvantages. But with the technology these days, there's very little letdowns with the electronic gears, and it makes a huge difference for the athletes.
Our team cars will be following with spare bikes and what have you for all of these riders. Directeur Sportif as well, talking the riders through. Big moment for Joanna Rousel now. British time trial champion in 2013. Already successful on the track at these games. Double world championship there in the velodrome. Olympic champion as well. Rochelle, what does she have to do on the time trial here?
Well, it'll be interesting to see how Joanna goes. She's got 1 gold medal in the bag there from the individual pursuit, which was her main target, and she worked very, very hard for that Commonwealth Games gold medal. She's got an Olympic gold medal, Commonwealth Games, World Championship, so she's got the full bag of Palmares already, and the road time trial is something that she really enjoys. Last year, very close to here actually, in Scotland, she won the National Individual Time Trial Championship. This year she had a little bit of a disappointing time trial, but she has been focusing a lot on the track, so it'll be interesting to see how much that takes out of her road ambitions. But while she hasn't had the perfect preparation for this individual time trial, she'll definitely want to be having a good ride. You can see here that she's very nervous about the wet roads, being very cautious. In my opinion, possibly losing a little bit too much time in the corners there. That looks like a very hesitant, nervous Joanna Rousel.
Joanna Rousel, the English rider, and on to a rival from north of the border. Interesting battle this, the English and the Scots out there today. The Kiwis and the Aussies as well. There's some real good national battles.
Well,
Anna Turvey, pardon me.
Sorry, Rob, I was just going to say, I don't think I could pick today's time trial. Obviously, we have Joanna Rousel, but we have the two favourites, with Linda Willemsen and Emma Pooley. Very hard to pick between those two. Emma Pooley's come into really fine form, but Linda Willemsen on paper, she hasn't been off the World Championship podium in an individual time trial championship for 5 years. So she's definitely got the results there, Willemsen, but Pooley's coming into fine form. Just a couple of weeks ago, won 3 stages of the Giro d'Italia, and that's quite impressive. So very hard to pick out of those two, but then you've got a few names like Rousel, Barker, Charagillo, Katrin Garfoot's out on the course. Eleanor Barker also is coming into good form. So we've got a lot of good riders out there. It's a very classy field for a women's individual time trial.
So Christoforou saving the best time so far at 6.4 kilometres. 20 seconds difference as well down to Laura Brown, and Brown hoping to be right up there. Going to really have to improve. Here is Rousel then. Finally gets a chance to settle into her time trial position. How important is that in the start of a time, just settling down, getting into your rhythm?
Well, like we said before, a lot of athletes ride a bit differently. Some go out hard, some go out slow. We saw Joanna went out quite conservative at the start, and that may have something to do with the idea that the wind could pick up and there could be a solid headwind on the way back in. But getting into a rhythm, it's a very special, I guess, time trialers need to know how to pace themselves. And not every athlete can do that. Time trialing is very specific, and being able to pace yourself and settle into your own rhythm and just be confident in what you're capable of.
Heidi Dalton from Richards Bay in the Republic of South Africa. Rides for Lotto Belisol in the women's pro peloton. Took a few days break in South Africa, back at home before these Commonwealth Games. And on her bike, taking on that first corner again, rather cautious out there. Glasgow Green drenched by a few showers in the immediate run-up to this. Those on the rollers, I think, will have been under the marquees and the tents in the start area. And it's quite a chaotic start area this morning, wasn't it? Wasn't the best of organised of start areas today.
Well, it really surprised me talking to the coaches and watching the athletes there that a lot of these athletes only warm up for 20 or 25 minutes. But I guess, you know, when a competition's so short, they don't need to do too much more, but 20 to 25 minute warm-up. A lot of the track athletes do the same warm-up for this 32 kilometre time trial that they do for a 3 or 4 kilometre pursuit. I know in the case of Joanna Rousel, who we're looking at here, that her warm-up is nearly identical for a 32 kilometre time trial as it is for a 3 kilometre pursuit.
Amy Roberts there setting the new fastest time at 6.4 kilometres by 19 seconds. Here's Jamie Nielsen, a rower turned cyclist. Gold medalist at the Oceania Games in 2011. Wants to carry on, wants to qualify for Rio 2016. There's a lot of that. There's already... It's an interesting starting post and staging post to see where you are in your development looking ahead to Rio, these Commonwealth Games.
Away from the cycling for a moment, just a couple of updates to give you. Firstly, a goal at Glasgow Green in men's hockey, and it's a third goal for England against Canada, and a second of the match for Ashley Jackson. Barry Middleton scored as well. 2-0 England against Canada. And the Australian pair have lost out in the mixed doubles table tennis. It's the Indian pair of Sharatha Shanta and Shamini Kumarasan who are through to the quarter-finals there. 11-6, 8-11, 4-11, 13-11, 11-7. They go onwards.
Area before the riders started out there today. Alice Rousel. Again, looking to settle down, approaching that first time check.
You can see in her skin suit up near her helmet there's a little bit of a bump. That could be a race radio where she has information going from her ear back to the car behind her. And that information that she usually receives will be about the corners that are approaching. So she may be given the information in 200 metres, you're going to have a slight right roundabout. You don't need to come off the handlebars, you don't need to look up, keep your head down, keep pushing hard on the pedals. And she puts a lot of faith into her director back in the car as to when she needs to take pressure off the pedals coming into corners.
Now, what a few days it's been for this young lady. Leah Kirkman, third at La Course at the weekend. Rochelle, you've been involved with cycling for so long. Why was the weekend's race on the Champs-Élysées, the final stage of the Tour de France, raced by the ladies in the morning, why was that so important for this sport?
It was an unbelievable moment for women's sport. To be able to perform on that stage in front of so many thousands of people on the Champs-Élysées was a magic moment for women's cycling. Something that women's cyclists have been demanding for a very long time, to have a women's Tour de France event. This year it happened. They were able to race in front of all those crowds on the Champs-Élysées, and we think it's such a significant moment because we put on a great display, really exciting racing. Everybody was on the edge of their seats. Marianne Vos, one of the best cyclists in the world, won. Not easily, mind you, only by a couple of centimetres.
I would say she's the most dominant cyclist since Eddie Merckx, full stop.
Absolutely. I mean, the whole race on the Champs-Élysées was about, can anyone beat Marianne Vos? And all the teams had to combine their strengths, and she was able to do that. It was a phenomenal display of, the pressure that she had to handle at that moment. She spoke out and said, that's the race on the Champs-Élysées that I want to win this year. The biggest race for her, and she pulled off the win. Fantastic. So for women's cycling, I think it's the start of more events like that. The Tour de France may decide to put on a longer stage race for women, but it's a very, very special moment in women's cycling.
Leah Kirkman, who was third at the weekend, will keep an eye on her progress. Garfoot looks like she's going fairly well.
Well, like we said, she's a newcomer to the sport, coming in late, but the Australian Institute of Sport have put a lot of effort into this rider.
She looks good as well. She looks really good in a time trial position. Just pumping out the power. She's the fastest after 6.4 Ks. 38.6 kilometers per hour speed so far. Just 9 minutes, 56.79 seconds and 6.62 ahead of Coldwell. Is that time that shows she means business to you?
Absolutely, and the fact that there's 4 people in the follow car there and they're all anxiously looking out the window means that they're watching closely. But here we see Katie Archibald, also one of the favourites here today for the individual time trial. We don't know what to expect from her. The coach has said she had a very specific track program in the last couple of months based in Manchester, and maybe it's a little bit difficult to finish off a 32-kilometre time trial when you've only been training specifically for 3 or 4 kilometres.
Well, she did go well at the British National Time Trials Championships in Wales earlier this year, just before Tour de France. And first weekend in July, in fact, it will have been. She was second only to Emma Pooley there, so it shows that even though she's been a lot of track training and she's been good on the track, she was bronze medalist in the 25k points race, she may still have a bit of form on the TT bike.
Well, I've got to say, I was surprised to see her second at the British National Championships. It was a very tough circuit. There was a nice little climb in it, really tough hill. So to come second to Emma Pooley there at the National Championships was a really phenomenal result for Katie Archibald. And a lot of people started to stand up when she was dominating the local UK races on the road. But after that performance in the individual time trial at the Nationals, it goes to show that she has a lot of potential on the road if she should ever choose to go down that path.
Aurélie Halbach of Mauritius. Actually rode in the mountain biking the other day. There's Gleiser, another of the German-born athletes competing today. Carol Foot for Australia. Gleiser, who moved to Canada when she was 8 years of age. She's the second fastest, 5.14 seconds behind at that first time check. Ashley Moolman, 28 years of age from Pretoria, capital of South Africa. Thanks her future husband for introducing her to a sport of cycling when they were at university. An Olympian, rides for high tech. It's in Girona in the northeast of Spain, where a lot of the pro peloton live, both men and women, of course. And such was her excitement coming to these games. Of course, there was a lot of pro cycling on last week with the Tour de France still on and what have you, but her and her husband sitting down every single evening, watching the live streaming on the internet of the Commonwealth Games. She is really pumped to be here.
Absolutely, and the time trial, she said yesterday out training that she's using the time trial as a warm-up for the road race. That's the one that she wants to give 100% to. She said that she usually uses in South Africa the individual time trial to get ready for the road race, and she's had a phenomenal run of success in the road race in the South African National Championships. The time trials worked well for her a couple of days before, so she's riding this time trial purely to get herself into condition for the road race.
Well, interesting time check for Joanna Rousel there, and it confirmed what we thought, that she was taking it a bit conservatively. She wasn't happy with the start, a full 9 seconds back on the Australian who is leading at the moment.
This is Shara Gillow. She's definitely one of Australia's medal hopes. The stronger possibly of the two out of her and Katrin Garfield, but we'll see when she goes through for the time check. She's got a good start there, and this is something that she prepares specifically for. So Shara would have put a lot of time into preparing for this, and when I say a lot of time, possibly even 4 years since the last Commonwealth Games. So she wants to win this one. She's going to have a work cut out with Pooley and Williamson, but it's definitely a race that she's targeted.
Again, looks professional, looks very good on the bike. One bit of bad news, we said we were hoping for drier roads. It is raining again at the start-finish line. It's really, really localised. I mean, we're at the finish line, maybe 300 metres across the park from the start line, and that's the difference. It's tipping down here. Next time we go to the start here for Emma Pooley, we may be able to see that rain coming down there. Penultimate rider onto the course. Emma Pooley, retiring after these Commonwealth Games, wants to go out with a bang. This is her big opportunity to do so in this time trial.
Well, she just announced a few days ago that this will be her second last race. The road race on Sunday will be her last race in competitive cycling. She's tending to focus on triathlon or mountain running, other sports, but for cycling, she says this is it. She wants to go out the Commonwealth Games. But what a phenomenal Giro d'Italia Emma had just a few weeks ago.
3 stages, and if it wasn't, I didn't see the race, but if it wasn't, I'm informed, for a bit of bad luck in the early couple of stages, she'd have been right up there on the general classification as well.
Absolutely, no doubt she would have won the general classification if she didn't have that bad luck. On the first hilly stage, she had a nosebleed that was uncontrollable, dropping back to the car, not knowing what's wrong, what goes through your mind. Do I push on? Is this, nosebleed going to go away? And with all that, she lost 5 minutes on that stage, but to win the last 3 stages in a row, in fine style, hilltop finishes, solo. Pretty impressive stuff.
Last rider up the course, perhaps the big favourite for today, Linda Willemsen, 29 years of age from New Zealand. Actually born in Herning in Denmark, where the Giro d'Italia started a couple of years ago. She's competed under both Danish and Kiwi licenses. She's been national time trial champion 3 times in Denmark. She's been the champion in New Zealand, for whom she's competed since the last Commonwealth Games in 2010, where she was second. Rochelle Gilmore, can she win it?
She can, absolutely. She's in the form physically to win it. It all depends on the the mental state today, on the day of the race with Linda Willemsen. But, she's done this 1 million times. Like we said, the last 5 years, she's not finished off the podium at the World Championships. That's how consistent she is. Perhaps there's a little bit of a mental block there with taking the next step to win. Maybe there's always someone better. But like you said, also at the Commonwealth Games in Delhi, second again. But she definitely has the physical ability to win this race.
Yeah, I should mention our defending champion, Tara Whitten of Canada, doesn't defend the title this year. She won it from Linda Willemsen. And Julia Shaw of England, who was third back then. Cycling has always been included in the game since 1938. Road and track joined by mountain biking in 2002. But everybody's out there on the road now. First time checks have been done. We've heard very, very early on that the likes of Katrin Garfoot very, very strong. Rousel a bit off the pace, and looking at one of our favourites here. Willemsen then a minute and a half in, settling down, slight uphill, bit of an incline to begin, and again, really going to favour those seasoned time trialists and those who know how to not only manage the effort physically, but mentally as well.
Well, like I said, Linda Willemsen specialises in time trialling. That's what she is, that's what she does. So for this year, her main targets have been this race today, individual time trial at Commonwealth Games, and then again at the World Championships, she'll peak again. But the amount of effort that goes into this bike that you see that she's riding here was built specifically by her team and Campagnolo Colnago last year prior to the World Championships. It was then taken back to the team base. About March this year, the New Zealand Federation asked to get hold of that bike so they could do some tweaks on it. That's how long ago they started working on this bike. So there's a lot of work that goes into that bike. It's been wrapped up in cotton wool in the hands of the New Zealand Federation. They put a lot of effort into Linda Willemsen for this race. Obviously, these medals mean a lot to the countries. So today's the day for Linda Willemsen.
And it's one day that you don't have to manage her as well. She's off your hands for the day. Of course, Rochelle is the owner and manager of the Wiggle Honda team, for which Willemsen rides as her day job. So for you, it must be nice to watch being close, but a little bit with a step further back as well.
Absolutely. It's, being a little bit less responsible at the business end of the day, being in there this morning, watching them all do the warm-ups. I've got 4 athletes here this morning from Wales, England and New Zealand, so just standing back, watching the athletes prepare and just feeling happy for them and seeing that they're all in good condition and, there was no stress there. Everybody looked relaxed. So,
Leah Kirkman in 5th place so far, winner of the 2011 Tour of Elk Grove. With Willemsen, though, one of the big riders we really are going to try and concentrate on. Silver medal in Florence last year at the World Championships in the time trial. Mentioned that she hasn't been off the podium since 2009. Also won that New Zealand Championship, the Kiwi Championship jersey too.
well, you can see when we look at the other side of the bike there that they've opted to take the power crank off, so she's not riding to power data today. She's got the aerodynamic chainring on the cranks. You'll see that in a minute when we get that shot. The chainring there, you can normally see through that, but she's got a filled-in one for aerodynamics, and that's how particular these athletes get about every single little bit of aerodynamics they can get.
Eleanor Barker, 4.81 seconds down at that first time check. A good opening segment to her ride. Of course, after the time check, we tend to be able to show you now a bit more of the countryside.
It's Katie Archibald we're looking at there. She said this morning that she had a normal porridge with a banana mashed in it for breakfast, so she's got herself all fueled up for today.
Proper Scottish breakfast as well, the porridge.
She said another thing is that for the track events that are a bit shorter, she never has a caffeine gel because her hands shake. She gets off the mark a little bit slow when she has shaky hands, but she said for a time trial, the start is not that important, so she said I might have a few energy gels before I start. Obviously, she's a little bit intimidated by the distance, 32 kilometres, because she prepares specifically for 3 kilometres.
She's going well at the minute. Archibald 0.54.
So fastest out on the road at the minute. She said that when I asked her what did she expect from this race, she said, well, I really don't know. I could be terrible or I could be good. She said there's just no indication in an international world-class field of how I'm going to go out there today.
Let's interact with a couple of riders. When we get to the men's riders later on, we'll have Michael Hutchinson, who's a time trial specialist, doesn't really ride on the road, hasn't ridden too many road races at the elite level, but he's one of the top time trialists, one of the record holders in the world in the discipline. So it's a really, really interesting mix of riders who we've got on the start list. Back to Garfoot. Really, really does look good to me. Purposeful, distributes the effort well, continuing to keep the rhythm up, and just one of those time trialists who's settles down straight away and not much gets in her way, just keeps on tapping out the rhythm, and that's half the battle in time trial. The mental battle is half the battle.
England have beaten Canada in the men's hockey by 3-1. Goal back for Scott Tupper for the Canadians. A little bit of consolation for them, but it is England through to the semi-finals where they will play Australia. Later on, South Africa against India for the chance to play New Zealand in the other semi-final. Back to the women's time trial cycling.
People were talking that it was one of the most exciting stages of the women's Giro that they'd ever seen.
Absolutely, because the bunch pulled back Emma Pooley, and it's like when you get caught from a long solo break, that's it, game over. And what happened?
You should be going out the back, shouldn't you, really?
Yes, and what happened with Emma Pooley? And we're talking about riding against the likes of Marianne Vos and her strong Rabobank team. and she rode away from them again and put time into them and won the stage solo.
Back with Aurélie Haldvac from Mauritius. 16th. Respectable time, 56.84 down on Archibald. All about managing the effort though. Back towards the Australians. Garfoot and Gillow really looking a class above at the minute. Confident and comfortable in their positions and on their bikes.
Well, you can see there under the back seat, that'll be it looks like it could be a power device sitting there. Normally they put their box under the back seat so they can't see it in front of them. Some riders like to ride to data, to the power, but in these cases the most aerodynamic place to put that box is sometimes under the seat.
Gillow sets the new fastest time, 2.34 seconds quicker than Archibald. 38.8 kilometers per hour, going really, really well. So efforts have been measured, and we said that the start list was certainly back heavy, and it's proving to be so. Time's being bettered and bettered and bettered all the time now.
Well, Shara Gillow, we would expect her to better the time of Katie Archibald purely based on experience. Katie Archibald has a lot of talent, a lot of potential, but if we talk about past experience, Shara Gillow's ridden many of these individual time trials at the highest level, and we would have expected that. And in fact, just talking about Shara Gillow, we were talking to her coach last night, and he said that they've put so much effort into the skin suit technology this year just to get that little bit extra aerodynamics, which is just really phenomenal to believe when I'll tell you in a minute about the discussions we had about the skin suit.
Emma Pooley setting the quickest time as well. They're being bettered and bettered and bettered, and only Linda Willemsen is to go through that first time check. So here is Willemsen. Approaching 6.4 kilometre mark. You can see the arch above. Just cones across the middle of the road here, because this is the part of the course that they will come back on each other on the way back in.
Well, they're two completely different riders, the two favourites, Willemsen and Pooley. We've got Willemsen here, who's more of a solid, strong rider, and Pooley, who probably favours the longer climbs. So this course perhaps suits Linda Willemsen a little bit more than Emma Pooley, because there are hills, but it's more of a strong power riders rather than a zippy little climber type style rider like Emma Pooley.
Oh, Willemsen has absolutely destroyed the fastest time. 23.49 seconds quicker. Great start, and I'm sure it's something that everybody who looks out for her will be very, very pleased about. 23 seconds quicker than Gillow, Archibald in third, Garfoot and Barker. Interesting to see where Pooley's time fits into that. I think we had a little problem with the graphics when she came through.
We just saw Linda throw something off the bike there. I didn't quite catch what it was. It might have been a gel. She might have just had something to eat, but we might get another shot at that. But she'll take a lot of confidence from that time check. She'll get that information on the radio. You can see on the back of her jersey that she's got a radio there, so she'll get that information from the car. And you can just see the expression of sitting up, no desperation, very relaxed. She'll take huge, huge confidence from that time check.
Willemsen then happier now in the knowledge that she's well ahead at the first time check. 23 seconds ahead of her closest rival. After just 6.4 Ks, that's a big difference.
Yeah, I think as we saw, she's settled in here. She got good tempo. I can actually see, because I know her quite well, the expression on her face that she's very confident, that she's in, there's no stress, quite relaxed.
What was she like this morning? I know you had a brief chat with her.
Yeah, I had a couple of chats with Linda this morning. I think she was more relaxed than usual, to be honest. A lot of tension yesterday, the day before the race. They go out, they do their pre-race drills, all the athletes, also the Australians. They had to do 2 short 3-minute efforts yesterday, the Australians. But the athletes, they start to second guess themselves when they're out doing the efforts, and they get a little bit nervous. But this morning, I saw a lot of smiles on the start line. Linda was quite relaxed. Emma Pooley was making jokes about the wind. Bring on the rain, she said, bring on the wind. It's just water, it's not going to hurt me. So there was a lot of joking and relaxing going on. So I think when the athletes get to the start line, all the hard work's done. They know there's nothing else they can do. So it's just a matter of getting into the right mental state.
26-year-old Shara Gillow from Nambour. Her father was a road cyclist, forwarding a gold medal here and twice been named Cycling Australia's Elite Female of the Year.
We're looking at Shara Gillow here, and we're talking about tyre pressures. was a sensitive topic with the mechanics. They were talking about putting 135 psi in both tyres if it was dry, but if it was wet, they were going to drop it down to 115 in the front, 120 in the rear. But what we see here is some dry road and some wet road. So perhaps they've gone in the middle there, but would have been a very, you know, the athletes can stress a little bit about that too, but ultimately it's the athlete's decision, but the mechanics will try and enforce what they believe is the best tyre pressure.
Well, great to have so many viewers from all across the Commonwealth. For those who might be tuning into a time trial for the first time as well, why would that different tyre pressure make a difference on the wet and dry roads?
Well, there tends to be a little bit more contact with the road when the tyres are a little bit softer. So when it's wet, they want a little bit more grip and a little bit more contact with the road. But when it's dry, you can afford to put the pressure a lot higher, which means less contact with the road. And it's quite safe in the dry to have the higher pressures, but in the wet, it can become quite dangerous. So Katie Archibald's making a catch here, so that'll be good for her confidence. She'll be able to have something to chase and give her that little bit of extra drive. It can backfire when you see somebody and you put more pressure on the pedals because you want to chase somebody.
Not good for Leah Kirkman. I get the feeling that Leah Kirkman really is dropping back here, because Leah Kirkman went out 2 minutes before Katie Archibald. Of course, one rider in the middle of those, Eleanor Barker, who we've seen is going okay as well, so it looks as though poor Leah Kirkman around halfway through the course here, and she's already been overtaken twice. Not a good feeling mentally, is it, that?
Well, of course, she had that fantastic result at La Course on the Champs-Élysées just a few days ago in Paris. Third, to be standing on that podium would have been quite overwhelming. For all you and I know, she went out celebrating and thought, okay, well, that's my season done because that's a fantastic result. So we don't know what's happened between then and now. However, that's not a great day for her.
Not a super day at all. Catherine Garfoot is having a really good day, though. Looking up to that second time check. That'd be 17.12 kilometres in.
Well, there was jokes about Katrin Garfoot in the compound this morning. She loves Bavarian beer. The coaches are going to be at the finish with one if she wins today.
Has to keep in touch with the route somehow.
Right.
Turvey then coming through 32.27 seconds down on Garfoot's best time at 17.12 Ks. To the other Scottish challenge. Garfoot, a great story though from Australia. Meteoric rise. Eleanor Barker riding for Wales, but this is one of the riders from Guernsey. Can just suspect there might have been a bit of overtaking going on there, and has interfered with maybe what the timing people were expecting. Back with Willemsen.
Well, it's going to be very interesting to see that time check from Emma Pooley to see how close she is to Willemsen.
First time check from what we saw, she was a little down. Willemsen really setting a strong pace, and we're getting our first view now of wonder changeable weather. You can see the hill in the background disappearing into the distance behind that huge shower. But to this beautiful North Lanarkshire countryside, we got a great experience of that yesterday. It was windy. We had a bit of everything again. Certainly everything was on the menu as far as the weather was concerned, but it was beautiful views out there, and only within 10 to 15 minutes you're out of Glasgow city centre and into the wilderness and the beautiful countryside straight away.
Well, it certainly was a lot more windier out there. Well, we weren't moving that fast, were we? Even with a tailwind, Linda Willemsen looked quite fast out there.
So you and I were tagging along to the end. First finisher on the day will be Christopherou. 37.9 average, 46.5393.
Well, we're getting some information here that Emma Pooley's time check at the first 6.4 kilometres was slightly faster than Willemsen, 1 second faster, so it's going to be a very close race.
So Pooley through. Again, it looks as though also you've got Willemsen coming across the line. The timing equipment hadn't taken into account Pooley's time.
Well, we'll give you those time checks now. The first 6.4 kilometres. Emma Pooley was 9 minutes 29.07. Willemsen was 9:30.42, and Shara Gillow 9:53.91. So it looks like we've got a very close race between first and second here today.
Nielsen and Garfoot battling it out at the second time check. 6.05 the distance there. Got it 17.12 Ks in.
Well, they were the time checks from 6.4 kilometres, the first time check of the day. Still waiting for them to all pass through the second time check.
Here's Gillow. There's really a moment of too much flat. It's up and down. It's an interesting course in that, apart from the first climb out of the city, there isn't one sustained climb or descent, is there? It's just rolling countryside, the whole lot of it.
Yeah, it's rolling. Shari Gillow herself has probably done this course, she said, 20 times this year. She came here on 3 different occasions. So it's pretty impressive. You know, she means business out here today, but that was May, June and July she came here, and she said over those times that she visited, she thinks she's ridden the course about 20 times.
Out with Emma Pooley.
Well, Emma Pooley said that she was thinking about riding a 56-tooth chain ring on the front, whereas Shara Gillow, who we just saw, she said she was going to opt for the 54 for the front. The other Australian, Katrin Garfield, 53. So there's a variety of differences in the front chain rings there.
Back with Guernsey. 3 representatives out there in the time trial. Well represented the island nation. So 70.1 Ks in, it's Katrin Garfoot who leads 6 seconds ahead of Nielsen. Caldwell in 3rd place, she's been going well, but Joanna Rousel, I'm afraid she is not on her day, and I think looking at things we can count her well out at the minute, Joanna Rousel.
Yeah, it looks like that track preparation that she's done's taken its toll, but she, like we said, she won the gold medal in the individual pursuit, so she'll be able to refocus on other ambitions for the end of the season now.
Just to see how Katie Archibald goes as well for the Scots. And she comes up into this second time check. Strong in the opening part of it from Mulgai, district of Greater Glasgow. So riding at home. Of course, that head-to-head between Pooley and Willemsen. That head-to-head's always gone to Willemsen in recent years, but of course Pooley seems to be on the form from 2010 when she won the Worlds, when she was so strong. And again, we had that time check, just over a second's difference. Could be real interesting battle. And I think that's exactly what most of us were hoping when we turned up this morning, wasn't it?
Absolutely. We were talking about the 2 favourites, and it's very difficult to pick them because on paper, Willemsen has those results and the experience of getting those results. In saying that, Emma Pooley's won a World Championship, not Linda Willemsen, but head-to-head, they haven't had that many opportunities.
Archibald then, we talked her up. Very good time at 17.12 Ks. Very strong indeed. 21.46 faster than Garfoot. And Garfoot has seemed to be the early pace setter for each of the time checks. So if Archibald is going to come through and destroy those each time, just shows where the likes of Pooley, Willemsen and Gillow, or at least where we expect them to be.
Well, I think the race is between Archibald and Shara Gillow for that 3rd medal. So we've got the 2, Emma Pooley and Linda Willemsen racing for the gold at the moment. And then it'll be Katie Archibald or Shara Gillow. Shara Gillow probably has the experience to bring it home quicker, having ridden a lot more time trials. And like we said, Katie Archibald has specifically been preparing for track events of 3 or 4 kilometres. So we may see Katie Archibald struggle a little bit at the end. But in saying that, every time I've seen her out on the road, she's a fighter and she fights right till the death.
Well, really interesting to see how it goes. Talk to Alex Dowsett, who's probably the big favourite for the men's time trial yesterday out on the course. And the first thing he mentioned, when he wasn't listening to his iPod or anything like that, preparing with that big TT vent close helmet on as well, he said, do you know what? I think there's a lot of people who are going to go out early, give it all, and have a real shock when that headwind hits them towards the end.
Well, when they race in the afternoon, the men, the wind may have picked up a little bit more than this morning. So it will be interesting to see if he's right there. But obviously he's a little bit clued onto that and he might go out a little bit conservative. But it always feels better, myself anyway, if you come home a lot stronger rather than hitting the wall and just struggling to get to the finish line.
It seems an eternity if you're stuck out there with no power in the legs. This is Shara Gillow, certainly does have power today. Has riders in front of her in her sight. Ashley Moolman is one of them. Aurelie Holdbike is another. Coming together of riders further down on the start sheets. It's those last 3 we really are keeping a good eye on. Alongside Katie Archibald.
Well, we can go back to talking about that technical skin suit that the coach was telling us about. A lot of it went over my head, so I might just tell you a few notes that I've written down here. But the skin suit has dimple sleeves, so the dimples on the sleeves like a golf ball effect, because that's what's hitting the wind. Well, we see the skin suit's working at the moment because she's passing riders left, right and centre. So
That's Holdback, who she's just gone past.
This can be really good for her confidence and having that motivation to pass riders. You get a little bit of a wind slipstream there just for a second. You can't sit in it. The rules say you can't sit in it for very long, but she's just going straight past these riders.
Ashley Moorman of South Africa wearing the number 4 there. Interesting, with the skin suit is something that's been developed constantly all the time as well. And we see them getting so thin now that even Chris Froome, winner of the Tour de France in 2013, went out for a training ride in his brand new skin suit earlier this year, the prototype. Apparently he wasn't supposed to tell the world about it, but his girlfriend Julie tweeted a picture of all the sunburn underneath as well, and that is, you know, of course, with the prototypes being developed, a lot of the time they're making these things and they try them in training, they don't know what the effect's going to be, but this is obviously something that really has been studied and worked on by Cheryl Gillow, and we're seeing the results of that here.
Well, absolutely. The bit that went a little bit over my head was that the lower back stitches have been doubled to re-energise the boundaries air layer on the rider's surface before it separates. And an example is that the low pressure area behind the rider, and it reduces the drag. So this is the information that I've got, if that makes any sense to anyone.
Anybody who's ever been into a wind tunnel. Emma Pooley just behind. By the way, it was third best time going through that second time check so far for Cheryl Gillow. So she slowed down a little in that second section. Pooley looks to be going really, really well. Approaching her second time check. Plenty of support for her despite the fact she's wearing the English colours up here in Scotland. Linda Willemsen, last girl on the course. Emma Pooley setting the fastest time then at 17.1 kilometres. 36 ahead of Archibald, Garfoot in third place. Gillow bumped down to fourth. Nielsen down in fifth, so Pooley setting the quickest time check there. Willemsen a second and 30 slower. So it's all about more or less the same pace as we saw after 6.4 Ks. Very, very constant, and I suppose it's what you'd expect from two of the best exponents of time trialling, which is about keeping that constant power output.
Well, for me, it's just unbelievable to believe that they can cover this much distance and still only be, without riding next to each other, they're only 1.3 seconds away from each other. For me, it's a phenomenal thing to comprehend that their physical abilities in a straight line, when they're not even next to each other, are so close. There's only 1.3 seconds apart, you know, between these two riders that are at different sections on the track.
So I think we're looking at the clear fight for gold and silver, certainly between Pooley and Willemsen so far. Archibald, well, looking good for bronze, but you never know what's going to happen on the way back.
You see significant difference between the aerodynamic choices between Linda Willemsen and Emma Pooley, which may be the difference, but Linda Willemsen here has one of those helmets that has a round back on it. And I think the main reason for that, it's got to do with that drag of the wind, you know, behind the helmet.
Here you see the difference.
Emma Pooley's got that long one that sits really flat on the back. But the difficulty with this one is that when Emma Pooley puts her head down to check her speed or a data or, you know, for whatever reasons, her gears, then that point that's laying across her back goes right up into the air and catches the wind. So if a rider tends to drop their head a lot, these helmets are not so beneficial. They can have a negative impact if she drops her head, but probably it looks like Emma Pooley's very experienced and she knows that I've got to keep my head straight. Archibald wants to put her head down here, but she knows that there'll be a disadvantage if she does. But that tends to be what athletes do when it gets a bit tough. They drop the head. But with these helmets, you have to keep your head up. So it's there we go. You see, just put her head down and the back goes up into the air.
Signs of fatigue, of course. Backside moving on the saddle as well. Perhaps the odd swing from side to side as you attempt to keep the power up. Telltale signs you can see. But Tony Martin in the Tour de France the other week was actually putting sandpaper on his saddle as well to stop him from moving too far forward.
It's a very common thing to have a bit of grip on the time trial saddles. You see a lot of these athletes sit very far forward on their saddles in a time trial, and that's just a natural thing because they're putting so much power through their legs that they slide a little bit forward. But yeah, that non-slip grip that they put on the top of the seats will stop them from sliding forward.
Back with the Aussies. Garfoot coming up to the finish. Back into Glasgow Green, where the sun is shining again. Still little bits of water on the road. In front of her is going to be overtaken, Rita Trotman. Caldwell, best time that is going to be beaten fairly handsomely by Garfoot after these 30 kilometres. Garfoot still settling down, one last big effort. Good crowd down here at Glasgow Green as well. Warm enough weather. It's cagoule weather though this morning. I hope everybody remember to pack that. Hasn't deterred what has been a festival atmosphere all week. Even the Duke of Wellington statue got a makeover this morning. The gold hat on for the Commonwealth Games. It's the green and gold of Australia about across the line. Garfoot into those final corners. A couple of little areas here where the riders have to watch out. Paving slabs and the other little bits of lighting. It almost resembles a bit of a cat's eye there in the road. Again, hopefully that the riders know which line to take coming through there. Garfoot it is who's going to set the best time. Mouth open, effort face on, as you can see. Time above her, but she's not concentrating on that, just getting across the finish. Average of 41.1 over the whole race. 49.49 quicker than Caldwell. And our leader is Catherine Garfoot. Good ride from her, Rochelle?
Well, fantastic ride so far. I mean, it was uneventful for her. There was no mishaps. It looked like it all went quite well. I'm wondering if that'll qualify her for a Bavarian beer, because she's the fastest crossing the line at the moment. So I said the Masua would be there at the finish with one. But, plenty of riders still to come in. And we're looking at Katie Archibald here. She's also had a very solid ride.
Well, if she wants that beer, she might have to wait, because I think they've got to go and sit in the leader's chair on the podium first. And of course, I think the Commonwealth Games organisers might not be too happy about showing off a bottle of the Amber Nectar to all the crowds waiting and watching on worldwide television.
I don't think it would be the first time that a masseur has had to put a beer into a sports bottle. So
beer in a bead on there, maybe. Oh, it's water for now. There is the effort. Well, pardon me. Again, apology if you're offended by anything you might have heard there, but that little expression just shows how hard a time trial effort is. You're basically hurting your body for 45 minutes here.
Absolutely. I mean, they don't leave anything out on the road. They put everything they've got, all the preparation they've done for the last months out on the road on this particular day, so she'd definitely be feeling the pain. I'm surprised she can actually have that much to drink, given that she needs air and water at the same time.
No?
Yeah, be careful.
Be careful taking the helmet off, she says. It's been a big, big effort. First Commonwealth Games for her. Meantime, we're back with Gillow. Again, those thumbs at work, of course. And gear shifters on the end of those tri-bars on these time trial bikes as well, Rochelle. Different system for changing the gears too.
Yeah, they've got the electronic system there, so it's just a quick tap of the button. Not like the old days, you had to pull a lever and you had to find the gear, get the chain in the right spot. It's just a quick push of the button. Here we see Emma Pooley having an absolutely phenomenal ride. She wants to go out with a bang. She's got one more event to ride in her cycling career. That's on Sunday, the road race. But this time trial, that's what she is. She's a specialist time trial. Everyone knows her for her time trialing. And she'll definitely want to win this gold medal and be able to retire a happy woman at the end of the day.
Queen of the Mountains in the Giro Rosa, the Giro d'Italia, the female version of the Italian Grand Tour. 3 stages that we already talked about, that fantastic, fantastic one. Such an historical climb though. Madonna del Ghisallo is one of the big climbs, pardon me, in the history of cycling. Ralso coming into the finish, not going to be the time that she wanted today, and an off-ish day. Talk about that track preparation. Is she one more to watch though for the road race on Sunday, Ralso?
No, I don't think so. The likes of her teammates, Lizzie Armistead, Emma Pooley, Laura Trott. There's a very, very strong British team. They've even got Hannah Barnes, Lucy Garner. One of the strongest road teams that the English could dream of having.
an Armistead's recovery from the crash she had at the weekend is going well, is it? Because she went down with about 800 metres to go for a while. We were all very worried. Looked like it could have been a collarbone, but she's okay, is she?
Well, I've got to say that I'd be very surprised if she's actually okay. That's the word that's gone out to the public. She's okay, but I saw that crash and it was a heavy one. Here we see Joanna Rousel coming in.
1 minute and 31 down, 39.7 kilometres the average. Good enough for 6th at the minute, but get the feeling that once everybody's across the line, she'll probably be bumped out the top 10.
Yeah, I'm not sure that Joanna will be very happy with that, but in saying that, she's got to probably remind herself that it was that gold medal on the track that she wanted and went 100% for, and it's very hard these days to be good at 3 kilometres and 32 kilometres.
England have the best chance on the road at the minute, though. Virtual leader out there. Emma Pooley,
well,
1.3 seconds, pardon me, faster than Willemsen at both the checks so far.
We've just been given the final time check, and she is actually 8.4 seconds ahead of Linda Willemsen. So this is the day. Like we said, there's normally always someone better than Linda Willemsen, but Emma Pooley, she's been on fine form. She couldn't have got her form timing any better for the Commonwealth Games. The Giro was just amazing a few weeks ago with those 3 wins. Now she's announced her retirement. She was worried that announcing her retirement a couple of days ago would create too much media hype and interest and influence her ability to perform today. But it doesn't look like it's affected her. We saw her this morning. We saw her laughing and joking, and you know, she must have been beaming with confidence from the recent results that she's had.
She was ready for all weather, all conditions. She wanted the worst that Glasgow could throw at her. At the minute, she's riding into Commonwealth gold. Chance for a late surge maybe from Linda Willemsen, we shall see. But of course, once these differences send to a trend,
yeah,
it's very, very difficult to pull it back, isn't it?
It is very difficult, and mostly mentally. When you hear that you're down and you're down that far, 8 seconds is a lot actually in an individual time trial of this distance. So I think Linda Willemsen's probably lost confidence if she's been given that time check, and it would be very, very difficult to pull it back.
Willemsen, who now has Gila, I think it might well be in her sights. Pooley going really, really well. Motoring along in her red and white English colours. That head firmly still, as you can see, as Rochelle was explaining before, with the drag and the helmet. No movement whatsoever, hardly.
Well, it looks to me like this could be Emma Pooley's day, unless something drastic. Have a touch wood. Looks like it's going to be her day, and you know, how satisfying would that be?
Well, there's a rumour that there was a little problem with the bike at the check this morning, and we were reliably informed that the last time that happened, she won the World Championships. Might be a very good omen for her again this morning.
Well, I guess she has the experience of being able to cope mentally with problems with the bike. Normally the mechanics will try not to let the athletes know if there is a problem with the bike, but in Emma's case it probably wasn't a bad thing if she found out that electronic gears were playing up, or I don't know whether it was a flat battery or whatever it was, but some equipment needed to be replaced just before the start. But she seemed to cope with it quite well, and maybe she saw it as a good luck. She is very superstitious, so perhaps she saw that as some good luck.
Now, of course, all the bikes have to conform to the UCI weight specifications, the distance specifications. There are all sorts of things that get checked out at the start gate by the UCI commissars before we race as well. So all those can be sources of nervousness.
I asked Emma this morning how many times she'd ridden the course, and she said, I've only done the course 2 times and not in its entirety. She's been out there and checked out half of it and then another half, but in total she said I've done the course 2 times, which is not a lot if we compare it to other riders that have done it about 20 times. 2 times over the course, and an interesting thing about Willemsen was last year she came second at the World Championships and she had never once ridden the course in its full length.
But a few time trialists complaining yesterday that you didn't get a chance to have a full go at the course, and I suppose it's quite an individual and personal thing as your preparation. What works for one athlete certainly isn't going to work for another.
Well, that's right. Emma Pooley, she just seemed quite confident with her preparation leading into today. And I think that makes the difference when a rider can get on the start line and knows that every single thing has gone as good as it possibly could be, and understand that everybody has problems. If they have a little, you know, a sore throat, or they've had this little niggle, or you know, they had to do a long drive a couple of days before. We saw that Emma Pooley had to go to Paris to ride on the Champs-Élysées on Sunday. not ideally what she wanted to do, but she wanted to do it for the better of the sport, to contribute, to give back to the sport. She was one of those founders. There was 4 founders of the Women's Tour de France event, so she felt it important to be there. But it could have potentially jeopardised her preparation for the Commonwealth Games, but she's coped with that also very well as well.
Well, she honoured the race as well, riding on the front, going off the front, giving it a go as she always does, given the fact that it wasn't really her terrain, but she still really honoured the race in the jersey.
Absolutely, it wasn't a style of race for Emma Pooley, dead flat, she likes the mountains. And also, like we said today, this is not an ideal time trial course for Emma Pooley because she would have liked a lot longer kind of climbs, but was more well suited to Linda Williamson. But we see that Emma Pooley's pulled away and she's got a pretty handy lead.
And where she has pulled away as well, it's not the most mountainous part of the course. On the first uphill section, they were more or less neck and neck, just 1.3 seconds in it. It's in the latter part of the course, against the wind, and on the flat, where she's made the difference.
Well, I can't believe how such a tiny little person can have so much power. And we've got a little bit of wind out there. We've got dead roads, and you wouldn't think that this is a course for Emma Pooley, but how does somebody so small and petite and lean get so much power into that bike?
Focus on Archibald as she's about to cross the line. Young rider from Mulgai in Glasgow, hoping to set the best time so far. She's been excellent at the time checks. Eleanor Barker as well. Looks like she's looking at around 3rd place at the moment. Barker coming up to the line, riding for Wales. And Barker sets the 3rd fastest time so far. 42.53 down, an average of 40.4 kilometres per hour. Huge effort that's taken everything out of it. Archibald then, just going to miss out on the fastest time so far. I'm sure she'll get a fantastic cheer, and as you suspected, it's just keeping it going for those 30Ks. It's the hard thing here for Katie Archibald.
Yeah, I think she's got a really big future ahead of her, Katie Archibald. Obviously, until Rio, it's going to be all about that team's pursuit. She's got a very strong team and a strong medal chance, or gold medal chance at the Rio Olympics. But after that, this girl has the world at her feet. Anything that she dreams of doing, I'm sure that she's capable of it.
Scott the Brave plays in the background, 16 seconds slower. But listen to the cheers here. Big, big cheers for Emma Pooley.
Aren't they fantastic crowds? I wonder what's going through Emma Pooley's head right now, because she will know that she had an advantage going into the finish, but she will not want to take any risks. So it's a little bit of a balance. It's like, do I just go for this? Do I just, risk it and push it around the corners? Or do I play it a little bit conservative and play a little bit with those 8 seconds that I had at the last time check?
Well, Williamson behind her, that is the reason she cannot afford to take the risk, of course, because Williamson could yet make an extra effort if Emma Pooley just dillies and dallies a little. You can see those little sections of wet road, dry road as well, and it's that combination of wet and dry road that can be the most dangerous as well sometimes. Has to be really careful.
I wouldn't be surprised if, we just saw Linda Williamson lost a little bit of balance there. I don't know if she would have lost half a second, but this is where Linda Williamson could take back a couple of seconds, because normally she's a very, very good bike handler.
Yeah, not the most technical of courses in the main, but of course you've got these little sections at the start and the finish. Inside of Glasgow, you can see these turns. You've got the storm drains to avoid, of course. Here is Linda Williamson riding back into Glasgow Green.
Well, I've got to say, we don't have any time checks, but she didn't look like she was 1 minute behind when we went from Emma Pooley's image across to Williamson. It could be a very, very close finish.
So here is Emma Pooley, perhaps with work still to do.
Well, this is what I say. It looks like it could just be a couple of seconds in each corner that Williamson could take back, but he could come back to a very, very close finish.
So the cadence is up straight away again. Quickly, Pooley settles down, puts her hands out into the TT position on those bars that extend ahead of the time trial bike. That's Gillow behind, who she's just overtaken. Pooley racing to the line, hoping to set the fastest time. She will set the fastest time so far, barring a disaster here. The question is she quicker than Linda Williamson? Head-to-head in recent years has always gone to Williamson, but Pooley, 2010 world champion. She's been several times British champion as well on the time trial bike. And here she is aiming to be Commonwealth champion. And what a way it would be to go out at the end of her career. Pooley then, cornering to the cheers of the Glasgow crowd. Another right-hander to do. A few more little bits of cobbles and paving slabs to avoid. And here she comes into the home straight.
Well, that doesn't look like a rider that's just ridden 32 kilometres on the rivet. She has got plenty of power left in those legs.
into the final couple of 100 metres as the cars behind her on the diversion off the course. Pooley coming out of the gate looking to set the fastest time possible. She's won all kinds of top races, World Cups, the Flesh will on as well. Trofeo Binder, 3 times winner on the Giro d'Italia this year. 42:31:49 is her time. Is it good enough for Commonwealth gold?
Oh, that was a pretty fast finish, but here we see Willemsen. This is where it's all going to happen in the last 1 kilometre, where she can get that time back.
So the times and the comparative times are at the bottom of your screen. Willemsen approaching 42 minutes. She's got to get home in the next 35 seconds if she wants to take the gold. There's that right-hander. It's going to be mightily close here, Rochelle. I think she's made up a bit of time.
Well, we expected that she might have, but it's still a long way to the finish. I don't know, it's going to be close, but I think Pooley might have it in the bag.
Willemsen settles down again, teeth gritted, really going for it here. Linda Willemsen, multiple Danish champion, Kiwi champion, riding home. Start gate, finish gate is there. She might just have it, you know, she's got it. It is gold for Linda Willemsen. 6.03 seconds quicker than Emma Pooley, and a huge 14-second swing since the last time gate. Well, she looked to be gaining bit by bit by bit, and as you suggested, Rochelle, on those final few technical terms, the difference has been made.
Well, I've got to say, her director last year, Simon Cope, he said he could not keep up with her in the car around the corners, one of the best cornerers in the world. So having those few corners at the finish, she was 8 seconds down at the last time check, so that was really impressive to take back those seconds in the corners.
Second in Delhi, gold here, and the party pooper for Emma Pooley. Linda Willemsen wins Commonwealth gold in the women's individual time trial by 6.03 seconds. Bronze goes to Katrin Garfoot. Superb performance from her, bettering her teammate Shara Giller, who looked the stronger of the riders at the start. Nielsen in 4th, Archibald with a super performance, the best Scottish rider at home in 5th. And of course Lucy Caldwell as well, down in 8th, another of the Scottish contingent. So good from Eleanor Barker as well, into the top 7. Top time from Linda Willemsen though. Emma Pooley will feel sick right now, but all the kudos goes to your rider at Wiggle Honda.
Oh, it's phenomenal for Linda Willemsen. She's given 100% to this. Every single other race this year has just been preparation for this one day. And that's so much pressure going into a Commonwealth Games. But look at this cornering here out of the sea. You wouldn't expect that from a rider, but this rider's able to correct her position. If she loses, you know, the back wheel or the front wheel, she can grab it. She's very, very technically advanced in women's cycling. She's one of the best.
Interesting that on not particularly the technical course, as we were saying, the difference has been made on those final few technical turns, and it just shows that in time trialling it really is from the first pedal stroke to the last where the difference can be made.
Well, it's also about dealing with the lactic acid in your legs, I guess. When you come into those corners, you have to be technically good, but you have to be able to control your bike when you're absolutely 100% fatigued. So there's a lot of art that goes into those last corners, and my guess is that Linda Willemsen's probably been through those at the highest pace she could yesterday.
Looks as though Leah Kickman has been on the ground. Might explain the reason she was slipping back. We didn't get the side-on view before. Leah Kickman with a bit of road rash on the right thigh there, so not good news for Canada. Way off it, and after that elation of the weekend being on the podium on the Champs-Elysees, disappointment for Kickman there. Delight, euphoria, excitement, and a golden day for Linda Willemsen. Commonwealth champion in the individual time trial. Now, you know what this feels like? This moment, going to collect your medal, must be so special.
The men's time trial follows later. Through the raindrops, Kelvin Grove, the venue for the Lawn Bowls competition. Challenging conditions. What we're going to see is the Open Para Triples B6, B7, B8, the gold medal match between Dion van de Viver, Roger Haggerty and Derek Lobban of South Africa, Linda Bennett, Barry Winks and Mark Noble of New Zealand. Into the final end we go, and let's see who won gold.
Good opening ball. Darren Burnett of Scotland and Mark McKee of Northern Ireland, who are playing for the remaining semi-final place, 20 all. So there's drama on all four of these greens at Kelvin Grove, but none more so than here on the Parasport Open Triples. Potentially the last end, certainly the last scheduled end.
And then Linda Bennett played some great balls all game here. She'd love to play a front touch at this stage. Popped it out on the line. Needs to get back. Needs to bend. Oh, that's a good ball. That's the one. New Zealand hold.
Dion van der Wyver trying to respond here.
Better. Much better. Come on.
Oh, what a ball this could be. Oh, actually knocks it into a little bit better position. Well, the New Zealand skip Mark Noble had gone off the green for a moment or two, so Barry Winks was down doing the guiding. Back up he goes to play zone.
Good ball, mate. That was just good, mate.
That's a decent ball there.
Look in there. Find that ball or bring the white. What's the gap? Gap to the white is that ball.
And Roger Haggerty, so consistent. He's playing the difficult side. It's going under.
Good try. Good try.
Yeah, that may yet prove to be useful. Here he comes. Oh, just sliding through. England have taken the bronze medal. They've defeated Scotland at the extra end. The gold medal up for grabs here.
In a row.
Better line with this. Much better line with this.
Oh, he nearly got it.
Just the weight with it. Just too much weight to get down to the ball. Well, it's all very tense down there at the moment.
As things lie, we would go to an extra end. Skips balls to come.
And then Mark Noble. First ball. Chance to be a hero again. He's playing the good hand. It's on the nice line with this. It's all about weight from there, Paul. He's very close. Just got to run.
Yeah, just didn't want to run out, did it?
Needed a meter of weight.
For three. Ball clean is good for three.
He has to block out the roar from the other green to see if he can play this. Oh, he's got a little chance. Can he turn it over? He can. What a ball.
What a great ball by Derek to find that on that side as well. Just played good weight at that, Paul. Controlled weight, takes it solid. New Zealand in trouble now.
Well, match against South Africa have the golden light. Well, it's a long walk back now for Mark Noble. He's proved he can draw, and a little on his last, and who knows. Well, he played a superb ball at the last end to give them a chance on this final end. Has he pushed it enough?
Good line in again. It's all about weight from here. Great line in. Will he get back to the bowl? He's played it. Oh, that is fantastic. What a recovery bowl again.
Brilliant from Mark Noble. That's the shot they wanted. What a ball to save this final. Derek Lomond. He's got the chance. If he plays this, it's South African gold.
Come on, boy. Come on, boy. Come on,
Tell you what, he's in the area. He's in the area with this. He needs the jack.
Got a chance.
Got a chance. He's got it. What a finish.
Well, it's hard to argue with the play we've seen from these two sides. It was against him. He got the shot. Mark Noble then drew in to save it for New Zealand. But you cannot argue with the last ball of Derek Lomond. The single shot enough. It's getting to be a popular phrase around these parts. Goal for South Africa.
Fantastic. What a game that was, Paul. What a finish. You can see he's got to reach this. Gets the jack. He's got the ball out to the left. Well, that was a fantastic finish. Both skips played some brilliant bowls there, but South Africa take the gold.
Well, the men's triples, the women's fours, the para pairs, and now the para triples.
So another gold for the South African total on the Bowling Green at Kelvin Grove. We're off to the Scotstoun Sports Campus now for table tennis and the women's singles third round, and 52-year-old Chun-Li Lee featuring here.
One up. To Lee Chun-Li, ranked 138 in the world. Can be a match of high standard, as I fancy. Didn't take any time to get into a stride at all. She might be 52, but those reflexes show no signs of dimming. That was hit with real intent. And no respecter either of the Bailey Way serve. Backhand flick. Came back at her like an exocet. Well, 3. 3-1. Just to advise that this is the best of 7 games. All the singles competitions best of 7, doubles best of 5. 3-2. Almost a surprise when she misses. There's the camera. It's Kim Sham, Bailey Way's coach. Well, it's good recovery that from Bailey Way, because she was running around the table. Lee Chun-Li had that table tennis ball on a string, but New Zealander who made the error in the end. Kim Sham in the Bailey Way corner for this one. A stunning forehand, wasn't it? Because it was hit with no apparent effort. Just a languid swing of the bat. Set up by the short serve, which put her in the ascendancy in the rally. Into the body, so difficult to get those back. 4-6 then. Apology from the Malaysian. Lucky net cord. Well, if she doesn't get it with the first forehand, she will with the second. Just arcing away from the Malaysian with the side spin on it. 7-5. Well, she's getting all the breaks at the moment, Bailey Way, but she's still behind in this opening game. Using the net again to good effect. Wow. She fights attack with attack. No thought of just blocking this. She used the momentum on the ball, hammered it back. Cheers, you can hear it from the other table. England, Scotland on that table, so always keen interest every time those nations meet at anything.
8-all.
Well, somehow, Bailey Way has clawed herself back on level terms in this game. 8-all. That was almost who was going to blink first. I think there's a lot of mutual respect out there between these two. Oh! Critical point here. 9-all in the opening game. And Bailey Way, who's trailed for most of this game, has a point for a one-love lead. And she's got it too. If this goes the distance, because there's not much between these two. In the rankings, just 30-odd places. Bailey Way looked second favourite for most of that game.
From table tennis at Scotstoun to wrestling at the Scottish Exhibition and Conference Centre. This is men's freestyle coming up at 86 kilos, and it's an all-African quarter-final.
So now we go back to the men's freestyle 86 kilo division into the quarterfinals. You might wonder why we haven't seen these names so far today. Andrew Dick of Nigeria and Peter Omenda for Kenya, because they both got a bye through to this stage. There is an element of luck of the draw about how these things work. So these two haven't fought, and what is it about? Well, most of the others have fought. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 of the other quarter-finalists have had a fight already, and these two
fight each other, so that you fight a guy who also hasn't fought at the quarter-final stage. So you could, if possible, you could fight a weak fighter in the quarter-finals, having not had a fight yourself.
Yeah.
So it's Dick in the red, the Nigerian, 37-year-old Nigerian, against Amenda in the blue for Kenya, who is 33.
It's quite an old, both wrestlers very experienced, as they would say.
When we're being polite. Dick got a Commonwealth Games bronze medal in Delhi.
And a great snap demonstrates that physical dominance of the Nigerians is coming through again. A takedown followed by a gut wrench, followed by a gut wrench again.
Keep counting, this is going to be quick. 6
And
points.
straight to the leg ride, and he's looking to trap the arm. And Amenda gets to stand up again, 6-0.
Dick's an Olympian as well, fought at London 2012. That's two more would do it. And thank you very much, and goodbye to Peter Amenda. He could be back if Dick makes the final, but that, Andrew Dick's through to the semi-finals already in the space of a couple of minutes. Made very, very easy work of that.
Yeah, you could see the power that he had over Amenda of Kenya, but also the technique. The gut wrench was well executed. It was a well done move.
So he gets 6 points from this little series.
It's a snap down where he snaps him down, and then it's two gut wrenches, one after the other. But look at the drive on his bridging off his shoulder, so it's guaranteed two. There's a leg attack, and then he's got the gut wrench. Look how tight the grip is. You can see the grip driving. Just drives him. It's just very powerful, but well executed too.
Back at the table tennis, Chun-Li Lee is 10-6 ahead, one game each.
That's the only way she could win a point at the moment. Still 3 game points. $11 points to 7. And at the moment, the momentum is all one way, and it's with Lee Chun-Li.
Meanwhile, on table 2, it was a 3-0 victory for England. Danny Gray and Sam Walker over Scotland's big confident by Sean Doherty. So Danny Gray and Sam Walker through to the men's doubles quarter-final.
If you were being rather disrespectful, you could say she's more a waiter than a coach, Jenny Huang, but she doesn't need to say that much. A few words of encouragement, but she's playing so well now, Lee Chun-Li. And the really interesting thing about her in this year's singles is that if the draw pans out as we would expect it to, and if she does get through here, she's more than likely to play the #1 seed, Feng Chan Wei, in the quarterfinals, and that will be some match. Because she will be no respecter of Feng Chan Wei. Obviously, she's a great player, but she'll think she can win it for sure. And if she does, she'll have a fantastic chance of getting a medal. So she has the impetus here, leading now by 2 games to 1. Bailey Way serving in game 4. Applause you, Herbers, for the players just leaving the arena from the other table. So this now the sole focus of attention in the arena, and very worthy of being so too. Bailey Way's off to a good start here in game 4, 2-love. Well, off to a good start until she popped one up onto that brilliant backhand. It is almost a surprise when she misses, but she still can't take anything for granted against Bailey Way. By no means out of this match. It was a net cord, so she'll serve it again. 3-1 up. It's a terrific rally. Blocks and flicks almost alternately from Lee Chun-Li, but give Bailey Way credit. More than held her own in that rally. And she has a 5-2 lead. But again, popped up fairly short into the heart of the table. And only one place that was going. Something of a surprise scoreline here. She's made a few errors, Lee Chun-Li, and Bailey Way has capitalised. But she may need to say a few more words than she did at the last break. If Bailey Way takes this game, look at that! Anything you can hit, I can hit harder. Well, that came back. That was a great block from Bailey Way. That was travelling as well. I don't think Leach and we expected to have to play another shot. Couldn't adjust in time. 8-4. Timeout being called here.
So it's a timeout call on table one. Score 2-1 against to Lee Chun-Li of New Zealand, but Lee Bay of Malaysia leading 8-6 in game 4.
So Bailey Way, an 8-4 lead, reduced to 8-6. And that's when Coach Kim Sham stepped in. If the words of wisdom worked. Not on the evidence of that. When you're behind, close game, the business end of a match, quite often tend to tense up a little bit. It's just been a non-stop battering, hasn't it? Backhand, forehand, it doesn't matter. 8-all. Fantastic table tennis from both players. And Bailey Way, who had a, as mentioned, a big lead in this game, I'm going to give her a lot of credit for, at the moment, surviving the Lee Chun-Li fight back. And now she has 2 game points to level this up at 2 apiece. Wow, she's missed a backhand. So 11-8. And it is indeed 2 each. Really is anyone's. You'd probably say Lee Chun-Li has played the better table tennis, but it's all about what's on the scoreboard. That was the moment she leveled it up. I've got to think she's made maybe 80–85% of those backhands, but anyway, it's not made that many unforced errors. It's just that Lee Chun-Li has been so dominant with that backhand, but she's managed to get herself back level at 2-all. And this could well be going all the way. You need 4 games to win it, and a place in the quarter-final for the victor here. So 5th game. Lee Chun-Li with ball in hand here.
Number 1.
You never see her do that. Normal service resumed pretty quickly. Well, that was just one of very, very few what you might call cheap points in this match so far, which has been of a phenomenal standard. You kind of run out of superlatives. Just a fearsome forehand, isn't it? So this time, it's Lee Chun-Li who's made the better start. Always behind the 8 ball in the previous game. And she's 4-1 ahead here.
2-4.
Almost seems to miss more of those kind of bread and butter flicks than when she's actually trying to really put some pace on the ball. Couple of serves to come then for Bailey Way. 2-4 down.
3-4. Net. 3-4.
Well played again. She's a fantastic racket player in virtually any sport, Bailey Way. She played in something called racquethlon in 2006, which was basically table tennis, badminton, squash and tennis. And she won the tournament in Malaysia, first ever champion, and her sister was second. Talking about keeping it in the family. So from 2-4 down, she's now 5-4 up. And maybe no real surprise, timeout's been called by New Zealand.
60 seconds break.
So, can Lee Chun-Li stop the rot here? She's lost 3 points in a row.
4-5.
Bailey Way with plenty of encouragement. 4-5. A scream that said, I needed that. Well, she's not just great with that backhand flick, her defence is rock solid too. Because Bailey Way made really good contact with both of those. And they came back.
Let. 5-6.
Do you think she wants to win this? Look at her. Every point precious now. Fifth game, 7-5. They've played their trump cards, both coaches, no more timeouts. And this is right in the balance, 7-all. Oh, yes. Just pummeled that forehand right into the corner of the table. Just a fraction short from Bailey Wayne at this level. A fraction short is no good. But it's cut and thrust and still locked together as we come towards the climax of game 5. Bailey Way nudges ahead. But not for long. You just can't call this. put it wide. Well, there's hardly a spare seat in the house here. And absolutely gripped by this third round women's singles match. Bailey Way with a point to go ahead. Wow. Not sure too many saw that coming, but 11-9 it is. And it means the Malaysian needs just one more game to go through. But you would say it is far from a done deal. Thought at the start we might be going 7. And there's still every chance of that. You wonder who's the player and who's the coach. Looking at that shot. So Bailey Way to serve, needing to win this game to go through to the last 8. She takes the first point. Lee Chun-Li prowling on the side of the table. Oh. Well, the pressure and the tension of the moment. We saw in the last game Lee Chun-Li serve into the net. Now Bailey Way serves long. Virtually every point she wins gets the treatment. Well, Lee Chun-Li's never going to die wondering, is she? The force she puts, the intent in those drives. 2-all. The point she wins, saluted with a scream. Those she loses, she has a little chunter to herself.
Please.
Well, Bailey Way will be encouraged by that. A couple of very uncharacteristic errors from the New Zealander. Last couple of points.
2-4.
Just seems to have lost her focus at just the wrong time. 5-2 lead for the Malaysian, who in golf terms is Dormy here. This game to take the match. And now she's missing a favourite shot as well.
Play, please.
Four points away then, Bailey Way. Utterly brilliant, utterly brilliant. And it'll come as a shattering blow for Lee Chun-Li to have lost that point. And with it, she may well have lost the match too. Because 8-2 is a tough act to come back from. Bailey Way, phenomenal defence. She made that count. There was a bit of anger in that, I think. Get that back if you can, was the message. We have seen on many, many occasions it being very tough to almost scramble over the line, almost fall over it. A couple more points for Lee. There's one of them. And she is definitely going to tense up. 8-5. Oh, not then. Why me? She was doing everything right. Bemoaning her luck as well she might. 2 points away, Bailey Way, 5-9. And now 5 match points for the Malaysian to take out well, that's 2 saved. Well, you'd never know she was match point down. So brave. Absolutely terrific. Still 2 match points to save. And she's serving. One to go. And the pressure building and building on Bailey Way here. She's done it, she's saved 5 match points. Not just brilliant, but battle-hardened as well. Talk about never say die. So 10-all, have to win by 2 clear points. Alternate serves now, Bailey Way first. She was down and so nearly out. And now she's got a game point for 3-all. She's done it. We are going to have a decider. Well, it was an expression of utter relief rather than joy from Lee Chun-Li. But it's 3-all here. Decider coming up very shortly.
Earlier on, we saw South Africa beating New Zealand in the gold medal match in the Open Para Sport Triples B6, B7, B8, 13-11. It was in that match England beat South Africa, Scotland I should say, for bronze, and that was 16-12. And now the medal ceremony with Paul Mitchell and John Price.
Getting ready for another proud moment for South Africa. It's yet another gold.
Accompanied by gold member, Commonwealth Games Scotland, Jane Gotts.
And the presenters, Ivan Pryor, 2002 Commonwealth Gold medalist, is getting ready to come onto the green.
David Fisher and Paul Brown.
So England take bronze, an epic battle against Scotland, and there is Ivan Pryor. He won this event back in 2002 in Manchester alongside David Heddle and John Robertson. Wonderful moments for the English team. Bob Love, David Fisher and Paul Brown receiving their medals. Wonderful last day in the extra end against Scotland in the playoff for bronze. Good applause for England right around Kelvin Grove. To the medal, the Quake, the Gaelic drinking cup, now in traditional wooden form. Previously could be in silver or wood. Two-handled drinking cup being awarded by Jane Gotts, board member of Commonwealth Games Scotland. So congratulations to the English triple, Bob Love, David Fisher and Paul Brown. Well, the final was pretty amazing between South Africa and New Zealand. Linda Bennett, the lead of the rink, played so well, really came onto game in the final. Just about to receive her medal from Ivan Pryor. There Barry Winks to getting ready to receive his medal. Good smile there from Linda Bennett. Barry Winks played some good balls, helped his side stay in contention right throughout the final. Looked like he was going to get away from them. And what a last couple of ends for the skip, Mark Noble, the 14th end. Wonderful shot to make two, to go one down with one to play. Drew the shot with his final ball only to see it taken out in the end, but wonderful performance. Now once again Jane Gotts presents the Quake. Silver medal for New Zealand, Linda Bennett, Barry Winks and Mark Noble.
South Africa represented by Dion van der Bagger, Roger Haggerty and Derek Loven.
It's time for gold, and proud moments here for South Africa, their 4th gold medal of the lawn bowls. Dion van der Vyver and Roger Haggerty. Played so well right across the tournament, Roger Haggerty. And Derek Loman won out with the last ball of the match. Sensational shot.
Let's go back to the table tennis, the women's singles third round match between Chun-Li Lee and Bei Li Wei. It's 3-all in the start of the 7th game now.
I think for a heart-stopping moment, Lee Chun-Li thought that might come off the net and land on her side, but it went long. So now she's back in front. The sense you get of the strength of her character is watching her play is overwhelming. 3-1. The fist pumps back, the shouting's back. Kim Sham can't do anything in Bei Li Wei corner. It's Jenny Huang who's applauding for the most part. She actually adjusted well to that net cord, but it gave Bei Li Wei the initiative in the rally. Completely contrasting emotions from these two. Lee Chun-Li living every point as if it's a match point, and Bei Li Wei just calm and serene. They've changed ends. But she needs some points quickly, the Malaysian. Serving at 2-5.
5-3.
There's a cheap one for her. Flashing forehand again. And she has all the momentum at the moment.
Play, please.
This will look quick in slow motion. Well, that was a massive point for Bei Li Wei to win, because 8-3, you really couldn't see a comeback. He said that. 10-5 in the last game, remember. From behind, Lee Chun-Li won it, and now she's 4 points away from the match.
8-4. Please, you must be quick when serve.
Just a warning from Ben Foot for Lee Chun-Li to get on with it a little bit.
8-5.
Well, we saw Bei Li Wei tense up with this kind of lead in the last game. And Lee Chun-Li avoid that fate.
5-9.
Judging by that, the answer is yes. Just a couple more points required. Well, you can almost count on the fingers of one hand the number of those flicks that she's missed. She'd love to land one now. It is so tense out there. It really is. No timeouts remaining, remember. Used by both coaches. So no one to help them on their own from here. 9-7. It's almost as she doesn't want to release it. She's missed another one. And what drama here. Bailey Way looked to have the match in her pocket in the last game. Couldn't deal with the pressure. Lee Chun-Li appears to be suffering a similar fate here. Still has the lead, but only by a point. Would you believe it? 9 apiece. 3 games all, 9 points all to play for. It's long, and it's match point for the 52-year-old. But only one. She wasn't going to try and hit anything hard, was she there? She was waiting for Bailey Way to make a mistake, and she didn't. So 10 all.
Please.
To win by 2 clear points, remember. They will serve alternately. Lee Chun-Li first. And now there's a match point for Bailey Way. And of course, now every other point's a match point. She had 5 in the last game. It's all over, and the valiant attempt of Lee Chun-Li ends at the 3rd round stage. Bailey Way was superb. They both were. One of the matches of the tournament so far, without question. We had a suspicion it might go the distance, and a huge crowd here enjoyed every minute of it. "83 years of age combined on that table, and they gave magnificent entertainment from the first ball to the last. She still has a chance to get a medal in the doubles, Lee Chun-Li, but it's Bailey Way who will go through to the quarterfinals. And that will be later on today. Stayed in the point for...
Well, that was some table tennis match. Let's get the medal ceremony now from the women's team trial cycling. Linda Willumsen getting gold for New Zealand.
Representing New Zealand, Linda Willumsen.
Ahead of Emma Pooley of England. And it was bronze for Australia. To the wrestling we go next. It's the men's freestyle at 86 kilos, the semi-final between Andrew Dick of Nigeria and Armando Heatbrink of South Africa.
And so it's time for the men's semi-finals in 86 kilo division. And Andrew Dick of Nigeria against Armando Heatbrink of the Republic of South Africa. An all-African clash. Dick is the more experienced Commonwealth Games bronze medalist from Delhi. Heatbrink, the younger man in the blue. He's 23 years of age, lives now in Johannesburg where he trains. Dick, 37, the second oldest man in the wrestling competition. He's an Olympian as well, a silver medalist in the African Championships Looking down his record though, can't see a gold anywhere. He'd love to change that. So Dick in the red and Heatbrink in the blue.
Both these wrestlers have wrestled well so far in this tournament.
Although we've seen less of Dick than we've seen of Heatbrink, who's had a much longer journey the way that the draw has gone.
Yeah. He's had some good turns on the ground. He's here trying on his feet to move the Nigerian around, take him off that big strong base that he's got. But it's hard to be a very strong opponent. Talented shot stopped. Both wrestlers at the moment. A little bit of a warning to the South African to try to attack him. He's got a bit of blood, I think. A tiny bit of blood, but all bleeding has to be stopped before matches continue. But there is an unlimited time for blood.
Warning for Heatbrink.
So that's the first one, and if he gets one more, then he will be given 30 seconds where he needs to score. And I think he'll get that soon because his head's down. It's very difficult. The Nigerian's controlling it very well. And drive towards the edge of the mat. That'll be a point. 2 points because the takedown's been given.
So, 2-point score for Andrew Dick. He looks in control at the moment.
Yes, very strong. But Heatbrink is trying to move, he's trying to move around. He's just finding it hard to move the strength of Andrew Dick. There's a leg attack, good shook by. And the referees get involved there with passivity, and both wrestlers at that point seem to attack more. I think a warning's going to come for 30 seconds soon.
And again, the blood coming on the lip. So as you say, John, there's no penalty for this, is there? If it's an injury you can't see, a fighter can be penalised, but you can see the blood.
And it's quite frustrating. It stops the flow a little bit, doesn't it? Sometimes when you have to keep wiping something that you can't stop when it's a lip, and you can't stop the bleeding during the match. And when the heart's pumping, the blood just keeps coming out.
So he's got 18, 17 seconds to score or concede a point now. Heatbrink in the blue, the South African.
Both wrestlers 2-0. It's still a very, open match. Bit of a bad leg attack that, but he got away with it, it looks like.
But the 30 seconds has elapsed, so the 1 point will be added to Dick's score.
He's got them long, strong arms that you have to get past before you can get to his legs. First battle is to get past the arms, the next is to get to the legs. There's a takedown.
2 more points.
Going for the conkle lace. Hand to hand, 1 or 2 points. Said he went to his elbow.
And that's effectively the end of this first round with a 7-0 advantage for Dick. Yep, that's it. As soon as the clock started, it was off again. So the South Africans are in to try and have a look at this bleeding. As you say, it's very difficult though, isn't it? Because his blood's pumping away. This is the takedown.
Just scooted around the back, got onto the ankle lace. Once he got that, he rolled. And the referee, yeah, they went to his elbow just after it there, so it's 2 points.
And Hebrink has sent the medic away. No further treatment received. The referee, just see them check that they're not too slippery, greasy or sweaty at the start of the second round.
And this match has changed from 3-0 to 7-0 in a few seconds. And all of a sudden it's a different match altogether. Just come around the back, there's 9, no. One more turn, there's the ankles, he's got them. He's going to finish this match. There we go. 1 point.
Yep, 1 point because he put his hands down, but it doesn't matter because it's the 10-0 advantage for Andrew Dick. And he will go at least one better than his bronze medal from 4 years ago. Back at the age of 37 and will now fight for gold. It's a brilliant achievement for Andrew Dick.
A very solid wrestler, isn't he? Hard to break down. And the South African wrestler in the blue had a lot of difficulty trying to get to the legs, trying to move him around. And in the end, Andrew Dick was a deserving winner. As he grabs the leg, pulls onto the leg, and using that to pull himself around. And then down, and then it was straight to the ankles. He couldn't go this way, so he went the other.
So Andrew Dick sets himself up with a chance for gold. Let's get to the women's wrestling now. It's the freestyle 55 kilos, and it's Brittany Laverdur of Canada against Ifeoma Nwoye of Nigeria. We'll join it in the second round with commentary at the SECC from Colin Bryce and Non Evans.
So the Canadian Laverdur in blue up against Nigerian, who started very strongly in red. 4 apiece at the moment.
Yes, a surprise there when she went 4-0 up. The Canadian came back into it. She's quick, isn't she? The Nigerian. Shoots in for that leg. Good defense from the Canadian. And can she get round the back again? She's got to get that arm loose. Yes, get control behind. There it is. Another 2 points. She's up to 6.
Action blue, shouts Mr. Keelan, the referee. And no, they've gone off the edge of the mat. So 6-4 the score for the Canadian. No one deemed to have pushed the other out. They were both out at the same time. So just 2 points still in it. 2 minutes to go.
Yes, he was shouting action blue. Sometimes when you're tired and you're on top on the ground, you just lay there to try and get your breath back, trying to look busy. She's got the head all tied up there. He'll probably call stop here any minute. Yeah, they're out.
The Nigerian shoots again, but the Canadian's just so quick on her feet.
Yeah, she's ducking under. We saw that from her teammate yesterday. When they shoot, they duck under the arm, step out of the way. She looks stronger now, doesn't she, the Canadian? Controlling her opponent. Strength against speed, I think you can say here, Colin.
Well, just over 1 minute to go. And is that a warning there to the Canadian that she's being passive? I think it may well be, and were she to get another warning, then Mr. Keelan will start a 30-second clock.
Yes, that's part of the new rules. We didn't have warning for passivity, for being too passive in the past. And that's what's made the wrestling so exciting here at the Commonwealth Games. Much more attacking wrestling.
Yes, that caution means the Canadian really has to start getting busy, or she will get this 30-second clock against her. And if that does happen, and she doesn't score, a point to the Nigerian now. Time starting to run out. 5 minutes 29 gone. 31 seconds of this final period to go. Has he just brought them to their feet because it's a stalemate? Yes, they were both attacking. I think that's a fair call. No one needs to be penalised there.
Yes, the Canadian will just defend her lead now. Nothing silly.
You heard Mr. Gillen shout blue, which obviously is him suggesting you need to attack Canada. And now we're in the last 30 seconds. If she's considered passive, she could just get a straight penalty point against her, but it's not enough for the Nigerian. She needs to get her down. That's it. The coach, whose voice had run out, was mimicking a scream at the side there to try and get his Nigerian girl to hop into action at the end, but she didn't, and that means Canada, Leverdour, goes on to the gold medal match later on today.
Yes, a well-deserved win there, but at least the Nigerian will go down to the repechage and have a chance to fight for that bronze medal. And this is how she won it. Gets round. Has to get that arm loose, this trap by the Nigerian. Yes, she does. And she's behind for another 2 points. A good win for Canada. She's absolutely exhausted there.
The Nigerian coach does this every time. He always carries them off. They're either screaming with delight or, well, that is just complete exhaustion.
A dramatic ending to the wrestling as we head for the start of the men's time trial. Gold for New Zealand in the women's event earlier. 40k course for the men. The riders start at 1 minute intervals.
Absolutely, and this is one of my most exciting favourite events because I'm a little bit of a technical freak and I like to look at all the equipment, and it's a very exciting event. Big start list today, so you know we can't pick the winner because there's no standout favourite, but very strong field indeed.
Very strong field indeed, and of course Kenya having the protagonism of world cycling last year with Chris Froome winning the Tour de France. Yes, riding under a British licence then, but very much a Kenyan born and bred. British parents, grew up, got into cycling on the outskirts of Nairobi, and it's good to know that his mentor and coach is also here today. So Julian Bellido from Gibraltar, or Gibraltar, given the look of his name, is up next, riding in the red and white of the Mediterranean nation. Improving in sport all the time. Gibraltarians have been inducted into the European Soccer Federation in the last few months, so now set to show their worth in cycling. Gets his countdown, and that's when the moment hits you, Rochelle. When you've got that 5, 4, 3, 2, 1 counting down, that's the moment to switch on.
It's a bit of a technique to be able to keep those nerves under control, because in those moments when you hear the 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, everything just comes to a head in your mind, and there's so many things to think about, you know, pushing off the ramp. And like we said earlier, there's not that many athletes here that would have the experience of using a ramp very often, so it's a rare thing, a time trial. They're not every day of every week like a road race, so there's all these things that you have to think about.
Plenty to think about for Kangani, who's out there at his time trial position, moving a little in the saddle and rocking from side to side. Interesting to take a look at the tech gear that's on show as well today, and Rochelle, self-confessed techie, will take you through it as the afternoon goes by. Christopher Simons, Ghanaian representative. He's an Englishman by birth, born in London. 40 years of age now, representing the country of his parents' birth. And Christopher Simons riding for Ghana at these Commonwealth Games, out on his time trial. So the afternoon will go at quite a fast pace. We've got everybody going out within a minute of each other, even down to the last few riders on the road. So we're going to see riders being lapped. We're going to see disappointment, excitement, those words of encouragement from the car behind, and of course a little break in between as well, because we've got to get all the cars back. We're going to clear the course again. It's going to be an afternoon of watching the time checks. Interesting when you turn up for a time trial, Rochelle. It's very different from a road race. Your preparation for the day, what you do, your times, the time you get up and have breakfast, because obviously not everybody starts at the same time.
Well, that's right. Every individual athlete will have such a specific preparation on schedule on race day, even to the point where they have what millimetres of water they're going to drink at what times, and alarms set to remind themselves how often to drink. Might be every 15 minutes, might be every 20 minutes, but you know, the athletes that really specifically prepare for a time trial, they have such a specific schedule you would not believe, you know, from the moment to every second, from the moment they wake up to the moment they get on the start line. And I guess that's a little bit of a mental juggle, because if something goes off schedule from outside influence and interferes with that preparation, it can mean basically jeopardise the result for the day. So everything needs to go perfect in the mind of a time trial specialist on the day.
Kenya, Antigua, Ghana and Gibraltar with representatives out on the course. So how does Kangani look to you here?
He doesn't look too bad, actually. He's got, his back's quite flat, and he's got an interesting position there with the time trial bars tilted upways. You probably won't see that with the more professional riders towards the end of this. They'll have more of a flat time trial bars, and that's basically for the aerodynamics. When it's pointing upways, he'll catch a little bit of wind with that, with the position of his arms.
Chris Pradell from the nation of Anguilla, 37 years of age now. Builds boats for his day job. Now on the bike here, skin suited up in the blue colours of his nation. Settles down into the time trial. The one difference we're seeing from the women's time trial in the morning now to the men's time trial is that the roads are drier and those starts are a little more confident.
Well, absolutely. With the dry roads, it's the one less little thing that you need to think about, and unless, there's so many things that go on that the athletes have to think about that's going through their minds, but with the dry roads, it'll definitely make a difference. One extra little thing that they don't need to think about with the tyre pressures and everything like that. So a lot of riders get nervous about the corners and what tyre pressures they should be running, what pace to hit the corners, but having dry roads will definitely eliminate that additional challenge.
David Njau of Kenya. Kenya, one of the better represented nations here. 42 years of age, from Kiambu. Such an important man in the career of Chris Froome. Mentor, representative, coach. Very, very popular rider from Kenya. Here's his compatriot, Suleiman Kangani, who was first on the road, following him on this uphill course just outside of Glasgow. Now, you and I had the pleasure of riding the course yesterday. The conditions were very windy, very blowy, and on that first part, when you climb out the start gate, it really doesn't stop climbing. I mean, we're not talking Monte Zoncolan 22% here. We're talking 3, 4, 5% maybe maximum, but it doesn't stop climbing for around 4 or 5 kilometres.
Well, I think there's one benefit of personally being out of condition. That's that you do feel the difficulties of the road. So I found it quite...
You're talking about me, of course, out of condition.
No, myself actually, but found it quite difficult. And obviously we had very, very bad conditions out there yesterday. Really, really strong wind and rain and, the dead roads, and it was only the adrenaline of being surrounded by all the favourite athletes here that kept me going yesterday. But it's not an easy time trial course, but it's not really one of the most technical either. So I think there's not too many things that the athletes need to think about other than really giving it their best shot, having the best preparation, and basically pacing themselves will be the biggest challenge today because of that headwind they'll have on the way back in, and really need to be able to keep themselves under control for the first half of the race. And as we saw in the women's race, it was won and lost in the last 3 kilometres.
Certainly with those technical terms coming back into Glasgow Green, that's where the differences were made. Guyana with their first rider on the start ramp in this men's individual time trial. 27-year-old Marlon Williams from Linden in Guyana. Started cycling when he was 14. He's been under the wing of the national cycling program since he was a teenager. The Teach Them Young cycle program, brilliantly named. And it's run by Hassan Mohammed back in Guyana. Of course, a nation famous for its cricket and other sports, of course. South American nation.
Very interesting to see that he's wearing a standard road helmet, not one of those aero helmets.
Oh, we've had a mechanical already. Mechanical already for the Ghanaian rider, for the Kenyan rider, pardon me. Kangani was out there.
Looks like his pedals come loose.
Absolute nightmare in the time trial. Of course, in the road race, much less of a problem. Oh, and it's the Alan Kean. It's an absolute nightmare here. This is the sort of thing that really turns you off so early in the time trial as well. Just when he settled down, not good luck.
Well, we saw there that they've not been through this procedure very many times because they didn't know if the mechanic was going to do it or the rider was going to do it. They were fighting over the Allen key there, and the actual mechanic had the wrong Allen key size in his hand, which doesn't happen at the professional level very often, but because they will know that it could potentially be the seat post, the pedal, so he had the wrong size there, so they had to go back. Losing that amount of time, I think it's game over.
Janvier Adi has TT previous. He won the prologue of the 2013 Tour of Rwanda in the meantime. This is still going on, and this is an absolute nightmare for Suleiman Kangani. This is what happened to him. Changing gear, and you can see his rhythm already upset, looks down, realises the pedals come loose. Well, and on the race radar, they're already saying that they want those obstacles in the middle of the road removed, the car a little stuck behind.
I wouldn't be surprised if it was the pedal coming loose there, but fortunately it hasn't come loose and ended up on the bottom of his shoe, because sometimes that happens. The pedal comes off the crank and it can cause an accident, because obviously when the rider's pushing down on the pedals, if the pedal comes loose and it winds off, then it sticks to the bottom of the shoe, but the rider can actually have a really nasty accident if they're pushing through the pedals and the pedal comes off the crank.
Lee Calderon from Gibraltar, 34 years of age. Only riding in a time trial, will not ride the road race at the weekend. Looking at his speciality, and of course effort face already on there. Mouth wide open, trying to regulate the cadence of the power output. Was taking this wonderful atmosphere in Glasgow.
Well, the highest level they've done studies on whether it's more efficient to have the mouth open, getting the oxygen in, or for aerodynamics having the mouth closed. So that's how specific it gets with the technical side of things in a time trial.
Well, the race of truth, the race against the clock, so many cliched names have been given to this, and all of them carrying a sense of truth, and every second really does count.
It's amazing how these races can come down to even 1/100th of a second, so every single little tiny thing that the athletes can do to gain time, whether it be in their equipment or their clothing or the cornering, so everything comes down to the finest time difference, even over a race that's 40 kilometres.
Samuel Anim from Accra, the capital of Ghana. Been at a training camp up here in Scotland with the Air Road Cycling Club, so has been up here for quite a while in preparation for the games, has been enjoying the full Scottish experience. And no doubt will be used to this poor weather up here by now.
Well, this is disastrous for this rider, and every rider here has worked particularly hard to get into the condition to represent their country at the Commonwealth Games. So I can imagine what's going through the rider's mind at the moment. This is very, very frustrating.
Extremely frustrating, of course. He's only watching, he's got, you know, the top gear he's using, and of course you think that if you can get that great gear, you would not have a mechanical problem. The problem is he doesn't have a spare bike on the top of the vehicle. We've just been hearing that on the race radio, in fact, and explaining to the rest of the teams why this obstruction is at the side of the road. And again, something you find that if Alex Dowsett, for example, or Dave Miller, one of the last two to go out, one of the World Tour guys later on, they just seem to switch their bikes.
Yeah, we would expect that a bike change would only take somewhere from 10 to 15 seconds, and then they'll be back on their way. So it's very important at the top level to have the spare bike there on the roof, and in most occasions the spare bike is identical to the race bike.
Julian Bellido setting the best time so far, 36.9 kilometers per hour. 10:24 off that first part of the circuit. In the meantime, for Kenya's Suleiman Kangangi, this is really, really, really frustrating. The time ticks on, looking to try and find something to help. Applause as everybody goes past him. You've been in a similar situation to this.
I've had a snap chain once where I've just had to stand there, and you know, the bike wasn't on the roof because the cars had problems and had to change during the race, and just the feeling of standing there and being helpless. There's nothing that you can do. You know, the amount of different things that goes through your mind, but in that moment it's so stressful, and there's absolutely nothing you can do.
Jane Bridges onto the road for Antigua. Just going back to that mechanical problem. I mean, if you're in a road race, in a stage race, you're not the leader. It doesn't matter. Tomorrow's another day. This is a time trial. This is one single race where every second counts on one hand. and on the other, you're not going to get another chance. It's the Commonwealth Games. It's once every 4 years. So frustrating.
Exactly, and I think that's what would be going through my mind. Another 4 years. I've worked so hard for this, and you don't get the opportunity to try and do it better until 4 years have passed. So it's a very frustrating moment. Here we see him on his road bike. I don't know whether it's his or it's someone else's, but he has got a spare bike so he can continue and finish this race at the Commonwealth Games.
So he will be able to finish the time trial. Again, does it fit him? Is it the right size? That is the question. Now here's a great story. Missy Katumba from Malawi. The Malawi team turned up here with bikes that required repair. They went to the local bike shop, which is just on the corner here from our first corner. They were lent bikes because theirs were too expensive to repair, apparently. So the local bike shop, Bilson Cycles, named after a famous Scottish rider back in the 1980s who owned the cycle shop after he retired. Oh, and in the meantime, we're having all sorts of pedal problems. Can't clip in. Is that the right make of pedals? I really hope so.
It's possible that he's been given somebody else's bike and they're the wrong pedals, and he's not got the compatible cleats on the bottom of his shoes. So if he's unable to get in, it'll be very difficult to finish the ride here today. He's not sure whether he should keep trying or...
Trying to clip in and be polite to whoever's lent them the bike, of course. But if they're not the right make, the cleats will simply not go in. Of course, again, aware that a lot of you around the world watching who maybe never ridden a bike with clipless pedals before, and these pedals, you've got 3, 4, 5 big makes around the world, but they're all different systems, aren't they, Rochelle?
Yeah, it's important that obviously they're not compatible from brand to brand, so you need to have the right cleat for that particular pedal. In his situation, he's staying quite calm given the circumstances out there at the moment.
I think when all those things happen, perhaps it's just time to accept that it isn't your day. Now Njal looking good here. Bejido saying the best time so far. Coming up that first time check. 48.14 seconds quicker, so Njal starting really, really well.
See what's happening here. Is he going to be able to continue?
Bike going on the roof. I wonder if the problem's been solved with the other pedal. We shall see. Dominic Maiho. Riding for Bermuda. His blue and white jersey. And Kangani abandons. Oh, that's awful, awful news. It did not finish on the time trial. That will be an absolute shock to the system. Look at that. Inconsolable in the car. And you can understand why.
Absolutely. This looks like he doesn't want to say anything. He's just reflecting on what's just taken place. Not much conversation going on there in the car. I think he's devastated.
Arvind Panwar, Indian representative. Aero helmet at the ready, couple of deep breaths as you can see. He's got the visor on. At the minute he'll need that, but can't promise that the sun will stay out all the time.
It's also a big discussion amongst the time trial specialists about the visor, whether it's more aerodynamic to have it on or to have it off. A lot of the riders find it a little bit uncomfortable and they want to wear the brand of sunglasses that they usually wear and not change that, but then the other discussion is that using the visor can be a lot more aerodynamic.
Well, Panwar was out on the recon yesterday on his road bike. And Jal looking really good here. You can see the energy gel just under his shorts on his skin shirt. Best rider so far, fastest time by a long way, 48 seconds quicker. High cadence pedaling here. Bit of movement in the body and the head though.
Yeah, he's got a little bit of a bounce to his style, and some of the best riders do that, but they say scientifically the more stable you can be through the core, the more energy and more power that you put through the pedals, but there is quite a few riders that do have that bouncing style.
Sherwin Osborne of Anguilla takes that first corner again. Visible difference between what we saw there and what we saw with the ladies this morning, given the difference in road surface. Settles down nice and quickly. Shuffles back on the saddle to get his right position. And again, today we'll see the difference as well. You were talking tech before. the resources the guys who are going to go out at the end have compared to these guys who are riding as extremely good amateurs representing their countries but not professionals. We're talking wind tunnels, skin suit materials. That's a lot of seconds just in that as well, isn't it? Before we get to difference in ability.
We will see a significant difference. This skin suit in vision now, we can see is quite baggy.
And we can see the helmet as well here.
Yeah, the helmet. So we'll see a difference in the skin suits and the materials used, and there will not be any of these creases and bagginess on the skin suits that we'll see a little bit later in the competition. But there's a lot of science that goes into the aerodynamics of a skin suit, with the golf ball effect dimples on the shoulders and the thicker fabrics on the back and double stitching for wind drag, and there's a lot of different aspects of a skin suit that they've put technology into to get that extra, really minute seconds, tenths of a second, thousandths of a seconds out of these time trials.
It's interesting which area those riders who don't have access to the full equipment choose to compromise as well, because for Antoine Harry-Sol there of the Seychelles, we're seeing the full TT rig, a really nice, modern, well set up bike, but of course the old normal road helmet with the vents in it.
Which makes a big difference. Even your social cyclist could feel the difference of wearing a standard road helmet that has the wind vents in it opposed to one that's filled in. They now have covers for normal standard road helmets that make a really, really big difference. So if you're flying down a hill or at the paces that these guys are riding at, you can really feel the difference of the wind drag on a normal standard helmet that has wind vents opposed to one that's covered in like the one we see at the moment.
Ajal, quickest rider so far. Kenya having a nightmare on one hand with Kangangi, but looking good here. This is a little bit of the standing water that's still on the roads on the side. Now Lee Calderon up into third, 26.55 seconds. This is his first time check when we've just come out of town, uphill, and then into the North Lanarkshire countryside. What sort of times are we expecting from the very best guys today? 40 Ks, maybe 50 minutes, something like that, I think might not be a bad shout. Another of the Malawi representatives, Leonard Soyo, enjoying himself. This is the difference you were talking about. Look at the helmet here. This is a road helmet, but it's a helmet with no vents, certainly less vents anyway, just the 1-2 on the side. And this is the type of helmet that a lot of road riders now in the peloton on cooler days are wearing to try and even get the aero advantage on a normal road race.
Well, that's right. Riders that just want to save energy, or riders that want to break away and win solo looking for that extra time benefit, they go for this helmet that's covered in. Sometimes when it's really hot, it's difficult because this one does have air vents, you can see there, but there are other helmets that don't have them, so it's a little bit of a compromise on temperature and comfort, but definitely an advantage in regards to the use of energy and saving energy, wind drag. So this is a bit of a compromise between the standard road helmet with the normal vents and the aero helmets that we've seen on some of the other riders.
Well, that particular model, one that's really come in the last 18 to 24 months or so in the peloton, and a couple of the pioneers had a few of their colleagues poking fun at them for a while. Luca Paolini in Italy was one that always used to wear one, and on Twitter people putting photographs of chicks coming out of half-hatched eggshells saying it looks like he's got a bit of an eggshell on his head, but certainly working for some riders.
Absolutely. When these helmets came out, when technology took that extra little step and more science was put into it, there was a lot of talk about how ugly the helmets looked, but it's when a new car comes out and it looks a bit different, everybody says it looks ugly. That's the word for different, but then you see 6 months later, a year later, that's the trend, and everybody's using it, and this is a huge performance benefit to have a helmet that doesn't have the air vents in it. So it's become a little bit like the norm in cycling these days.
Full TT aero helmets for all of the Kenyan team, and Jal up there, the latest man onto the course for Kenya was John Muya. Andre Simon is the next man out. And this is an area of the course where it's raining, as you can see. Roads wet, very, very flooded, and you start to feel the wind out here as well. Blowing from side to side, a few different corners, meandering through some farmers' fields. Here we go to the start. From Antigua, Andre Simon. Okay, nicely set up with the skin suit, TT rig, and the full aero helmet. Settles down nice and quickly.
And we see some of the countries are wearing short sleeve skin suits and other countries the longer ones. It is scientifically proven that the longer sleeves are more aerodynamic, but then you have to weigh everything up against comfort, and you know, sometimes it's more important to be comfortable than to be aerodynamic, and you can gain the seconds just in your mental state of being comfortable rather than being uncomfortable or too hot. Of course, that can use more energy from the body. So I think it's a personal preference, but you will see most of the professionals these days, they all go for the long sleeves.
All depends on how you cope in the heat as well, I guess. Andre Simon, perhaps it's not a particularly warm day here, but it's quite humid, and perhaps he's one of those guys that just doesn't go well in the heat. Giovanni Lovell running for Belize.
You can see his numbers there are flapping around on his back, so he's going to have to listen and feel that all day. You can hear the flapping of the numbers in the wind, and you can feel it on your back. So it's an interesting technique he's used with his pinning there. The other thing that's quite interesting is that we see most of the professionals wear their number pinned on very low on the back because it's out of where the wind crosses over the back.
Just like here.
This one's, and I think we'll see even lower numbers placed because the back gets a little bit flatter. With the, I think with the competitors at the end of the competition today, we're going to see the backs are a lot flatter and more aerodynamic, which means they need their number to be even lower on the back than what we just saw. We were speaking earlier, Rob, about the method of pinning the number onto the skin suit. It's very interesting that they still use pins and the technology hasn't advanced to anything else. They have tried the sticky numbers that stick onto the skin suit, but they found with that they still need to use pins, and it's not quite reliable enough because if it sticks well enough that it's not going to move, it tends to ruin the fabric, and then you can only wear the skin suit once. So pins is still the way, it's still the method. And if we calculated how much time professional athletes spent in a career pinning their numbers on, I think we'd end up with a lot of accumulative hours.
A lot of time wasted getting ready, that preparation. All part of the mental game for some, though, as well. They know it's race time when the night before in the hotel, they lie everything out on the bed. And now in this era of social media, you often see the photograph taken the night before. This is my gear for tomorrow. And I suppose that some athletes know that they're in the zone from that moment on.
Exactly. Pinning the numbers on your jersey is a significant moment because it does indicate that, you know, it's time to switch on now. The numbers are going on the back. It's race day. Let's switch on. But it's interesting to see how different athletes spend a different amount of time on their pinning their numbers. Of me, for example, I'm quite fussy and I spend a lot of time pinning my numbers on in my career, making sure it was perfect. You know, try the jersey on or the skin suit on, and if it's not sitting perfectly flat, take it off, pin it again. So it's quite an art to get the numbers pinned dead flat on the back, and it can make a difference. If it catches wind, the wind's blowing a certain way that catches under the number, then it can act as a kite, and it can actually slow you down. So we see this number here. If we just analyse a few of the numbers, not bad.
We'll break away from the cycling for a moment and bring you some more freestyle wrestling. It's the men's 65 kilos semi-final. Jevon Balfour of Canada against Terry van Rensburg from South Africa.
Jevon Balfour of Canada takes on Terry van Rensburg of South Africa in our next semi-final. This time men's freestyle 65 kilograms. Out they come, Jevon Balfour in red for Canada. Two fairly evenly matched wrestlers. Balfour will be taking on van Rensburg of South Africa. Van Rensburg beating Mered Tarash of Australia. Remember, he did it by a pin as well. It was a very impressive bout. The South African looks very strong. The Australian, one of the favourites to get a medal here, so Rensburg has stopped him. Balfour, the Canadian, beats the Nigerian Clarkson earlier on. Also has looked very quick. So, forget the graphic at the top left there. Yes, it's just been changed now. It's Canada up against South Africa. Canada in red.
Yes, the South African did very well. Wasn't a favourite in his quarter-final to get to this semi-final. The whole point, of course, is to try to throw your opponent on the ground. 2 points for a score, or 4 points for a score. If you get 10 clear points, well, that's the first 2 for the South African. And can he get the pin? Can he get the fall? If he gets 2 shoulder blades onto the ground, he will win.
The Canadian doing his very best. Surely that's it. It looked like a touch. Mr. Keelan felt it was just fractionally off the mat and says they are now off the mat. That was very close indeed, and you could see the South African coach there. He potentially could do a video replay challenge here. It's up to him to throw it in. He asked his wrestler, and his wrestler says, no, don't bother, it's all good.
Well, he did exactly the same in the previous round, didn't he? Threw him onto his back and got the pin against Tarash, and nearly did it again there. We saw the Canadian carrying a knee injury in the last round, but then he jogged off the mat, so looks okay.
Well, it's the Canadian now who's got his arm around the neck of the South African. Half Nelson there if he grabs his leg and flips him over.
Yeah, a good defence there by the South African. He's very strong, Van Rensburg, isn't he?
A lot of action, but still just 2-0. Just over a minute to go in the first period. Good arm drag there as he pulled him down to the ground. But the South African turns it round and gets control for another 2.
Very strong there. You try now to turn him over 90 degrees. But no, brought back onto their feet. But a good 4-point lead now for the South African.
Canadian shoots again. Doesn't have the power to pull the leg in, and South African used his head well there to spin round behind.
Yeah, he's got to get that leg loose. If he can get that leg out and get behind him, he'll get another 2 points, and there it is.
Yes, has to get behind his opponent fully to get that 2 points. Got the gut wrench on him, but no, they've gone into the blue area, so they're told to stand up and come back to the middle. But a large gap is starting to happen here. 6-0, the South African leads over the Canadian.
Yes, he looks in complete control now. Looks very confident, doesn't he?
Yeah, he's a slightly different body type to a lot of the wrestlers in this category. A shorter squatter, more powerful. He's very long-armed, the South African, and he uses his limbs well. Rangy. He also has tremendous speed, so the 30-second clock ticks away. The gap between these 2 3-minute periods. Let's have a look at that potential pin.
Well,
it was very close.
I thought it happened just before that point, just at the beginning of that replay, before he got onto his head. We've seen those given. He's very unlucky there.
Look at that
the
power
bridge.
in the neck,
Yes.
holding the full body weight of the other man and his own. Most impressive.
Yes, these athletes, some of the fittest, the strongest around. It's an unrelenting sport. You need speed, stamina, power, strength. You need to be an all-round athlete to be a good wrestler.
Second period, 3 more minutes to come then in this semi-finals. And Rensburg 6 points up in blue, the South African, over Balfour of Canada. Keeps trying different attacks, but just can't get his way around this tricky South African.
Yes, he's strong, isn't he? He's dominating the grips. He's got his arm there. You see what he's pulling the Canadian's arm in. If you fight against somebody who's stronger than you, dominating the grips. Oh, but...
Oh, my goodness me. He nearly pins himself there, the South African.
Yes.
But managed to slip his way out, slither his way around to the back of the Canadian, who managed to get...
The Canadian gets the 2, but the South African gets the 1 for the reversal because he got back behind the Canadian.
2 points for back time on the South African, who managed to do it to himself there, but a point for spinning round behind. So 7-2, 5 points in it. No real sweat for the South African, but he's an exciting wrestler, that's for sure. The Canadian gets a double, straight to his back. Oh my goodness, that was close to a pin as well. He'll get 4 points to that, and it's 7-6. This is really tight now.
Well, he's going for the gut wrench now, if he can turn him, but the South African's defence is very strong there on the ground. Well, this has been a game of 2 halves, Colin. First period was dominated by the South African, but the Canadian has really come out fighting in the second period. And only 1 point in it now. That's how quick things can turn around in wrestling.
Well, in some ways, it's quite nice to see the Canadian being rewarded. He's been the more aggressive of the 2, but this time the South African does some aggression of his own and shot puts the Canadian out of this arena here into the blue. So 7-6 the scoreline. Held up his hand there to give more points to the South African. In fact, the South African coach is standing up shouting, hey, where's the points? There we go. 8-6 now. It's just appeared. Just a little bit slow.
Yes, he got 2 for the throw instead of just the 1 for going out the area. He's got to be careful there. If you step out. Well, that's another throw for Canada, another 2 points. This is a close one now.
9-8, just a point in it, 58 seconds to go. Mr. Keelan brings them back to the center. They go again. This really could go either way.
Well, the Canadian needs to do something. A warning there for bending the fingers. He's done so well to come back into this match, the Canadian. Can he get him down? Good defence by the South African. He needs to push him down to the ground there. And he gets it.
Another 2 points to Jevin Balfour. He's gone from 1 behind to 1 in front. 22 seconds to go.
Well, he worked for that, didn't he? He used all of his strength and power against this very strong South African who completely dominated the first period.
Here's a lesson of why you never give up in life. Balfour really did look in trouble earlier on, but can Van Rensburg do something about this? A few seconds left. He's been such a surprise. Can he pull off a massive one in the dying seconds? That is it. It's over. 10-9 to Canada. Jevin Balfour will be in the final.
And what a comeback. Yes, his experience paid off in the end. But a great showing by Van Rensburg from South Africa. Very unlucky. He'll go through the repechage now to fight for the bronze. Here we go. This is how he wins it. Drives Van Rensburg over to the ground. There it is for the 2 points. Look at the determination and the strength. Using all his experience. 2 points and a place in the final.
Tamara Pereira of Sri Lanka up against Yogeshwar Dutt of India. The next semi-final, a place against Mr. Balfour of Canada in the gold medal match this evening is at stake. Well, the Sri Lankan will be wearing the red singlet. A nervous-looking young man, and no surprise, he's up against one of the greatest wrestlers in the world, Yogeshwar Dutt. Big fan favourite amongst Indians. They really do have some absolute world-class wrestlers. Dutt himself, an Olympic bronze medalist. So the Sri Lankan, we've said before, he's been a real surprise, a pleasant surprise, just how tricky and quick he is. And he's up against an absolute legend of the sport in this man, the Asian champion, Yogeshwar Dutt, the Commonwealth champion from last time out. And he knows how to pin you in 100 different ways. He's a tricky character.
Yes, we saw Gareth Jones being finished off in lightning quick time for the Sri Lankan. Had a very easy win against the New Zealander in the quarter-final. He won't give up. But there we are. He makes it look so easy, doesn't he, Dutt? Round the back for the 2 points straight away.
Just incredible. It looks like training hole stuff, doesn't it? Like the other man is asked to be a little slow while he spins round behind.
And this is what he did to Gareth Jones, the leg lace. But the Sri Lankan manages to stay on his front. He needs to turn him over the 90 for the 2 points. But he manages to defend it. We saw him spin Gareth Jones 4 or 5 times and clock up 10 points in no time at all. But good defence there by the Sri Lankan. Well, he nearly got the point there, got in for the single, but Dutt just managed to ride it, and he turns in now, gets 2 points. Like you said, Colin, looks like a training session. He looks like a lazy wrestler, makes it look so easy, doesn't he? And he's up to 4 points.
That was just phenomenal power, just bullying him around with one arm. It's incredible, while posting using his head. And a very unusual way to spin someone on their back, especially at this level. Incredible.
Yes.
See the way he's dominating his head, making it very difficult, and then spins round again. Another 2 points, 6-0, and I'm not sure this is going to go to the end of the first period.
Yes, if you get 10 clear points, of course, it's the end of the match. And he's just clocking them up, hasn't broken sweat yet in this Commonwealth Games in Glasgow. There he goes again, turns him onto his back. Another 2 points, up to 8, one more.
Flips him over again. Surely that's it. 2 more points. Yes. He only needs 10-point margin to win. Technical superiority. He has won. And soon enough, the referees will realise that the 10-point gap is there. He's going to squeezing him down for a pin.
There's no need.
He doesn't actually need it. The Indians are saying, hey, he doesn't need it. Shouting over to the match chairman, who now wakes up to realise that it is 10-0. Like everyone was just so captivated with the Indian there, just waiting for him to pin him, that no one was watching the scoreboard. And there we go, a very deserved finalist, Yogeshwar Dutt, and Chamara Pereira will now get a crack at the repechage and be going for bronze.
What a display of wrestling. I think he just wanted to go through the whole of the moves there.
Yeah, the whole repertoire.
Repertoire was the word I was looking for. I nearly said repechage.
No, it's definitely not going to the repechage. Now let's have a little look here. That could have been painful for the Sri Lankan, who had no option but to flip onto his back in the end.
Look at him, he can do everything, can't he? And finishes with a fall, just for the fun. Takes the ankle, they take it so low, these Indians. There's nothing you can do to defend it. Picking off the points, flips him over again for another 2. I think he could have done anything, couldn't he, Colin?
Oh yes, it did have a feel of a man just going through the moves, just making sure there was nothing rusty here on the mat. And the Sri Lankan did his very best.
You're watching the Games channel from Glasgow 2014, available on YouTube. We are heading to Edinburgh now, and the Royal Commonwealth Pool, the diving competition. It is the preliminaries of the women's 10-metre platform. We're going to join this after 2 of the 5 rounds with commentary from Dean Puller and Roger Thames.
So,
on your couch looking the most impressive after 2 rounds of diving. And 2 Canadians showing their worth. Malaysia having a good morning. Lara Tarvin as well, making a good start to her campaign. Caroline Ware, the one who's not really got going so far. Young Victoria, a lot of attention on her, down there in 10th place. You want to see the young divers really come away with the whole competition boosted with encouragement. Expecting them to come away with a medal at just 13, although it has been known. They just need them to come away feeling good about what they've been through and pushing them forward into the rest of their career. Lara Tarvin made a nice start with a back 2.5 somersault, piked her 3rd dive. Oh, it's blown it a bit, but it is, thankfully for her, the preliminary competition.
Well, I'm just worried about her physical state. Landing that short would hurt. Falling from the 10-metre really, and on those legs, especially the calf muscles, really takes a whack. She's just dropped the legs. You've seen some of the other girls do it, but she's dropped that too low. Needs to put her legs sort of horizontal with the water.
She's got some marks for it, 23.20. Doesn't look too shaken. Let's not forget, or be reluctant to admit, even the pros, so to speak, find it a bit scary up there at times. Rosaline Fillon, forward 3.5 somersault. Run down that platform and disappear into nothingness.
And a solid dive again. As you say, the difference if you slip there on a, see, just pulling in that pike, bending the legs a little bit in the difference if you slip on one of those, it can hurt. You land. And up to 8, pretty good score there, 66 points.
Very good in Ben Fato. You can guess the 2 Canadian girls have been chatting their way up the steps. Back 3.5 somersault, 3.3 the value of this, her 3rd dive.
Again we see them short. Diver going short. Just kicking out too early. It's a good takeoff, nice tuck position. Just too early. Throwing the head back, legs drop.
3.5 somersaults, the most difficult dive any of the girls use, and just kicking out a little short of rotation on the entry.
The marks down 4-5. Chat to the coach, talk it through, sort it out, get it right tonight.
Made it look like it was his fault then.
What do you expect me to do about it? Yun Hung in with 3.5 somersaults. Pocket Malaysian, under 5 foot tall.
Oh, sensational finish. She's got beautiful lines when she's with those legs and the toe point. It's like toothpicks there. And that looks great going through the water. Everything nice and tight.
And the judges liked it as well. 3/8 to score, 76.80. Rachel Bug looking for a bit of form arm stand, back double somersault, 1.5 twists. The crowd like these dives with a gymnastic movement at the front. Just goes absolutely quiet.
And a strong effort, very strong push off the arm stand. So he really using those arms and the legs to get it moving. Couldn't quite stop it on the bottom.
Suddenly snap into action, don't they?
Yeah, it's time to go. Show the judges I can hold the arm stand, now I'm off.
Just over 60 points there. Caroline Ware in her second Commonwealth Games, 5th in Delhi, so she will expect more of herself than hanging down at the back of the pack. Arm stand, back, triple somersault, again, 3.3. A lot of strapping on those wrists. Into the fingers there. Oops. Crowd holds its breath. Another go at it. Not looking comfortable. Fighting it. Well, she got it done.
Amazing. I thought she was going to come down there. She has done a false start. Once her feet leave that platform and goes up into the arm stand, she did come back down again. So the judges will have to judge the mark out of 10, and then the referee will deduct 2 points from each score, from each judge. But she was lucky to get out of that on that second arm stand. I thought she was coming down.
Full credit for fighting it though.
Oh, great effort.
Still got 5.5s, which proved that once she went, it was pretty respectable.
Time to balance, unfortunately, and the judges have to score, and the referee deducts 2 points because of that restart.
The announcer just explaining that to the crowd as well. That's why the points were down on the low side.
Could I please ask judge number 2 to re-enter their score?
Just a little delay, you're asking a judge to confirm their score. Sarah Barrow looking pretty nonchalant about it all. 25, third Commonwealth Games. She's been around the diving block, as it were. Those electronic pads. Triggers the whole scoring system for the spectators here, the officials, right through to our own captions. Linked it together. Sarah has to wait. We'll hear the buzzer go when she's good to go. Just amended a score there. 5.5.
Sarah, forward 3.5, somersaults, pint.
Now Sarah gets the chance to perform her forward 3.5 somersault pint. Not yet reached her silver medal synchro form.
Nice rotation. And very nice pointing of the toes there again. Just a little bit heavy on the entry, not quite sliding through. Nice and cleanly.
She completes somersault 1 and 2, and around on number 3 just needed to grab
54 points.
quickly to get a clean entry.
Victoria,
She'll be looking for more.
1 twist, pint.
And Victoria, Vincent. Forward 2.5 somersault with 1 twist. 2.9 the degree of difficulty there.
excellent performance. Moving quite a long way away from the platform. Judges won't like that so much, but she gets it down with no problems.
Well, the people watching at home who maybe don't enjoy diving often will be saying, well, I would want to get as far away from that platform as possible. But they are looking for, you know, a vertical entry, as it were.
Yes.
Everybody from who was around in the 80s remembers the famous Greg Louganis episode when he cracked his head on the board. Wouldn't want to see that, but you know, this is a dangerous sport, especially off that platform. I'm told the really sharp divers just stick to 3 meters.
That's right, smart ones. But Victoria's doing a wonderful performance here for a 13-year-old. Really, 60.9, lots of 7s, and we'll give her a nice spot there in the final.
Cracking smile she came up with then. Well done, come on, enjoy it. Melissa Wu from Australia, hugely more experienced than Victoria. In with 3.5 somersault.
Oh, magnificent dive. That was a wonderful performance there from Melissa, right up, pushing out over those toes, good tuck position, and dropped it in vertically. So just that strength as you're coming off the platform really sets up the dive and makes the bottom a lot easier. Lots of 8s, 73.6, good score.
It's a bit more like it, she'll be thinking. Tonya Couch. Forward 3.5 somersault.
There's Tonya coming up. Another polished effort. Time to look for the entry.
And Tonya with the forward 3.5 somersaults. Big fast run down the board, gets into a good rotating position.
Camera angle there with that camera that drops all the way down with the divers. Only 2 of those in the world. It gives you an appreciation of just how much time they're in the air and the, you know, the sheer drop they have to go through. And Layla. Gold and silver in Delhi. Bronze already in the synchro. Arm stand back double somersault, 1.5 twist.
And stopping that one very successfully on the water. Good throw into the twist. Quite a lot of rotation happening and just times it perfectly on the entry.
1.5 twister again from Handelella. Very strong push off.
A nice pike save underneath the water.
Couple of 8s there to count. Hello, Shi Yi from Malaysia. 16 years of age. Just a little bit of an issue there.
Don't know whether she might be waiting for the referee. Maybe she didn't hear the whistle.
Just a little bit of almost a conversation going on with her coaches down there. Something's not right.
And there's no towel or chamois. She's just a little bit wet. Just need to make sure those legs are dry before you try and grab the legs for the somersault. If they're a bit wet, potential for slipping and coming out of the somersault.
Well, good for her to make sure she feels right before she goes. Just 16. Rushed into doing something when you're not ready. Back 3.5 somersault. 3.3 here. Maybe she paid for that delay and was a bit scrambled, perhaps. I don't know.
Ouch. Ouch. Well, that'll hurt, definitely. It looked like she had it under control at the top. Beautiful tuck position. No problem about slipping out. Just, she's let them go way too early. Ouch.
She still smiles, but not too much to smile about in those marks. Just about the minimal. Let's check on the scores after 3 rounds. Tonya Couch and Alayla showing her form. Filion Wu as well, starting to show. This will decide the dive order this evening. Caroline Ware still not quite managing it. Victoria Vincent, though, doing okay.
Dives. Lara, arm stand back double somersault to 1.5 twists, position 3.
Round 4 of 5. Lara Tarvik looking to get back on track after good opening couple of dives. Arm stand back double somersault, 1.5 twists, 3.2. Bring the weight forward, just a bit of hesitation.
And Whippy there off the platform, just holding her arm stand long enough. See, she really doesn't push off with her arms at all. She just falls down. See a lot of the other divers push from the arm stand. She's just straight in, no arms, but controlled it well on the bottom.
59.20.
Balance from Lara. Just need a little stronger push from the platform that gets in for a safe entry.
Rosalind back. Arm stand back. Triple somersault with.
Rosalind Filion. Two Olympics, 5 World Championships. Very experienced competitor. Arm stand back triple somersault, 3.3. Putting the ankles together. Long hold.
And very nice dive. Good arm stand position, strong. Held it for a while. And really using those legs as if they were arms, if she was standing up, needing to get the whip going.
I love the confidence on this dive. Kicks out really strong and a great entry.
A strong diver.
Megan, arm stand back. Triple somersault with turn.
7.5 marks. Good count. Megan Benfeito. Arm stand back triple somersault. Maybe a preliminary competition, but crowd engrossed in the skills of these divers. A real treat if they didn't get the chance to see it live very often.
And what a jump she was able to get off the platform. See her really go up off her hands, really up and into it. Good position. She's just left it short.
And teammate Megan with the same dive now. Just needed to stretch her toes out and touch up a little bit, slightly short of rotation.
Top reverse dive height.
62.70. Yun-Hoon, her 3rd competition, remember, of these games so far. A reverse dive. It's only worth 1.9.
Well, that's unusual to see that. She's obviously having trouble with her reverse optional dive, her high degree of difficulty dive. So she's chosen to just put in the reverse dive.
She's made a pretty good job of it though, which you have to do obviously with a low tariff, but it's still not going to get a boatload of points for her. Well, 8s is good, 45-60 is a more modest impact on the scoreboard. Rachel Barg, though, has a 3-3 dive. Back 3.5 somersault.
It's a bit better effort there from Rachel after her inward 3.5. She's needing to stay tight for the entry. Very good jump, squeezing. Picked the right point, but just went lazy on the entry. Very open tuck.
3.5 somersaults, good jump out forward. Just needed to squeeze the tuck shell a little tighter to increase the rotation.
5.5s to count.
Caroline, forward 3.5 somersaults, point.
Now, Caroline, elder of the two Ware sisters, has competed at 3 meters with her sibling Pamela. Forward 3.5 somersault, looking to find some form.
She's done that. It's so hard with that strapping on her tricep. When you're pushing for the entry and trying to get the rip entry, it's hard to lock the arms out, to push for that, to make that hole to go through. So your tricep is giving way, makes it hard to get a clean entry. But that was a good one for her, 63 points. It'll help the confidence.
Bit more like it. Sarah Barrow down in 9th place at the moment, reverse 2.5 somersault. This is a 2.8.
And a great dive from Sarah. Really good, strong, attacked the dive, jumped it up. See, just picking exactly the right time to kick her legs out. Just want to make sure that you pick that right spot, because if you don't, see, you can either go way over or very short.
2 7s and a 6.5 gives her 57.40. Coach just making a point. Victoria Vincent, reverse 2.5 somersault, 2.8. Again, her degree of difficulties reflecting the stage she is in her career. Need to build on these dives. The more experience you get, the stronger you get.
Magnificent finish. She's picked the right time to do that. Good rip entry. And watching her do some of those in training, and they weren't quite like that one.
Same dive there from Victoria.
Good on her.
Squeezes the
Good
top
rip
shape,
entry.
kicks out,
Nothing better than going through the water and feeling that.
and a rip entry.
Well done, good girl, 8.5. She'll be popular, especially in the final tonight. She's 13 years of age, everybody will want her to do well. Everybody in the crowd.
Yes.
Melissa Wu, back 3.5 somersault, tucked 3.3 we're up to.
And again, we see another diver just not picking the right spot to come out. Moving it away here. He needs to get those arms up and around. So just kicking the legs and falling very heavy on the water.
And with a bit of luck, these divers will have benefited from having a preliminary competition without pressure. Let them get a few things out of their system and hopefully raise the standard for tonight. That's what we want. Top competition with all the divers really reflecting their own potential. Tonya Couch has performed impressively so far this morning. Arm stand back double somersault 1.5 twist for a 3.2 degree of difficulty, and she is leading the field.
Yes, well, she's really looking a bit of a standout performer in this preliminary against some of her rivals. Pretty good push there. Comes around, straightens up for the entry.
First went to the World Championships in 2005, so compared to young Victoria Vincent at 13, she's got massive experience to draw on here. 65-60. The defending champion Panda Leila. In with 3.5. In the tuck.
And a very good dive there from the Malaysian. Good takeoff, as I said again, pushing out of the ankles and getting that backside up enables her to come around with the time to look for the entry.
Pulls her knees up to the side in the tuck shape to increase the rotation. Stretches out.
3 7.5s, 72 points. Is a good, respectable return, to say the least.
Double somersault to 1.5 twist, position 3.
Low GE. 3.2 for this arm stand back double somersault 1.5 twists for the 16-year-old. She's off to the Youth Olympics after this, which is back end of August. Very quick out of that arm stand.
Very quick out of the arm stand. Would like to have seen her hold that a little bit longer. She needs to hold the arm stand to show that the judges she's in control. She was a bit quick, and the judges may deduct points for that. But a good entry on the finish.
Nice twist and tight entry. Low just needed to hold the balance a little longer.
3 6.5s. Still Tonya Couch leading the field. It's not a huge amount in it. Those top three of Finion and Panda Leila just opening up a bit of a gap there. Caroline still down there, but one or two of the others, like Melissa Wu, will still be looking to produce a bit more when it comes to the big one this evening. Into the final round of 5. Lara Tarvit completes her program with a back 2.5 somersault 1.5 twist, 3.2 in a piked position.
Splendid finish from Lara Tarvit. Very nice, controlled dive, good power off the board. Into the pike position and stopping it for the entry.
This is probably why she chooses it for the last one. Super jump off the platform, legs really tight together through the twist. And great entry.
Now back to the team hotel for a rest and a bit of reflection after a solid finish to her routine. And they handle the day as Another thing that the inexperienced divers have to learn how to manage. A bit of food, a bit of rest, and then start the warm-up all again. Rosaline Filion.
An excellent dive. A lot of these girls doing exactly the same dive in the last round. A lot of them leave their twisting dive till the end.
7, 7.5, 7, 8, 7.5, 7.
And we're going to see a lot of this dive in the last
Used a good
round.
solid dive there.
Pulls into the plank shape. Stretches out for a clean entry.
And the judges give it 70.40.
2.5 somersaults, 1.5 twist, pint.
Megan Benfato. Back 2.5 somersault, 1.5 twist.
Yes, and very similar to her synchronised partner. Strong finish.
8, 7.5, 7, 7.5, 7.
Good twisting position, had the arm up on the head.
And no problems on this dive for Megan.
The other hand across the body.
Legs tight together in the twist, which is good. And accurate entry.
And the judges give that straight 7.5. There was a 7 and an 8 in there, but it's 72 solid points. Kyung Yun Hoong from Malaysia. 5th after 4 rounds, which is good encouragement.
And again, a strong jump. She really presses and gets some good lift off that 10 metre. Just leaving that one short.
Looking at her results, the springboard has probably been more successful for her. She's got 3 6.5s there.
2.5 somersaults, 1.5 twist, pint.
Rachel Bugg, striving for her best form so far today. Back 2.5 somersault, 1.5 twist.
And that was her best dive for today. A wonderful finish. Good jump. Legs together.
6, 7, 7, 6.5.
Important for these competitors to at least complete their program on a positive note and go away feeling decent about themselves. 65-60, a bit better, yeah.
2.5 somersaults, 1.5 twist, pint.
Caroline Ware, feel there is more to come from her than we've seen so far this morning. Back 2.5 somersault, 1.5 twists. See how she wraps it all up.
Yes, and a solid dive. Nothing exceptional about that one. She was there moving away from the 10 metre. Doesn't get a lot of jump, but pulls it around.
Once again, the back twist.
And dives it in.
Needs to tidy up those feet, keep them together in the twist.
3 sevens out the middle of the pack. 67-20. Sarah Barrow. Synchro silver. Back 2.5 somersault, 1.5 twist.
And again, look at that force. She's using her arms to get the somersault moving, really having to get it happening. then once you start the twist,
Finish the back twist also. Again,
having to squeeze for the entry.
together in the twist shape. A really good entry.
Representing England,
67.20. Good to hear the crowd encouraging young Victoria Vincent. She's going to finish with a forward 3.5 somersault, which is a 3.0 degree of difficulty. Going through it all in her head first.
She has a nice popping rip sound on her entries. Just couldn't stop her heels going there. See her moving it away from the 10 metre. So she's always fighting for that to stop the rotation.
So Victoria using the 3.5 pike as her last dive, pulls into a nice tight pike shape, sees the water, grabs her hands.
So that's what the Commonwealth Games is all about, she'll think. Now I know, let's see what we can do this evening. Melissa Wu. Olympic silver medal in her collection, remember. Back 2.5 somersault, 1.5 twists to sign off.
Good control on that dive. She's shown there. Get the toe point, legs together. Nice form. Just lifting the chin a little bit on entry.
From Melissa. Nice transition between
Keep head down, the rip.
Slightly short of rotation.
2 7s and a 7.5 in there. 68.80. Tonya Couch has looked the most impressive from England. A reverse 2.5 somersault. 2.8. Low tariff dive to finish her programme, or lower tariff.
No, she's been doing that for a long time, and that is one of her better dives. Normally she comes out very strong and then rips it for 9s. That's why maybe she's putting it as her finishing dive, but she's just put that one over.
Tonya's using a reverse 2.5 somersaults. Starts the dive really well as she kicks out, just pulls back a little bit hard with her shoulders, a little bit of over rotation.
Not one of her better dives, but she's had a pretty good, encouraging morning. Looking for a second medal of the Games. Pandalela will have other thoughts as the defending champion. She'll want to repeat that success. Back 2.5 somersault, 1.5 twist, 3-2 to end.
And the usual clapping and loudness from the Malaysian coaches signifies a good dive from Pandalela. Nice pike position in the middle of that dive. Showing good control.
7.5 for Pandalela. Good finish for her.
And the marks are steady enough. Lo Ji. Final dives in inward 3.5 somersault.
And nearly finishing that competition off with a rip entry, but coming out too early for the young Malaysian. See here, just letting the legs go too early, not being able to get them up into the vertical. She has impressed, and maybe if she can just tidy a few things up, she might be in the running tonight.
The dive starts really, really well. She just kicks out a little bit.
4.5s and a 5 there. Just 16, remember, not the youngest though, by a long way. So, they will dive in reverse order to this evening, and Filion and Pandalela coming up above Tonya Couch, who led for much of the competition, but you can see 337 plays 348 at dead level, and then we got a bit of a drop to Benfeito with 318. Melissa Wu improving as the competition went on. Victoria Vincent, that's a decent effort there, 8th. Caroline Ware just started to get moving a little bit. And Lo Ji will lead us off this evening.
Returning to Glasgow from Edinburgh, and earlier on, New Zealand's Linda Williamson prevailed in the time trial ahead of Emma Pooley of England. It was a tight battle for that individual time trial gold. And in third place was Katrine Garfoot of Australia, who took the bronze. The men's event is underway. Let's have a look at the course. The men's time trial beginning as each rider is released from the start gate under the McLennan Arch and out onto Saltmarket, heading out of Glasgow. The course takes the riders out to the northeast, up towards Hogganfield and the first timing point. This marks the start of a 28k loop which sweeps past Kirkintilloch and on towards timing point 2 at Christon. The men's course then tracks further east through outlying towns and countryside before passing through timing point 3 and down Cumbernauld Road to complete the loop. The riders heading back into the city through timing point 4 and on to the finish at Glasgow Green.
Sawyer then coming up to the line. He's going to be a good 10 minutes slower than Janvier Adi of Rwanda. Certainly Rwanda, with a country with so much more cycling history and pedigree than Malawi. Understandable the differences between the two times. But these guys, these are the pioneers for these nations who don't have too much cycling history. In the future, when success is attained in some shape or form, they'll look back to these names who competed and represented their country the best of their ability despite being amateurs. Soyo to ride in with a time of 1 hour and 5 minutes. Quicker than his teammate as well. 10:22.95 down on the leading time thus far. And Soyo burying himself for his country. Next rider from Anguilla to cross the line. This will be Danny Lord. Looks like he'll be a little slower than Lee Calderon of Gibraltar. Nowhere near to troubling Adi's time. In the meantime, 5 minutes until we get underway again with the second group.
Well, they will have been finishing their warm-up very soon now, the riders that are off in the second wave. I dare say that the men will probably spend about an hour on the ergo or the turbo trainer getting warmed up before the race.
If you imagine a bunch of white marquees all put together, mechanics in the back, bikes hung up, bits of work being done, soigneurs there, the carers, if you like, in the language of cycling, those who do the massages, prepare all the drinks, gels, look after everybody, wipe you down when you've done and you're ready to go on the podium if you're lucky enough. And a bunch of turbo trainers, which are the indoor mechanisms used to cycle when it's raining outside, but fantastic for warming up. You hook the back wheel on, you can warm up, stationary cycling. It's a bit like converting your own bike into a spinning bike if you go down the gym and do some spinning, as Lord finishes in 13th place for the minute, 5.6 down. And that's exactly what the start hut is like at the minute. Behind the start gate, you've got all these rows of teams, and It's the cycling equivalent of the pits in a Formula One race, isn't it?
Yeah, well, it's quite amazing with these riders because even though they're all inside of each other, because they're time trial specialists, they won't be paying attention to what any other rider is doing. It's not like they look over to the other riders and they analyse what's he doing for their warm-up. They have their schedule, they have their support crew around them that are standing there the whole time, maybe one with a stopwatch, one with a drink, one with a towel. So they'll be so focused on their actual preparation, and the music they listen to in their ears is very important. Obviously they have a set playlist, and actually their efforts within that 1 hour warm-up of 4,500 efforts are normally tailored to the playlist that they have.
Rwanda taking times 1 and 2 from the first session. Adi and Jasenga. Jasenga, who was the strongest early rider. First few kilometres, tailed it off a little, but sets another good time. And interesting in that warm, you say the guys are going to warm up for an hour. I know you don't like time trialling, but if you had to do one again,
If I had to.
might take a while to get you on a time trial bike again, I'm sure. Big effort. If anybody's got any ideas as to how to get Rochelle time trialling, make sure you tell us on Twitter. But in all seriousness, if you had to do that, how would you prepare in terms of your warm-up? What would get you going for a time trial?
Oh, that's a difficult question. What would get me going for a time trial? Well, obviously music comes into it for the warm-up. It's very important to have music that you like and that gets you going and in the mood, obviously. I'd personally like to see some motivating race footage, maybe of previous races, just to get you in the mood of, the winning sensation, because that's actually what motivates me. When you see that's the hard thing with me and time trialing, is that you don't have that line to cross and to beat the other people. You're racing against the clock, but there are a lot of athletes that get really motivated by their data, so they warm up to data, and they need to hit little goals within their 1 hour warm up. So they'll have little power data, peaks that they want to hit after 1 minute, 2 minutes, 3 minutes. They'll do 5 minute effort and try and hold this power, then they'll have 5 minutes easy and then do it again. Sprints, and they'll have these little targets that are indicators of how their warm up's going. Back in the day, we worked a lot with heart rate opposed to power. So it might have been that, okay, in this warm-up you have to hit 200 beats per minute, so you warmed up, your heart's going, and it won't be a shock when you get out there. So there's a lot of indicators that can motivate riders when they're warming up. And interestingly, talking to some riders this morning about their playlists, they could tell you every single song, how long it went for, because it was incorporated into their warm-up.
Edouard Potin. Almost everybody's home now. We saw Sombier coming across the line there. He was going fairly decently until that fall. So just overshoot the corner, bike went from underneath it.
Hasn't this turned out to be a sensational day at the bike racing? The sun's come out, you can see there that the fans are just happy to be out on the road there. Beautiful weather, beautiful park to sit in.
Here's Potin then. Last man across the line. We'll get a chance to see how just about everybody's got on. We've had one non-finisher so far, Suleiman Kangangi. Potin at the minute fighting to stay inside the top 22. Spencer just going to be a little slower than him. Potin of the Seychelles, 22nd. Is how it stands after the first half of the start list gone out. Janvier, Adi and Valens Ndayesenga are both of Rwanda, setting the best time so far. Adi, a country mile above everybody else. 1:54 in 2. And as if by magic, it's time for session 2. Perfectly timed by everybody out there at the moment. Next man on the start list comes from the Cayman Islands. Michaela Smith.
Well, I'm starting to get excited, Rob, about these final riders and who's going to have this gold medal at the end of the day. There's been a lot of talk, hasn't there, around the dinner table in the last couple of days as to who the gold medal winner might be at the end of today's time trial.
44 years of age, flag bearer at the opening ceremony of the Commonwealth Games. There's so much excitement about a build-up ready for the big names.
28-year-old from Malaysia, Mohammed Ahmed Lutfi.
So about to see Mohammed Ahmed Lutfi. Jim Spence already on the road as well for Jersey. Malaysia's so strong in track cycling. On the UCI Asia Tour, there's some really strong riders. Just waiting to see some strong time trialists come out of that track program and really reach the same level as the World Tour riders. We've seen it from the Asia Tour in the last few years. We've had a few Iranians signing for top teams to bring their UCI points into European teams, but from the track to the road, we're waiting to see Malaysia make that move. But there are some fantastic sprinters out there, really strong from the track. Thinking of the likes of Harif Salah, who's been doing so well on the Asia Tour as well. Really waiting. I'd be really excited because there's so many good track cyclists in Malaysia. They can start to make that leap, then we could see a flood of Malaysian cyclists into the World Tour in cycling in the next 15 to 20 years.
Well, I think it will happen. I absolutely do. I think with their track program, the Malaysians have done extremely well. They actually take a lot of their track cyclists out to Australia to prepare, and they put a conscious effort into developing their track riders. And when they make that effort to do it with the road, which I think they will make that progression, that we'll see a lot more Malaysian riders in the pro peloton.
Marcus Christie from Londonderry in Northern Ireland, 23 years of age. Back with Ahmad Lutfi, Mohammed Fawzan Ahmad Lutfi, 28 now, from Pulau Pinang in Malaysia. Come back from suspension a couple of years ago. Tested positive for a banned steroid, metabolite of nandrolone. That's after a knee injury. That was his explanation, but still given a 2-year suspension. Admitted he was a little naive and silly to follow a friend's recommendation rather than a doctor. Gerhard Mans of Namibia, 26 years of age, comes from the capital Windhoek. Big, strong guy out there on his bike. First big name is next. Luke Rowe, Welsh rider, rides for Team Sky. Interesting to see where Luke Rowe's form comes, because he's not a particularly well-known time trialist, but he's always up there in the British Championships. He's a guy who can go well on a TT bike, and I've been told he's got some good form coming out of the Tour of Austria. He didn't ride the Tour de France this year. He's a guy waiting for his opportunity. 24 years of age, here he is. We talked about the technology. We've gone from the low end 15 minutes or so ago right to the very top. These bikes developed in conjunction with Jaguar, the car manufacturers, this year as well. Pinarello, the manufacturers of the bike. Of course, riding the bike that he gets from his trade Team Sky, which are one of the teams with the biggest budget in the world. Luke Rowe was using a helmet as well from his trade team, you can see. Riding for Wales here. Top skin suit, and a rider who will feel he can do good things today.
Well, he's absolutely got the best of the best as far as equipment goes, and knowing your equipment and being comfortable on it. He would have spent a lot of time on this bike. He's got a big support crew, so this level of competition is not new to Luke Rowe.
Luke Rowe, the Welshman from Cardiff, such a strong rider in Team Sky, and again will feel himself unlucky not to have been selected for the Tour de France this year. So many good riders at Team Sky, and Pete Kenyag of the Isle of Man, who's not racing today, but hopefully we'll see at the weekend, who would have felt the same as well. Matthew Osborne from Guernsey. Osborne riding in his green and white, 25 years of age, born and raised on the island. Back with Luke Rowe then, settled in nice and quickly settled in already. A marked difference in this time trial position to those we've seen so far.
Well, his brother let out a little bit of information, interesting information about him. Also a cyclist, Matt Rowe. But Luke Rowe, believe it or not, won when he was 11 years old the Open Clog Dancing Championships.
He won't be pleased with you, though.
He might not be. A little bit of trivia about Luke Rowe.
Luke Rowe riding for Wales, or Cumbria as it's written on the side of the shorts there as well, the Welsh language denomination for the country of Wales.
Comes from a strong cycling family, got into it because his father and his grandfather were both cyclists, and he started out doing tandem rides with his father.
Often represented Britain on the track as well. Here we go, Svein Tuff, one of the big favourites. What a year he's had in terms of picking up prizes and winning in time trial races. Winner at the team time trial at the Giro d'Italia. Wearer of the pink jersey. Wearer of the Canadian national jersey as well.
Wearer today of number 13.
Unlucky for some. What about Svein Tuff? We'll wait to see. Mark Christian as well, so his sister race for the Isle of Man. He's out there in the start gate waiting. Number 15. This is Ahmad Lutfi. Settled down as well. Cadence moving nicely.
Well, it's interesting to see that some riders choose to wear booty covers and others not.
Well, we've gone for the full leave, or the full sleeve skin suit, pardon me. A few creases in there though.
Yeah, we just saw a quick glance of Sven Tuft and his skin suit, and it was very, very well fitting.
You expect the same here for the likes of Luke Rowe. And you sort of get the feeling that with the trade teams that these guys are in, they'll be produced by the same material, the same people, with the national colours and logos stuck on it. You can almost bet on that, I think. Not that many of the manufacturers will admit to that, but they will not want to change. If you look at the stripes down the skin suit there that Luke Rowe is employing, that's exactly the same skin suit that they use in Team Sky. Back to the start. Til Drobis of Namibia. Richard Tanguy, Joseph Kelly also starting whilst we've been out looking at Luke Rowe, and Mohammed Ahmed Lutfi. Real excitement now around the start house. Looking at the names on this start sheet to come, we've got Steve Cummings, let's not forget about him, the Englishman. Svein Tuff, Michael Hepburn, who completed his first Grand Tour recently at the Giro d'Italia. Geraint Thomas says he's not feeling good, but if he's on a good day, then God help the rest of them. Luke Rowe we've seen, of course. Jesse Sargent, the Kiwi. The likes of Dennis Hutchinson as well, who's a specialist at the time trial, holds more records than anybody else in the discipline. Turbo Dobo, Luke Durbridge. Back to the start house. Scott Davies of Wales. Looking at the names here, Scott Davies, who rides for Madison Genesis. Look at the names here, the quality. It almost looks like a World Tour event, doesn't it? Here's Davies. Oh, here we go, and a problem straight away. Problem straight away for Scott Davies. Dear, oh dear, oh dear. That is not good. New bike straight away, something immediately not right. Looks like he's dropped his chain, maybe.
He's adjusting his rear wheel there, so he must have been happy if it was hitting the brakes. I think he must have heard that the brakes were hitting, or he felt it.
They were ready already.
He's fixed his own back wheel.
So back on, attempting to get back, and that's a nightmare start for Scott Davies. Certainly, given the names which he's surrounded by, people who's up against straight away. As soon as he was down that ramp, he knew there was a problem.
He must have felt the brakes rubbing as soon as he went down the ramp. He heard it, felt it, and maybe even locked up, and he skidded out, because not many athletes would stop that quickly without trying to work out what it was. So he knew straight away, and he took it upon himself. You'll see the more professional riders towards the end of this field will not touch their bikes. They'll stand there and let the mechanic do it, because that will be a strict rule within the pro peloton.
Aaron Bailey riding for Guernsey. Great representation in the cycling Guernsey here. Lots and lots of riders, well, ably financially supported by the local government. Sun shining and an ever-swelling and growing crowd. Svein Tuft waits. Hepburn and Durbridge around as well. There is Hepburn. Tuft out a minute before Michael Hepburn. But those two My memory serves me right, they were the only survivors, the walking wounded, or the pedalling wounded, to get to Trieste in the end of the Giro d'Italia. Orica Greenedge lost 7 of their 9 men in the meantime. That's not a great start out there for Seychelles.
Well, he just lost his balance there. Like we've said before, that coming off a ramp is new to some riders. They don't get to do it so often, but I don't know what went wrong there. It's perhaps he wasn't ready to be let go by the commissaire, lost balance and put his hand on the side of the wall there.
It's Mike Ching Chong of Mauritius, pardon me, not the world champion, although the flag looks rather similar. Of course, the rainbow bands across the centre of the jersey would indicate that he's the world champion. Mike Ching Chong settles in after that early mishap. Here's Geraint Thomas. Little hello to Andrew Roche of the Isle of Man. Geraint Thomas there in his sky skin suit. Again, those little lines down the jersey.
Well, that's what we call very, very focused, in the zone. Moments before the start.
Talk about Geraint afterwards. Had a quick chat to him on the ride yesterday. Said he was feeling rather average still, but was he bluffing? Perhaps he doesn't even know his own condition until he gets onto the course, certainly when you've got 21 days of Grand Tour in you. And it hasn't been a happy time in his team over the last 3 weeks. It's been a pretty awful Grand Tour for Geraint Thomas and Sky. There's Mark Christian then, from the strong cycling family, which we saw earlier on. 23 years of age. Team rally rider. Rode for the Irish development team on plus Sean Kelly. Of course, a colleague of ours in the commentary box, Sean Kelly, and very, very excited about a number of riders under his wing at the minute.
Steve Cummins!
Steve Cummins. Awful year for this man in terms of injury. Rides for BMC Racing. Spinal injury earlier in the year as well. Back on his bike, starting to train, going better. I wonder how he's feeling today. Riding for England here, 33 years of age now. Hails from Merseyside and Birkenhead. Encouraged by a man who's sitting next to us in the other commentary box, working for British television, Chris Boardman's father, who helped him on at the Birkenhead Cycling Club. 21 hours training a week, 2 rest days a week. Gym work twice a week as well, and does 1 session a week on the time trial bike, so he's dedicated.
Well, Rob, been waiting to see this man today. One of my favourites. Obviously, he's been spoken about a lot, but be interesting to see what he can do today.
Svein Tuff, current TT champion and road champion of Canada. One of just 2 survivors of the Orica Greenedge team to make it to the last day of the Giro. A race which saw him wear the leader's jersey after the first team time trial in Belfast. Remember, the race started on the island of Ireland. He also wore the pink leader's jersey on his birthday. It's been a winning year, a victorious year for Svein Tuff so far. Does he have what it takes to take gold at the Commonwealth Games today? Certainly one of the favourites. He's a big guy, and a guy who has a lot of racing in his legs already this year.
Well, it's very interesting. The first thing that I notice is that he's not wearing booty covers, and like we said, they've gone to extreme lengths with their skin suits and the helmets and positioning of their bikes and everything to get very aerodynamic. It's very interesting that Svein Tuff is not wearing booty covers today.
There was Zach Bell as well, the former Canadian champion. There's Geraint Thomas in conversation with some of the Australian squad as well. So he's nice and relaxed, is Geraint. No pressure on him really here. Not expected to win, but he's one of the guys who could win on his day. Michael Hepburn, first of the Aussies. Who's your big Aussie hope, Rochelle?
Well, we hear within the camp that it's going to be a day for Rowan Dennis. He normally the bigger name would be Turbo Durbo, Luke Durbridge, but the word inside the house there is that Rowan Dennis is the favourite for the Australians today. But here's Michael Hepburn.
Riding for Orica Greenedge in his trade team at the moment. So the radio poking out of the back as well. This is Svein Tuff, settled down nice and quickly. And in terms of the world professional peloton, he didn't do a great time trial at the Tour. But of course, he's a guy that on his day can be as good as anybody in the world. Geraint Thomas, so close to doing it. in the National Time Trial Championships down in Wales. Second to Brad Wiggins last month. Hasn't represented Wales since Melbourne 2006, but he says it's always special to pull on the jersey of the Dragon. Yesterday said he felt pretty average. Certainly going to give what he can though today. Certainly in good form physically in terms of perhaps not feeling great, but his athletic ability will be strong. Had a couple of crashes in the first week of the Tour de France. The Sky team who lost their leader Chris Froome early. Is Ryan Dennis, lots of motivation for him for his national team here. He's been somewhat cast to one side by his trade team at the minute, Garmin. Rumour is that he's already agreed to move to another team. Rumour is that it's the BMC team in the United States next year, and when that happens, a rider tends to get left off the roster a little. Not as much racing as he'd like.
Well, it's also a big factor in women's cycling, I think. If you announce that you're riding for another team the following year, you don't get that many starts because, of course, those points that the riders earn at the end of the year roll over into the new team for the following year. So it's very difficult to manage those type of moves at the end of the season.
James McLaughlin riding for Guernsey. So we've seen Thomas, we've seen McLaughlin, 9 riders remain. Yannick Lincoln will be the next, riding for Mauritius. This is Svein Tuft, making his way out of Glasgow, and this is where the road really does start to rise up.
I'm just wondering if this number 13 is a coincidence, because he actually has on his left arm a tattoo of a 13 upside down. So whether the number has significance to him, but I don't think you can pick and choose your numbers here at the Commonwealth Games, so that could be a coincidence.
Maybe he'll feel he's on a good day then. Doesn't need the aero booties. He thinks he's going to win it without them.
Well, it's very interesting, like I said before, that he's not wearing booty covers.
Certainly for a time trial specialist and someone who pays such attention, and his trade team is one of the best teams in the world at that. Real attention to detail down at the Australian pro team, Orica Greenedge, and as you see Yannick Lincoln head out for Mauritius. Yeah, real surprise that from Svein Tuft.
It could be a personal sponsorship deal that he has with the shoe company, and he wants to show off the branding of the shoe that he's wearing. Maybe it's a custom shoe. We haven't had a very close look at that yet, but you would have thought that he could have thought ahead and have a branding on. No, well, that wouldn't be possible. So there we have it. That could be the main reason why he's not wearing booty covers today.
Luke Rowe, strongest so far. The Welsh are setting some good times. Davies, 24.12 down, and that, of course, is with the mechanical included. So it's been a good, strong start for him. Luke Rowe, though, setting the best time by quite a way. Jesse Sargent, I know you were keen on bigging up this man this morning.
Well, I did put him in my list of favourites there. I had my top 3. Wasn't quite in the top 3, but he's definitely up there in the favourites for me.
Jesse Sargent, the Kiwi rider, rides for Trek Factory Racing in the professional peloton. 26 years of age. Been riding a bike since he was 10. Started riding on the track. Bronze medal at the Beijing Olympics in the team pursuit. Twice Rider of the Year by the New Zealand Cycling Federation.
They've definitely had a fantastic Commonwealth Games across all disciplines. And the mountain bikes on the track, phenomenal performances. The women's time trial is very strong as well, so I wouldn't count out this man here today, because the morale in the New Zealand team has really been lifted.
Here we are, England versus Scotland. Miller, defending champion in the Scottish colours. Can't wait to pull on a Scottish jersey, he says again. And Alex Dowsett on the right-hand side. Miller on the left with his personalised helmet. Andrew Roach now for the Isle of Man. Isle of Man with that really classy jersey, the black skin suit with the island's colours of red and yellow.
It's changed very significantly from 4 years ago at the Commonwealth Games in Delhi, but it's a very sleek look, this all black. Very smart looking outfit.
Classy, classy stuff. And for such a small nation, they produce so many good cyclists, of course. Fastest man until recently on 2 wheels, Mark Cavendish. I'm sure Marcel Kittel will have something to say about that now, the big German. It's Svein Tuft then. Interested to see what sort of time he can set in the first 6.4 Ks. Luke Rowe, the fastest so far. Not Christian with good timing. Here's Miller again, just making sure everything's okay. He was one of the more assured riders on the recon yesterday. Wasn't talking to too many people. Aero helmet on, he was listening to his music, drifting back and forth in the efforts to try and make the odd effort when he could. Of course, the roads weren't completely closed. We only had a little bit of a police escort yesterday as Zach Bell, who rides on the North American circuit, former Canadian champion out there as well, and you see that kinesiology tape on the right shin. There's that golf ball effect you were talking about, this time on the helmet as well.
Yeah, the golf ball effect is becoming very popular, and obviously a lot of clothing manufacturers have incorporated that into the sleeves, the part of the shoulder that hits the wind. So you'll see some of the golf ball effect close up on the skin suits there. There's so much technology that goes into these skin suits these days.
So Christian having beaten already Luke Rowe, now Cummings, who is the quicker. Those personalised shoes I was telling you about, all to be auctioned off at the end of the year, and this is Rowan Dennis. One of the favourites for today. Motivation couldn't be higher at the minute because he's not racing that much for his team Garmin. Rumour is he's off elsewhere at the end of the year. He's a general classification rider who likes to ride overall for races, but he's so strong on the time trial bike.
We'll see he's just hit the buttons after he's gone off the ramp on his computer there. That indicates that he will be riding to specific time checks on his computer, or he's got power output there as well. So there are some riders that just ride to feel, and then there's other riders that want to ride to data and keep checks on where they are on the course.
Svein Tuft approaching that first time check. Steve Cummings with 8:20.61 as the fastest so far. It was the fastest until I completed that sentence. 1:43 the difference. Svein Tuft setting the fastest time thus far after 6.4 Ks. Best of friends, about to be best of enemies in a minute. Dowsett and Miller. Dowsett, the pre-race favourite. Here's an interesting name, Michael Hutchinson. Now a journalist by trade, specialist in the time trial. He's 40 years of age. Last time he beat Chris Froome in Delhi by 6 seconds. Fourth over the last 2 Commonwealth Games. 3 times British champion. More recently, since the championships have changed, he's Northern Irish. They now compete in the Irish National Championships. And when they switch to the Irish National Championships, he's won the jersey the last 3 years as well. Not even riding full-time anymore. Really interesting to see what Michael Hutchinson can come up with.
Well, Michael Hepburn a little bit off the pace there of Sven Tuft. 8:28.24 at the first time check.
This is Geraint Thomas. Settled down nicely. There's only one time trial that the riders had to complete at the Tour de France, and it's fair to say that Geraint Thomas didn't have a good time of it that day. It was 35 degrees in the Tour, right around the lanes of Bergerac. Turbo Durbo's turn. Luke Durbridge of Australia, the final Australian competitor out there onto the course. And in 50 seconds' time, it will be the time of the Englishman and the favourite, Alex Dowsett. Interesting to see how Durbridge is going. Always a rider to look out for. They were confident. They were working on his bike when we were down in the mechanics area at 8 a.m. this morning.
Well, in 2010, Luke Durbridge was third behind Dave Miller and Alex Dowsett, so it'll be interesting to see if he can better that today.
This man said he was feeling average. Not an average time. Geraint Thomas, 6.47 seconds faster than Svein Tuft. Good start by Geraint.
Well, when you were saying earlier that he said he was a little bit not feeling so good out training yesterday, I was thinking to myself, it's very rare that an athlete says, I'm feeling good. They like to take the pressure off themselves. Helps to say it out loud, to take the pressure off and say, I'm not feeling great. And obviously, he's going quite well out there already at the first time check.
Well, the time I'd seen him before that, I had a microphone in front of his face, so perhaps he really wanted to toe the party line and just say, oh, well, don't expect too many good things of me. One man we all expect good things of, whatever your nationality, whatever your preference, is Alex Dowsett. He was left out the Tour de France by Movistar, not feeling so well. He has lots of support here, and he is probably the big favourite for today. Specialist in this discipline, winner of a stage of the Giro d'Italia last year. The Giro d'Italia was the scene of Dave Miller's last win on a time trial bike. That was in May 2011. Does he have what it takes now David Miller to win a time trial again and win it in front of his home fans in Scotland. He's represented Malta at the Games of the Small Nations. He grew up between England and Hong Kong. He's Scottish by ancestry, and he's very much Scottish in terms of how he feels. He is Scotland's big hope here, and Dave Miller out there, the last man on the course. All the big names are out there. Time to let the times do the talking now. Really interested to see how he goes. He's immensely focused for both time trial and road race here, but of course down the years this has been his speciality.
Well, as we said in 2010, he won the Commonwealth Games in Delhi, so he knows how to win this bike race. He's done it before, and that plays a big part in the mind of an athlete. If you've won something before, you know you've done it once and you can do it again, and he's probably given a little bit of a specific preparation to this one. He wants this one, particularly wants this one quite badly, so let's see if that's enough for him to bring home the gold medal today.
Well, he's looking at that last big win of his career. Did the TT and road race double in 2007. Back with Sargent now. Approaching this first time check, and we said that Geraint Thomas was going well. Looks as though Sargent is going like an absolute train.
Well, the Kiwis have been on form, haven't they? It's phenomenal. I've said it so many times in the past week. Every track session.
3 seconds quicker than Geraint Thomas. There's that little turn, negotiates it well, and he's straight back into delivering his effort. Strong start from Jesse Sargent. Talk about the disc wheels. All of the big guys using them here. Svein Tuft out into the North Lanarkshire countryside, some dark clouds overhead, but these guys coming out at the end have been really lucky because we've had an hour or two now of dry weather. The wind has been blowing, the sun has been out, and that's going to help dry out the roads a little. So Jesse Sargent leads so far after 6.4 Ks. Geraint Thomas, Svein Tuft, Steve Cummings and Hepburn up there, but riders still to pass through that first check, the likes of Dennis, Hutchinson, Durbridge, Dowsett and Miller, who's just begun his effort. Here is Miller, settled down. How's he look, Rochelle?
Oh, he looks quite good. He's already dropping his head, though. That's not a good sign. You see there? He's just dropping his head a little bit, but so early, so it can't be due to fatigue. Perhaps he's looking at his computer. We'll see in a minute if he's got a computer on there, but it could even be the faster position to have his head down because we don't see we see a radio there, so perhaps he's just got his head down and he's getting some information of when he needs to put his head back up.
Yeah, more curved end of the helmet rather than the pointy end as well, and you see the position of his back well arched as well.
Well, he's using every inch of the road in the corners, so he knows those corners quite well. Out there yesterday analysing every single inch of that road.
Yeah, he certainly seemed to be the most pensive of the guys out there yesterday, and his presence for a selfie or two was requested by some of the riders from the lesser-known nations who couldn't believe their luck to be riding in such esteemed company. One particular rider from St Vincent who had his camera phone out, going up and down the group yesterday, taking pictures of himself, riding along the guys. How's the turbo going? Luke Durbridge.
Luke Durbridge. One thing I've just noticed with all of these riders is that they have cut their numbers down a little bit to make them a little bit smaller. So we see that the position on them much lower on the back than we see it in the earlier wave of riders. But back to Sven Tuft here. As you say, he's got his kinesio tape on both legs.
This is Zach Bell.
Zach Bell.
Zach Bell, Tuft's teammate, of course. Similar body shape, really big, thick-set guys. Zach Bell, who's going to be 40 seconds down on Jesse Sargent. That's a lot of time to lose at the first split.
Yeah. There we are, number 13.
Here's your man, Svein Tuft.
Well,
already well out in the countryside.
You better get moving because he's down at the first time check. He's in third position after the first time check behind Jess Sargent and Geraint Thomas.
Brian Dennis losing 6.18 seconds on Jesse Sargent at the first time check. Third at the minute. Look at that average, 46.5 km in each. That's uphill as well.
They are flying. So you can see here the number 2, it's been cut down very small. So I think that's a faster advantage to have it cut down, and we'll get a close-up and see if that's pinned on and how many pins he's used, because it's a bit of a talking topic about how many pins.
Low
to
down
use
the
in
back, almost on the backside there, as you can see as well, touching the saddle. So out of the way, that's exactly what you were talking about right at the start of this broadcast. And Alex Dowsett is riding for England here, rides for Movistar, one of the teams that's been spending the most money. Certainly thanks to the presence of Alex Dowsett the last couple of years. He's really helped them come on as a team in the time trialling and the team time trialling as well. They've had a new clothing supplier, a new bike supplier, and there's been a heck of a lot of work gone into the time trial of the team.
Well, you can just see through his skin suit there that he's got a heart rate strap around his chest. So he'll be riding to heart rate, or he'll want that data for the future to see how his heart rate was. Whether it's a good ride or it's a bad ride, he'll want to have that data for the future, because he'll know that if he's able to set a certain heart rate for a certain amount of time, that he'll be able to do that in the future as well.
Alex Dowsett has had to come so many health problems so far. He's actually a haemophiliac, so he was discouraged from playing what were known and thought of as rougher sports back in the day. Football, rugby, of course. You can get the odd cuts and bruises, and for obvious reasons for a haemophiliac, that's not good news. But cycling, if you hit the deck, you can lose some skin. So I'm not sure who steered him towards cycling, but he's certainly become an excellent, excellent rider. Here's Durbridge. Decent times, second best time so far, just behind Jesse Sargent. 1.12, so good start from Turbo Durbo. Better of the two Australians as he takes the corner. Looks behind as well. Straight back into his effort, car following. And of course he'll be getting those instructions. What sort of things, if you're a director sportif, the people in charge and the coaches in the car, what sort of things are you talking about? Is it less is more in terms of just the direction, or depending on the state of mind of the rider, do you need to say the extra odd thing maybe?
I think the director needs to know the athlete quite well and needs to talk through things and perhaps do a full dress rehearsal in the lead up to the Commonwealth Games to know what the rider actually likes. But some riders like to be talked to constantly the whole time. Other riders say, I don't want any feedback. I want to go on feel, I want to go on how I feel. I don't want to be influenced by you getting excited or telling me that I'm down and I need to lift. I'll do it when I'm ready and depending on how I feel.
Dowsett the fastest by 3.59 seconds. The favourite for the event, the early favourite on the course as he takes that short corner. Decent lead for him. Dave Miller next across the line, and we're about to see if he's in the game or not.
Well, we said that Dowsett would be one of the favourites given that he gives this a specific preparation and that it's really important to him, whereas other riders have different targets throughout the year. Alex Dowsett wanted this race and prepared specifically for it, but this man, to me, we haven't got a time check yet, but he looks quite comfortable.
Dave Miller, again riding on those O-shaped chain rings. He's coming up to the time check very soon. Interesting to see exactly where he places in relation to Dowsett. We've seen differences, changes, different sections of the course. Miller moving up the hill here, approaching that time check. The Scottish flag waves, and of course, he's going to get all the local support here.
Well, having a home crowd has got to give him the advantage and lift him to get the best out of himself.
And it's not been the best start for Dave Miller.
No, like we said, he's been dropping his head right from the start. Just waiting for that first time check to come through.
This was his real focus for the year. 21.41 seconds back, and again, quite a bit of difference to lose to Alex Dowsett. Is he going to tailor his effort to a specific part of the course? We shall find out. But Dave Miller certainly knows the course, needs to recover. We've already seen the women's race won from a negative split, so we shall see.
We shouldn't be talking too soon. It's a long way to the finish, but we do see those signs of not being so comfortable with the head dropping.
Svein Tuff then, 17.12 Ks in. Steve Cummings set the fastest time at that section so far. We're seeing all the early times destroyed, and Svein Tuff 13.36 quicker. Average speed so far has gone up to 48.7 since he's been on that flatter section.
Well, motocross rider in his spare time, comes from a motocross background as well, Svein Tuft. Hasn't the weather changed here? You can see that there's some black clouds about, but the sun's out at the moment.
So, after everybody's gone for the first time check, Alex Dowsett the quicker by 3.59 ahead of Jesse Sargent Durbridge, Turbo in third. Big G, Geraint Thomas in fourth. Alex Dowsett, who's cheered on by his father in patriotic red, I've just been informed, right at the start house. This is Jesse Sargent. Birds fluttering above the time trial course. It's a real picture out in the hills once you get out of the city. Some beautiful, beautiful riding terrain around here. Jesse Sargent, the early leader. He's alongside Geraint Thomas, who was strong enough. Interesting to see how he goes in, if he settles in. Hepburn third, 15.58 down at 17.12 kilometres. Second time check. This is Dowsett. Wonderfully compact position.
He looks very focused, doesn't he?
This is Geraint Thomas then. Oh, fastest time at the second checkpoint. 22.41 seconds, so Svein-Tuff will have to show some sort of improvement if he's really going to compete for the honours at the end of here. Geraint Thomas showing that if he manages his effort, he could be there or thereabouts in terms of some of the medals. Not quite as fast the likes of Sargent, Durbridge or Dowsett behind just yet, though. Plenty of time for this to change. Good work from Durbridge. Appreciation here with this helicopter shot, the real pace they're going on the side of the road as well.
He's absolutely flying. We can see that he's got his power meter strapped under the back of his seat there, so it's in an aerodynamic position, which means he's not reading his data, he's just getting the information from the car behind him. For some of these power devices, the coaches in the car, they have the ability to be reading the data and the power output from the car, so it's not only an indication of the speed, but you see they need to keep a safe distance too behind the rider, because when they get a little bit closer to the rider, it can benefit the rider with the wind and the turbulence behind the bike, so they have to keep that safe distance. And no doubt that spare bike on the roof of Luke Durbridge's car is identical to the one that he's riding there.
Yeah, and that's the difference in the budget we were talking about, the difference in the big pro teams who really do and are able to dedicate massive resources to this and help them out by providing the bikes even when they're for use with the national teams as well. Of course, it's that prestige you talked about early on during the day of having those national titles in the professional trade teams too. All the track sponsors, all the track's publicity, and a win here in an England kit is good enough for Movistar's Spanish team as well.
Absolutely. I'm sure that his team, all of his crew and his professional team will be tuned in today to see how this goes. They would have had to alter their program to accommodate for Alex getting the best performance he can today on this special day, knowing how much it means in the Commonwealth to win a gold medal.
Get the feeling that Alex Dowsett will be going to the Tour of Spain, which will start in a couple of weeks, I'm sure. Big possibility for him. This is Jesse Sargent again. Just more speeding around these country lanes on the outskirts of Glasgow.
Well, he's coming from New Zealand there. He won't be any stranger to the country roads.
Similar countryside as well. Very green around this area. Sticking the right-hand side of the road on that newer section of road at the minute. Faster surface. It's the line that most of the riders have taken. Jesse Sargent's time check. And it looks as though he's lost a little bit of time after that first fast time check. It's Geraint Thomas now who leads. And if Jesse Sargent, who was the fastest just before Alex Dowsett went through, has lost a bit of time here, it shows that Geraint Thomas has settled in nicely and is setting a good time.
Well, he's going to take a lot of confidence from this Geraint Thomas. He's getting those time checks on his radio, so you know, he must be going through his mind that the Tour, it's the best preparation. We had a lot of discussions last week with the track riders whether the Tour de France or these long tours can be the best type of specific preparation for a time trial or a track event or the one-day events, but they seem to come out of the long tours, have a few days recovery, and at a level above their competitors.
Well, certainly with a road race, like we were saying, when you can get that bad feeling out of your system, if indeed you have it, road race, I'm sure we'll start to see the difference then. Time trial, it was always about whether you could settle down quickly, feel good straight away, and not have that mental block as well. Oof, I'm going to really feel it for 45 minutes here.
Well, you said that Geraint was feeling a little bit heavy out on the bike yesterday, but we didn't see, and correct me if I'm wrong, but we didn't see him do any hard efforts, did we?
No, it was more recovery ride pace, wasn't it? Certainly just get the legs turning and get rid of all the nastiness from the body, if you like.
So this is probably the first high-intensity effort he's had since he finished the Tour de France.
Svein Tuft, who's just over second. The man who was in front of him, Aaron Bailey. We've seen Mike Chin Chong being passed as well by Geraint Thomas, rider from Mauritius. Is Durbridge. Time ticks on as we get the time checks. Durbridge settles down again after that brief corner. Takes away that aero bottle, discards it to the side of the road. That'll be a souvenir for somebody. He's obviously decided when he's going to drink, how much he's going to drink. It's a pre-planned effort, and he does not need the weight anymore. Geraint Thomas, this rolling section of road that, if you're riding as a cyclo-tourist, it's quite a pleasant section of road.
Well, I'm not sure they'll be finding it quite so pleasant at the moment.
There'll be some hurting legs out there now.
A lot of burning legs. Oh, we see here, Geraint Thomas just getting a bit of a run-in off the back of that car that obviously should have pulled over a little bit earlier.
There'll be some shouting on the race radio down to that car, I'm sure.
Well, I think there'll be a lot of a speed difference between this rider, Geraint Thomas, and the one that he's about to pass.
We saw as well the police motorbike. I'm sure that will be being told off as well by the commissaires. Of course, they might be the police, but they're still subject to the orders of the commissars here. They do not want any riders getting an advantage.
You can see Alex Dowd sat there, how much he's using every single inch of the road. He's about to pass a rider, which is interesting. He's on a very, very good ride.
Looking good. Rowan Dennis then. Lost a bit of time in the opening section, settled down a little, looks to be better here, and he sets the fastest time at 17.12k. So it just shows you, you can settle into your effort. Different sections of the course are going to suit different riders. And of course, the planned expansion of energy, expansion of effort, the mental effort as well, is all differently spread out between different riders' plans all over the course.
Well, it's amazing how close this race actually is, how much it changes at every time check we're getting. So it's a very close, even race. We said there was no clear favourites today to pick. There's that bunch of 5 that any of them could win, but be very interesting. It's coming down to a very close race.
Zach Bell, though, could be more interesting for the road race at the weekend. Fast man, decent enough sprinter. Struggling there, though, on the time trial.
Well, in the Australian camp this morning, they said Rowan Dennis was the strongest of the riders at the moment. We said that Luke Durbridge had the stronger name against, on the start list, that we thought Durbridge would be one of the favourites. But they said, yeah, normally that's the case, but Rowan Dennis is in fine form, and that they said that he'd probably be a little bit stronger today.
Here is Durbridge. Interesting to see how he's going when we get the latest time checks. Looking at around 4th at the minute. Beautiful overhead shot there. As we look away into the hills. Those grey clouds, well, we hope they'll stay hanging over those hills. Stay away here from Glasgow Green. At the finish line, it's just as sunny as you can see on the shot out there in the countryside. Beautiful, beautiful afternoon. Durbridge on his way into that second check.
Well, there was an interesting moment on stage 7 at this year's Tour de France. I'm not sure if you remember. He crashed into a movie star Swanee, or what do you call Masua, handing out a bottle, and he got up and instantly pushed the, I guess he gets so tired after 17 days of racing and the emotions, and he pushed the man that he ran into. He did go back and personally apologise later, so that was a interesting incident, but those emotions get the better of you. I guess in such a big bike race, you're so focused on what you're doing, and if somebody gets in your way, then obviously you're going to react a little bit emotionally, but it was very nice to hear that he went back and apologised personally. Really,
if I remember the incident rightly, the Swannier in question was invading the line of where Durbridge was riding. He was trying to pass a bottle right into the middle of the peloton. Now then, enough of that, because the best time set by Alex Dowsett so far, 7.12 seconds quicker than Dennis. And it's changed again. Durbridge outside of the fight for the top three, really. Geraint Thomas at the minute, as it stands, in bronze medal position. And it's between Dowsett and, of course, the man behind him, Rowan Dennis. But we've seen it change a couple of times between the first two time checks. And as we saw in the women's race, this is going to change right until the final pedal stroke. England with the advantage right now. Alex Dowsett has to keep that going.
I think there'd be a lot of happy fans and followers to see Alex Dowsett win today, because he's a quiet achiever and he works very, very hard for these type of results, and he's given a specific preparation to this, and other riders have been targeting other events during the year, but Alex Dowsett, he spoke out and he said, yeah, I want to go for the Commonwealth Games, big target of mine, time trial specialist, looks to be having a really great ride out there today.
Having a good day, got to keep it going though. Interesting that it was he that mentioned the win more than anybody else yesterday, so you'd expect him to be prepared for it more than anybody else as well. So you wouldn't really expect him to fade at the end. Svein Tuft quicker than Steve Cummings again at the third time check, 26.4 Ks. But of course we've seen Svein Tuft setting those marks and being bettered each time by the riders behind him. Will that process continue? So many people on the sides of the roads.
Well, I'm just observing, looking at that chainring there. He's got the full chainring. That's all. Most of these riders will have the aerodynamic chainring, a little bit stronger for their power outputs, and the aerodynamic being filled in. I'm very intrigued about the fact that some riders have booty covers and others don't.
Dave Miller, not one of those. Of course, he's got those custom-made shoes he wanted to show off. 9th at the minute, 50 seconds down. I'm afraid it's not going to be David Miller's day. In fact, the helmet we were talking about, it's a special custom one being worn for today, inspired by Rennie McIntosh, who was a Glasgow-born designer, the big representative of Art Nouveau movement in the United Kingdom. Born in the 1860s, and Dave Miller, a highbrow culture man, as he likes to be known, representing the movement and paying homage to the man in Glasgow today. Back to the racing now, and this is how it stands at 17.1 Ks. Dowsett, Dennis, Thomas, Sargent and Durbridge, the top five, all within, certainly the top four, within a scope to really challenge each other. It could change yet. Alex Dowsett showing himself to be the stronger rider so far, halfway through the course.
Well, you can see he's got his radio in a different place, lower on his back, just above the number 2, whereas other athletes we've seen have the radio up near their neck, high on their back, but he's chosen to put it there, which is probably the most aerodynamic position, but it's a rider's preference where they find it's comfortable. This one's a little bit in the catching a little bit of wind. It could be lower, it could be higher.
There is Geraint Thomas.
We see the difference in the chain rings there that we were talking about before. This one's not a filled-in chain ring for aerodynamics and extra strength.
Disc wheel on the back, though, and that unique sound that it makes that our effects mics are picking up. Rumbling along in the wind, Geraint Thomas leads the standings at the next time check. Back on the dual carriageway, and this is where the wind hits again. Headwind now all the way into the finish, and just looking out the window, the commentary box, we're not getting any readings at the minute, but it looks a heck of a lot more breezy than it was earlier on today.
It looks like a very, very strong wind, and when we spoke to Alex Dowsett yesterday, he was very well aware that this race could be won and lost in the last 10 kilometres. So that says to me that he's on a very good ride, because he said he was going to go out a little bit cautious, and he's already up. His time's a little bit faster, 7 seconds over Rowan Dennis, so it looks like he might be on a good one.
Here is Rowan Dennis then, fading a little after that last time check. Still time to get it sorted though. Here's Sargent again, early leader, remember. That was at the first time check. Comparative times on the screen. What's Sargent going to do to Thomas's time here? A 30 seconds difference now, but not too sure how far away up the road that second time check is. Or third time check, pardon me, I should say, at 26.4 Ks. Last opportunity to get the splits, this. It's a long 13 kilometres into the finish after this. Up to the guys in the car to judge everything. Looks as though Thomas is going to be a little quicker. Checkpoint coming up at this next bend. So Geraint Thomas quicker than Jesse Sargent. The trend continues, and Thomas seems to just be improving as the ride goes on.
Well, we would think it's very difficult for Jesse Sargent to come back just because he went out so fast at the start and he's already been in the lead of the race. So rather than just settling in, it looks like he's fading off a little bit, and it'll be very difficult to pick that up again. We see he's putting his head down a lot. That says that he's in a bit of trouble. Fatigue starting to kick in, so he's losing a little bit of his form.
31.27 down on Geraint Thomas. 48.7 average. There's some fast times these guys are putting out there today. Back with Geraint Thomas. One to watch as we come back into Glasgow. Real good crowds. Thomas looks to be going really well. Certainly in the hunt for the medals. Whether it is gold, silver or bronze remains to be seen. And this is where Geraint Thomas will be giving everything. He'll be getting the radio from the car. Well, you're going well here. This is the one. You're on one today, mate.
Well, he'll take a lot of confidence going into the road race from this ride, because he was unsure as to whether he would have been recovered from the Tour de France and be able to pull out a good ride here today. But I think he would consider a medal performance today a really good ride, because, you know, with that Tour, it's hard to know, but he'll definitely be on form for the road race.
Of course, he's a good all-rounder, Geraint Thomas. Time trialling isn't specifically his speciality. He's a very good time trialist, but, you know, he's not a Tony Martin, a Fabian Cancellara, a Bradley Wiggins, or even somebody like Svein Tuft, who, okay, he's getting on a little bit now, rather like Dave Miller as well, and hasn't particularly ever dedicated himself fully to the discipline. This is a good ride now from Alex Dowsett. Rowan Dennis is in his sights. I should say Luke Durbridge, pardon me. So count out Turbo Durbo today, because Alex Dowsett is right on his wheel, getting the benefit of a quick draft as well there before he overtakes him. Really good riding this from Dowsett, who is looking like he is on the day of his life at the minute. What a stage member of the Giro d'Italia last year. Time trial it was. Here's Rowan Dennis against Geraint Thomas now, looking to go into that corner. What are the relative time splits? It looks like a decent time from Dennis at the minute. 26.4 Ks is the split. Where is he in relation to Geraint Thomas?
Well, he's just taken a drink, so...
I have a feeling that Thomas is quicker here. Oh, no.
Dennis.
I was waiting for that corner to approach. 7.18, so he's quicker than Geraint Thomas. Rowan Dennis looking like the only man who's any closer to Alex Dowsett at the minute. Certainly we've seen Durbridge overtaken. We've seen Miller way off the mark at the minute. We're still looking at the same three men for the podium.
Well, Rowan Dennis, of course, comes from a track cycling background. He said that he started the sport late at the age of 15. Sounds a little bit early to me, to be honest. But his first memories of cycling was having one of those awful crashes on the track, sliding from the top of the track, relating to the feeling of a track burn as a carpet burn. He said all over his body, so he has memories of that. He was actually described as having ADHD by most of his teammates when he started in track cycling, but he said, in reality, I'm just like any other cyclist. I come home, I have my protein shake, and I sit on the couch, watch TV.
Bike riders well known for doing little when they're off the bike. Anything else is a waste of energy, they'll say. Geraint Thomas, 32 kilometres. Heading back in towards Glasgow itself now. Still keeps turning that gear, quieter area of the course here. This is the section where they ride on one side of the road on the way out and on the other side on the way in. Back with Dennis, a man to watch so far. In the hunt for the medals, Rowan Dennis. This is a man who Still a young guy. Real good chance to develop into, not sure about a 3-week stage rider yet, but certainly a man over stage race of 7, 8, 9 days, something like a Tour of Switzerland or a Dauphiné. A Paris-Nice would be excellent for this guy to try and win. Been strong in the North American races over the last couple of summers, racing out there with Garmin. US Pro Challenge and Tour of California have been good races for him. All ready to make that next step up to the top World Tour races in Europe and really challenge there, I think. Such a good prospect. Alex Dowsett, more of a specialist than an overall guy.
Well, speed, he's familiar with speed. His father comes from a touring car championship driver, actually. He's his father, so he comes from a background of speed.
No shortage of speed at his ride today. Here we go. Interesting to see where the time check comes in relation to Rowan Dennis. I have a feeling he's a little quicker. We wait for confirmation of that, though.
Remember here last year in the national championships. We're looking at the time checks here.
Well, Rowan Dennis is quicker, so Dowsett losing time. And Rowan Dennis has ridden a fantastic central section to this time trial. He was down at the start, he's improved in the middle, pulled time back, and we have a new leader. Australia in virtual gold medal position with Rowan Dennis. Australia, New Zealand, who dominated on the track. New Zealand took the time trial in the ladies event this morning. Rowan Dennis for Australia this time, hoping to try and do the same. Still has to concentrate, and he's about to hit that headwind on the way back in as well.
Well, that's what we need to take into account, because Alex Dowsett said he was going to save a little bit for the final bit. The final bit in the headwind, he said that's where the race could be lost. When we see images of Rowan Dennis now, it looks like he's really digging deep and he's putting the pressure on the pedals. It looks like he's had a very strong middle part of the course. Perhaps he hasn't saved anything for the headwind on the way into the finish. That we won't know till we get there.
So much talent out here. This is a talent-filled Commonwealth Games lineup. Jessie Sargent of New Zealand started so strongly.
I was going to say last year at the National Championships, actually here in Scotland, Alex Dowsett won the race, but actually crashed during the time trial, got back up, finished the race and won the National Championship. So he's a phenomenal time trialer. Now he's out here riding for the gold medal, but Rowan Dennis pushing him to his limits.
Jessie Sargent at 32 Ks is the second best time check after Geraint Thomas. But this is the leader on the road at the moment. Rowan Dennis. Interesting that time trial win last year was his 4th consecutive British time trial championship.
It's definitely a very gutsy rider. He's got a lot of fans and followers.
Just take part of it was his 3rd. This year he was aiming for his 4th, didn't quite pull it off, but 3 in a row, still a pretty special run.
Yeah, there's no luck involved there, is there? That means a dominant, one of the most dominant time trial riders here in the UK.
Considering the opposition you're up against, you're talking the likes of Geraint Thomas, Luke Rowe, Brad Wiggins as well, one of the best exponents of this that the world has seen in recent years.
And that's why we picked him out as a favourite today, because he is a specialist time trialer, and there's not a lot of riders in the peloton that specifically focus on those championship time trials, and Alex does do that, so we expected that he'd be in good form. Rowan Dennis is another rider that picks out championships and goes from. They're coming from a track background. He's very familiar with preparing for a specific championship and having that in the back of his mind, rather than the professional road riders who race week to week.
Plenty of Scottish flags out there. Just a shame for them that David Miller doesn't look at all on the money today. It's going to be a respectable time, certainly given the fact that he's in the twilight of his career, if we're being kind to him as well, and hasn't had too much form, missed out on the Tour. I think he was saying that he would have preferred and been much preferred to have ridden the Tour de France, not just for sentimental reasons as his last year, but also because it would have given the better preparation for the Commonwealth Games. One to watch in the road race, though. He was 3rd in that British National Championship road race on the same circuit last year. Interesting to see where Rowan Dennis is here in relation to Geraint Thomas. Final intermediate time check before the finish. Very close indeed. Rowan Dennis only 4.18 seconds quicker than Geraint Thomas on the way back, and your suggestion, Rochelle, that he might well have been dipping could well be reflected in that time check there.
Absolutely. It's going to be a very close finish.
Here is Dennis.
Just waiting on the time check now from Alex Dowsett. Last time check of the day. Tensions rising here.
Here's Geraint Thomas. Back into Glasgow now. Last big effort for him, of course. It's all about those technical turns at the end as well. Few seconds to be won and lost there. It's right to the last pedal stroke on Glasgow Green itself. Geraint Thomas then. What does he have to finish it off with? Glasgow Green on the right, that mass of trees as we see him approaching the park itself. This is Fane Tuft. Back to the finish line, huge effort towards the end from the Canadian.
Well, you can see the festival atmosphere in there, the crowds.
This is Tuft about to take that big final turn. Huge swing round from him. Finish approaching, and he is going to set the best time so far ahead of Christie of Northern Ireland. It's going to be a time that is absolutely smashed. Steve Cummings had just come through the finish as well and set the best time, but Fane Tuft is going to better it. I suspect, though, given the times we've seen along the course, he's not going to be the leader for too long. Fane Tuft, one of the pre-race favourites, going to set a time of 48 minutes, 33 seconds, 0.24. 47.5 average. That is some effort to sustain over 40 kilometres.
Absolutely strong ride, possibly not strong enough to be in the medal contentions, but we'll have to wait and see. So it'll be a bit of a waiting game for him now. He'll probably know and already been given the information that it's actually not going to be strong enough for a gold medal chance or performance.
Back with Alex Dowsett in his England kit. Commonwealth Games, such a unique event, certainly for nations in the United Kingdom, that you don't usually see people riding for England, Scotland, Wales, and all the territories and dependencies as well, and crown nations. So the Isle of Man riding here. We see England, Dowsett, either in his Great Britain jersey at major championships, or of course in his trade team Movistar jersey. Geraint Thomas then into the finish straight. It's been a fast one, takes the corners quickly as well. Just had to correct himself ever so slightly on that one here. Geraint Thomas, who looks like he is racing into the finish. Big time this from the Welshman. What does he have compared to everybody else? Geraint Thomas settles down. This could be a medal-winning time, certainly given the numbers we've had previously. Thomas then attempting to better the time set by Fane Tuft. He will do that. He will set the best time so far. First man inside 48 minutes, 37 seconds quicker at a 48.1 average. Big ride for a big man that's just come out of the Tour de France. Geraint Thomas, leader at the minute. Alex Dowsett is losing time. Alex Dowsett losing the time on the way back in. Third at the minute, 5.24 down. And according to that check, he's slower than Geraint Thomas. Here's Rowan Dennis. Australian. Couple of swings to the left and the right, just trying to find his right while. Dennis the quicker at the last time check. Can he hold it? He was dripping, he was drifting, he was losing time to Geraint Thomas. I wonder if Thomas is going to end up being the guy who's timed his effort to perfection.
Well, it's possible. I mean, he's got the experience. He's got a lot of experience, so it'll be interesting to see. It's been such a close race. The top three have been changing all throughout all the time checks.
Jesse Sargent as well, and just thinking about Geraint Thomas' effort, we talked about getting better once you've ridden your bike for a number of minutes. Could have had that effect in the last 10 minutes or so.
Well, absolutely. He might have ridden himself into the time trial. As we said, he didn't do any efforts yesterday, so he hadn't been working at that high intensity until he climbed off the bike on the Champs-Élysées.
Jesse Sargent then approaching Glasgow Green, the finish part, right by the River Clyde here in Glasgow. sunshine. Thankfully, the expected rain hasn't come. The wind has got up as the day's gone on. This is Bailey of Guernsey. Getting news on the race radio that Zachary Bell is being overtaken by Alex Dowsett. Bailey crosses the line then, and this is Rowan Dennis.
Current leader on the road at the moment, but we've seen that change many times.
And we saw it change in the women's event as well. If you're Alex Dowsett's director sportif and coach here in the car, are you screaming at him down on the radio saying that you really need to improve in the last few Ks?
Well, if I was, I would be, if I was his director, but the rider definitely would be giving the director some information before the race, each rider, about what they like to hear on the radio. Whether they like to be yelled at, screamed out the window, or if they want to be told in the radio, you know, you need to lift, bring me home, because a lot of riders do rely on their director to motivate them and get the best out of them.
What does Jesse Sargent have? Approaching the finish line, does he have it in him to beat Geraint Thomas' time? Jesse Sargent, rider in the black here for New Zealand. Approaching the finish, still has to swing around though, and it's not going to be enough to beat Geraint Thomas' time. Just wondering whether he was actually swinging up back towards the finish line there or coming to that final corner. Here is that final corner. So a rider who started well, burned himself out in the first few kilometres, unable to maintain the effort. Still an extremely combative ride from Jesse Sargent, and a man we expected to really show us what he had today. He's left his heart and energy on the road. Not good enough on the day for the gold. Probably just going to be outside the medal chances. We'll have to see how much the riders towards the end fade. Just outside of tough time, third on the road at the moment. Dennis, the man we're all watching. Here's the entry into Glasgow grid itself, 45.51. He looks like the riders I've seen go through at a similar time to be in a very good place here. Is this going to be the winning time from Rowan Dennis?
It's going to be extremely close between himself and Alex Dowsett. It's been a close race all the way through.
This is Glasgow Green from the air. Beautiful, beautiful sight. So many people out there behind the barriers as well. And he's about to hit a wall of noise here, Rowan Dennis. Huge technical right-hand 90-degree corner. Underneath the trees, he has to be careful of all that sap dripping after the rain as well. The dry to wet. Thankfully, nobody's fallen on this section so far. A few leaves as well. And he stays upright as he goes around the corner.
Well, he still looks quite composed to me. There's Bradley McGee, very famous name in cycling.
Geraint Thomas is there. So Rowan Dennis looks very, very good. Still has to approach that final corner and come around it. But I think Rowan Dennis, as long as he manages that effort, is looking really, really good for the top spot here. Does Alex Dowsett have it to beat him behind? That is the question. At the last time check, he didn't. Where is Rowan Dennis in relation to Geraint Thomas?
I can imagine the pain that he's feeling coming into the finish here. Obviously, he's getting motivation from there's something on the road there.
Just has to watch it out. Goes past the obstacle. Here is Rowan Dennis approaching the finale. Finish coming up. Really has to sprint to beat Geraint Thomas's time. I think it's going to be good from Rowan Dennis, but we wait to see. Settles down into the bars again. Is this the Commonwealth gold time from Rowan Dennis? Approaching the finish line. It's just better than Geraint Thomas. Rowan Dennis sets the fastest time. 4.74 seconds faster than the Welshman. It's Australia who go into the lead. Can Alex Dowsett beat him? What was the time, says Geraint Thomas. He's got to switch chairs. Silver for him at the minute, but it might be musical chairs just as this man comes in, because Alex Dowsett said he was going to save something for the end. Has he? The big question. I have a feeling he's a little slower than Dennis here.
Looks like he might be.
Looking at his time of 45.28. Oh, it's pretty similar. It is pretty similar to Rowan Dennis. It's going to be very, very close. It's been minutely close at all the time checks so far. Alex Dowsett needs a huge ride through the park, through Glasgow Green, through all of its technical turns. He'll be cheered on, no doubt about that. He's the only man left that can threaten Rowan Dennis's time. Nervous wait in the meantime for Australia. Alex Dowsett then of England, of Movistar. Just into those final nerve-wracking few turns where there's a few obstacles, a few paving stones as well. Dowsett entering the park now. Big right-hand turn, sprint down here before there's another right-hand turn coming up. What does he have left? You can see the mouth open, the effort. There's certainly no shortage of that. He's given everything today, Rochelle.
That's definitely a face of pain coming into the finish here, so he's not left anything out on the road. He's given it everything. He knows it's coming down to the wire, and every single second counts through this section. There's Rowan Dennis.
The leader. Rowan Dennis off his bike, helmet off, hoping to get cleaned up and have a gold medal around his neck, but what is the difference? There you go. Alex Dowsett has to get home within the next minute. It is going to be mightily close, I can tell you. Has to swing around another corner yet before he gets to the finish. It's going to be a matter of seconds. It is going to be a matter of seconds. Dowsett looks to be improving to me. Dowsett into this corner, needs to swing around. What does he have into the final corner now? Got to keep it upright. Here he goes. I think Dowsett's got a chance here. Dowsett has a real opportunity. Has to sprint to the line. It's going to be mightily close. Dowsett then approaching the line. I have a feeling this is going to be good enough for Commonwealth gold. A recovery after he was down at the final time check. Alex Dowsett has put all of his preparation into this race. He missed out on the Tour de France. He's a Grand Tour stage winner already in the time trial. He is the new Commonwealth champion in the time trial. 9.3 seconds quicker than Rowan Dennis. And England's Alex Dowsett is good enough for gold, Rochelle.
Well, we're going to see the smile on his face in a moment when he gets that news. Oh, Rowan Dennis. He did it the absolute maximum he could, and he's just got the news that he's been moved into second. So that's a face of disappointment after that ride. But, you know, you can only do what you can do. Here he is, Alex Dowsett, coming in to win the gold medal at the Commonwealth Games.
Second in Delhi to Dave Miller, but improved immensely in the last 4 years. Can also take a lot of credit for how his trade team's improved in the time trial. He's a time trial nut, and it's his obsession with the speciality that it's given it to him here. Here is Luke Durbridge. Going around the corner. Still within 8 seconds of Dowsett's time. It's been an improvement in the second half of the time trial for him, but not good enough to threaten the time. He's probably going to be good enough for 8th place, just in front of McLaughlin.
Well, that's quite a significant difference between Dowsett and the Australian here. It's obviously been a dream day for Alex Dowsett. He got his timing right and he had his tactics right too. He said to us yesterday out training, it's all about that last little bit, saving a little bit for the end, because you can lose more in the finish than you can gain. So he rode a little bit conservatively. And there he is.
He's ridden a perfect time trial. Everything right, had that little bit extra to give it towards the end after being down on that final time check. Here's Michael Hutchinson of Northern Ireland giving it his all. Of course, he was in the Tour de France press room a couple of weeks ago as a rider. Abandoned the Tour de France as a rider before the rest day so that he could get some training in for the Commonwealth Games. And it looks as though he's just going to be around the same time as his compatriot Christie. Applauded home the 40-year-old. 3-time British champion, 3 times Irish champion, running here for Northern Ireland. And it looks as though he's going to secure 11th place on the day. So many records in individual time trials that he's taken. 4 minutes and 23 down on the time set by Alex Dowsett on the day. 44.2 his average. There's the man who's done it. Alex Dowsett of England, Rowan Dennis in second, and Geraint Thomas of Wales in third. Listen to this though, David Miller unable to pull off the ride he wanted to on the day. corners for the final time. Looking to bump Luke Durbridge down into ninth. Not sure he's going to do it. It's a huge sprint to do so. Wants the best result possible, Dave Miller. Last ride at the Commonwealth Games on his time trial bike. Just the road race for him on Sunday. He'll retire at the end of the year. Dave Miller here is going to finish in 8th place.
Well, you can hear the crowd there. They're very pleased to see him come in. Obviously, a lot of fans out there in the crowds. Very, very loud, overwhelming roar for his arrival here today.
Oh, he's a big ass, not won a time trial in professional road racing since 2011. Alex Dowsett getting cleaned up and ready for the presentation.
Yeah, Simon Smart's doing the whole thing. I dragged his ear a lot.
Oh yeah? I'm going to do it. That's what I'm going to say in my interview.
Well, don't tell us what you're going to say already, Geraint. We will hear from everybody, of course. Certainly the winner, Alex Dowsett, at the end. This was his big moment. Turned into that final straight. But, Rochelle, he still had work to do there.
Absolutely. He couldn't afford for anything to go wrong, but my guess is that he knew this finish a lot better than anyone else, and that he was very, very confident throughout this ride, that he had that up his sleeve, that he was very experienced with the finish here, and that he knew that he had something left in the tank to bring it home in those last final kilometres.
Licking his lips at the success there as he came across the line. Gold medal on his way. Handshake there with Rowan Dennis, although I'm sure Dennis will be disappointed at being bumped down to 2nd place. That was his objective. Alex Dowsett takes gold from Rowan Dennis, who is the silver medalist by 9.3 seconds. Geraint Thomas finishing 14.04 back. Sven Tuft in 4th, Sargent 5th, with Hepburn, Cummings and Miller making up the top 8. But look at the differences up there. 2 minutes and 14 from 1st to 8th. A high quality field with one of the best exponents at the discipline, Alex Dowsett, winning gold. Luke Durbridge didn't quite find that turbo for his Durbo today. 9th place, McLaughlin in 10th, with Christian, Hutchinson, Christie, Bell, Roach and Davis into 16th. Good ride from Davis as well, up into 16th after his early mechanical. Must have been extremely off-putting in terms of the mental aspect.
So gold for Alex Dowsett, silver for Rowan Dennis and bronze for Geraint Thomas. So another gold to add to the England total, which currently stands at 38, 3 ahead of Australia, Canada in 3rd from Scotland, New Zealand and India. Then it's South Africa, Nigeria, Kenya and Jamaica, Wales and Singapore, Malaysia, Cyprus, Cameroon, Papua New Guinea, Grenada, and with the first ever Commonwealth gold, Kiribati. On 2 silvers and a bronze, Pakistan and Samoa. Then it's Trinidad and Tobago, Northern Ireland, Bahamas, Bangladesh, Isle of Man, Mozambique, Sri Lanka, Namibia, Barbados, Fiji, Ghana, Mauritius, Uganda and Zambia. The Games Channel at Glasgow 2014, and it is gymnastics next and the men's floor final. The commentary comes from Steve Robillard, Vincent Waldock and Liz Chetkovich.
So in they come. Bishop followed by Purnell. They're coming out in competition order. Scott Morgan, the Canadian, very powerful. He's some kind of chance here. It all depends what happens ahead of him. See who's able to nail their tumbling passes, the Kiwi fans. And some of the great sports travellers, I reckon, around the world. There'll always be Kiwi supporters if there's a New Zealander competing. up onto the podium. They all come.
Traditional gymnastic protocol line up in front of the judges. Master judge gives them any words of guidance, normally just a good luck. They salute and then they'll be ready for the first performer.
From Wales, Vincent Purnell. Representing England, Christian Thomas. Also from England, Max Whitlock. Representing India, Ashish Kumar. From Singapore, Ho Wan Doon. Representing Scotland, Daniel Keating. And from Canada, Scott Morgan.
Great to see such a mixed field, Steve. I think that's one of the highlights when there are as few nations duplicated and many have the opportunity to compete.
Yes, it is wonderful to see. And I wondered too, Daniel Keating's, how he can channel the warmth of the hometown support into his performance. Having done so well in the all-around, he's got to be feeling reasonably confident, one would think.
There's the man. So he'll just be taking it one apparatus at a time. Important not to fill your head with too many thoughts.
Well, David Bishop set his sights on making this final in Glasgow, and he's done it now. Having made it, what can he do?
So accuracy of landings will be a major factor in the outcome of the scores. Execution crucial. Brilliant so far. And a half twist into the front semi, full turn in the tuck position. Execution and difficulty judges all studying the routine. Showing his flexibility in the split position and pressing to handstand. Good solid hold. Gymnast trying to do 5 or even 6 tumbling series. Double twist, using the diagonals and the lines. Whip, it's the back flip without hands into the 2.5 twist for his final tumble. Just one step.
Kept it in the 12-metre square. He stepped on or just past the line previously and was deducted for it. There was some debate up here and down there about whether he really did cross the line, but not that time. So a man from TriStar Gymnastics Club in Auckland has done well. Can be proud of that performance. He'll go along the line and receive the good wishes of all his rivals, which we love about this sport.
8 gymnasts and coaches.
So Bishop is a very clean worker and technically very sound. Legs squeezed together, toes pointed during that Thomas element. His difficulty is the lowest in this particular group, and so he's unlikely to feature in the medals, but a pleasing performance. You can see he's well in control of just about all of his landings, probably bar the last line. There's a whip immediate, 2.5 twist, overcooks it a bit and the right shoulder drops and forces him to take a crossed step across his body. And here you can see spotting the floor somewhat when they do the 1.5 twist and rebound. They've got to have the arms ready for the next tumble.
Bishop waiting for his score. It's in now, and 14.55. That's higher than his qualifying score and certainly higher than his all-around, which was just 12.833. So that's a good venture onto the floor for Bishop. Clinton Purnell now of Wales, a 25-year-old from Cardiff.
Purnell's around about the same mark as Bishop, capable of a 14.5 in the qualification. Around about the same score in the all-around final as well. 1 3/4 salto forwards, roll out. Gymnasts just allowed 1 roll-out skill from a salto in their routine. Whip, immediate 2.5. That's a good landing for a 2.5. They're tough to land well. Places his arms wide on the floor, his wide arm pressed to handstand. Picture of concentration. And that little signature mark, signature skill, a side salto with a half turn. Not so difficult, but very nice to watch. Once again, in pretty much full control of those combination lines. Almost a triple twist to finish. Tiny bit short, he should get the value.
Clinton Purnell did well to finish that without being put off by the fact that the PA went off a bit early. They thought he'd finished his routine and were chiming in with the music. A bit of bad timing, but it didn't bother him, and all credit to him.
They can train in some pretty noisy environments as well, so have to be prepared for anything that comes their way.
There's the running double twist forward. Rebounding into the front summy with half. Gymnast doing backwards and forward somersaults. There's the round off, that makes the somersault backwards, the 1.5 twist on this occasion. Stretches his body, snaps down, there's the whip salto. Good upper body strength, wraps the arms in nice and tight. Opens out for the 2.5 twist.
Here comes the score for Purnell, 14.366, not quite as good as Bishop. An identical score to his all-around floor routine.
5.8 on the difficulty, 8.5 for execution, those two added together.
25-year-old Christian Thomas from Wolverhampton.
All right, let's see what the Brummie can do. Very experienced on this apparatus. Whip into the double Arabian. It's a good landing, but the judges will spot a minor hop adjustment. 0.1, maybe 0.2. And that handspring double twist forward. Feet were under way too far in the handspring. Through his trajectory, long and low. Terrible mistake. That will have put him out of contention on this apparatus. Gymnasts have to keep their composure, whatever's happened, finish the routine. It's drilled into you from a young stage, from a young age. Tucked double Arabian to dismount, pike double Arabian at the beginning, but that handspring double twist forward really messed up.
Well, the disappointment's etched on his face, Christian Thomas. His teammates would no doubt feel that disappointment. He's part of that bronze medal winning Olympic team, though, from 2012. highlight in his career. Was hoping to add to it, but not this time.
The first line is just superb. Does the double pike, which is very hard to get the rotation going, and he manages even to open it out. Let's see what happens here. Handspring forward, pulls his feet under him way too much at the front of the handspring, and the angle of takeoff just did not allow him to complete his salto properly. Salvages a tiny bit of pride at the end of the routine, but that's all he'll have at the end of the day. You see here his Russian circles as per the pommel horse, placing the hands in reverse grip so he can hold the balance.
There'll be a big expectation around the performance of Keatings when he gets up there. But it'll be Max Whitlock next after we eventually get the score for Christian Thomas. I kind of hope in these finals everyone sticks their routine and then are judged according to who does the best. When they have a little error like that, it's, you feel for the athletes.
But if you'd have asked me stability, he would have been one of my bankers.
Well, he qualified with a score of 15.6. In the all-around with 15.466. Expect something special from this man.
He's the twisting master. Three and a half, front half out. He's done that 3 for 3 now, and here comes his little signature move. He's got the flares with spindles, handstand, flares. Again, pops up to that little movement there. Not worth anything in particular as far as the gymnastic element goes, but it's so spectacular to watch. Throws in Thomas on a side pass. Racking up the bonus points for all this combination twisting. And that's a perfect demonstration of mastery on this apparatus. He's done 3 floor routines in this championships and all 3 done close to his maximum.
Unbelievable. This consistently high level that Whitlock is finding. He picked up 3 medals 4 years ago in Delhi. Didn't even make the floor final, but right now he's the man to beat.
Springy as a ball. Such a master, as this says, of twisting and rebounding combination tumbles.
Vince, what does that tell us about his training program? Such consistency.
All the British lads do spend a lot of time off of trampoline practicing their landing skills. But there's also some special innate ability, I think. Trampoline, and from a young age, drilling. There's the 3.5 twists, defies gravity. This is what every street dancer in the world would love to be able to do. There it is, wonderful little helicopter in the flares. Such immense variety. You can see him there spotting the floor, very visual. Absorbs with ankles and knees.
So looking for something in the 15s. He looks a bit more relaxed today than he was in the all-around. 15.5. 3-3. Well, he's split his scores from qualifying and all around, and that's going to take some beating. So I think David Bishop knew what was coming, but that's all right. He knows he's been beaten by a better routine. 4 to come. And here is Ashish Kumar, bronze medalist in floor 4 years ago.
Languid skip into the 2.5 twist. Adds a double front. That's really difficult. I was so impressed with that, but he's come off the diagonal. That's cost him a penalty for out of square. Proved so much, the Indian gymnasts. Steady hold. There's the Thomas rollout. A little bit minor imperfection in the smoothness of the roll. 1.5 twist into the double twist forward. Gymnasts like Bishops mostly operate on diagonals. Side tumble, just simple double twist. Final and 6th tumble. Many gymnasts dismounting with the triple twist. There it is, 1,080 degrees. Minor imperfection on the landing.
Just also looks a touch disappointed, but he holds the distinction of being the first Indian gymnast to win Commonwealth Games medals. He picked up 2 actually 4 years ago, 2nd on the vault, 3rd on the floor. Might struggle to medal today, we'll see.
That's a very impressive line. Unfortunately going out, but the coordination needed to transfer from twisting to double saltos immense. Very long on that and just fighting to stay inside the floor. He's probably going to lose a 0.5 on that. Pops his hand down, and if the judges feel that it's enough to have almost fell, they will take the 0.5 instead of the 0.3. And we see him in his twisting, not exactly the same leg form as we saw with Whitlock. That arm just getting caught a little bit behind him at the end. But look, goes from the twisting to a double salto. Have to be at perfect angle to get that around.
And for Kumar, a 13.8. So he's in 4th position at the moment, just ahead of Thomas, trailing Whitlock, Bishop and Purnell. Whitlock, the only floor routine to score more than 15. He has trouble sitting down while others are performing. He's a cat on a hot tin roof. Howatun of Singapore now.
Double twist forwards followed by full twist forwards, a out of control landing to an extent. And that's 3.5 twists, I'm pretty sure. Nice little side pass, the side summy with extra turn. Have to show forward somersaults, backward somersaults and some sideways movements. Just picking up small to medium deductions on the landings from most of his tumbles. His shoulders down quite significantly on that landing. Good triple twist to finish.
Well, Ho stated ambition was to make a final at these games in Glasgow. He was only the 10th highest qualifier, but because of the 2 per country rule, he's squeezed into the final and looks delighted to have been here.
Really has raw talent. Hops out on that front somersault with full turn. 1, 2, 3.5. So fast, difficult to see. And the triple twist dismount that most gymnasts are electing to do, easier to land. So we've had triple twist, 2.5 twists, 3.5 twists in the one routine. Unlike the female code of points, the double back is not a mandatory requirement.
So pleased to be on that stage, and I don't know how he's managed to squeeze in a dentistry degree while the amount of hours that are required for gymnastics have also been on his program. Whitlock still leading, and maybe Dan Keatings will be up next, will be the one to challenge his score. And Bishop still sitting in second place. He's up and ready to go, Keatings, but cannot do so until the score comes in for Ho Wah Tun. (13.733) for Singapore's Ho Wah Tun. That leaves Bishop in second and Purnell in third. It's Whitlock who's got to be beaten, and maybe Dan Keatings can do it. 14.966 in qualifying. He's got to make up half a point on that.
A medal is a definite possibility. Can he push Whitlock off of top spot? Probably not. Tucked double-double, just manages to stay in. Straight back down the diagonal with the double Arabian. Front semi full, he's going like a train. 4 tumbles done, that's his speciality. Hop skip into the round off double twist, but he's out. You can land on the line, you can't place your feet over the line. So there'll be 1, possibly 3/10 for both feet. Master of the circles, flares and Russian. This is an opportunity for him to slow down the pace. Flexible on the fold on the Russian lever. 12-metre square, 17.5-metre diagonals, so that's the longest direction to tumble. 2.5 twists, final tumble, clean and solid.
Such a thrill for him to be performing in front of his home crowd. All the Scottish athletes have enjoyed that part of the Glasgow experience. St Andrew's Cross has been seemingly everywhere.
From the Huntingdon Gymnastic Club with his coach, Paul Hall.
Well, he'll know in his heart it wasn't a score or a routine to challenge Whitlock's.
And these opening line double twisting, double salto. I think his landings were not quite as strong in this routine as we've seen earlier in the week from him. Fights to stay in, and that red flag goes up in the background. See the pommel horse work transferred to the floor. We don't see too many flares on the pommels anymore, but we get to see them on the floor, and this is the Russian window swing. Changes direction in the round off, snaps the legs together, has to get the shoulders up into a high position so he can continue the tumbling. So many changes of body shapes in one tumbling line, and all done with split-second timing. And that's another view of the double-double at the beginning of the routine.
Well, Keating's 14.533 is in third position, just behind Bishop. A very interesting situation developing here for Bishop, who's come into the floor final from outside the top 8, and he's still in second position.
Morgan opening very strongly here. Beautiful flight on the double layout, punched 1 1/4. Certainly got tumbling legs. Double twist forward, full twist. It's pretty solid. Making sure he holds that for the required amount of time, and also taking a little breather. Thomas salto. It's a 1 3/4 salto with a 1 1/2 twist, extremely complex. Whoa, that's a hard tumble. What can he produce for the last line? Full in, back out's pretty much stuck.
And Scott Morgan has to feel that's good enough for a medal. He was knocking on the door of a 15 with his qualifying, a 14.933. Didn't compete in the all-around. And Bishop, he knows he's got a medal. Extraordinary outcome for New Zealand. He's going to be second or third. I guess Morgan's going to squeeze between Whitlock and Bishop to take the silver. Unexpected delight for the Kiwis. First floor bronze medal was in Kuala Lumpur.
Yeah, so they've actually, New Zealand's only medal once on floor, and that was in Kuala Lumpur.
There you can see the impressive second line. Double layout, rebounding into the front summy 1 1/4 to prone. Legs like tensile springs. 2 1/2 into 1 1/2. 4 twists in 1 tumbling line. Sometimes leg extension and foot point, not his strength. There's the double layout, second tumble. Holds the extended shape throughout. Ready for the recoil. See the floor flex. But his legs are up for it. Achilles tendons. Unbelievable forces they can apply. He spots the floor for the landing on that final tumble.
He had 4 years away from the sport from 2003, and then wondered why he ever left it. And he's got to be pleased to be back now. He's got a silver medal, Scott Morgan, a 15.133. And Bishop gets the bronze. And not too much surprise about Max Whitlock getting the gold. And Keatings finishes 4th. That's a surprise in itself, I guess, Vince.
I thought Keatings had done enough, but and we certainly wouldn't have guessed Bishop sneaking into the top 3 there. Admirable performance.
So Whitlock, part of the winning team. He's won the all-around, and he's won the first men's apparatus final. He's 3 out of 3. And it's a rare thing indeed for New Zealand to win a gymnastics medal. You go back to David Phillips in Kuala Lumpur, 1998, third on floor along with John Smethurst from England. And then I'm struggling to see, Liz, another individual medal for New Zealand for the men's gymnastics in going right back through all the apparatus. So it's a terrific moment for New Zealand, an expected one for Whitlock perhaps, and joy also for Scott Morgan of Canada. Well, it's why we like working around sport. You just don't know what you're going to get. And Bishop, who went up first, not the most difficult routine, but what he attempted, he did well. And he's ended up with the bronze medal.
We've said a number of times, do what you can do and do it well. Sometimes over-ambitiousness doesn't get the best result.
Yes, just back to New Zealand, they've only ever won one men's medal in the whole of the Games history. And that was, as you said, in Kuala Lumpur, the bronze on floor. So it's a great moment for them in these Games. But certainly Whitlock's the man of the moment, and he's going to have many more moments today. He's an absolute master in the air.
He could have another one in half an hour's time. Pommel horse to come. And he goes into that as the favourite.
So confirming placings for you in the men's floor final. Max Whitlock, 15.533 from Scott Morgan of Canada. It's 0.4 behind. And then David Bishop of New Zealand, just sneaking third place ahead of Dan Keatings of Scotland, Purnell of Wales, Kumar of India, Ho of Singapore, and Christian Thomas of England. President of Bangladesh Gymnastics Federation.
Accompanied by President Bangladesh Gymnastics Federation, Sheikh Bashir Ahmed. The winner of the bronze medal, representing New Zealand, David Bishop.
And so for just the second time, a New Zealand male gymnast has won an individual medal at the Commonwealth Games level. Just to pinch himself, I think. Made the final courtesy of the two competitor per country rule, and then seized the opportunity with both hands. Look what it's brought him. Bronze medal. Well done, that man.
The winner of the silver medal, representing Canada, Scott Morgan.
Scott Morgan had the qualifying performance to suggest he could get amongst the medals. A 25-year-old from Vancouver. Posted a 15.133. He delivered, Vince.
Certainly did, and that story you retold of his retirement. A long time out of the sport. Must have been a very hard journey to get back into big shape.
Gold medalist and Commonwealth champion with a score of 15.533, representing England, Max Whitlock.
It's his third gold medal. Team gold, individual all-around champion, and now the victor on the floor. He's world class. He carries himself so well too.
Well, more gymnastics to come, but as you can see, some hockey highlights here. Australia taking on Scotland, and Chris Cirello there with the opening goal for Australia. And they were very soon on the attack again. Matt Godiz there with a second. And a lovely reverse ball over the top, and he took it lovely on the reverse. A good save there by Scotland, but they couldn't keep the ball out. Matt Godiz there with his second and Australia's third of the match. And unfortunately for the home supporters, it was very soon 4. Kieran Govers adding that 4th goal for Australia. And the league leaders proved exactly why they're league leaders in Group A, because it was 5-0. With 27 minutes still remaining. Jacob Wetton there, although it does look like it took a touch of Will Marshall, so possibly it could be considered an own goal by Scotland there. So disappointment for Scotland, but delight for Australia, who head up Pool A, and India and the Republic of South Africa currently occupy 2nd and 3rd, and we can now bring you commentary of this winner-takes-all match.
So let's check the squads for today's match. First of all,
Now the team's about to be announced to the crowd.
Captain Austin Smith. Number 1, Jonathan Robinson. Number 2, Wade Patton. Number 3, Andrew Grenier. Number 4, Robin Jones. Number 7, Tim Drummond. Number 9, Julian Hikes. Number 10, Lloyd Norris-Jones. Number 14, Rhett Halkett. Number 19, Jean-Pierre Deveau. Number 21, Jethro Eustace. Number 22, Rukele Tosale-Kile. Number 23, goalkeeper Rasmus Petersen. Number 26, Ignatius Malgraf. Number 30, Tate Patton. And number 31, Clinton Panther. This time India line up. Number 8,
So the 2 injured players that won't be taking any part in the game, sitting on the bench. Jonty Robinson and Andrew Cronje.
Number 7, Manpreet Singh. Number 10, Dharamveer Singh. Number 12, Raghunath Pogalinga Ramachandra. Number 13, Gulbaksh Singh. Number 16, goalkeeper Srijesh Prachi Ramagran. Number 17, Danish Chaba. Number 21, Govinda Chandy. Number 24, Sil Vitalacharya. Number 26, Virendra Lakra. Number 27, Akashdeep Singh. Number 29, Jingamsana Kekijan. Number 31, Ramadeep Singh. And number 32, Chandana Nikin. On the South African bench will be manager Mwebi Malabi and coach.
So just to repeat, a couple of injury blows for South Africa. They will not be able to make the normal amount of rotations in a match as important as this one for them. They have not got the services today of Jonty Robinson, who's got a slight calf tear, but they are hoping that he will be available later. He's on the right-hand side. In the white jacket is Jonty Robinson, and the other wearing the hoodie is Andrew Cronje, who we all remember, took a fearsome blow on the head from running down a penalty corner against Australia. And he was taken to hospital just to have a look at that to make sure that he did not have any concussion issues.
Okay. Reminder as well, guys. If you're struggling at the back, if you want to step up through the back. Okay, plus 2 you want to get into the final jump challenge. Okay, guys. Great opportunity, boys. Like Faye said, the important thing is to enjoy it and we play as a team. Okay, in that front of the house. Okay, come on, boys. Eh? Come on. On the start. It's our ball from the start.
So the teams in place in goal for India, P.R. Srijesh, and for South Africa, Rassi Petersi.
10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Bring it on!
And we're off between these two important teams in the Commonwealth Games 2014. Crucial match. South Africa, India, both wanting that last semi-final berth. And India can get away with a draw. South Africa must win. They have only 13 fit field players for this match.
That's going to be a big challenge, I think, for South Africa today. India, they pulled out quite a good performance against Australia in the last game, and I was very surprised how well they did. They only went down 4-2, but this South Africa side, they are very fit, they're very physical, they've shown how well they perform at this stage, so this should be quite a close contest.
Drummond with the ball on the right flank, loses it in the pass and entry into the circle. Manpreet Singh trying to weave his way out of the congested area. And the skipper for India, Sardar Singh. And 26 shirt for India is Birendra Lakra. He will be an important defender. Big strong whistle to start with.
Yeah, don't watch the wall before it gets here, all right?
Dharamar Singh getting the ball over the halfway now for India, down that right flank. He is steaming towards the ball. Gubaj Singh looking for the penalty corner and gets it. 2 minutes gone in the first half, first penalty corner. Step up Rupinder Singh, or will it be via Raghunatha?
Well, it's a good move, isn't it, down the right there. Indians showing their pace as well as skill, and looking in that circle, deft skills here. Nice little touch here. Well, not quite controlling it, but the ball coming up off Norris Jones's stick.
So Dharamveer Singh to inject from the baseline. The South Africans look up and see those twin towers of Rupinder Singh and Raghunatha. It is going to Raghunatha this time, high, and it's goal already. Under 3 minutes into the match, where the South Africans thought that it might have been going to Rupinder, but no, Raghunatha gets the goal.
Yeah, and it's a lovely goal here, isn't it? And they've picked out Drummond. He's already been hit on the head once this tournament, and it's got to be playing on your mind, hasn't it? He's put it down that side. He knows what he's doing. It's a great strike, difficult one to stop. Superbly placed.
Yes, it's what we've come to admire from the world-class grab flickers in action here at the Commonwealth Games. This time, an opportunity again for India. No, heaping pressure on the South African defence, and they'll get another penalty corner. This is a crucial time for South Africa to have to suck it up. So penalty corner number 2, they've converted 1 from 1, India.
Well, look at this skill here. Beautiful little close skills. Sticks being taken here. India just trying, South African defenders just trying to get a stick on the ball, but that Drummond losing out. So good individual skills there.
Now again, do you give it to the successful drag flicker, Raghunath, or do you give it to Rupinder this time? What a choice to have. Dharamveer Singh injects from the baseline.
Guys, the sticks have got to be up, yeah? Okay, now.
Here it comes. Out to the top of the circle, it's Raghunath again, and a great save and goal by Peter C. The ball is not out of that defensive circle yet for South Africa, and it is now. But again, it falls on to an Indian stick. Manpreet Singh.
Happy with the 5 on there? Happy with the 5?
Now South Africa working very hard to get that ball out of defence, and they move across to the left side of the field, back to the middle. And Panther gets a good hit up the field, bit of territory for him and his team. Sardar Singh.
Well, India got the early initiative, haven't they? And they're looking very strong at the moment. They've got fantastic ability to pass that ball around and find space, and when they get up into the danger area, they've got brilliant individual skills. South Africa have really got to work hard, and they have 2 men down, don't they, in that outfield position, so they're going to be struggling, I think, for fitness throughout this game.
The semi-final beckons for the winner of this match. In fact, it can be a draw for India, as we've mentioned. Koldajit has the ball now. Dharamveer offloads. Sunil. So again, they're hot on defence. The South African defenders just having to find little avenues for the ball to go through before it's picked up. The focus of the Indians is quite clear, isn't it? They're sensing that they can get on top early in this match, and the intensity that they've already put onto the field.
Yeah, they can, and they're putting guys high. They've got 3 guys in the South Africa circle. They're pushing up. They sense a weakness and a bit of trepidation by South Africa. They caught them early when they were not really tuned into the game.
South Africa trying their 1-2, the triangle passes. Here is a card, and this is going to give them a corner, in fact. So setting the standard early is Adam Kearns, the Australian umpire. He has pulled a corner on the South Africans outside the circle, which you can if you deem it to be a deliberate foul.
Which he felt it was. Very strong tackling coming in, but India, when they're flying, when they've got the ball on their stick, they are so confident, and when they're confident, they're very dangerous.
15, guys, 15.
So they've only got 1 option this time by the look of it, not the 2 that they had before.
Still 10.
Rupinder waits, kicking his boots on the turf.
Still, Brassie. All the way behind. Make sure you lift your stick up this time, okay?
Really making sure that the defence are behind that baseline.
Wait, please. Wait.
He's
guys.
not going to let it go.
Everything behind. Behind the line. Yeah, thank you. Okay, now. Thanks, mate.
Rupinder at the goal, and goal number 2 for India. 2 conversions from 3 penalty corners. 1 for Rupinder and the other Raghunath already scored.
Well, that's a fantastic corner, isn't it? Off only 1 option this time. Look at that, nothing else on here. He was only going to do 1 thing, and he smashed it down the stick side of the keeper this time. The defender really got stuck a little bit behind the keeper, so couldn't really see the post. "9 minutes gone in the first half. India
dominant. 2 goals on the board. Initiating. And here comes a counter-attack from South Africa. It used to be, Sean Curley, that if you had one decent drag flicker in your team, you had an advantage, but oh my goodness, 2 world-class drag flickers in your armoury.
Yeah, it puts a lot of pressure on the penalty corner defence. I mean, the hockey's for a long time has been based around penalty corners, and it makes such a huge difference. Yes, of course, over the years, the Dutch have been brilliant at it, the Germans, India, and often it's the corner. It's such a big part of the game.
Jones under a lot of pressure. And this is Clinton Panther. Nice bit of skill, but Reganoff is pushed right up and gets the ball. Drummond. But it's been turned over right on the midfield, looking for a clever little soft pass. Cordigit on the far side of this National Glasgow Hockey Centre, across to the left for India. Reganoff moving at speed, picks up the ball. Oh, and a kick. And still another layer of Indian players trying to force their way into that circle.
Some great hockey here in this winner-takes-all match between India and South Africa. India with that 2-goal lead, looking to join Australia to progress through Group A. We will keep you updated on what happens in the rest of this first half between these two sides, but for now we're going to cross back to the Scottish Hydro, where we've got some more gymnastics to bring you. This time it's the women's vault final. There on your screen you can see the list of contenders. Claudia Frangipane there, of course, taking gold yesterday in the individual. Can she add to her medal haul? Live commentary coming up.
Straight into it. The warm-up has happened outside. Georgia Rose Brown of Australia, first vault.
The round-off entry vault, it's called a Yushenko, named after its originator. She adds the full twist to the straight somersault.
Qualified. Sorry, yeah.
We'll see this vault from many of the gymnasts. Fast run down the centre, the 1 metre wide, vault run up, snaps into the straight salto, adds the full twist. Stylish gymnast with leg tension in flight, pops off the top, and that's a pretty good landing. Maximum she can score 15 points. We'd expect it to be high 13s, maybe just pushing the 14-point barrier. Judges will take 1 whole mark for some inadequate flight, height and distance. They can't deduct style. Look at that, immaculate, and toe point, really special. And just a fractional bounce adjustment on the landing. So I'd be giving her 14 points.
Next gymnast to complete 2 vaults in the women's vault final. And a 14.1. Georgia Rose Brown, first up.
So the execution score, 9.1, means they took 9/10 of penalty. It was a very clean example of that vault. Judges rarely give less than 9 points. Round off entry, half turn on into the tucked front somersault.
She's set a pretty high standard first up. Good to see. That often means a good competition to follow her.
There's the round off entry. You can see from the overhead camera, clean half turn on. And the handspring tucked front somersault. Not immense height. extremely adequately performed. Little hop back. Judges will find a little bit more to take in height on that vault. So the execution score starts at 10, and then the judges deduct according for every inadequacy, any error that they can spot. Beautiful style, look at that pointed feet, just a minor leg split, but the judges will struggle to see that at full speed.
And 13.566 for a second vault, so the overall score is 13.833. The 2 vaults are average to give the competition score. It's a fantastic arena here. It's been a wonderful host venue for the rhythmic and artistic gymnastics. It all winds up tomorrow as far as the gymnastics is concerned. Very warm welcome for Scotland's Emma White.
Okay, White starting with Yurchenko with a full twist. We're going to see a few of those today. This is the judges' opportunity to really scrutinise each gymnast in comparison. The scores in a way don't matter, it's the rankings that matter. Large step, foot placement behind. She doesn't take more than 1 step, but it is a large foot placement. A little bit of a closed shoulder angle on the horse probably prevents her from getting a bit more lift from the horse. Body position is very nice in the air, and of course direction perfect. Here we see she's pushing back, a slight close of the shoulders as she hits the horse, and a little bit early twist to the shoulders. Takes years to perfect these vaults. They have to learn each phase separately. The little one's just learning how to run, do the round off onto the board. It's the first half. Lots of trampoline work.
13.8 for the first vault for Emma White. She qualified with 2 vaults of 14.033 and 13.433.
Have to choose a vault from a different vaulting family, so it has to be a different entry onto the board and also a different post flight. Can't do another full twist even if the entry's different. Round off, half on, pike front off. A little leg collapse as she lands. It's been marvellous watching her here at these championships. We do applaud those gymnasts who carry on with their careers. The average age is actually lifting in the sport, and she's 24 years of age. Some directional problems there. So the round off onto the board, but the half turn on makes it a different vaulting group, and choosing a front pike salto in the post flight. Doesn't get quite square as she does the half turn onto the horse, and the mistake is magnified as the vault continues.
So what exactly causes the loss of alignment then, Liz?
Well, an incomplete turn, or perhaps not enough direction from the board, not enough power from the board to the horse. So if you don't have enough power, the only way for the body to go is sideways. So quite often they just don't get enough heel drive over the top. Particularly in a half turning vault, the timing is more difficult to get that.
Scores are in. Second vault is 13.3. She averages 13.55. In the second place behind Georgia Rose Brown. 6 to come. And the next from South Africa, Kirsten Beckett from Johannesburg.
the Yushchenko. We've seen it with full twist from the first two gymnasts. This young lady adds 1.5 twists, 540 degrees. Gives her an extra 3/10 on the tariff. Instead of being out of 5, out of 5.3. So the maximum she could score if it was faultless would be 15.3. There you can see on the screen, Bolt has a number, 4.33 in the rule book. Judges will be, as I've said previously, looking at height and distance, style and accuracy of landing.
Certainly pushed it out there in the post-flight. She got good distance.
She's a powerful gymnast. Judges will perhaps only take 2/10 off her on distance, perhaps 3 or 4 on height, a bit of style and a bit on landing.
Oh, 14.366. That's a very healthy first score. High execution.
Just 9.1, so they only took 9/10 of penalty. Different vault. The Sugihara family, the son of the originator participating in these championships. We've really enjoyed that.
Well, it's good to see her smiling, first of all, because she had an all-around competition that left her feeling a bit down in the dumps.
Was distressed after beam. There's the round off on. Snaps into the somersault with a full turn. Two very different type of vaults. Just protecting her feet slightly, piking down. Big push. Lands central, but then steps out of line.
She's had a number of top 5 finishes on vault at World Cup events, including a second in Slovenia last year.
There are many gymnastic World Cup events that allow up-and-coming gymnasts to gain experience.
Can this put her to the top of the standings? Indeed it can. 13.866 for the second vault. 14.116 is the average. So she leads from Brown of Australia and White of Scotland. Kelly Sim of England, 19-year-old from Southampton.
Double twisting Yushchenko, the first one of those we've seen today. Such an advantage, a 5.8 difficulty score. So it's like having a head start in a 100-metre sprint, being 10 metres in front of everybody else. Of course, execution is still judged out of 10, but she wraps both twists well, stays inside the markers. In the air, not as clean as some, but she gets sufficient height to get those 2 twists around. Looking for lift off the horse. The shoulders are a little low on the landing.
Couldn't help but notice, though, how she absolutely attacked the runway. It was a very confident approach.
Almost impossible to do this without getting a good speed and transition from board to horse. Judges will take into account the low shoulders on the landing. So the execution score will be lower than some, but the difficulty, of course, is already set at 5.8.
14.633. That's the highest scoring vault so far. Can she back it up with a second and take the lead from Beckett?
Okay. Half on, front half out. It's done nicely.
Could be a new leader.
areas that the judges are looking at, of course, from the moment they hit the board, the pre-flight, they do look at the body form there. The repulsion off the horse in itself is not well, the hand positioning on the horse is important, so you will get deducted if the hand positioning is not accurate. And post-flight, height and distance. And throughout the vault, of course, the body form, aesthetics of the whole vault. The key, of course, for vault is the dynamics. And it's a tidy enough vault. Nothing too seriously wrong with it. So she pushes off, gets the half turn in. She'll be able to spot the ground early, get her bearings, and prepare for the landing.
The average score to beat is 14.116. And it belongs to Beckett. Kelly Sim, she's got to be close.
She has a 5.4 average in difficulty. Let's see what happens.
Oh, she's done it. Not by much either. 13.766, so that gives her 14.199 compared to 14.116. That's how tight it can be. Sim is the new leader. Ellie Black of Canada.
Came so close to an all-around medal yesterday. 5.4, her first vault. Rock solid. Handspring, pike front, half turn. Very professional. Hands on the front. Almost straight hips.
Qualified for the vault final at the London Games.
Impressive vaulting. The judges deem that it was a straight front somersault with half turn. They'll reward it with a higher tariff. Every aspect clean and sharp.
Nova Scotia's first Olympian in gymnastics.
Very strong score. She's got to match that with her second vault. She's doing a more difficult second vault. Most gymnasts do it the other way around. Lots of speed and attack. Sukahara, 1.5 twists. She's going to take the lead with that. Excellent work. Stylish, high, great distance. The only criticism could be the landing position. The hips fractionally low. Study it from the overhead camera. Snaps in, 1.5 twist. Really spots the landing very well, considering it's a forward somersault. Forward approach, I mean. You can see their hips almost level with the knees. Could cost her a few tenths. Round off on, snaps into the backward somersault. 1.5 summies, 1.5 twists.
Well, that landing really creates an impression for the judges. She's under total control.
Stuck landings, as you say, Steve, really do leave a great impression for judges that perhaps you're better than you really are. Gives a very tidy effect that everything was in order.
We're just seeing the marks go up and up through this first half of the competition. Sim has to know she's under a fair bit of pressure here from Black.
Tight between these two, but I think it's enough.
14.433, it is enough. Pretty easy to average those scores.
Add it together, divide by 2, you get the same.
We've had a white, brown and black, and it's Ellie Black who leads. Next up, second Canadian, Megan Chant.
Chant choosing the same vault as Ellie Black. Not performed at the same level, but has good distance. As you said, Vince, interesting that they're performing that vault first. So it's a pike front half. Black clearly had a stretched hip as she went over the top. But Chant, you can see, is piking as she comes off. There's nothing wrong with that. That's the name of the vault. It's a pike vault.
I was interested, Liz, that I don't think they credited the straight shape.
Yeah, I think I might have if I was out there judging. But, you know, if she'd called a layout and then done a pike, then that would be one thing. But when you call a pike, perhaps the judges are not going to go and upgrade it for you.
Yeah.
Chant's done well. Impressive about this vault is the distance, of course. Directionally, it's very strong. It does lack some dynamics in the height department. Vault's normally one of those finals where it's high action. Anything can happen, but these women look very solid today.
Slight delay in calculations for Megan Chant, who's also originally from Nova Scotia. It's in Hamilton, Ontario now, and 14.233.
Sukahara with a full twist. I think it's pretty nice. Sukahara, much harder vault to actually generate rotation than the Yushchenko.
She's going to need around 14.6 to take the lead from her fellow Canadian.
She does well with it. Much the same difficulties as the other vault. It does lack some height, but I do like her body position. It's a clean line. Legs are good stretched position and glued together.
Liz, she's a slight physique for a strong vaulter. Really has got very natural speed, dynamics.
Yes, and she's actually a very good strong tumbler as well, so must have good coordination to combine. Yes, you normally see girls with a different build to be stronger on vault. Canadian girls choosing just the sleeveless leotard, that's permitted. Sometimes they prefer to compete in those in their finals.
Picked up the bronze medal in the Pacific Rim Championships on vault this year. Did Megan Chant. I guess you'd rather the judges took their time rather than rushed it.
This is Chant's only final.
And she's got identical vaults first and second too, but it's 14.233 and she's into second place, Canada 1 and 2. So they're short of a medal here, just 2 to come. Dipakamaka qualified with vaults of 13.2 and 14.4.
Sukahara with full turn is the vault. Great distance, but technically ran out of rotation slightly. Fast and powerful in the approach. Stay in the straight position for the twist to be easily completed. And that pike shape means that there's some wriggle, some lack of smoothness in the longitudinal full twist. Really keen to get going on the twist, possibly a little early. So we've got to snap and create the most effective somersault. see early in the skill, full turn is finished. And then she's got to hope that there's sufficient rotation for the somersault to complete and land upright.
13.633 for Kamaka. She'll be 21 late next week.
Right, this is an extremely challenging vault for her to do, you to watch and me to commentate. 7 tariff. Hold on to your seats. Wow, that is amazing. She's done the best one of the whole week. I've watched her train it. I've been uncomfortable on occasions. But she really manages to pop her maximum height, spins like a top, and get her feet down before her hips.
Oh, they're thrilled that she's got through it. A dangerous vault.
Full respect. Really is very tricky. Watch the double somersault. Hands on fast, big push. 1, 2.5 rotations. Just about manages to get feet down first.
This could actually put her in the medals because it's got such a massive D score, 7 points.
Judges are going to have to scrutinise this very carefully. That landing really deep hips, you can see. Well, it wasn't a full, so it's not a whole mark.
It's at least a 0.5, isn't it, Vince?
It's certainly a 0.5, and the split leg position, but then one has full admiration, and the judges may want to give her slight benefit of the doubt and perhaps reduce that landing penalty just to the 0.5.
Yes, I wouldn't count it as a fall, I wouldn't think.
So we've had 5 for the straight Yushenko, 5.8 for the double twist Yushenko. This then jumps.
Oh, she's got a 15-1. And into second place goes Kamaka behind Ellie Black. So the Indian girl's going to get a medal here with just 1 to come. It'll be silver or bronze for Kamaka. And here she is. We've described her as a pocket rocket, and it really fits the build and performances of Claudia Fragapane.
Very confident double twist. Fragapane is certainly capable of medaling in this vault final. Smooth transition, good block. She's had directional problems all week. She skips to the left after she's landed, but I don't think the judges are going to buy that. They'll know that she's a little bit off direction. There's no deduction in itself if you're inside of the corridor, but it is a little bit of a fault technically when you're pushing off to one side, and doesn't have the same quality in the air as some of the others that we've seen. A reasonably good balance between height and distance, and the shoulders a little low. I don't know that that will score as high as Sims' double twist. Sims got a 14.633. Oh, there we are, I'm wrong.
14.766. Well, it's there for her. She came from the clouds to win the all-around.
She has a pretty high tariff on the second vault, 5.6. Half on, layout, front half off, it's good. And that has a definite stretch before the half turn. Ellie Black's was questionable, but that's not.
Well, it's down to the judges now to try and separate Fragapane, Black and Kamaka.
I guess his Fragapane is going to take the gold with that. Half on, direction's good, good stretch. clear hip opening as she does the repulsion stretch and half turn out. The stretch has to be through vertical for the judges to count it as a layout. And in my opinion, it's clearly that.
Liz, I'm struggling to comprehend some of these vault tariffs. 5.8 for the extremely difficult Yushchenko double twist and 7 for the handspring double front.
Yes, well, I think the handspring double front is extraordinarily difficult. I've only seen a handful of girls, maybe 3 or 4 that I can remember, have even tried to compete that. Personally, I'd rather see it removed from the code of points. I think it's a very risky element for girls to be trying. They just don't have the strength if it goes wrong.
Well, Fragapane, can she pick up her 3rd gold medal? She's won with the English team. She's won the all-around. Can she do a Max Whitlock and make it 3 from 3? Ellie Black anxiously waiting to see where she's going to finish. It'll be 1st or 2nd for the Canadian. And she gives Fragapane a hug. In a sense, they're competing against each other, but perhaps more so against the apparatus and to please the judges. There just happen to be other gymnasts out there.
With Kamakar, we know Kamakar's going to medal. She'll be the first Indian woman to medal in gymnastics ever.
Judges really making a sweat on this one. Fragapane also.
As you said earlier, Liz, they've not just got to score them, they've got to get them in the right order. I know that sounds the same thing, but it's crucial.
Yes, it's irrelevant what actual score they get in an apparatus final, and it doesn't really matter.
Surely there's no discrepancy that the vault was laid out. We saw the straight position. Was it held long enough?
Oh, I suppose they could actually consider that the pike came in too early over the top. To me, it looked better than Black's, but maybe not good enough. Maybe technically they're feeling it's not good enough, in which case it'll come down. But she's got the 14.7 buffer as opposed to a 14.433 from Black for the first vault.
And the score is in. Fragapane has done it. 14.5 for the second one, 14.633, and she edges out Black by 0.2. And Kamakar, a moment of history for gymnastics in India as she collects the nation's first medal for women in artistic. The crowd was starting to put some pressure on the judges. They really wanted the decision to be made, and it's come in Fragapane's favour. Now they're happy. And so is Fragapane. Black, well, gave it a great shot and just edged out. She just missed the medals in the all-around and comes up with a silver in the vault.
I love the way the English girls hold hands for a little bit of moral support. We did that on the podium the other day, touching.
Kelly Sim finishing 5th. There's Chant, second Canadian, who was 4th. And Beckett of South Africa in 6th. Brown of Australia 7th. And Scotland's Emma White 8th. Terrific competition.
These gymnasts with their intense preparation for these major events will be friends for life. And teammates.
Dipa Kamaka, a first for women's gymnastics in India, picking up the bronze. Ellie Black made herself the gymnast to catch with an average of 14.433. And along she came, Claudia Fragapane, fearless. And to this point, peerless.
Wonderful slow-mo showing us the height and flight of these great gymnasts.
So it was Fragapane by 0.2 from Ellie Black of Canada, and India's Dipa Karmika 14.366 with that dramatic second vault that got her a 15.1. And it's the average of the two that matters. Megan Chant 4th, Kelly Sim of England 5th.
And here is Claudia Fragapane receiving her 3rd gold medal of Glasgow 2014. A vastly impressive performance from her, and of course from all the English gymnasts. They now have 6 golds in total of England's 41 gold medals. Very well done to them for that. And time now to bring you up to date with the hockey. South Africa against India, 2-0 when we last left it. And as you can see on your screen at the moment, it is now 3-0 in this one. Ramandeep Singh adding to India's tally, and what's been a very impressive performance from them. They're currently 2nd in Group A, and just a draw against South Africa will ensure they progress with Australia. They weren't content with 3 though, and Sunil Vital Achara made it 4-0, which is how the scoreline stood at half-time. And straight from the hockey to the wrestling, because we now bring you a bronze medal match at the Scottish Hydro. It comes between Joseph Isombe Tiako of Cameroon against Ifeoma Nwonye of Nigeria in the women's 55 kilogram category.
Yes, I'm sure they call it Joe.
Indeed. Well, Mr. Papadopoulos of Australia is our referee for this first bout. In blue, it is the Nigerian, Nwoye, and in red, the Cameroonian, Isombe. 2 3-minute periods in wrestling. The basics are take your opponent to the ground, get 2 points. Unless you flip them on straight onto their back, you can get 4 points. And if you keep rolling them onto their back, you'll get 2 points again and again.
Yes,
and if you can pin, stick someone's shoulders to the ground, then you can end it very, very quickly indeed. And this is what could happen here if the Cameroonians not careful.
Well, could it be the first pin of the night? Look at that bridge. Look at the strength on her head, twisting. But if both shoulder blades are on the floor for a split second, it will be the end of the match. This Nigerian's so strong, and that's it. It's all over in under, well, just over 30 seconds. That Nigerian, she was the gold medalist out in Delhi as well in the under 51 kilogram class. She was very disappointed to have lost to the Canadian in the semi-final, but she was far too quick there for the Cameroonian.
So the Nigerian gets the bronze medal after a pin 31 seconds into the first period over the Cameroonian, Isombe.
Well, the quickest match we've seen, I think, in the whole tournament, Colin. She went for that. She was so disappointed having lost in the semi-final. Wanted to defend her title from Delhi, but at least she gets that bronze.
She wants the flag. She's saying, give me a flag. Where's my flag? Well, at least Coast doesn't have to carry her off. She's not too tired, that's for sure. This is how it happened.
Yeah, she goes straight in there for the single leg lock. Drives her backwards. The whole point is to try and get your opponent on their back on the floor to get the points. So she works hard for that to start with. Drives and drives. Here come the points. That's 2 to start with. And then she works so hard to eventually get those shoulder blades on the ground. There it is. That's the pin or the fall. And she wins outright. Well done.
So another medal from a Nigerian woman. They are strong indeed. And how about this, huh? She could get one in the gymnastics hall. Well, maybe not, but still very impressive. Full of energy, of course. She managed to get that pin in just over 30 seconds. Our next bronze medal matchup, Catherine Marsh of Scotland against Louisa Porogowska of England. Women's freestyle, 55 kilograms. Two home nations clashing on the wrestling mat. From England, from Preston, now living in Bolton, Louisa Porogowska. The favoured wrestler here for the bronze medal. But Catherine Marsh of Scotland, from right here in Glasgow, trains MMA, has won a British title in boxing, and now stepping up onto the wrestling mat to take on Louisa Porogowska. At the last Commonwealth Games, these two women were in the same weight category. Catherine Marsh of Scotland with much less experience. Marsh, the Scot, ended up in 5th. Porogowska, 4th. So there's not too much in it between these two. Our referee, Mr. Macbeth from New Zealand. 2 3-minute periods ahead of us. This should be a very tight matchup. Marsh in red for Scotland. A little bit confusing. The English woman in blue, slightly counterintuitive here, but none, this should be very close.
Yes, they know each other very well, would have fought each other on numerous occasions. Louisa, formerly known as Louisa Salmon, fought upper category out in Delhi, as you said. She had a baby in 2012 as well, so she's done very well to come back to fitness here. Very cagey start. Trying to get their favourite grips.
She's a tall, rangy athlete, the Scot in red. And the English woman, powerful, very technical.
Yes, I fought them both on numerous occasions. Catherine Marsh has done a lot of judo as well. Well, there could be a warning to the English lady here for passivity. The whole point, of course, of wrestling is to try and throw your opponent on the ground. 2 points for a score if they land on their side, 4 points if they land on their back. And if you pin them, you win outright and you don't go into a second period. Or if you get 10 clear points from your opponent, that's a straight win also.
Well, isn't this cagey at the moment? Two women just grabbing each other's hands at the moment, trying to get some kind of grip superiority. Marsh trying to move round the side here. Unable to get past Porogowska, who takes her down for 2. England in the lead, 2-0 up.
She did very well there, got in for the single leg.
Yeah, straight onto her back, actually. She's got 4. The referee deemed that she'd actually gone past her side, onto her back. So 2 for the takedown, 2 for the back.
Yeah, she is the favourite. They've met on numerous occasions. And the Englishwoman generally comes out on top. But Marsh won't give up, that's for sure.
Just over a minute to go this first period. 2 3-minute periods is what is contested over. And the Scot trying to get the single leg. And quite typical of a judo player, often going for the big throw there rather than going down onto her knees trying to grab for a leg. It's not something you've come from a judo background that's particularly natural.
Yes, quite a few women come over from judo. That's what I did. Fought both these girls on a number of occasions. The Englishwoman is a very defensive fighter, and then she just comes in for the leg. Doesn't do much. She has to be careful, though. She might be warned here again. This is one of the new rules that have come in to wrestling. You must attack, or you will be warned and could be penalised. And there's a leg grab again. Leg attack, single leg. But she misses it. She's quick at
Porogowska of England in blue, just leading still at the moment. 20 seconds to go.
Yes, you've got to be careful. If you miss with that leg attack, your opponent could get behind you on the ground and you could give the 2 points away. So it must be short.
Dying seconds of this first period, 2 3-minute periods. And that is it. Time's up, 30 seconds for them to go, get towel down and get some advice from their coaches. What would you be saying right now to the Scot?
Well, she's got to try something. Porogowska is a very good defensive wrestler. Here's the 4-pointer. She takes the leg, drives her back, lands on her back. Well, could have been a 2. Could have, I've seen those 2 points given for those this week, but she was awarded the 4 points.
Yeah, she almost went for throw at the same time, didn't she? That judo background, she couldn't resist, but ended up just going down towards her back, so lost 4 points there. Porogowska of England, 4-0 up in blue against Marsh of Scotland, who still hasn't got off the mark. 3-minute period to come. This is the final period to decide the bronze medal match in the 55-kilo women's freestyle.
Yes, they're both going for it. No love lost here at all. Yes, they're fighting up very high, aren't they? Another warning there. She's got to be careful, but she's got that 4-point lead, so she won't be too worried. Penalty point is usually 1. They changed the rules because they wanted to make wrestling more attacking. In the past, the players were defensive and were happy just to pick up 1 point right at the end of the period. But there goes the English lady. Turns her over. But can Marsh defend?
Marsh has defended very well there. She may well turn this round. She's got her body on top.
Yeah, if she could get round the back there of the English lady, she would get the 2 points. But good defence on the ground there by Porogowska.
They're brought back up to the centre by the referee, Mr. Macbeth from New Zealand. We have almost exactly 2 minutes to go in this second period. Still a very close match. England leading 4-0. The Scots shoots for the single leg.
Yes, when they were fighting on the ground, what they were trying to do was get behind their opponent. If you get behind them on the ground, you get 2 points.
Yeah, it's not considered a proper takedown until you do. And so we are in a situation now where 1 point. 1 point has been awarded to the Scot.
Yeah, she was on a warning there. We usually see a 30-second clock, but didn't come up onto the screen.
Well, the judge just deciding there that he wanted to give a straight passivity point, so it's now 4-1, no 30-second clock. It's unusual, but it is allowed by the referee.
Yes, we did see 1 disqualification earlier on today. If you get 3 penalty points, you can be disqualified. But she's only got just under a minute to hang on for those 4 points, and she'll get that bronze medal for England.
The referee calls them forward to the centre. They have to restart right on top of that little centre circle. And, well, there has been a 30-second clock started now over top of the Englishwoman. But she won't be too worried about it. If she doesn't score in this 30 seconds, she'll give 1 point over to the Scot, but she can afford to right now.
Yes, I would just keep defending if I were her in the blue, because the Scot will only get 1 point. She'll still need another 2 with less than a minute left on the clock.
Yeah, let me remind you, the Scot is in the red, Marsh. The Englishwoman is in blue.
And that's it. She's given away another point, so now it's 4-2, all to play for.
The time ran out, so another point to the Scot.
And listen to the crowd. Big grudge match, whatever it is, at whatever sport, between Scotland and England. Crowd going wild here inside this packed arena.
So 30 seconds to go, under now. The Scot trying to come back. 1 2-point takedown is enough to bring her back into contention.
Yeah, even if she gets the 2 points now, the Scots lady, it won't be enough.
No, because the 4-point throw by the Englishwoman trumps anything else. That's what's got to be remembered
and
here.
It. It's all over.
It's all over. So Scotland, I'm afraid, take a loss here in the bronze medal match. The Englishwoman Porogovska was just too tricky in the end. 4-2, a very close match.
It was, certainly was, but that 4-point score was enough. And then she defended for her life. Didn't do anything silly, held on to a lead, but fair play to Marsh. She gave it her all. She left everything out there on the mat.
The last time the Englishwoman was fourth, this time third, a bronze medal. After a long career in wrestling, she'll feel it's all worthwhile now. Bronze here in Glasgow.
Yeah, she told me in Delhi she was retiring. She had her baby in 2012, and she's come back and won a bronze medal. Superb. And this is the 4-pointer that wins the match, gets her to the ground. 4 points, and that was enough to hang on for the bronze medal for England.
Brittany Lavadeur from Canada up against Babita Kumari of India. The gold medal match in the women's freestyle 55s. There's the Indian woman, Babita Kumari. Commonwealth Games silver medalist last time out in Delhi. Back then, she was just 20 years old. Her sister Geeta took Commonwealth gold at this very weight category. Geeta not in this Commonwealth Games, but Babita Kumari trying to keep up the family tradition at this weight category. But my goodness, has she got a tough Canadian in Brittany Lavadeur. Well, this is Kumari. Got a silver to her name in the Commonwealths, going for gold. As for Brittany Lavadeur, her first Commonwealth Games, but she's racked up some impressive results at the World Championships. 5th 3 times, and that says an enormous amount about her. She is world-class, the Canadian, but so too is this Indian. This should be a brilliant clash for the gold. And I think it's fair to say, Non Evans, that the 2 best wrestlers have made it through to the final here.
Yeah, certainly the Canadian was a class above the Nigerian we saw just win the bronze medal.
Mr. Victor Keelan overseeing the match. Kumari of India in blue, Lavadeur of Canada in red.
Yes, as you mentioned, Colin, the Indian sister won gold in this 55 category out in Delhi, and Geeta was the star of Delhi. So her sister will want to keep this in the family. She fought in the 51 kilo class out in the last games, but this Canadian was brilliant in the semi-final against the Nigerian.
Yes, and having fought both Geeta, yourself, and indeed top Canadians as well, her sister, how do you find the Indians? Extremely technical always, aren't they?
They are, but that's what they do. They get the tactics right as well. She just picked her up there, carried her out into the blue zone. If you step out of the red, you get a point. And that's how I lost against Geeta, her sister, in Delhi.
Well, they are always spot on with tactics, the Indians, but the Canadians are extremely technical. Yes. Huge program of collegiate wrestling over there.
We'll have watched countless videos, we'll know each other well. Canadians, very good technically. But she'll sit back on this lead, but there she goes for the double leg takedown. But look at the strength from the Canadian to block that, but she can't for much longer. And out she goes for
2 points.
2 points.
It is what Mr. Keelan has held up.
Yeah, she did well to twist there. If she'd landed on her back, it would have been 4.
It was a fair 2-pointer, so 3 points now, the lead for the Indian.
Yeah, she looks in control so far, doesn't she?
She does look very solid, the Indian, it has to be said. Lavadeur now 33 years old. She did take her first World Championship 5th place all the way back in 2007. Followed up in 2008 and then 2012. Well, as the Indian is very much up and coming.
Yeah, locked together there, trying to fight for your favourite grip before you go in for the attack. The Canadians ducking under there. The referee will call them up because nothing's happening there. So the whole point is to throw your opponent on the ground. 2 points for a throw or 4 points. And if you pin them on their back, 2 shoulder blades on the ground, that's the end of the fight. Or 10 clear points will win you the whole match, and it won't go into a second period.
Yes, and if either of these two are too passive, we'll get the 30-second penalty clock up. Mr. Keelan has to decide if one is, but at the moment, the Canadian being very aggressive there. Shoots for the leg, but it's the Indian who gets it this time. Does she have the power to suck the legs in? I don't think she does. Oh, yes, she does indeed. And flips her around. Can she finish this off?
What a
the Canadian is stuck to her like glue.
She's got to get onto her back to get the points. Good counter there by the Indian. She was in the difficult position underneath, but she turns it around, but no points yet.
There we go. 2 points have been awarded with just 4 seconds to go. So 5-0 up the Indian now. And well, she tied that leg up in a knot.
Yeah, and she got right behind her then on the ground and picked up another 2 points.
Sometimes it makes you grimace wrestling, the way they bend some of these limbs. Very flexible athletes, that's for sure. So the Canadian, 30 seconds to get her act together here. Let's have a look back.
Yeah, first 2 points, she takes the single leg. Then the double, drives with her head, look at that. Lands on her side, 2 points. She did well there to twist and not land on her back and give away 4, the Canadian.
Well, as the MC's saying, gold and silver at stake here, but Lavador has been very quickly bowled over in this first period, 5-0. This is not where I'm sure she thought she would be. Probably the favourite for this final. Just a little toweling down there from the coach. You cannot come back out covered in sweat. It would be an unfair advantage if your body's slippy. So we're underway, final period, 3 minutes to come. The Indian in blue leading 5-0 over the Canadian, Lavador. The veteran against the rising star of Indian wrestling, and she's got a good grip. She's so strong, this Indian.
She is. Lavador struggling to get in there, to get any kind of technique against the Indian. She's tying her head up. When you get tied in like that, she's trying to snap down now, trying to snap it to the ground. You can't attack if somebody's got your head locked up. And the Indian is dominating the grips. So the Canadian could be warned here for not attacking.
Well, it's hard to attack when Babita keeps tying you up, and especially when she gets a hold of your head and start wrenching it around. Well, Lavador is going to have to try and duck under here. She's trying to get some arm control, get behind the Indian. There you go, she's pulled her down. Couldn't quite get behind, she didn't have the speed.
Yeah, she was trying to snap down there, pull the Indian to the ground and then spin round behind for the 2 points. But the Indian was quick to get out of it. Plenty of support here, and she's going to drive her out of the area for another point. That's 6-0, and it's an uphill battle now for the Canadian with 2 minutes to go. The Indian women got a few silver medals last night, so we'll be looking for some gold tonight.
They had 3 goals on the first day, but it didn't go their way in the finals they had yesterday. And now Canada are sitting on top of the medal tables, 5 goals to India's 3. This could get very close to evening things up, but we still have just under 90 seconds to go. The Canadian looks over at her coach. He's screaming advice.
Yeah, she just can't get in, can she? Not allowed to wrestle at all by the Indian. Being controlled. See her controlling that head? When someone's controlling your head, it's very difficult to attack. And she tries to snap down there one more time.
Well, again and again, she's trying to get control of the Indian's arm and pull her past so she can drag through and get behind, but it's just not working. This Indian is too quick and too strong. Just over 60 seconds now of this gold medal match, and the Canadian is really going to need a big move here. Throw her to the ground, get her down on her back and start to score some heavy points. Foot out again, that's another point for the Indian. And it's looking much more likely now that the Indian could take this to 10 points and stop it early.
Yes, Kumari's completely dominated this fight. She'll just defend this last minute now. She won't do anything silly. She won't mind if she gets penalised with passivity for being too passive. She'll just sit on her lead. Plenty of support from the Indians here.
Chance of India ringing around this SECC. The Canadian pulls in the leg there. This time she is quick enough, but I don't think the Indian really is too bothered there. She's happy to give it up because now the Canadian will have 10 to 15 seconds to do something on top. And she's sprawled heavily, the Indian. It'll be so difficult to turn over Kumari here.
And the clock is ticking down. She's looking for the gut wrench, but the Indian knows she's got good defence there on the ground. And the clock is ticking down and down. She got the 2 points, but too late.
She could spread all day long like that. 5 points still in it. And I'd imagine Kumari is just going to dance around here. No, she's actually used the Canadian's weight, shoved it to the ground, spun round behind, and she's killing it off. It's over. The first gold medal of the night, the women's 55, goes to Babita Kumari of India, and Lavadeur of Canada will have to settle for the silver.
Yes, it was a well-deserved gold medal. She dominated that fight right at the end there. She just tried an attack and gave away another 2 points, but I'm not sure what's going on. Ooh. They're complaining about something, that she's injured her, or...
Well, let's just make sure everything's okay. Just a bit of a damaged finger there. So let's just wait a moment or two, but the time is up. This match is definitely over. And what a tough woman, because her face wasn't really flinching there, and I think she could be in some discomfort.
Yeah, we think it's a broken finger. But a well-deserved gold medal there for India. She dominated that fight from start to finish, and she's kept the gold medal under 55 kilograms in the family. Her sister will be proud, Geeta, back home.
Well, if the time hadn't run out, this match would have ended anyway, because you can see that the Canadian is in real pain there. Perhaps a dislocated finger, who knows. But Kumari, the gold medal, the Indian flag draped around her. What a moment for her.
A quick update now from the hockey, where, as you can see, South Africa have pulled a goal back in this all-important match against India. Albeit trailing by 4 goals to 1, they are not down and out yet. A lovely little flick there from Tane Payton of South Africa. And basically the winner of this match will join Australia in progressing through to the knockout stages. So having got one back, South Africa then pulled a second one back. Austin Smith with the goal to make it 4-2. But the comeback was pretty short-lived, as India went forward once again and managed to poke the ball home. Manpreet Singh. Well, straight back to the Scottish Hydro, where the gymnastics continues. As you can see on your screen, we're now going to be showing the men's pommel horse. An interesting lineup in this one as well. Max Whitlock, he's just secured his 3rd gold medal in the men's floor event. Can he add a 4th? Of course, there's Louis Smith in there as well, the Olympic silver medalist, and Daniel Keatings, who won silver in the Commonwealth Games in the individual event. We can now join our commentary team.
Interesting decision. Anyway, 6th in pommels in Delhi 4 years ago was Lauren.
Has experience at pommel horse finals. Tristan scissor. That's the scissor handstand to the difficulty. Simple check, the half turn. 2 circles on one hand, the Russian out. Everything got the name after its originator, the Wu travel. Uses it twice. Good hip extension. Just 1 form break so far. Impressive. Swings up to handstand with ease, pirouettes out. It's a good start to this competition. First of 8.
Lauren qualified with a 13.666.
I think he'll better that. But Liz favours Max Whitlock, and he is for sure the favourite, but I think Lewis might pull some extra difficulty out the bag.
See, he's using the middle part of the horse, all parts of the pommel horse, quite difficult to swing in the middle, just because it's harder to clear the handles. Tremendous pressure on the wrists, repeated movements in what would you call an unnatural position. And every time they put the hand behind them, it's a blind placement. Becomes more critical when the body is turning or during spindle elements. Some use of strength on the way to the handstand.
Silver medalist on pommels at the 2011 Canadian Championships. He lists as one of his outstanding achievements, 13.6. Well, you consider that Max Whitlock qualified with a 15.7. Tells you the difference in the ability and skill of the field here. Quinton Purnell of Wales will be next. His qualifying score was 13.4. He's had a 13.133 in the all-around.
Not expected to feature in the medals, but you never know what's going to happen in a final, particularly on pommel horse. So easy to have a fall. Starting with his scissor movements and then moving right onto single handle work, switching to the other one. Now you'll notice he's swinging slightly off the square. The hips should be completely square with a horse. He's got a bit of an angle going there. Just a small deduction. Got to hold it together now. Presses up ever so determinedly.
There's a struggle, the end of it. The Welsh supporters love him anyway.
Up into the circles from the single leg work. Hip extension, crucial to this apparatus, and good technique. See, brushing the handles on many of the circles. Long trousers, just ran out of steam. Was meant to pirouette to the other end, but gave up on the bad job and just flanked over. Judges will recognise that, and it reduces the difficulty of the dismount sequence.
Well, Clint had a very good all-around competition. He finished 7th here. He made the vault final 4 years ago in Delhi and came 6th.
7th finish position in all-around is an immense achievement.
Keating's waiting. So much of the crowd anxious for him to do well. 12.966 for Purnell.
Our third finalist representing Scotland.
I can't help wanting the two underdogs, Keatings and Smith, to give Whitlock a run for his money. Keatings' start value only a 10th less than Max Whitlock's. Beautiful, smooth swing up to handstand pirouette in the single leg work. Stockley's on the handle. Up to handstand, the pirouette, back down to the Buznari. Here's a speciality, triple Russian between the handles. You can only do that if you have great extension in your circles. The Magyar on the end, the spindle. Magyar spindle, triple Russian on the end as well. Walking from one end to the other, forwards and backwards, coming up to the dismount. Gone brilliantly so far. There's the full turn, raises the dismount. That's brilliant.
That'll give Whitlock something to chase. He had a 15.5 in the all-around. And Scotland have got a chance here with Keatings.
That's the best routine I've ever seen him do. Just one very minor form break on the spindle.
The coordination required to take the elements up to handstand in the middle of the routine's quite extraordinary, but he's got every difficult element group that you could think of all in one routine. You can see the grip, so narrow base of support.
Can he leave Glasgow with a full collection? Third in the team, second in the all-around. So he's got a bronze and a silver.
And he almost looks like he's smiling before he finishes. He knows he's got it in the bag, and he is certainly going to put the pressure on Whitlock. There's no walk in the park for anybody coming after Keatings.
That's one Cheshire Cat grin. Well, he's going to get a medal. It's a case of what colour.
To be safe, he's going to need a 15.8.
Oh, get out of town. 16.058 for Keatings. That's huge.
Oh my goodness me. That's record breaking in gymnastics.
Oh, spare a thought for Jack Davies of Wales, who's got to try and follow that somehow. Up you go, son. 14.5 he qualified with.
It's not intimidating, it's just an honour to compete after that level.
Davies looking good. He's got nice technique, high centre of gravity above the pommel horse. And there we go, triple Russian in the middle of the horse, between the handles. And there's the woo, plenty of clearance. Again, he's just working so well. Travels forward, backward, Magyar and Savado combination. Now he's really got to work hard to get the dismount. He's got it. Not through handstand, but it's a great routine.
Baby in the field at 18. Lewis Smith congratulates him, and he's up next. We thought this Pommel's final might be one to remember, and so it is proving to be.
Well, full respect to Jack Davies. He really is a pommel horse star in the making. Early days in his development, he'll build on the handstands as he grows, but circling technique, difficulty and variety, exceptional.
He was selected for the Welsh team for these Commonwealth Games on his birthday.
Well, couldn't do better than that for a birthday present. Package it up forever. Big lift up on the flank bolt.
Keatings, wonder what he's thinking now. You don't really wish ill on your opponents, on rivals. 14.8. He's bettered his qualifying score by 0.3. And he goes into second position ahead of Lauren and Purnell.
Keating's trains with this man from the same club, same coach. He's got to do the best routine of his life. There's the back scissor half with ease. Adds the forward scissor half, 2 different directions, straight into the Bailey. These half turning skills all add up to the difficulty. There's the Russian. Spindle on the end. Up to handstand. There's the pirouette. Back down the Busnari. Impressive. Back onto the end. There's the Wu travel. Legs jammed together. Circling forwards and backwards on the walks. Dismount to come. Extra pirouette required. Oh! No! Oh my goodness, he was a whisker from the tape.
Almost. With the shoulders burning, he just couldn't quite nail the dismount. Well, if he'd stuck the dismount, Vince, was it a rival for Keating's performance?
I don't think it quite was. I think the start value will only be would have been 6.9, and of course it'll go down because he didn't complete that pirouette. But what a pleasure and a joy to watch. Pommel horse of that quality.
He's a really tall man and very strongly built, and from his build you would not expect him to be so good on pommel horse, but he's been a master for a long time. You can see this pirouette in the middle of the horse and straight into the flares, which is requiring an enormous amount of coordination and precision.
Looking at his score from London, 16.066. If he repeated that, he would have taken the lead by 8 1/1000ths of a point.
You can see he just left shoulder, wrong spot, can't get the hips above the hands, and unfortunately finishes up on the wrong side of the horse. You can see the humour in it. Well, not humour, but he's not too distressed. He's achieved just about everything he could in this sport. This is almost like the little sprinkles on the icing on the cake.
And inevitably he's come in below Keating's score, but with a 14.966, Smith into second place. 5 have performed, and the Scotsman is leading. Lift the roof off the hydro if Keating's is there at the end after Whitlock. But before that, here we go with Gabriel Gan of Singapore.
Gan starts with the Wu travel. He's very light on his hands and good positioning, slightly closed chest, but very nice open hips and high above the horse, which shows superior technique. Gymnasts have to push up through their shoulders and very strongly throughout the routine. Well, that's his routine done to his maximum, I'm sure.
It was his best apparatus in the all-around. He had a 13.45. Qualifying score was a bit better than that, 13.866.
Well, he can't ask more of himself to perform his routine to the very best he can. You can see the width of those handles. Only possible to get 2, or if you're really squashed, 3 hand placements on the handle. Straight hips on the circling technique.
He's hero in the sport, the former Swiss and Chinese gymnast Li Donghua. Knew his way around the pommels.
Highly focused. Should be very proud.
I see Gabriel went to university in Perth, Liz, at Edith Cowan University. Did you ever have anything to do with him?
I think I do remember him being, now that you mention it, I do remember him being around when he was a younger lad.
Yes, he's in his late 20s now, and a 14.266. Still your leader, Dan Keatings of Scotland.
Matched his tariff, 5-7.
Huge welcome for Dan Purvis.
This is a handstand safely completed. This is where he came to grief. There's to handstand, back down to single leg work. Stockley's on one handle, little dip of the feet there, but he's managed to realign his swing. There's the double Russian. Walking up and down the handles in between. Dismount to go, swings up to handstand. But, missed the extra pirouette there, and he gets a D value instead of an E.
Nice job though, and there's the sound of the hydro crowd in his ears.
So is that enough to beat Lewis Smith's routine despite the dismount mistake?
Good amplitude. Pirouette here. And back down into his swings. Of course, moving through different planes is very difficult. Mostly in the pommel horse, they're moving through the horizontal plane, but when they add the vertical plane to that as well, complicates things immensely. Doesn't have exactly the same height above the horse as some of the others, but hasn't affected him completing all of his difficulty. I see him reaching behind himself to get that hand placement. Up into the dismount. As Vince said, he was perhaps hoping for another pirouette. Missed that out, so a lower difficulty means maybe a couple of tenths lower on his D score. It might be the difference between a medal or not.
Had a 5-7 start value in the qualification.
Max Whitlock next to go. Last to go.
Checking the width of the handles, making sure they're exact.
14.516. He's going to finish just out of the medals, Purvis. That's a fourth placing at the moment. Keatings will be no worse than second. Smith second or third. It'll be determined by this man, the event favourite, Max Whitlock, but he's got a mighty score to beat thanks to the amazing performance from Keatings.
7.3 difficulty possible. Keating's got a 7.2. He's going to have to beat him on the execution. Very nice Russians on one handle. It's a very smooth action up to handstand. Oh, a little falter, but he's so good at this apparatus. He's able to correct his balance. You don't see that too often. Spindles on the end of the horse. Now he's travelling. Wu needs to keep his momentum going. Up to handstand. He's got the dismount. I'm wondering if that little bobble in the middle of the routine is going to cost him the gold medal. Got a feeling it might.
Well, Keatings has got to be feeling a little bit confident about the outcome here, because Whitlock, who so rarely makes a mistake, has made one that could cost him the gold.
Well, that was exciting, that little blip in the middle. If you asked me to put them in the right order, I think I would still put Whitlock ahead of him, but they've given Keating such a big score, I can't see them posting more than that.
What was his little moment worth in terms of a deduction?
Well, 2/10. From the angle we were watching at, I only saw 2.
The thought occurred to me, are the judges brave enough to take it away from the Scot?
Well, he's got a cat-like quality that most other gymnasts would not have been able to recover from that mistake.
That is the supreme quality of the man, to be able to make mistakes that most people can hardly see. Strength, ingenuity and skill. Hesitated on the pirouette dismount. Was there a half-tenth there?
Well, what's it to be? Keatings or Whitlock? Whitlock, part of the winning England team. 15.966, no, he's second. It's gold to Scotland. England second and third, Whitlock and Smith.
Well, it's a great pleasure to see this man on the top of the pile. He's had a difficult career with injury. Not selected for 2012.
And so Keatings has the bronze, silver, and now the gold.
Well, you wanted the full package for him. He's done it.
Oh, it's been a great competition. There's every man with a story. Whitlock chasing the perfect record of gold, 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 gold.
Less than 1/10 between them. It's half of a mistake. Lewis Smith would have loved the goal, but I'm sure he'll get great pleasure out of his teammate Keatings winning.
I think the only other Scot who's won a gold in an individual event has been sitting beside us for the last few days, Steve Frew. So again, a historic moment for a nation here at the Hydro, this time it's Scotland. Smith and Whitlock both just, you know, fractions away from near perfect routines that could have taken it from Keatings.
This routine was a pleasure to watch. But that's what world-class sport is all about, fractions.
Millimetres. Oh, another great performance from Max Whitlock. He's just a pleasure to watch perform. Keatings, the pommel's performance of his life. That's what he needed to produce to get the better of Whitlock and Smith. And somehow he found it in front of an adoring crowd.
See the shoulders there working on the circles. That's why he's so good.
Dan Keatings, 16.058. Whitlock right behind him, 15.966. Full point back to Smith there in third. And it was Jack Davies, wonderful performance from the 18-year-old Welshman, Dan Purvis of Scotland, then Gann of Singapore, Lauren of Canada, and Purnell of Wales.
Well done to Dan Keatings of Scotland, winning their first gold medal in the gymnastics arena. One of 14 golds so far for the host nation. As you just saw there, Louis Smith of England taking bronze, and Max Whitlock, who already has 3 golds to his name, taking the silver in this one. Prince Edward doing the honours and giving Dan his gold medal, a moment to be proud of for him. And still 2 more finals to bring you from the gymnastics. We have the uneven bars for the women, and we have the men's rings final, which you'll be able to see right here on the Games channel. For now though, we are going to dip into the men's weightlifting final. It's the over 105 kilogram category, and we can now join the clean and jerk with George Kobaladze of Canada, about to take his lift.
Said before, this man is so composed all of the time, yet he unleashes so much wrath on this bar.
This would take him to 387 kilos. The bend on that bar.
Pretty straightforward, hey? And there is so much bend. You can see it even when the bar drops, it's whipping and rebounding.
So 387. Now, just to put this into context, the Commonwealth Games total record is 397, held by Detonamo.
Catches that bar, and there's so much swing happening. He really uses that bend to his advantage as he whips it overhead, and no problems.
Damon Kelly's clean and jerk Commonwealth Games record is 221, and that's now under threat.
It's very under threat, no question. Most people will be taking more than a 5 kilo jump from a first at 216.
$390 for first place. And to re-establish his advantage. No worries. If George is tough, if George is strong, so's this guy.
And he has the advantage of responding to George's changes. He's got the last lift according to a lifting order, so that may really come into play. Look at that swing on the bar. So fast into that perfect overhead catch position.
There's a change of call, 217 kilograms now for Ite Detonamo. Nauru, second attempt.
So Ite's being called out at 217, but that's just the 1 kilogram automatic increment. It's actually Damon Kelly that will be coming out at 217.
Yeah. Just interesting about Ite Detonamo. In the Oceanic Championships in May, he clean and jerked 223. George Kobaladze did it in the World Championships. So they're very tight and close together, those two, on the clean and jerk. Now Damon Kelly, 5 kilo increase. And this, of course, just takes him up just takes him to 379.
He's going to need this jerk if he wants any chance of changing his position from third. What a gutsy lift. And look at the coaching staff celebrating. Now they just have to sit back and wait. George just needs to make his next lift to take that second position once again.
So 388 for
222 kilograms for George Kobaladze, Canada.
So he's gone into silver medal. Now it's all about Kobaladze and Detonamo. So the bar's gone to 222 to try and take away the clean and jerk record that belongs to Damon Kelly from the Delhi Commonwealth Games. So this would be a 6 kilo advantage, but in fact what's happened here is that Detonamo is going to come in and do exactly what George was proposing, but George has gone up to 223. So just trying to take the edge, and Detonamo being put in here. So Detonamo, actually, this could be very interesting, because to take a 6 kilo advantage at this particular point and go 396, he's getting the kilos on the bar. That just puts a little more pressure on George. He's so confident about his jerk, isn't he?
That clean wasn't easy, but yes, confidence is definitely the theme in that jerk.
So he's got a new Commonwealth Games clean and jerk record, but that's irrelevant. Remember, this is the man who has not won this title, who's had bronze and silver.
Look at this clean, it really does bury him. But he stands up with pure brute strength, knowing he has this jerk in his back pocket.
So 396. This is 396 is just 1 kilo short of the total record. And now Kobaladze trying to do that.
He's really trying to chase the gold medal, David. He could have just put on 218 to try to surpass Damon Kelly for silver, but he's going for 223, securing silver and pushing Ite to lift more.
So this is what, for 7 kilo increase.
Commonwealth record attempt. And what a clean. Well, he clearly made the right choice there. That was no big deal for George.
Okay, so he's got the clean and jerk record. Doesn't really matter a jot. What matters now is the fact that this is where Detonamo and George, they come down to their last throw of the dice. George, remember, he was 3 kilos down at the halfway stage. Now the body weight comes into play here as well. Kobaladze 138 kilos and Detonamo much heavier, the heaviest of the class at 162. So now you have to factor that in, that Detonamo has got to realize that he's got to lift that little bit more. He's got a 2 kilo cushion at the moment. It was 3 at half time, but now 394 Kobaladze, 396. But take 1 kilo off because of that extra body weight that the Nauru lifter has. So it is really nip and tuck.
He's really putting pressure on Ite to make this third lift.
Well, they've both gone 228. But there comes a point where you have to be honest and realistic with yourself.
But you know, George really has the advantage because he's already got a silver. He has nothing left to lose. Trying to push Ite out of his comfort zone is the kind of game that the coaches are going to be playing right now.
So just having a look at this is a 6 kilo increase, 229. He wants George to lift out first.
This is the best game of poker we have seen so far happening right before us on the scoreboard.
Imagine this as a poker table and, you know, $1,000 bills going down, because that's where we are now.
That's right.
Raise you. I'll call you. I'll raise you again.
It's exactly what this is. And now we've actually got an athlete coming out. No, there's a change.
228.
We see the Canadian coach, Guy Marino, at the table.
Where's he going to go? Got to go 229. He has gone 229. There comes a point here where they could both run each other into trouble here. Remember, both men in their last major competitions, clean and jerk 223. They're both around that area, but now they are really pushing. And you know, if they both get it wrong and they both fail, Detanamo is going to end up with a gold medal.
That's right, it's status quo if neither of these athletes can lift this weight, but we are so lucky as an audience to have the chance to see two athletes going for 8 kilograms over what the Commonwealth Games record was when we started this competition today.
403 kilos. Detanamo to go first. No. So he leads, but now it's down to Kobaladze.
You know, it wasn't an easy clean on the last lift, but you know, this is something that happens when you play this high stakes poker. You went up 6 kilos, or sorry, 7 kilos. And when you just got crushed by a weight and try 7 kilos more, it's not easy, David.
And this is where the coaches look back and sort of say, well, should we have just put an extra 4 on and just seen?
It doesn't really matter because this man still has the last lift.
So the situation is, Ite Detanamo, who has never won the Commonwealth Games gold, he leads by 2 kilos. But here comes George Kobaladze. And remember, the bar for him has gone up 6 kilos, so this is for 400. But basically, if the man in your picture lifts it, he is the champion. If he misses, it goes to Nauru. Ite, backstage, watching. Can he clean?
What a clean.
Okay. Can he jerk?
What a jerk.
Up to the jury. 3 white lights.
Look at Team Canada.
And Canada have regained the title. George Kobaladze, a bronze medalist 4 years ago at the age of 38, has become super heavyweight champion of the Commonwealth.
What a lift. That wasn't even that hard. I really wonder what he could have had to do. Like, could he have done more if he needed to? If Ite would have got that 229, I wonder if he could have gotten 3 more kilos.
Unbelievable confidence in himself and his ability. Have a look at this. Enjoy this. Great clean. Fantastic push overhead there.
Such composure.
A lot of shoulder movement, but no question, that was locked out and that was a good lift.
That was a great lift.
What a way to finish the Commonwealth Games weightlifting of 2014 and to put his name in the record book. 1978, Jean-Marc Cardinal of Canada, the only man previously for your country, Jeannie, to win this super heavyweight title. And now you got George Kobaladze. George Kobaladze is the man.
Yes, he definitely is the man. You know, first time he ever represented Canada was 2009.
So these are the clean and jerk contributions to what has been a fabulous battle. And you can see there, Kobaladze, 229, a massive personal best, and really dominated the clean and jerk. So the one table that you're really looking forward to if you're a Canadian, if this one. And here it is, Kobaladze wins it by 400. And you can see clean and jerk and games record there. Detanamo has to settle for silver. And Damon Kelly, he now gets the bronze, having previously won gold and silver.
Outstanding scenes there, but as you can see, we're back at the gymnastics, and we can now join the uneven bars event in the women's final. And on your screen at the moment is Australia's Georgina Brown.
Here she goes. There's her 2 releases in a row, catches at good length from the bar, sometimes can be a little bit close to the bar. Giant fall. Jaeger. Moving nicely right into handstand. Lovely body line. Giant half. Double front. It's a good one.
right on top of the dismount too. So lovely routine from Georgia Rose Brown.
It's better than a good one. It's a superb dismount. Such a difficult skill to land faultlessly, but she managed it. Double front, the undergrip front giant. Drives the heels back to get swing into the next release. See how they generate swing.
Liz, her height is kind of a strength and a weakness, isn't it? It's a bit of an awkwardness to get between the bars, but the lines that she creates are beautiful.
Yes, she's just a aesthetically almost perfect body shapes, everything that she does, but of course to fit between the bars is a little bit of a challenge. These bars are raised higher for her, and they are allowed to go up 5 centimetres, and very well coached. She's a member of the Victorian Institute of Sport program, coached by Misha Barabak and Tracy Penaluna there. And you know, she's just got good strength and excellent coordination. Never let it be a limitation.
Georgia Rose Brown, a 13.566. Trying to hide a little bit of disappointment there. Is that score what you expected, Liz?
I think she caught a couple of her releases a bit closer than she did in the qualification. I would have expected maybe above Ellie Black's, but that's the way it goes.
So it's Downey, Miller, Black, Brown, Beckett, Beddoe. Rhea Thika.
Thika was not able to compete on every event. Has had a knee problem. But,
early problem here, doesn't get the shoulders over enough. And trying those Weiler kips, they're very difficult to do. And if you don't start in the right position, you can just pick up way too much swing. And that's what's happened to her. She lost the value of the element plus the fall.
2 mistakes within 2 skills. Liz, she couldn't have had worse, really.
Cutting her losses and carrying on with the rest of the routine. So she transfers to the high bar with a shapka and immediate overshoot to the low bar. The full turn a little late, so this routine really can't find her rhythm at all. Clear circle, oh, she's come out short. That's a basic mistake.
The crowd so wants her to do well.
No. She's decided to conclude the routine. That's a bit unusual.
That's upsetting.
Sometimes can forget that they're very young athletes, even though they're performing on the world stage.
There's the cast hop. First element, the first mistake. Gets it the second time. But can't complete the Weiler hip circle, the forward hip circle. And the morale and confidence is now rock bottom. Temperamental gymnast. After this mistake, has had enough. Not quite the discipline that coaches would normally expect.
It's quite unusual to give up before a dismount.
So Downey and Miller are guaranteed medals. Ellie Black has to wait on the performance of Ruby Harold. Performances like we just saw from Thika do pose a problem for the judges.
She's missing a dismount, so that's a 0.5 deduction for not even attempting. Actually, the 0.5 for the compositional requirement, plus an additional deduction for not even trying. and plus the various falls.
Plus the release, plus the full turn.
Yeah.
She's really dug herself in a hole. If Ruby Harold did the same bar routine as yesterday, she'd be missing the gold medal by just 0.1, so very much within her capabilities. Ruby's routine unusual, does some special skills but can break form.
We still don't have a score for Rayathika, so there's no starting the routine for Ruby just yet. Now, no, don't have it yet.
2013.
Frustrated, sullen.
The crowd will start to get on the judges' backs. Start to give them the slow clap. We've heard it once or twice in these finals session.
What it is they're going through all of the things that are missing and making sure that they take the necessary penalties to be fair to the other gymnasts, even though you know that she's not going to be climbing up above any of the other gymnasts. You've got to get the score right regardless.
And they can't just guess.
8-3-3-3 for Rayathika. As I say, moving swiftly on. Ruby Harold. This is the routine that matters now. Can she catch Downey and Miller?
Well, this is like a Whitlock moment. It's there for the taking. But she's got to do the best routine of her life. Starts off with the Shat big swing. Good style on the pack with full, that's special. Little waver in the handstand. Shat path straight into the zouk hold. Hit the handstand. Little swivel legs, the judges might have spotted. Toe half turn into the Jaeger. Nearly there. Oh. Hops into the undergrip handstand. Double front dismount. Wow. She certainly raised the game. Loved watching that. Impressive gymnastics. What do you think, Liz? Enough?
I think it's enough for a medal, there's no doubt about that. I wouldn't put her above Downey, and I certainly would suggest she would score below Miller in the execution area. The question is the extra 2/10 on her difficulty score going to be outweighed by the form errors that she's got, the step on the dismount, and she's got leg separations on that back swing. Same there, that's at least a 10th. Maybe if the judges were tough, they'd take more, but I think she's got form errors throughout this routine, and Miller was next to perfect in that area, so trying not to be partisan, but I think that Miller should squeeze in for the silver and Harold for the bronze, but I suspect it's going to go the other way.
In the hands of the judges, they'll have a different position to view those legs.
See, she's got legs apart there. I just, you know, that's definitely a 10th, maybe more. They're quite pronounced. And of course the step on the dismount. But anyway, as you said, to the judges, she does have it on Miller in the difficulty area.
It's innovative. Judges will see it from a different angle to television coverage.
That's right.
So it'll be really interesting how they're going to evaluate this.
14-3-6-6 into third she goes. Well called, Liz. A very accurate assessment. But England first and third with Downey and Harold. Miller splits them.
I think that's the right outcome. Well done, judges. It was tatty, but it was impressive.
But as you pointed out, Vince, what I really liked about it was it's just that little bit different. Yes, there are form errors there, but to see something unusual adds to the enjoyment.
It is a problem that gymnastics as a sport faces. Really needs to address that we don't end up with every gymnast doing the same routine. Almost there.
Top two qualifiers have taken gold and silver. Maybe Harold in there for third.
I think Harold will be very happy to have a medal of any colour, doesn't matter, just to be on the rostrums.
So she'll add a bronze to her team gold. Downey is always a warm favourite to take out uneven bars. It's another thing to deliver on the competition floor, and she's done that.
She can add that to her European Championship gold. Such special timing on her catch-off releases. From clear circle, from Stalder, straddled and piked. Wanted to work all around, but because of leg strength and selections, wasn't given that chance.
Marissa Miller, 7th in the Worlds in London 2009 on uneven bars.
She'll have done a lot of routines in the 5 years between. And there's Harold, impressive. But, a little bit of scruffy legs, cost her a higher place.
Or more from the gymnastics to come. That's the results there for the women's uneven bars. Rebecca Downey in first place as things stand there for England. We will come back to the Scottish Hydro. We've still got the men's rings final to come, but we can now cross to Hampden Park for the 200 metre semi-finals.
Personal best of 23:45 this season. Has run faster in time gone by. Has gone sub 23, 22:71 4 years ago. Ella Nelson of Australia, just 20 years old. Australian champion, 23:26, her best time of the season. Kimberly Hyacinth of Canada, World Student Games champion last year. And she's run 23:03. Now this is an athlete who's running well here in Glasgow. For England, Jodie Williams, new UK champion at 200 and a former world youth champion. Only 20 years old, still improving. Another former world youth champion here in lane 4, Anisha McLaughlin, 22:72 she's run. Good 200-metre runner. She was the Jamaican champion, and there is Blessing Okabari, the new Commonwealth Games champion and Games record holder at 100 metres. 22:23 is her best. Games record, just for, while we're talking about that, stands to Debbie Ferguson, who had a clean sweep in Manchester back in 2002. Stands at 22.2. There's Veronica Pereira of Singapore, and completing the lineup, Fumlili and Zanisi of Swaziland. 23:82, she's the Swaziland record holder. Blessing Okabari, also a very good long jumper, but she's from word go here. She said she was going to target the 100-metre, 200-metre double, and she looked for all the world as she jogged through in 22.99 in her heats yesterday. She looked as though she is destined for that double gold, and the way she ran that heat as well, I wouldn't be at all surprised if she got very close or even inside Debbie Ferguson's record once we get to the final later on. So down onto their blocks, Okabari, you see a distinctive figure in the green vest of Nigeria, starting in lane 3. A roar from the crowd. McLaughlin of Jamaica goes out hard, but here comes Okabari now, so powerful round the bend, and she has a lead of a metre, perhaps more, as they come into the straight. McLaughlin's trying to go with her, the Jamaican athlete, and coming behind that is Jodie Williams, who's finishing fast. But Okabari, so easy. Williams coming through to take second. McLaughlin has to rely on being a fastest loser. Oh, and look at the time. 22:43 into a headwind of 1.1 metre per second. She was so easy in winning that, Okubari. Didn't really get a start. And look there as she walks away from the track. That's no act. She's hardly blowing at all. So much more still to come. We know she can put the rounds together, Catherine. Surely Ferguson's record is going to go. Rob, I beg your pardon.
No, I think you're right, John. Okubari inside, lane 3, good lane draw, in total and utter control. McLaughlin, the Jamaican outsider, was running well at this point, and the strength of Jodie Williams coming through. That's a wonderful run by the English athlete, but Okubari.
And now we can join the women's second 200-metre semi-final live.
Shaloni Calvert of Jamaica in 5. That's Dominique Duncan of Nigeria. 22.82 seconds in 2014. Well, they rise and they get a clean start, and Calvert is expected 5th in the 100-metre final, flying around the top bend. Alexander's trying to go with her. Emmanuel of Canada in lane number 3, Honora of England on the outside. But Shaloni Calvert of Jamaica is going to drag through Annika Honora of England. Well, 22.97 seconds for Shaloni Calvert of Jamaica. Running round more in the centre of a lane this time. She's going to be the semi-final winner, and Annika Honora, Rob, the English athlete in lane number 6, held on to the coattails as it comes through. Calvert confirmed at 22.97 seconds, and Honora, the second automatic qualifying of 23.02.
Interesting run there, Catherine. I thought it was good work from Annika Honora. Calvert just looked a little tiny bit laboured as she came down the home straight. Rayare Thomas will have to wait to see if she goes through as the fastest loser, but that's not looking terribly likely with McLaughlin's third place time in the opening semi of 22.79. Calvert's going well here, and Annika Honora just starts to pull her back, and if you look at the body language here of Calvert, it just starts to look a little ragged as she heads towards the line. And I'm not sure that she's going to trouble Blessing Okubari. Just watch her there, Catherine. Interested to get your take on the technique here. She just starts to rock and roll.
It's her 5th race of the championships. Some athletes handle doubling up better than others. And she's all right. She's okay. She didn't look much different than she did in the heat, technically wise. But not as fast, of course, as the lady before her. There's confirmation then. Calvert from Jamaica, 22.97 seconds. She progresses to the final with Honora from England.
And now we go back to the discus, still in the first round. This is the Indian Vikas Gowda, who got the silver medal in 2010. How can he respond? What sort of a mark can he put down here? 65.62 is personal best this season, and that's out beyond 60 metres. Good opener. 6 rounds, of course, 6 throws, provided that you get into the top 8 within your first 3. That's the way it works. Vikas Gowda twice 7th in World Championships, and he's the Asian champion, Indian record holder. And here now, moving on, this is Jason Morgan of Jamaica, the Jamaican record holder. Looks good. And is good. He's happy. Well out over 60 metres.
Well, he looked good in qualifying, just under 64 metres to get into this men's discus final.
Big lad, but there's some athleticism there, 62.18, and that is good enough for the early lead.
One more semi-final to come in the women's 200 metres. Bianca Williams goes in lane 4. She'll be hoping to follow her compatriot with a good run in the first of the semi-finals from Jodie Williams. Janet Amponza could run well, the Ghanaian in 6. And Samantha Henry Robinson of Jamaica got a relay silver in the Olympics after running in the heats, replaced by a certain Shelly-Ann Fraser-Price for the final. absolutely packed here at Hampden once again. That's been the case for every single session of athletics. Brilliant atmosphere and a great backdrop for these athletes. Ashley Kelly, British Virgin Islands. She starts on the outside in 8. Made the semi-finals of the 400. 23.98 this season. May well need to go faster than that to get in the mix. Cheyenne Davis of Canada, just 20 years of age. Semi-finals in the 100 metres. And then Janet Amponza got a relay silver back in 2010. She was the Ghanaian flag bearer in the opening ceremony. Samantha Henry Robinson, 5th fastest Commonwealth athlete in this field here. 22.85 this season. She's gone 11 flat for the 1 as well. Bianca Williams, excellent qualification, just 20 years of age. She was 6th in the 100 metres. This is turning out to be a breakthrough season for her. Hopefully she can take one step further and join her compatriot in the final. Jade Bailey, muscly, powerful looking 200-metre runner, made the semis in the 1, 31 years of age. She's the oldest athlete in the field. Ramona Papaioannou, 11.45 over the 100 this year. She's the Cypriot champion over 1 and 200 metres. And on the inside in 1, Ashley Whittaker, fastest loser, went out really hard in the heats and managed to hang on to take her place here in the semi-finals. So, only the first 2 guaranteed to proceed to the final. Bianca Williams, England in 4. Henry Robinson, Jamaica 5. And Amponza, Ghana in 6. They are the 3 fastest athletes in this field. There's only room for 2. They'll need to keep working all the way through the line if they are to take their place in what will be a hugely atmospheric final later on this evening here in Hampden. False start. Oh dear. Well, it's the first one we've had for a couple of days here. There were a couple of disqualifications earlier on in the championship and nervy moments now. Let's have a look to see who had a little wobble, and it was the athlete in 6. It was Amponza.
And worth reiterating that the rules changed a few years back, and just 1 false start and you are out.
Well, that could be it for the Ghanaian. And as we were saying in build-up, she's definitely got the kind of time to be in the mix for a place in the final. And that would change the dynamic of this semi just a little bit if she is to be disqualified. Anxious moments for her. Alan Bell, very experienced official. On the left-hand side there, Amponza's looking up.
Well, the reaction times, they all suggest that everything's okay.
Quicker than 0.1 usually means you are automatically disqualified, but still, Amponza hasn't moved.
Hers was 1:31, so according to the reaction times given there on the board, the crowd are thinking that she was absolutely okay, and that was a faulty recall.
Issue a green card, please, no warning.
Green card, so no disqualification for Janet Amponza. There's a ripple of applause around the stadium.
Well, if the reaction time is triggered by the movement of the heel of the foot on the blocks, and if she's outside 0.1, which she was, then she's done nothing wrong.
But having said which, on that replay, she'd clearly had a little twitch or seemed to move, but we still have a full complement, and Amponza does now have a chance to book her place in tonight's final. Kelly, British Virgin Islands in 8, Davis, Canada 7, Amponza, Ghana 6, Henry Robinson, Jamaica 5, Williams, England 4, Bailey, Barbados 3, Papaioannou, Cyprus 2, Whittaker, Australia in 1. First 2 to go through to the final. This time they are away, and Amponza was a little sluggish out of the blocks, perhaps making sure. Really good run by Henry Robinson, and coming up on her inside is Bianca Williams. Going well in 7 is Davis, the Canadian. So Bianca Williams pulling away from the rest of the field now. Henry Robinson coming under a little bit of pressure from Davis. Great qualification from Williams. Henry Robinson takes the 2nd spot. Davis will have to wait to see if she goes through as the fastest loser. And Ponza was really sluggishly away there, so perhaps the twitch at the beginning, the first time round, was in her mind. Good work there from Bianca Williams. She's only 20 years of age, 23.17. She will be joining a stellar cast in the final, and she made Henry Robinson look a little bit ordinary there. That was an excellent run from the youngster.
Samantha Henry Robinson only just getting in as one of the automatic qualifiers on the dip, and that was a relatively slow race. We have to put it into context. It was good performance from Bianca Williams. She's run a good bend, and coming down she puts distance between herself and the rest of the field. But from that first race we saw Blessing Okubari win in 22.4, so it's a big margin this behind. Bianca Williams, she was the fastest in the field so far as season's best is concerned, and she confirmed that, winning in 23.17. But she's going to have to improve an awful lot if she's going to be any sort of a threat to Blessing Okubari on the basis of the times that we've seen in the semi-final.
Okubari will start that final as the overwhelming favourite, 22.43. She'll be hoping she can do the double. It will certainly be a final not to miss.
The men's discus finals continuing. We're into the 2nd round. Perelis of Cyprus, 58 metres and 88 in the 1st round. Oh, that's better. He watches it fly. Oh, and he's surpassing the yellow line, which is the gold medal distance at the moment. And the Cypriot carrying the implement well. A good release. And we've said it a few times in these Commonwealth Games, and we'll say it again. As an athlete, you know when you've hit it, and it's a good one.
Not too far outside his lifetime best, that. And that's a good throw. 63.32, the 8-time Cypriot champion in the lead.
Good throw indeed. So the colourful socks of Chad Wright, the Jamaican, arrived in Glasgow as a 6th-ranked athlete in the Commonwealth Games. He's in good form in 2014, 63 metres and 96. 57 metres and 12 in the 1st. That's good. Oh, yes, you see now the athletes are getting into their rhythm. They're getting used to the conditions. They've got their head round it.
Really competitive sort of event, this discus. There's a lot of athletes who are all bunched around the same mark, and we're going to be seeing the lead change hands several times from here on in, you would suspect. And Gowda next to go, silver medalist from 4 years ago.
Well, Jamaican goes into 4th, 60 metres and 33, and the tall figure of the silver medalist from Delhi, Gowda, comes in for his 2nd attempt. 60 metres and 63 in the 1st. Well, he's going to improve on it. He's going to fall slightly shy of the lead at the moment, but he has a silver medal to defend as the Indian athlete. And we know he has the ability, John, in his locker, and the talent within himself. He's been there, he's done it before.
I was going to say, plenty of experience, 31 years old. He's been around the block, he knows what's required, and he's mentally strong. He's going to be in there right to the end. Now, what can the big fella do?
Well, as Gowda sneaks up into the bronze medal position with 62 metres and 9 centimetres, Jason Morgan enters the circle. Good speed. You see the difference in technique with some of these athletes, the stature, the size, the speed, and he's going to be challenging for a medal with that throw.
Punches his hand a little bit frustratedly, doesn't he? Good speed in the rotation. Launches it into the distance. The efforts involved and coordination. And it's out over 62 metres.
Yeah, he's chasing the lead of Perelis, 63 metres and 32. No, but he goes into the silver medal position, 62 metres and 34.
Confirmation, Bianca Williams making it through, along with Samantha Henry Robinson. No place as a fastest loser for Cheyenne Davis, and Ann Ponza was indeed disqualified.
The final coming up later on at 9:15 UK time, and Blessing Okabare looking for the double. 22:43, fastest qualifiers from that first heat. England's Jodie Williams was the one who chased home Okabare.
Well, we go from the women's semi-finals in the 200 metres. Here's your lineup for the first semi-final of the men's. Some good qualification here. Some good running from the Jamaicans and the English. And in lane number 8, Daniel Bailey from Antigua and Barbuda. He was 5th in his semi-final of the 100 metres, 10.22 seconds. Winston George of Guyana, their national record holder, made the semi-finals of the 400 metres here. He'll start in lane number 7. Gavin Smelly of Canada. He'll start in lane number 6, 20.45. That season's best equals his lifetime best this year. Jason Livermore from Jamaica, 6th in the 100 metres, 10.18 seconds. In lane number 4, then Sinili Titi of South Africa, their national champion at this event this year. In lane number 3, from England, Danny Talbot. Looked good in qualifying, did the 23-year-old. In good form, the UK champion, 20.36 seconds this year. Inside Talbot, Therese Smith of the Bahamas, 19 years old still, 20.57 seconds this season. And Joel Redhead of Grenada was the national record holder at this event before the new 400-metre champion, Karani James, took it off him. There are your records. I've heard of him, Usain Bolt, and I have of Frankie Fredericks. They were very, very good athletes. Those records may not be challenged here. 19.97 seconds by the Namibian back in 1994. But this man, Jason Livermore from Jamaica. Keep your eyes on lane number 5 and Talbot from England potentially in lane number 3. First 2 and 2 fastest to the final. So they get away from the first time of asking. Smelly from Canada going well in lane number 6. Danny Talbot from England in lane number 3. He's running a good bend. It's going to be pretty close, but Smelly of Canada in lane number 6 is coming into the straight well. Danny Talbot of England, remember, just the first 2 only guaranteed a spot in the final. Livermore, he's pushing his way through. Well, you had Daniel Bailey on the outside. You had Smelly from Canada in 6, Livermore, Talbot. The cameraman focusing on the Jamaican, Livermore in lane 5. Well, it really was a good race, a good semi-final, John.
Excellent race, wasn't it? Livermore's gone on record as saying he's not too impressed with the chilly conditions in Glasgow, and he has won it, 20:47. Jason Livermore given the same time as Danny Talbot, the English athlete, 20:47. So they're both automatic qualifiers by 0.02 of a second ahead of Daniel Bailey, and then 20.54 Gavin Smelly of Canada. So they couldn't split them on times, but the photograph, they've given it to Livermore as the winner. Let's watch again, and you see really good start out in lane 6 from Smelly, who's been filling his time going and buying some new warm clothes to protect him against the Scottish climate. And then coming through now, you see Livermore and Talbot.
And Daniel Bailey on the outside. That's a personal best. He's never ran faster. He really did get very close to automatically qualifying. He arrived with a personal best set 10 years ago of 20.51 seconds and gone 20.49 for third. There's your photo finish.
Might still do it, could still do it as the fastest loser.
Exactly, which is why it was a good time to pull out a personal best in lane 8 and refresh your personal best from 10 years ago. Look at the strain on Bailey's face. That dip could be a very important one, but a very good first semi-final.
So back into the discus. Julian Ruck for Australia in the third round. Well, that's out around about 58, 59 metres. Top 8, remember, it's important that they get into the top 8 to continue in the competition. And Ruck is right on the cusp. Bearded Australian, has he pushed it out far enough? He was 8th in 2010 and 58.37. He's in 8th place again.
Well, he's underperforming for me, Julian Ruck from Australia at the moment. He needs to hold on to the top 8. Here goes Hogan. Third round effort. It's a big one for him because he's had 2 no throws, and you can see he throws his hands in the air. The African champion back in 2012. He was a World Championship finalist in Moscow last year.
That's a massive disappointment for him because he was a medal contender. If you looked at this list of people before the competition began, and he'd have said, yeah, Hogan's got a chance, and he walks away now disconsolately because he knows his competition's over.
Yeah, he's thrown over 64 metres this year, 56 metres, he's in 10th, his final is over, and that's a big disappointment. But this man, well, Vikas Gowda, his third round throw, he's thrown 62 metres and 9 centimetres in the second round. The medal positions are a-changing. Oh, that's better. Oh, yes, that's surpassing the leading mark at the moment. 66 metres and 28, a personal best that dates back 2 seasons. And this is a good throw. Remember, the lead is 63 metres and 32 to Parelis, 63 metres and 64. Gowda goes into the gold medal position.
Is it going to be his year? Carl Myerscough, currently in 9th place, needs to go further to get into the final stages of this discus competition. Carl's best of the season, 62.57, needs something round the 60-metre mark. And that's pretty much spot on the 60-metre mark. That could be good enough to get him a place. Keep him in the competition. Carl's 34 years old, this English athlete. Bronze medal 4 years ago. Also got a bronze medal in the shot. And this is an anxious weight, 59.88. That's good enough, it puts him into 5th. Moving on to the second semi-final of the men's 200 metres. And the big name there, the Jamaican Warren Weir, the Werewolf, in lane 6. 19.82 is best of the season. And he leads the Commonwealth rankings ahead of the fellow Jamaican Nick L. Ashmead. Wade van Niekerk is in lane 8. Terrific silver medal in 400 metres yesterday. How well's he recovered? Here's Brendan Rodney from Canada. Best of the season of 20.41. And here's the big name Weir, the Olympic bronze medalist, the world silver medalist last year, the Jamaican champion, and looking for a gold here in Glasgow. Asito Lahata of Lesotho, 2044 this summer. He's their record holder over this distance. A group of Lesotho teammates. You can perhaps hear them cheering in the background, sitting quite near us. Chris Clark of England goes in lane 4. Former world youth champion Michael Mathieu of the Bahamas, the Bahamian record holder at 20.16. Tabakokoro of Fiji starts in lane 2. And completing the lineup, a world finalist from Daegu in 2011, Rondel Cirillo of Trinidad and Tobago. He's got a season's best of 20.22, but didn't run well in the heat yesterday, and now he has a tough lane to deal with. First 2 get automatic qualification. Warren Weir in lane 6. Set a lifetime best last year of 19.79. The Jamaican flag bearer at the opening ceremony last week. Oh, there's been a false start. Oohs and ahs from the crowd. Will not try and second guess it. The judges will determine. You make your own opinion. Did anybody move there? Well, I think he may have done, but we'll wait and see. could have been lane 2.
Yeah, I thought Tabakau Koru just looked as though he moved a split second ahead of some of the others, and there's the confirmation.
Anything inside 0.1.
And that should mean a disqualification for the Fijian. He was cautioned for a false start in the 100 metres.
Good memory, Robert. That one slipped under my radar.
Is it happening again for the proud Fijian?
Oh dear. Well, I'm afraid that he has been disqualified. So his chance over on a moment of huge disappointment. On times he had to get a blistering start, he knew that, and he just went that fraction too soon. So Cirillo, Trinidad and Tobago now isolated in lane 1. Matthew, Bahamas in 3. Clark, England in 4. Lahata of Lesotho in 5. We're the favourites of Jamaica in 6. Rodney of Canada in lane 7. And the South African Van Niekerk, the 400-metre silver medalist, in lane 8. And away they go. And Lahata's started well. And also up there is Chris Clark for England. Weir, though, now starts to accelerate. On the inside, Cirillo is really flying. And Weir's having to dig in a little bit more than he might have wished. But he's going to come home as the winner. And what a good run from Lahata in second place. He clinches the second automatic qualification position. Weir winning in the official time of 20.48 seconds. And Masito Lahata has got there in second place. And you hear a few screams of celebration from the Lesotho teammates sitting near our commentary position. But Warren Weir, now the question, I suppose, Rob, how much did he have to dig in there? He didn't run a particularly fast bend, did he?
No, it was quite an interesting run to watch from Weir's perspective. Cirillo was dreadful in the heats and only just made it through as the fastest loser. He did better there, finishing third, but that won't be enough to take him through to the final. Weir, you would have thought here, is on cruise control, bearing in mind his PB from last year's 19.79, and he's got 19.82 this year, but it just looked to me as though he was having to work a little bit to ensure his qualification there. Great run from Lahata to come through for second place, denying Cirillo. I just wonder, though, whether that was a little tighter than it should have been for 20.5 odd.
Well, we'll wonder. We'll see for sure later on. The Weir Wolf, I'm sure, will say, I controlled it. I knew what I was doing, and I got there just expending the necessary energy, and I've got there as a heat winner, so I'm going to get a good draw when it comes to the final later on, which at our time is 9:10, so wherever you're watching around the world, work out the time difference. You see Cirillo was in close attendance, but that time in third place may not be quick enough to get in one of the 2 fastest loser spots. And in fact, it won't, definitely. Warren Weir, 20.48. Masito Lahata second, 20.54. So Cirillo close, but he has gone out. And there's the result from the first semi-final. Jason Livermore and Danny Talbot, automatic qualifiers, and you see a lane infringement resulting in a disqualification at the bottom of that list of names. And at this stage, Daniel Bailey and Gavin Smelly are your 2 fastest losers. It could still change, though, because there is one semi-final still to go.
Men's discus final continues. Zayn Dukemin of Jersey, his sister's competing later in the qualifying of the women's discus, so he'll be looking to set an example. 9th in the shot put final earlier in the championships, came to these Commonwealth Games and finished 9th in the shot. So we're into the 4th round. We have our top 8 athletes.
And worth saying that Julian Ruck, Victor Hogan, Orestes Antoniades and Angus McInroy are those who will not progress into this stage.
Dukemin enters the circle then. His 4th attempt. 8th place at the moment. 59 metres and 39 is his best in the third round after a no throw in the second. Oh, and straight into the cage, hooked it. So he'll get a little cross and he'll come back and attempt on his 5th and 6th, of course, but he stays in 8th position in this men's final, which is currently being led by the silver medalist in Delhi 4 years ago, Gowda of India, with 63 metres and 64. There's your standings, only 32 centimetres separating the gold and the silver medalist. And then a metre back is Morgan of Jamaica. So the customary toss of the discus in the air for the Welsh athlete, John. This is Brett Morse, currently in 7th position.
He was 6th 4 years ago. Got to the final of the World Championships. He's got a season's best of 63.34, I beg your pardon. If he could produce that, he'd go into silver medal position. What can the Welshman deliver? It's over 60 metres. Not going to be far enough, though. Punches his fist in frustration. Didn't quite get it just right. Flight of the discus so important. And that wasn't right. You knew as it flew through the air that the trajectory was wrong, the release not correct. And that's indicated by the fact that he's just that crucial few metres back from where he wants, but it moves him to 4th place.
Third and final semi in the men's 200 metres. Rashid Dwyer goes in 4. 20.04 this season. Antoine Adams is going well this year as well, of St Kitts and Nevis. He's outside him in 5, and Nukanata of Kenya goes in 6. Taking you through from the outside in then, Akani Sibini made the semis in the 100 metres here. 20.41 this season, only 20 years of age. James Ellington, 3rd in the UK Championships. 10.13 this season over 100 metres. Will need to go close to his lifetime best to feature. Carvin Nukanata, great to see a Kenyan representing the East African nation here in a sprint. Trains at the University of Pittsburgh. Antoine Adams usurped Kim Collins as national record holder at this distance this year. 20.08, great time. Rashid Dwyer, national champion, the 4th fastest athlete in the Commonwealth. His compatriots Warren Weir and Jason Livermore have gone through. Can he join them? Andre de Grasse, 2nd in the Pan American Juniors over 100 metres last year, still a teenager. Leon Reid of Northern Ireland, European Junior silver medalist last year, disqualified in the 100. Big round of applause for him. Needs to maintain his composure here in front of 45,000. And Kyle Groh on the inside of Trinidad and Tobago, 3rd in their national championships. So the last of the semi-finals, the fastest loser spots, incidentally, Bailey of Antigua, Smelly of Canada. Those finishing outside the top 2 will need to be faster than 20.54 to be in the mix for a fastest loser spot. This is a tough semi-final. Dwyer should be the fastest in 4. Adams and Nukanata could be very close behind him. Only room for 2, though. Will Dwyer join his illustrious compatriots in tonight's climactic final? Dwyer starting a little sluggishly there. Fantastic opening 50 metres or so from Antoine Adams. And it is the competition going really well with James Ellington on the outside, and he's dragged Sabini along. And now comes Rashid Dwyer. He's already looking around. Just wants to make absolutely sure here. 20.42 the unofficial time. Simbini did really well after generating good momentum on the bend. He's taken the 2nd of the automatic spots. Dwyer was left standing a little bit because Antoine Adams of St Kitts and Nevis had a brilliant start, but as he began to fade, Dwyer came through, and all 3 of the big guns from Jamaica will be there. Nukanata was 3rd for Kenya, which means that Bailey and Smelly pick up the fastest loser berths in the final. What did you make of that then, Catherine, as far as Rashid Dwyer was concerned?
It was good qualification, wasn't it? He had a good lane draw in lane number 4. I never know whether this guy's limping with a problem or he's just walking coolly. De Grasse from Canada got off well in lane number 3. Ellington of England was going well at this point. He ran a cracking bend. Sambini from South Africa. He had a little surge here at 60 metres to go to guarantee his automatic qualification, but it looked good. Rashid Dwyer from Jamaica. World Student Games silver, as you mentioned, Rob, last year. Who looked better? Dwyer, Weir. It's going to be a great final later on. There's your photo finish. And the first two spots, though, well, they were clear, weren't they, for qualification? Looking right, looking left. And the Jamaicans, we know they're good. And here's another name to look out for.
Well, Jason Livermore, Warren Weir, Rashid Dwyer, all three of the Jamaicans will be in that final. Dwyer taking that one. He's the fastest of the three semi-final winners to go through. Livermore, Danny Talbot, can he get in amongst the mix as far as the Jamaicans are concerned? And Bailey rewarded with a place in the final for that lifetime best. So Rashid Dwyer taking the third of the semi-finals. Simbini will be joining him. No place for the Kenyan Nkanata. He misses out on a fastest loser berth.
And we move our attention back now to the discus and to the defending champion from Australia, Ben Harradine. Not had a good time of it so far, particularly. A best of 59.81. And here he is in the fourth round.
Much more to come from Hampden, but we're crossing back to the Scottish Hydro now to bring you the final event on day 8 from the men's gymnastics. As you can see, it's the rings event. This is the starting lineup for this final, and we can join it now with the favourite Scott Morgan about to take to the apparatus.
Already picked up a silver on floor today.
Well, he was significantly higher than anybody else in the qualification. A good 0.4 between him and the next placed person. And just smoothly presses up to that planche position, bounce down and back up to Maltese. Swing to inverted cross, the shoulders just a little bit too high for perfection, but and once again showing swing to perfect strength, bounce back. He's just got everything in the book here. And yet another planche. He's showed 5 or 6 strength elements, all held for the 2 seconds as is required. Double, double, just a tiny hop.
He could be the man.
I think he is the man. He's the strongest gymnast here for sure. Nailed his dismount. Top quality in every area.
Maybe this is an apparatus where age does count. I mean, he's 25, a little older and stronger.
There's the uprise to Maltese. All 6 strength skills. So impressive. Swing section. Uprise to the Maltese. Seems to hold these positions with ease. Doesn't struggle and shake. You can see lower half of his body completing the 2 twists. Enough time to spot the floor for the landing.
A repeat of his qualifying score would give him a 0.5 lead over Purvis. This is the man who had 4 years away from the sport. He said he was burnt out. I think he's reinvigorated.
4 years away. It's an unbelievable space to then pick up intense gymnastic training.
15-1. Just under his qualifying score, but it's easily the best so far. And we're halfway through the field in the rings final. So pushes Purvis into second place. Purnell to third. Well, the all-around champion, Max Whitlock, who's made every apparatus final.
Fourth day of intense gymnastics for him. He's got tomorrow as well. I'm feeling worn out just watching it. Uprise the Honma to the crucifix. Eats away, uprise to the planche. Tends to be fractionally piked in his hip position. Good technique in the uprise handstand. That's the double back, Kuda Godzoki. Solid line. Double pike front, double tuck. Adds another strength element, the scuttle planche from the uprise. Quality on the press handstand, turns the rings out. Double double. It's one of the best landings we've seen.
Thanks to the crowd for their support throughout the day. Is that enough for another medal?
It's a very cleverly composed routine. He's not a gymnast with an immense amount of strength. He uses his swinging elements to his advantage. Doesn't overdo the strength. And builds just enough score to be competitive. I'm wanting to see the lift between those two swinging elements. And as Vince said, a little bit too piked in the hips in some of his strength moves. He's got a good split position. And weightless for a moment. And important they time it so they don't get the jerking action through the bottom. Otherwise they're going to swing and rip off the rings.
Lee McDermott, the only Englishman to win the rings at Commonwealth Games level. Was Victoria, Canada, 1994, 14.5, 6.6 into third place he goes behind both Morgan and Purvis. And we know it's not his strongest apparatus. Shouldn't be surprised. Matthew Palmer from Auckland.
So from cross position, presses up to the L set. Deceptively difficult move. Developed a bit of swing here. It's so hard to hold it when the rings are swinging. Bounce and back to the cross position. Determined to hold it despite the swing. You will get a deduction for the rings moving that much. Struggling on that swing. Press to handstand. He's going to lose there. He's very determined to make it work for him. And a simple full twist dismount. Fought it hard.
Well, David Bishop sure inspired Matthew Palmer in part. Bishop's surprise bronze medal on floor.
You can see his muscles shaking as his motor neuron struggled to fire all at once and hold the position. But, wow, that's courage and fight. Wasn't going to give in. Excellent cross in the end. Carried on with the double front sequence. Slack on the ropes as he indicates through to achieve the double front with the shoulders above. Running out of steam, but manages to drive his heels into the high indicate. Just short of the handstand, fighting like crazy. And the front somersault with full turn as the unusual dismount. Not extremely difficult, but good to see variety.
14.166 for Matthew Palmer. And leaves him in 6th position. So Morgan is certainly going to pick up another medal after his silver on floor. 2 to come. Sukahara, second last up.
So in the team competition, the highest scorer on this apparatus. I beg your pardon, in the all-around competition. Maltese up to planche, back to Maltese. Holding for the required time. Good extension, fast and light on the pike double front. Double tuck, Honma to the crucifix. Lovely timing. Not finished with the strength. Uprise to planche. Look how far he's leaning forward. Good locked arms in the circle. Dismount to go. Big giant for speed. Double double, just sneaks it round.
It was so good. The dismount, if it was perfect, could have been too good for Morgan. I don't know.
It'll be interesting because he had a 6.3 D score, and that's up with the best of them, apart from Morgan. And I think he was very precise throughout this routine. That press there from Maltese up to planche. He was clean and strong in all his elements, so really just the dismount letting him down. And that beautiful head lift just to show style.
That's a lovely feature, Liz, isn't it? Where they've got the time and the confidence to lift the head and just show everyone that I can stay here forever.
Shoulders so far forward on that planche. Beautiful position. You can't fault him on his body work. I think when he threw the rings away on the dismount, that one of them actually hit the sidebar. Double double, sneaks it around. That's a 0.5 deduction on the dismount for sure. So low.
I really felt for his knees there for a moment.
37-year-old knees.
Sukahara into 3rd position with a 14.7. Has the distinction amongst gymnasts here to be an Olympic gold medalist with the Japanese team from the Athens Games. So Purvis of Scotland is going to get a medal. He's sitting 2nd. Morgan of Canada 1st. Just this man to come.
Opening with 2 strong strength elements, really well performed. Good control there. Inverted cross, didn't quite hold it in the position long enough. Double front pike, roll forward to his cross position. Superior strength elements here. Solid in the handstand. He's going to need to stick the dismount. Double straight full out. It's a good one.
Kevin Litwin came to these games aiming to win a medal in team competition, but he might do it in an apparatus final. Second highest qualifier with a 14.866.
Yes, cheers.
And that was our last performance. We reached the end of the session and feel a little sad that it's coming to a close. But it's finished with style by this man.
Drops into the crucifix, locks it in place. Really works fast. So impressive with the strength. Can he sneak into the medals is the question. Honma fast into the cross. Different entry. You can imagine the wear and tear on shoulders on this apparatus. Such immense forces. Huge shoulder girdle. Picks the feet up on the double straight, adds the full turn, and brilliant landing.
Kevin had a 6.2 D score in qualifying. 8.666 on his execution.
I guess he'll be in the medals. Question whether it'll be silver or bronze. I don't think he's good enough to get the gold.
What are they going to do?
I might be wrong, but Morgan had a 6.6 D score, too hard to catch.
I think he's good enough for bronze. He could push Sukahara out.
A couple of medals for Canada. They didn't have a man in the all-around competition, which was a surprise and a disappointment to many at the Hydro. Just couldn't put someone up on all apparatus.
Just thinking with that stuck dismount, he might even push Purvis out of the silver.
He has. He's into second place. It's a 1-2 for Canada with Purvis into third. A 14.8. So Morgan and Litwin 1 and 2. So on the very last event, on the first day of apparatus finals, Canada step up. It is another medal for Scotland. It'll be bronze for Purvis. And that's actually their qualifying order. It was Morgan from Litwin and Purvis out of the qualifying and team day.
It's the sort of apparatus that one wouldn't be surprised to see that. It's not difficult to replicate your qualification performance.
He's got to be glad that he's come back to gymnastics. It was some time ago that he did make his return, but was done with competition. He felt stale, couldn't go on. He left it for 4 years, but by the time he came back, he said, why did I leave?
After this high, gymnasts have World Championships in 2 months' time. Double front, key element in everyone's routine. Well rewarded for its combination.
Scott Morgan is our gold medalist. Certainly one of the standout achievements of his athletic gymnastics career. First gold for Canada in the artistic.
So Canada's Scott Morgan living up to his favourites tag going into this final round of apparatus on day 8 of Glasgow 2014. Another gold for Canada. They also took the silver while Scotland took the bronze. And there he is, just about to be presented with his medal. And this concludes the action in the gymnastics hall on day 8. But there are still 5 more individual golds available on day 9 that you will be able to see right here on the Games channel. But congratulations to Scott Morgan of Canada there, who has won another gold in the final individual event of day 8, the men's rings. And from gymnastics, we can head to the Commonwealth pool in Edinburgh for, as you can see on your screen, the men's 3-metre springboard event in the diving. These the standings after 5 rounds. We can now join it with the final dive to come.
Round 6 of dives. Representing Canada, Cody Yano, forward 2.5 somersaults, 1 twist, pint.
Any more twists and turns of the plot, let alone of the divers. Cody Yano completes his programme. Forward 2.5 somersault, 1 twist, has a 3.0 tariff.
And Cody, a very competent diver. Good twist. And again, just rolling a little bit on the entry. But polished list of dives and up to 63 points.
Representing Malaysia, Chu Yui, forward 2.5 somersaults, 2 twists, pint.
Chu Yui. Forward 2.5 somersault, 2 twists, 3.4 to finish the 18-year-olds' first ever Commonwealth Games 3-metre programme.
An outstanding finish. Good height. He really does work well in with the board. Uses the board. Just works a little bit on those entries. Good twisting position.
Relatively inexperienced diver. World Championships last year. Never got beyond qualification, 23rd, but he's experienced a final. Asman put himself right up in the picture. Knows he can pull out some big dives, and this is a monster. Forward 4.5 somersault, 3.8. Can he show us how it's done?
Oh, and he may have done it. He was in 4th position going into this round. That really almost could pull him up into a medal. We'll have to wait and see for the rest of the divers. But he needs to apply the pressure, and that's what he's done with this one at 3.8. That will really, should score pretty big. 6s, 68.4. He probably would have been wanting more, but he'll just have to sit back and wait now for the other divers.
Well, he's giving it a go. Bold programme.
Forward 2.5 somersaults, 2 twists, pint.
Lee Feng Yang of New Zealand. Forward 2.5 somersault, 2 twist. 3.4 tariff dive to end his Commonwealth Games debut.
And a pretty good comeback from that disappointment of hitting the board. Just running out of a bit of room on the entry.
And Lee didn't take off from the end of the board, so he didn't get as much push as he needed. It was a little short rotation on the end.
Great experience for him, having returned to diving after injury. 6s there. Oliver Dingley has had a good evening, starting down the dive order after a disappointing end to this morning's preliminary, but right back in his stride. He's in the bronze medal position. An inward 3.5 somersault with a 3.4 degree of difficulty. Can he secure a medal here?
Yeah, solid dive. Very solid dive. Probably not his best ever, but just needed to get it down. No big mistakes. High degree of difficulty dive. could be enough. Right on his head.
Inward 3.5 somersaults. Really difficult dive, this one. Good job.
Representing Jamaica.
71 points. Just wait to see how the rest of the programme unfolds, but he's put himself above Asman, right in the frame. Yona Knight Wisdom had a medal dream for a little while, but the last dive went all wrong. Forward 2.5 somersault, 2 twists.
Oh, and unfortunate for Yona there. Again, we saw that after the mistake of the reverse 3.5, he just lost that hurdle. He's got his head way out of his somersault, so he's always trying to catch up and running out of room.
Maybe running out of a bit of steam through the 2 days of competition, but he's done Jamaica proud, and he's made a name for himself, and he can look back on 2 good, impressive days, which he has very obviously enjoyed. James Denny worked his way up into 5th with 1 round to go. Forward 4.5 somersault, that big 3.8 dive. Here he goes.
Oh, and he's not out of contention as well for a medal with this high degree of difficulty dive. A beautiful weight for the board. He gave himself every opportunity. Just needed to be a bit tighter on the entry. Just rolled that entry in. If he had have just extended.
He's got a 68.40 out of it, but that's not going to blow anybody out of his way. But he's given it a good go. James Heatley, a big smile there at the top of the board. Finishes off the 2 biggest days of his diving career. 17-year-old from Edinburgh. He's smiling away there. Right, concentrate, James. Inward 2.5 somersault. Finish it off with a nice clean dive.
And very good finish from James. Yes, he's got the crowd here. Good, plenty of time to look at it. And as you say, great experience for James, and he's performed in front of his home crowd.
Now he can be proud of his debut, not just at the Commonwealth Games, but at the top level. Well done, young man. Riley McCormick. Currently 6th, forward 2.5 somersault, 2 twists.
Man, he stopped that one on the bottom. Nice finish. Oh, his feet coming apart a little bit in the somersault, but it happens so quickly. In the slow-mo, you can pick it up, but a good finish.
8th in the 1 metre final, and he might well have improved on that with 76.50 for his final dive. Got the synchro still to come. The somewhat enigmatic Francois Imbeau-Dulac. Forward 2.5 somersault, 3 twists on that. This is a 3.9.
Wow, that's a big dive to do off that hurdle, and he really went for his hurdle as well. 3.9. He had a chance, but not when you're leaning forward that far. You can't get as much power out of the board, and he needs that for this dive.
A lot to pack into one dive, gets 70 points from it, and off to consider where the last 2 days leaves his diving career. I'd say Liang. Now, second last to go in the gold medal position, diving for the gold. Can't afford a mistake though.
Oh, he's dropped it in. He has dropped it in. The Malaysian coaches are going crazy. moved it a little bit away from the board, but nice position, good out, and ripped the entry. He's got a high degree of difficulty, and he's going to apply the heat, set the standard.
3.4, the degree of difficulty on that. And he finishes up with a whopping great 4.57.60. Now, Jack Law, who is seeing gold all the way, his final dive, back 3.5 somersault, 3.6. Yet again, competition comes right down to the last dive. Will there be another twist of the plot here? Jack Law diving for which medal?
Oh, and he's dropped it in. The huge back 3.5. Probably needs over 8s from all the judges to get in the lead. He's given himself a good chance. He's got a good kick. Arch the back. Will it be enough?
No, 79.20. Malaysia have snatched the gold in a dramatic finish, and Jack Law misses out on the springboard double. But the celebrations are all in the Malaysian camp. Great performance from Oitse Liang, who has worked his way from a difficult start yesterday morning in the 1 metre preliminary to a gold medal winning performance here at 3 metres. A really big step up for the 20-year-old, who's a workaholic diver who competes right across the spectrum. Maybe might have considered the platform his stronger speciality, but he has come good big style today. Grabbed his chance when Law faltered, cashed in big style. Well done to Oitse Liang. He is the champion.
What a magnificent competition that was. Just shows putting the pressure on.
Here is the confirmed results. Oitse Liang 4.57.60, Jack Law 4.49.70, and a well-deserved bronze for Oliver Dingley 4.25.20, ahead of Riley McCormick, who made steady progress. So Malaysia gold, silver and bronze to England.
More from the diving to come, but as you can see on your screens, we're crossing live to Hampden Park, where there's plenty of interesting events on this evening, plenty of finals to bring you, and we can join live now the women's 1500 metre T54 final.
So they're quite spread out here for such an early stage of the race, and there'll be water spraying up into the faces of the athletes who are tracking the leaders. So it's Christy Dawes, and coming through on her inside, it looks as though it's Angie Ballard.
Well, Diane Roy of Canada is sitting in the mix, isn't she? I expected her to start fast, and she's keeping an eye on everybody on the outside there, currently sitting in about 3rd position. We have no Madison Desario, of course, who would have been potentially one of the pre-event favourites. She's out, unfortunately, with some form of illness. So no real movers and shakers yet as they go through the first 400 metres, Rob, in just over 68 seconds.
Still fairly cagey here in these early moments. So who's going to make the first move? Diane Roy, still going strong at the age of 43, the defending champion, and it's got really slow again. Crowd really responding to this race as they proceed round down towards 2 laps to go. Great reception for the Scots in the race. Megan Dawson-Farrell trying to come up on the outside, but Christy Dawes is tracking Diane Roy. Dawes, who got the bronze medal over the 5,000 metres 2 years ago. She's up onto the shoulder of her compatriot Angie Ballard, and they're both trailing Diane Roy. Has the Canadian still got the speed at the age of 43 to come away with the gold medal? This is going to come down to a real burn-up.
Well, it is indeed, Rob. The athletes now, you can see, spreading out over to the all of the inside 3 lanes, and it is Diane Roy, the defending champion, leading them round. They're all sitting on her shoulder. Of course, the pace is going to gradually increase. The Scottish crowd hoping their 2 athletes can stay in this group. 9 athletes at the moment. They come down into the home straight. The bell is going to be rung for the final lap of the women's T54 1500 metres.
This is going to get very, very fast down the back straight. It's Diane Roy leading. Ballard is in second for Australia. Then comes Christy Dawes in third. Can the Canadian pull away from the rest of the field? Now the gaps begin to open up. Kinghorn is in 5th place. Down the back straight, still Diane Roy, driving, pushing, trying to establish the advantage here. But they're still together, and Roy hasn't made the definitive move yet. Is the Canadian getting tired? Jade Jones trying to get in the mix and get herself a Commonwealth medal. Roy accelerates. The arms are tired. She's giving it absolutely everything. But the Australian is coming. What a fantastic finish this is. A fantastic win for Angie Ballard. Roy takes the silver. And it's Jade Jones who picks up the bronze. Well, Ballard tracked Diane Roy all the way round there, and she's upgraded her silver medals last year in Lyon to a gold here in Glasgow. She had to do it the hard way as the crowd responds, as the Ghanaian comes home in last place. A good effort there from Mohammed. Very, very tired figure. Great breakthrough medal for Jade Jones, Catherine, but what a finish for Angie Ballard. Let Diane Roy do all the work and took her on the line.
They were tracking her. The defending champion knew it was a possibility and potentially was going to happen. And there she is, she's shaking her head, Diane Roy. Would she have done things differently? Well, the race has been run. They pushed their way round, and Diane Roy from Canada gets a silver medal, but Ballard, well, you're right, Rob, she just hunted her, she just tracked her down, but there's a lady, Jade Jones from England, coached by Ian and Tanny Gray-Thompson. So Tanny's here, she'll be delighted for the 18-year-old. A Commonwealth medal, and it was a good race, a tactical race.
Really strange race. It only really got going on the last lap. Roy put herself in the right position, but just ran out of steam as Ballard came through, 32 years of age. The Australians are having a great games, and that's De Rosario, who's in the crowd there, unable to take her place in the starting lineup.
She wasn't well. She had suffered from DVT, deep vein thrombosis symptoms, after the long journey from Australia and had to pull out. She would have been very much a medal contender. She'll be delighted, though, to have seen her teammate come home, Rob.
Tough day for some of those athletes, but just look at the way Angie Ballard dug in here. Jones had got the lead over Christy Dawes, the other Australian in the race. She was away and clear for third, but this was the moment where Ballard just decided to come on the outside. Roy had drifted into lane 2. Ballard went out to 3 and was almost in lane 4 by the time she crossed the line, and she had the power in the last 20 metres. An impressive victory.
Well, it was a great women's race in the T54 Parasport 1500. The men's are to come.
And Catherine, talking about the weather affecting the race, you can see on this slow-mo just how much water is being kicked up into the faces of the athletes from their front wheel. Ballard sweeping across the line. There was a little shake of the head there from Diane Roy. She may be 43, but she's still got the will to win. Silver on that occasion. Angela Ballard is the Commonwealth champion. Diane Roy has to settle for second this time, and a fabulous bronze for the emerging talent of Jade Jones.
So the women's long jump final is continuing. We're still in round one. Christabel Netty, her first attempt of the evening. Well, you can see easily surpassing the yellow line graphic for you, which is the current gold medal position. And the officials are wrapped up as much as they possibly can be from the weather. Good on the board. And the Canadian record holder indoors. She arrives here in Glasgow having jumped 6 meters and 73, just some 2 centimeters shy of a lifetime best last year. Having a word with Dan Paff, one of the renowned long jump coaches in world athletics. But here's a lady who really would like to nail an early jump in this women's long jump. She's one of the big favourites here, the British record holder indoors and out. She wouldn't have qualified as comfortably, as technically, as nicely as she wanted to this final, but this is when it matters. The 25-year-old has a huge opportunity, as Rob Walker said before, to win a Commonwealth title here.
Big chance, but will she take it, Catherine?
Oh,
oh no!
Well, the long tights are on because it's wet and it's cold, but clutching your left thigh on a run-up for any jump is not a good sign. Maybe it would explain the issues or the problems that she had with qualifying in terms of distances yesterday. Essentially carrying an injury into this final that's probably looks like Rob may have let her down. You can see here the grimace was on the face as soon as she started running. This would be very, very disappointing for the English athlete. That doesn't look good.
That would be such a shame, because as you've already said, Catherine, with no Blessing Okabare, who's going in the 200 final later, and no Johnson Thompson, Proctor was the leading athlete in this field, but there are clearly issues there, and her continued participation's got to be in huge doubt.
Essie Broom of Nigeria, her first attempt in the competition. She's seen Netty, the Canadian, go out to 6 meters and 47. Here she goes. Nice, tidy. Oh, that's close. Oh, that's close. That's a good opening effort from the Nigerian. The African junior champion last year, still just 21 years old, giving away a lot on the board. Remember, that white part of the board, 30 centimeters, that could make or break athletes' dreams in terms of major championship medals. This is a season's best. Well, it is 6 meters and 43. She's only 10 centimeters shy of a lifetime best. She goes into the silver medal position. And there's Shara Proctor, absolutely devastated. I think she's informed the officials, Rob, that she could no longer continue.
Such a shame, Catherine. Second in Oslo, third in Glasgow, fourth in Paris, and only just missed out on a medal at the World Indoors. 682 this season, and if she could have got anywhere close to that in these conditions, she would have been in the mix, not just for a medal, but possibly for a gold as well. And you can see just how much the disappointment is affecting her here. The injury was obviously quite intense. It was in the first 2 or 3 strides.
Chantal Malone up for her first attempt from the British Virgin Islands. Here she goes then. Nice simple hang technique. Anything around about 6.5 meters at the moment. Well, she screws up her face. She's not particularly happy. Crunches up the nose. Remember, the lead is Netties of 6 meters and 47. The roommate of Nigeria, 6 meters and 43. And that's going to be very, very close to the lead. And put her right up there. 6 meters and 41. She goes into the bronze medal position. And as we said, Shara Proctor confirming her non-continuance in the long jump final. It is the Canadian with the early lead.
There's David Weir. Dave Weir, what an athlete he is. England, he's representing here. for Great Britain. He has had 6 Paralympic golds and 4 at London 2012. 6 times a London Marathon winner, and he's the favourite for this men's T54 race here at the Commonwealth Games. He's got the European Championships coming up later in the month, and there he'll be against his great Swiss rival Marcel Hug. He's clearly the man to beat here, although Kurt Fearnley of Australia is the defending champion. There is Fearnley, Paralympic silver medalist as well in 2012. Won a marathon gold back in 2008. And there's Josh Cassidy, always recognisable with those swirly wheels on his chair. Josh Cassidy of Canada, 10,000 metres bronze medalist last year at the IPC Championships in Lyon. 7th as well over 1,500. Cassidy staying warm to the last moment. It's a chilly evening, about 17 degrees. We've had plenty of rain here tonight. This T54, I wonder if it's going to be as tactical as that women's race was. David Weir has been in terrific form. Won Diamond League events in Paris, here in Glasgow a couple of weeks ago, which he used as preparation for this event. And I think a fair few of the big crowd here tonight, 40,000 plus, would have been here on that occasion. 3 Australians in the lineup. Kurt Fearnley, defending champion. If you're looking for identification, Richard Nicholson has the usual Australian gold, but also blue trims, whereas Richard Coleman has green trims. So if you're sitting at home and you want to shout at your television, you can help me out on that one. Final coming up shortly. Dave Weir, now 35 years old, and looking to get right back into his very best form. He's worked hard at it. He effectively took a year.
Dave Weir now.
Richard Coleman, Paralympic champion in both 2004 and 2012 at 800 metres. There's Dave Weir. He is a massive figure in IPC sports, hugely popular in Britain, but worldwide respect. Will Smith, only 18 years old. Josh Cassidy, a London Marathon winner. I've already told you, also a great history on the track. Richard Nicholson of Australia. There's that blue vest that I was telling you about. For identification purposes, Richard, 44 years old. Sébastien Rave of Mauritius. And completing the lineup, there's the defending champion. Kurt Fearnley, 33 years old, and trust me, he will not surrender his title without a real fight. We're the favourites, but Fearnley, a danger and a proud competitor, twice Paralympic champion at the marathon. So away they go for the men's T54 1,500 metres. Same disability classification as the women's race you've just seen, and it is Fearnley looking around, wanting a little bit of help. Nobody wanting to take it up. It's a very, very modest early pace. And moving through on the outside, that's Achiampong of Ghana, who's decided to do the honourable thing and just to push it along a little bit in front. But it is Fearnley who has the early lead, tracked by Cassidy. David Weir just tucked in behind them. Dave Weir hasn't made any sort of move so far, but Weir has looked in imperious form, Rob, in the run-up to this, and he will take some beating. He's moving up now into 4th place, just on the shoulder of Cassidy.
Dave Weir was really impressive in qualification. I think not racing much last year has totally reinvigorated him. He wants to carry on to Rio and defend his titles. His acceleration in the last 250 metres in qualification for this was absolutely staggering. And it's still Achiampong leading the Ghanaian. Fernley's tucked in on the inside, Weir's on the outside in third place, tracking every move.
Weir is so sharp at the moment. Trains regularly in Richmond Park, if you know your London landmarks. And he's right behind Achiampong, who's going to be struggling to stay with this pace as it starts to really up. And here comes Weir, just moving past Achiampong. It's now Cassidy who takes it up from Fernley, and then comes Weir. This is the Canadian doing his share of the work at the front. So far, Weir has not made any sort of move, allowing the others to put in the effort up front, and he's just poised in the ideal tactical position as they reel off a 54-second lap.
Fernley looking across at Josh Cassidy. Weir's just towards the outside of the second lane. Richard Coleman's trying to get in the mix as well, but Weir's in the perfect place here. They're all watching him, they're all waiting. When will he make his move? And can the likes of Kurt Fernley produce any kind of speed to put the Werewolf under pressure in the closing stages?
This time they'll take the bell. Fernley from Cassidy, then comes Weir. It's the young Englishman Will Smith who's tucked in with him and improving Richard Coleman of Australia moving up the outside. So two Aussies in with a chance here against the Canadian and the two Englishmen as they go down the back straight for the last time. And this is Fernley who still has the lead, but here comes Weir, and listen to the crowd. Dave Weir hits the front. He's being tracked by Richard Coleman and by Fernley. Fernley second, Coleman is in third place. Achiampong is digging really deep, trying to stay with them, but as they come around now towards the straight, it is Dave Weir who strikes for the finish, and the multiple Paralympic champion is starting to go away from the defending champion Kurt Fernley, and he's going to win this one. This is a terrific performance from Weir. Second place for Fernley, and third place, what a late run from Alexandre Dupont. Pushed his way through to take the bronze medal for Canada. Dave Weir winning in 3:21.67 seconds. Just a second and a half, a little bit more ahead of Kurt Fernley. Times don't really matter though. It was Dupont confirmed in third place, 3:23.62 seconds, but Weir judged that to perfection. Richard Coleman taking fourth place. Told you that Kurt Fernley wouldn't go down without a fight, and he certainly didn't. He really gave it everything, tried to take it on, but down the back straight, when Weir struck, it was just rapier sharpness, and he was away, and Kurt Fernley there, brave effort, but he has to settle for the silver medal for Australia, while Weir takes gold for England, and now on a lap of honour waves happily to the crowd.
Such confidence from Dave Weir. He's arguably looking even sharper and leaner actually, especially in the face, than he was 2 years ago. Good work from Dupont, who did indeed come through for the bronze, but a mark of how much Weir had that race under control. He went early. He hit the front with what, 320, 330 metres to go. That's a long way out in one of these para-sport wheelchair races, and he was so far ahead when he came down the home straight that he had time to give it the big fist pump before he drove himself across the line. He's got his hunger back, he's got his speed back, and he'll now start to turn his attention to thoughts of a European showdown with Marcel Hoog, and the road to Rio continues with more gold for Dave Weir.
I wondered about Weir, you know, after the 2012 Olympics, whether he might have decided, OK, I've had a great time of it, that's going to be enough. But look at the hunger. And this is a man who has been one of his principal rivals in T54 wheelchair pushing for many years, Kurt Fernley. And Kurt Fernley, an outstanding performer in his own right, but he was just taken in the space of 100 metres down that back straight. Fernley really digging in and pushing, and Dupont, fair play, he's judged a good tactical race as well, the Canadian in third place, tracking Fernley, but Weir is away. If you happen to live in Wales and happen to be listening and watching this, those IPC European Championships later in the month in Swansea, Dave Weir's going to be there, and he will be worth watching. Look at the effort and the concentration as the water from that front wheel sprays up. Not worrying him though, he's a happy man coming up to the line, and he knows, whoa, job well done. There's the result. Gold for Dave Weir. 3:21.67, silver for Fernley for Australia, and the bronze for Canada, Alex Dupont. And there, the full list of finishers. And congratulations to those down the bottom of the list, emerging nations in IPC events. Good to see them here, and good to see them involved in the competition.
Women's long jump final continuing. We're in round 2. Christabel Netty of Canada. She has the lead from the first round, 6 meters and 47. But just by a few centimeters from her nearest rivals. Oh, that's better. That looks like an improvement to the 23-year-old, 6 meters and 73. If you look at the Commonwealth list coming into these games, 5 athletes in the top 10 have gone over 6 meters and 70 or further. She's one of them with 6 meters and 73. Good simple hang technique, super height. Has a word with her coach. 6 meters and 49. So she extends her lead by a couple of centimeters. So Margaret Gahan of Australia, her second attempt in the competition. Only 5 meters and 80 in the first round. That, of course, is well off the Australians' best. She's done 6 meters and 62 this season. 4th in the Australian Championships. Decent sprinter. Well, that's definitely an improvement. The marks in the sand. There's your yellow line for the gold medal leading distance. The 8th place position is also given. Perfect on the board. Remember, top 8 get to 3 further jumps. She came 6th in the national championships in Australia over the 100 meters this year. 6 meters and 34, that's an improvement. She goes up into 4th. So we're still in the second round. Lorraine Ugan of England, her second attempt then.
Here goes the English woman, hoping to fly the flag in the absence of Shara Proctor, who's pulled out injured. US collegiate champion. Outdoors last year and indoors this year. Pretty good on the board.
Well, she had 6 meters and 29 in the first round. Potentially a slight improvement. Getting to the 40s or near it, you're going to be sniffing a medal. 6 meters and 36, a slight improvement. She goes into 4th place. So the third round, and the pretty bow in the hair for Jasmine Sawyers of England. 6 meters and 30 in the first round, 6 meters and 10 in the second round. She can find 10 centimeters or so. She'll elevate herself into a medal position. So Sawyers from England, third attempt in the women's long jump final. Oh, that's better. That's better from Jasmine Sawyers. Well, I mentioned previously, she's dabbled a bit with bobsled and winter sports. A heptathlete and a good long jumper as well, Rob, and that looks like an improvement for the English athlete.
She's a hugely talented all-rounder. 6:47, that's a season's best. Excellent performance from her. World Junior bronze medalist 2 years ago. She moves up to 2nd place. Now we turn our attention to a race that is generating a lot of chat and a lot of debate. David Rudisha, the world record holder, the Olympic champion, desperate to add the Commonwealth crown to his growing list of accolades. But coming back from injury this year, he's getting faster with every race. But Nigel Amos, who starts outside him in 4, has beaten him this year and will have the belief and the confidence to think that he can take a huge scalp tonight. Ronald Musagala starts on the outside, semi-finalist in Moscow last year. Mature piece of qualification from the 21-year-old behind Amos in the second of the semi-finals. Evans Kipkorea, arguably the least known of the 3 Kenyans, second in the national championships, came through as a fastest loser. Ferguson Chariot Rotich, the second fastest athlete in the Commonwealth. He too has beaten Rhodesia when they competed in Monaco. Andre Olivier threatened to retire a couple of years ago, the South African, but he's lightning quick. He's gone inside 1:45. Nigel Amos, the 3rd fastest athlete in history, the Olympic silver medalist. Can he produce the performance of his life? And what about this guy? A world champion, an Olympic champion, the world record holder, and the crowd roar their approval. 2 athletes on the second lane. Jeff Risley was promoted. He missed out first of all, but he got a massive shove from Brandon McBride in the semi-final and was added to the lineup. He's alongside Michael Rimmer. A couple of semi-finals in the World Championships, came through as the fastest loser. And let's listen to the reception for this proud Scot. Guy Learmonth, the first Scottish competitor in a Commonwealth 800-metre final since Tom McKean 20 years ago. This is about David Rhodesia. His legacy as one of the sport's greats is already secured at the age of 25. He wants this Commonwealth crown. He has been beaten this season. Does he go out hard? He's going to lay it all on the line for glory here for Kenya. But can Nigel Amos reproduce what he did in Monaco and beat the great man here in Hampden? A massive roar as they make their way round the first bend. It's the kind of race that makes the hairs on the back of your neck stand up. David Rhodesia has been beaten this season, but he's got quicker and quicker with every race. Amos will definitely have the belief, and we know he's got the speed. He's gone inside 1:43 this year. Rhodesia does lead, but it seems to be a steady pace rather than a blast from Rhodesia.
He'll be looking to wind it up from probably about 500 metres out. Rotich Chariot is up there in 5th place, just coming wide of Olivier, and he'll mount his own little challenge as they come up towards the bell. Has Amos got the running in him? How much have the rounds taken out of him at the bell? It's a modest pace, 52.71.
That's a good piece of tactical awareness there from David Rhodesia. Perhaps he knows he's not quite in the shape to have led them through in 49.5. Rhodesia leads. Risley is on the inside. And now coming on the outside, it's Ferguson Chariot Rotich. So it's Kenya 1 and 2. Amos is in 3rd place. Can he find something in the last 100 metres? Risley's digging in 4th, and don't forget about Olivier, the South African, coming on the outside. David Rhodesia, he's on the inside. The long, loping stride will now hit top gear. So Rhodesia is leading, but look at Amos. Can he do it? They're side by side, and the Botswanan has produced a famous victory here. He threatened to do it, and he's produced the goods. He's reversed the 1-2 from the Olympics 2 years ago. Nigel Amos is the Commonwealth champion. He timed his drive to perfection. It's gold for Amos this time, silver for Rhodesia, and Olivier came through really well for the bronze. Rhodesia was tactical on the first lap, He knew he wasn't quite in the same shape that took him to the world record 2 years ago. And when Amos asked the questions, this time, Rudisha couldn't find the answer.
Well, he showed that he had the beating of Rudisha earlier on the European circuit, and great respect between the two athletes. And fair play to Amos, because on that final bend, he got himself in all sorts of trouble, got himself boxed, and there the two Africans celebrating together. And well done, Andre Olivier, taking the bronze medal. But he got himself in all sorts of trouble. You talk about tactics being important. He's clearly got the sprint speed, and Rudisha must have been worried about that, and perhaps with a little bit more confidence, he'd have taken it up further out. It was Chariot who blocked the path of Amos on the final bend, and we'll see it again in just a moment or two. But when he came, he had to come really wide, Amos, and make his run. But fair play to him. He is a fabulous talent, 20 years old, and he's right up there behind Rudisha as one of the great 800-metre runners of all time. And this rivalry is going to endure for years ahead, because Rudisha is only 25 years old. Amos is only 20. That's the Botswanan flag. He's enjoying his moment, you'd better believe it. Nigel Amos, former world junior champion, the Olympic silver medalist behind Rudisha. And that was just a superb run. The time wasn't quick, 1:45.18. He ran that off the 52-second last lap. That doesn't really matter. It was about two terrific athletes. Sort of takes you back to the days of Ovett and Coe and Cram. It's that sort of rivalry. That's the sort of rivalry that's going to develop. Now look where he is now. He's absolutely out of it. And Olivier blocking his path almost. Still he's not made his move. Where does he go here? And Olivier, fair play, he moves out and gave him the opportunity to come through. And it might well be that the South African did him a big favour there, because if he'd shut the door, I don't think that Amos might have got there. Olivier moving out gave him the opportunity to make his run, and he takes the gold.
A great sight of two of the very best 800-metre runners the world has ever seen. A reversal of a wonderful race in London, and it was another thrilling contest. Well, how many more chapters will there be in the rivalry between these two huge talents? It's Amos who comes out on top this time. Rudisha takes the silver. Olivier picks up the bronze.
Brume of Nigeria, round number 3 in the women's long jump. The stadium's loud, the crowd excited, of course, by all the action that's going on around them. 6 meters and 43 in the first round, 6 meters and 39. Nettie leads with 6 meters and 49 centimeters. She's the leader at the moment. This is the third round for the Nigerian. Oh, yes, that's a bit better. The technique came together a lot better than on the previous 2 jumps. She's going to challenge the lead here, is the Nigerian athlete. Arrived here with a season's best of only 6 meters and 40, remember. So she surpassed that in the first round when she went over 6 meters and 43. And she's done enough. 6 meters and 56. She goes into the gold medal position. So the pipes are out, and it's the ceremony of the men's discus throw. It was a good competition earlier. It really was a case of whether Vikas Gowda of India could promote himself from the silver medal he won in Delhi 4 years previously. And that turned out to be the case. The tall figure of Gowda really did put in a good performance. It was early on, the rain was coming down, but with a throw in the third round, he won the gold medal. And there are your medalists, India, Cyprus and Jamaica. The presentation party are out. The chairman of Scottish Athletics is with us, Ian Beattie. And Ian Reid, the Chief Financial Officer of these Commonwealth Games, in charge of handing the medals out to the 3 discus winners. And the bronze medal with a throw of 62 metres and 34 in the second round. He danced with delight when it was confirmed. Jason Morgan of Jamaica, the national record holder. Good improvements in the past 2 or 3 seasons. Here he goes. He really did enjoy his Commonwealth experience and comes away with a bronze medal. Apostolos Paulis of Cyprus, 63 metres and 32 in the second round. He takes the silver medal. Well, he's set numerous Cypriot records over the past few years. He now has a Commonwealth silver. But the gold medal, the Commonwealth champion, with a throw of 63 metres and 64 in the third round. Silver 4 years ago, now he wins gold. Vikas Gowda of India, the Asian champion last year, the Indian record holder. He takes the gold medal. And I'm sure absolutely delighted to do so. 2 Commonwealth Games now and 2 medals. After finishing 6th back in 2006, he really has elevated himself as one of the best discus throwers in the Commonwealth. And those that are able, turn and stand for the anthem. Gold for Gowda, he is your Commonwealth champion. Women's long jump final continues on the back straight. Sawyers from England slaps the legs to prepare for her 4th round attempt. She's currently in the bronze medal position with 6 metres and 47, 2 centimetres behind Nettie of Canada, who's in silver, and a mere 9 centimetres behind Brume of Nigeria, who is in the gold medal position. So 6 metres and 57 would elevate the English athlete up into the gold medal position. Round 4 of 6. Asking for the crowd support, she will get it. She has a lifetime best 2 years ago, 6 metres and 67. We know it's there if she has it to bring out in this final. No. Technically, it wasn't good, so no improvement. Sawyers will stay in the bronze medal position for now with that season's best.
2 more attempts for the hugely talented young English woman. Some good personal bests in the heptathlon as well, Catherine. She's got plenty of choices going forward in her career, including the bobsleigh.
Well, indeed, as mentioned before, she won silver in the 2-girl event at the Winter Youth Olympics with Mika McNeil back in 2012. Hugely talented, as is this athlete. But she's in the silver medal position at the moment. Christabel Nettie from Canada, 6 metres and 49, 7 centimetres behind the Nigerian. Her 4th round attempt. Well, it's going to be close, isn't it?
Well, it's been a brilliant card she's put together so far. 6:47, 6:49, 6:39. She's clearly in the groove, but she's got to find another 7 or 8 centimetres on the African if she is going to upgrade that silver to gold. 2 more chances for her.
Well, a repeat of round 3, 6 metres and 39, so no improvement. She'll stay in the silver medal position, which means this athlete, as we conclude the 4th round, she's the final jumper in the 4th round, is the event leader. Still holding on to that lead, 6 metres and 56 in the 3rd round. Well, she's consistent, isn't she? She started with 6 metres and 43 today, then went 6:39, and then put out the lead at the moment of 6 metres and 56. The Nigerian champion this year. She's very consistent. Speed, distances, good on the board.
Well, she's aiming for a piece of history here, Catherine. There's only been one African champion in this event. Mapodu Oshikoya won the gold 40 years ago in 1974.
Good year.
Is that when you entered the world? Possibly.
Yes, it was. Stewart then. 4th round attempt. Excuse me, she's the start of the 5th round now, of course, isn't she? Bianca Stewart, the Nigerian, 6 metres and 50 it was measured at, so no improvement for her. She stays in the lead. But Bianca Stewart will start the 5th round, currently in 8th position.
6:31 in the 3rd round, her best so far. 8th in the world indoors a couple of years ago in Istanbul. 6 times a national champion.
The lead qualifier as well, Rob, wasn't she? Was 6 metres and 67.
That was her season's best coming in. She's gone 6:81 outdoors, but that was 3 years ago.
Well, maybe it's the wet weather. The distance is taking a little bit longer to come through in the field events. Oh, it's coming through. So we're into the final 2 rounds in this women's long jump final. We'll give you the distance when it comes through. The officials are working out any glitches which may be in the system. This sometimes happens with equipment, rain.
Well, it is absolutely sodden out there. Thankfully, the rain has stopped temporarily, but there's been quite a deluge, and there's still the odd little patch of water sitting on top of the track surface, so the elements playing their part here this evening. Interesting to just look at the flags. The wind has dropped completely. Brume still leading with that 6:56 in the 3rd round. 6:50 in the 4th, so there was no improvement from her. 2 more jumps, trying to become only the 2nd Nigerian to win this title and the 1st for 40 years.
Well, it would be fair to say if 6 metres and 56 was to win the Commonwealth title, it wouldn't have been a distance we'd have expected. Women's long jumping in the Commonwealth and in the world at the moment in good form, but of course conditions are playing a part. Injuries and withdrawals. Stewart still waiting for her 5th round distance. These things happen. The athletes will keep warm. And the women's long jump final, well, we're still only looking at 9 centimetres between all the medalists. There's a lot of conflabbing going on. I'm not quite sure whether the distance was measured at all correctly.
Potentially.
There's even any power in the system.
Well, potentially it could be an equipment breakdown here.
Well, if there is technical issues in field events, the old tape measure does come out. It is possible to measure, of course. It's a lot easier when you have technical issues in the field than on a track, but we may have a bit of a technical delay here in the women's long jump final.
Difficult circumstances for the athletes if they're in the groove and they're in the rhythm, but an indefinite technical delay is what we're being told at the moment. It has at least stopped raining, so it's not quite as cold as it was, but it's still a fairly fresh night. The temperature gauge on the infield is still reading about 17 degrees, so it's not warm out there for the athletes, especially those who come from warmer climes like the Caribbean and East and West Africa.
Well, they make their decisions about that. We're going to have a medal presentation. Women's T54 1500 coming up.
And there was a changing of the guard. Diane Roy, the Canadian defending champion, denied the gold after a spirited finish from Angela Ballard. And a breakthrough medal for Jade Jones. Still making her way in the senior ranks, Jade Jones, the English girl. Just to confirm, if you're wanting to keep abreast of the long jump competition, Bianca Stewart from the Bahamas, her 5th round effort, 6:14, so no improvement on her best so far, which was 6:31 in the 3rd. So Jade Jones picks up the bronze medal, but the gold and the celebrations belong to Angela Ballard. 3 silvers last year in Lyon over the 1, the 2 and the 800 metres. Came home with a great piece of acceleration in the last 20 or 30 metres to deny Roy a 2nd successive Commonwealth title over 1500 metres. And what a nice moment this will be for Dame Tanni Gray-Thompson. She will be presenting the medals. She'll give congratulations to all 3, of course, but it will be a special moment for athlete and coach because she oversees Jade Jones. Rhoda Simpson will join Dame Tanni in making the presentations. So, she made the final last year in the World Championships over the 8, the 15 and the 5,000 metres. 9th in her first senior London Marathon this year after 3 times winning the mini marathon. Coached by Dame Tanni and presented with her bronze medal by her coach and idol. A great moment and a great race from England's Jade Jones. The smile telling you how delighted she is to receive her first taste of senior podium action. 4 years ago, she wheeled herself up to the top step, but it's silver today for Diane Roy. The defending champion set the pace and took the initiative in the race, but just didn't quite have enough power at the end to prevent the Australian sweeping past, bordering lane 3 and 4 for glory. But Diane Roy has been a fantastic ambassador for Paralympic sport and for athletics in particular. Yet another accolade to add to her collection. But what a great games it's been for the Australians. And what a brilliant moment for Angie Ballard. So many silvers, but tonight in Glasgow, it's all gold. Ballard tucked in behind Diane Roy. And when the moment came to strike, she was decisive. And she hit the front so late that a tiring Roy didn't have enough time to respond. Good to see the Australians in the crowd getting in the mood with the See You Jimmy hats. And I'm sure there'll be plenty of enthusiasm from the crowd here as they all turn to applaud Angie Ballard as she hears the Australian national anthem. A roar of delight from the Australians and the neutrals in the stadium. Great end to a memorable day for our three medalists in the T54 1500 metres.
So there's confirmation of Bianca Stewart's 5th round jump of 6 metres and 14. She stays in 8th position. So Lorraine Ugan of England, her 5th attempt, 6 metres and 36 in the 2nd round. That's her best to date. Oh, the red flag is raised. So she'll have one more attempt in this women's long jump final to elevate herself from the 5th place that she's in. A big no jump as well for Ugan. On the NCAA's Indoor Championships in America this year. So Chantel Malone will come up for her 5th round attempt for the British Virgin Islands.
Well, there'll be great excitement in Tortola, Catherine. The BVI, so close to what would be a treasured medal here, but lying just outside the top 3 with that 6:41 from her 1st round.
Well, that's the only jump she's registered, Rob. The rest have been no jumps. Well, a little bit untidy through the air. She gets the white flag, which is an improvement on the last 3 rounds. 6 centimetres shy of bronze at the moment. Well, 6 metres and 12 it's coming through at, so it's going to be no improvement. There we go, she'll stay in 4th. She'll have one more jump to try and get herself on the podium.
The men's 400 hurdles final. Jehu Gordon, the reigning world champion, goes in 3, but Cornell Fredericks of South Africa has brought fine form to these championships. Boniface Machera, African Championship bronze medalist a couple of years ago, representing Kenya. 45.43 flat speed on the 4, so he's got the raw ingredients, as has Rick Yates. Bronze in the relay 4 years ago. He was 5th in the hurdles individual final. Ansert White, he's got 2 big men on his inside. He's made significant advancements this season, trains with the Racers Track Club, Messrs Bolt and Blake. Jeffrey Gibson, Central American and Caribbean silver medalist last year, 3 times a national champion. Cornell Fredericks, 5th in Daegu, just missed out on a medal a few years ago at the World Juniors, but he's in fine form this year and could put the man inside him in lane 3 under huge pressure. Jehu Gordon, world champion last year, beating Michael Tinsley, 4th in Berlin at the age of 17, but he's only just coming back to full-time training, having dedicated much time to his studies. A fairly smooth customer here, Christian Cuevas Morton, representing Nigeria. Could have chosen to switch nationalities to the USA, but stayed honouring the African nation. Niall Flannery, great to see him in this final, but perhaps has peaked a little too early this season. He's had some fine performances earlier on, a couple of months ago. Van Ziel, the Games record holder, didn't make it through to the final, but his compatriot, Cornell Fredericks, certainly did. Gordon, the reigning world champion, goes in lane 3. But Cornell Fredericks, outside him in 4, is in scintillating form this year. Can he secure a memorable victory here? Total silence descending around Hampden. Gordon has the temperament for the big occasion and needs to find it again now. So Fredericks won't have the advantage of seeing Jehu Gordon on his inside. And the 2 race favourites fairly close together. White's gone out fairly well on the outside. He's starting to close down on Rick Yates. And Fredericks making his move, but J. Hugh Gordon is tracking him. Fredericks is leading. There's a little bit of a gap opening up now. And the South African is coming away from J. Hugh Gordon. Good run from Ansett White, who's gone crashing to the ground. He was coming through for second place there. A real shame for him, but this could get tight. Has Fredericks got enough on the line? He's going to hang on. Fredericks is the Commonwealth champion. J. Hugh Gordon crashes to the ground. Silver for him this time, and a great bronze for Jeffrey Gibson of the Bahamas. While there was all sorts of drama there, Fredericks went hard. He didn't have the advantage of seeing J. Hugh Gordon on his inside, but his momentum held firm when the pressure came, and real disappointment for the Jamaican Ansett White, who's still on the floor at the top of the home straight. But Fredericks had the belief to beat the reigning world champion. Great run from the South African.
Well, happily, Ansett White has now got back to his feet and is walking a little bit sadly down the straights. He was right in contention when he came around that second bend, but then as he came off, I suspect that it was because he realised that Cornell Fredericks was ahead of him, and then he just lost concentration, walloped that hurdle, and down he came. But fair play to Cornell Fredericks. He's come here in form. See his right hamstring with a bit of bandaging on there. I just wonder if he was carrying a little bit of a niggle coming into this, or maybe precautionary, but he's in good form around the European circuit this summer. Third in New York and in Lausanne, second in Paris. J. Hugh Gordon not in top fitness, as you said. He's been devoting himself to his studies. He's come away from the University of the West Indies with a degree in sports management. He'll come again, but watch again around this second bend, and you see there that J. Hugh Gordon's starting to lose contact, and that, as they come around now into the straights, this is where the Jamaican realises he's got a man ahead of him. I think he just simply looked at the man rather than the hurdle. Down he went, and J. Hugh Gordon, he was closing here, but look at the fast-finishing Jeffrey Gibson, the Bahamian record holder, and he set a national record in coming through there for third place, and he almost got Gordon on the dip. Only 0.03 of a second between them, and there's Ansett White, and at that point he was finished so far as this particular race is concerned, but he'll have more opportunities, I'm sure, in the future.
Real shame for the Jamaican, who you can just see in the back of shot. Gordon started to close at the penultimate barrier, but Fredericks had the form to pull away, and it was a wonderful finish from Gibson, almost out-dipping the world champion for the silver medal. But Fredericks follows in a good line of South African champions. Van Zyl won in 2006. Gordon's a great championship performer. Didn't arrive here 100%, but he will take some momentum from this as he tries to defend his world title next year in Beijing. Great games the South Africans are having. Fredericks with a memorable victory there. He's the Commonwealth champion, and he had to beat the reigning world champion to do it. Jeffrey Gibson, a national record for the bronze medal.
So the women's long jump final. We're coming towards the final stages. Round number 6, Lorraine Ugan of England. She has 6 meters and 36. She's in 5th position. You can see she breaks the sand just shy of the graphic there on the bronze medal position. Bronze currently being held by her teammate Jasmine Sawyers, 6 meters and 47, perfect on the board. It could be an improvement for the English athlete, but I'm not sure it'll be enough to get her on the podium. 6 meters and 39. She finishes the Commonwealth Games in 5th position.
Chantel Malone, last chance here. She's lying in 4th place and needs to jump further than 6:47 if she's to produce a medal for herself and the British Virgin Islands. all or nothing here. And that's not going to be good enough there. Good competition from Chantel Malone, but she's destined to finish fourth, giving away nearly 20 centimetres on the board. 6:26, good competition, but no medal for her.
Yasmin Sawyers of England. She's currently in the bronze medal position. 6 metres and 47. 6:49 is silver, 6 metres and 56 is gold. Last chance for the English athlete. She's guaranteed bronze. Can she do better? Well, it's going to be close. It really is. The white flag is raised, and Yasmin Sawyers, a personal best of 6 metres and 67. And the distance is coming through. She's going to be delighted. She's going to improve. She's gone into the silver medal position with 6 metres and 54.
Brilliant last round from Sawyers. She's only 20 years of age, and that was a real demonstration of composure. She's now moved to tears, and she should be. She's got a lot of choices ahead of her. She's a huge talent. All the pressure was on. She will be on the podium, but does she hang on to the silver medal, or can Nettie produce a little piece of drama here?
We will see. Always exciting, isn't it, Rob, in the final few jumps? So the jumpers will be held momentarily in the moments when they really want to get going, because we have some action on the track and some big action on the track for the local support.
Well, the local support is hoping very much that Ailey Child for Scotland might upset the form book and finish ahead of Khalees Spencer, the Jamaican, the Commonwealth leader, and on paper, the faster athlete in this women's 400 metres hurdles final. This is the lineup. In lane 8 for Canada, this is Chenice Chase, just 20 years old, 56.27, her personal best set this season. 3-time South African champion. South Africans going so well. Wenda Theron in lane 7. And Ailey Child, Commonwealth silver medalist 4 years ago, and the poster girl of these games here in Glasgow. That is a bit of a Hampden roar, but it won't compare with the noise if she wins. In lane 5, 7 times the Australian champion, Lauren Wells. Former world junior champion, a multi-talented athlete, Geneve Russell, 54.75, her best, certainly not without a chance. And this is the favourite, the Jamaican, 4th in the Olympics, and at 2 World Championships. Can she now take the Commonwealth gold medal? Noelle Montcalm of Canada, twice the Canadian champion. And completing the lineup, Amaka Ogodbenam of Nigeria, starting in lane 1, twice the Nigerian champion. So Khalees Spencer, the athlete with the speed, against an athlete in lane 6, the Scot, who might have superior hurdling technique. Coached by Malcolm Arnold, expect Khalees Spencer to establish an early lead, but if she comes under pressure, then can the hurdling technique of Ailey Child, with the support of the crowd, get her home? Khalees Spencer, who won the diamond race this season. Athletes have had to stand up. There was noise in the stadium, and Chenice Chase raised her arm and said, let's all sit down again. Let's settle, let's just take it easy, and let's see if we can get some proper discipline in the stadium. But there's so much tension, the desire of the Scottish crowd to see a home gold medal here is palpable. A discus, which is going on at the same time, hit the netting they're warming up for the competition later on. There was a loud clang, and I think a fair number of the fans started chuckling, and it just upset the athletes. So down they go once more. The favourite, Khalees Spencer of Jamaica, is in lane 3, and they're in lane 6. Ailey Child for Scotland. Geneve Russell, Jamaica, might also get right into the shake-up, and others still with big hopes. The 2014 400 metres hurdles final is underway. The roars of the crowd